of My Childhood. By George Brandis. Page. First impressions going to bed. My name Fresh Elements School, the King Town and Country, the King's Gardens, the friendly world, inimical forces, the world widens, the theater, progress, warlike instincts, school adventures, polite accomplishments, NLYM relations. AC, ses siasisticracine lales svs taved oli evi exes ae at oe. Our house, its inmates, my paternal grandfather, my maternal grandfather, school and home from my instructors, a foretaste of life, contempt for the masters, my mother, the mystery of life, my first glimpse of beauty, the headmaster, religion, my standing in school, self-esteem, an instinct for literature, private reading, Heine's book, der leader, a broken friendship. Schoolboy fancies, religion, early friends, demonic theory, a West Indian friend, my acquaintance widens, politics, the reactionary party, the David family, a student society, an excursion to Schleswig, temperament, the law, Hegel, Spinoza, love for humanity, a religious crisis, doubt, personal immortality, renunciation, utlal, iatesuct, opt, boeett, ul. PTO tour, Tom CCEA row. Adolescence. Julius Lang, a new master in adoption to the law, the university prize competition, an interview with the judges, meeting of Scandinavian students, the Paludan-Milers, Bjornstjernbjörnsen. Magdalene Theresen, the gold medal, the death of King Frederick VII, the political situation, my Master of Arts examination, war, admissus cum laude, Praecipua Acade, Michael, attention, lecturing, music, nature, a walking tour in print, philosophical life in Denmark, death of Ludwig David, Stockholm. First long sojourn abroad. My wish to see Paris, dualism in our modern philosophy, a journey, impressions of Paris, lessons in French, Mademoiselle Mathilde Arari Aria Cth Gor o Ord CLT or ESTT series AG Cis Oro NETL ACACCEFC. Early manhood. Feud in Danish literature, writing youthful longings on the rack, my first living erotic reality, an impression of the miseries of modern coercive marriage, researches on the comic dramatic criticism, a trip to Germany, Johanna Louise Heiberg, Magdalene Theresen, Rudolf Berg, the sisters Spang, a foreign element, the woman subject, Orla Lehmann M. Goldschmidt, public opposition, a letter from Bjornstjernbjörnsen, hard work. Second longer stay abroad. Hamburg, my second fatherland, Ernest Hello Le Docteur Noirtain, Renat Marcelin Glairtain's friendship, Renat at home, Philaret Chasselet's Reminiscences, Le Théâtre Français, Coquelin Bernhard, beginnings of main currents, the Tuileries, John Stuart Mill, London, philosophical studies, London and Paris compared, Antonio Galanga and his wife Don Juan Prim, Napoleon III, London theatres, Gladstone and Disraeli in debate, Paris on the eve of war, first reverses flight from Paris, Geneva, Switzerland. Italy, Pascal Villari, Vinnie Reams, friendship, Roman fever, Henrik Ibsen's influence, Scandinavians in Rome, Ors, SISIA, Elie Beluvwa 5 /E1 SUV Haney. Ilopa way Iuts Iegulens, ID, Siopi Siem Duilan, Algis, O, at Elias Nedi Air. Philomena. Page. Italian landladies, the carnival, the Moccoli feast, Philomena's views, 342. Second longer stay abroad continued. Reflections on the future of Denmark, conversations with Giuseppe Saradufrascati, native beauty, new susceptibilities, Georges Neuflard's influence, the Sistine Chapel and Michelangelo. First impressions going to bed, my name Fresh Elements School, the King Town and Country, the King's Gardens, the friendly world, inimical forces, the world widens, the theater, progress, warlike instincts, school adventures, polite accomplishments, my relations. UG. He was little and looked at the world from below. All that happened, went on over his head. Everyone looked down to him. But the big people possessed the enviable power of lifting him to their own height or above it. It might so happen that suddenly, without preamble, as he lay on the floor, rummaging and playing about and thinking of nothing at all, his father or a visitor would exclaim, "Would you like to see the fowls of Cagege?" And with the same he would feel two large hands placed over his ears, and the arms belonging to them would shoot straight up into the air. That was delightful. Still, there was some disappointment mingled with it. "Can you see Cagege now?" was a question he could make nothing of. What could Cagege be? But at the other question, "Do you see the fowls?" he vainly tried to see something or other. By degrees he understood that it was only a phrase, and that there was nothing to look for. It was his first experience of empty phrases, and it made an impression. It was just as great fun, though, when the big people said to him, "Would you like to be a fat lamb? Let us play at fat lamb." He would be flung over the man's shoulder, like a slaughtered lamb, and hang there, or jump up and ride with his legs round the man's hips, then climb valiantly several steps higher, get his legs round his shoulders. 2. And behold, be up on the giddy height? Then the man would take him round the waist, swing him over, and after a mighty somersault in the air, he would land unscathed on his feet upon the floor. It was a composite kind of treat, of 3 successive stages. First came the lofty and comfortable seat, then the more interesting moment, with a feeling, nevertheless, of being on the verge of a fall, and then finally the jump, during which everything was upside down to him. But, too, he could take up attitudes down on the floor that added to his importance, as it were, and obliged the grown-up people to look at him. When they said, "Can you stand like the Emperor Napoleon?" he would draw himself up, bring one foot a little forward, and cross his arms like the little figure on the bureau. He knew well enough just how he had to look, for when his stout, broad-shouldered Swedish uncle, with the big beard and large hands, having asked his parents about the little fellow's accomplishments, placed himself in position with his arms crossed and asked, "Who am I like?" he replied, "You are like Napoleon's lackey." To his surprise, but no small delight, this reply elicited a loud exclamation of pleasure from his mother, usually so superior and so strict, and was rewarded by her, who seldom caressed, with a kiss. Lin. The trying moment of the day was when he had to go to bed. His parents were extraordinarily prejudiced about bedtime, just when he was enjoying himself most. When visitors had arrived and conversation was well started, none the less interesting to him because he understood scarcely half of what was said, it was, "Now, to bed." But there were happy moments after he was in bed, too. When mother came in and said prayers with him, and he lay there safely fenced in by the tall trellis work, each bar of which, with its little outward bend in the middle, his fingers knew so well, it was impossible to fall out through them. It was very pleasant, the little bed with its railing, and he slept in it as he has never slept since. 3. It was nice, too, to lie on his back in bed and watch his parents getting ready to go to the theater, father in a shining white shirt and with his curly hair beautifully parted on one side, mother with a crepe shawl over her silk dress, and light gloves that smelled inviting as she came up to say good night and goodbye. TDS. I was always hearing that I was pale and thin and small. That was the impression I made on everyone. Nearly 30 years afterwards an observant person remarked to me, "The peculiarity about your face is its intense paleness." Consequently I looked darker than I was, my brown hair was called black. Pale and thin, with thick brown hair, difficult hair. That was what the hairdresser said. Mr. Alibert, who called father good morning, goodbye, and all his assistants, though as Danish as they could be, tried to say the same. Difficult hair. There is a little round place on his crown where the hair will stand up, if he does not wear it rather long, said Mr. Alibert. I was forever hearing that I was pale and small, pale in particular. Strangers would look at me and say, "He is rather pale." Others remarked in joke, "He looks rather green in the face." And so soon as they began talking about me the word thin would be uttered. I liked my name. My mother and my aunts said it in such a kindly way. And the name was noteworthy because it was so difficult to pronounce. No boy or girl smaller than I could pronounce it properly, they all said Georg. I came into the world 2 months too soon, I was in such a hurry. My mother was alone and had no help. When the midwife came I had arrived already. I was so feeble that the first few years great care had to be taken of me to keep me alive. I was well made enough, but not strong, and this was the source of many vexations to me during those years when a boy's one desire and one ambition is to be strong. Danish Hur. 3. I was not clumsy, very agile if anything, I learned to be a good high jumper, to climb and run well, was no contemptible wrestler, and by degrees became an expert fighter. But I was not muscularly strong, and never could be compared with those who were so live. The world, meanwhile, was so new, and still such an unknown country. About that time I was making the discovery of fresh elements. I was not afraid of what I did not like. To overcome dislike of a thing often satisfied one's feeling of honor. "Are you afraid of the water?" asked my brisk uncle from Fianan one day. I did not know exactly what there was to be afraid of, but answered unhesitatingly, "No." I was 5 years old, it was summer, consequently rainy and windy. I undressed in the bathing establishment, the old sailor fastened a cork belt round my waist. It was odiously wet, as another boy had just taken it off, and it made me shiver. Uncle took hold of me round the waist, tossed me out into the water, and taught me to take care of myself. Afterwards I learned to swim properly with the help of a long pole fastened to the cork belt and held by the bathing man, but my familiarity with the salt element dated from the day I was flung out into it like a little parcel. Without by any means distinguishing myself in swimming, any more than in any other athletic exercise, I became a very fair swimmer, and developed a fondness for the water and for bathing which has made me very loath, all my life, to miss my bath a single day. There was another element that I became acquainted with about the same time, and which was far more terrifying than the water. I had never seen it uncontrolled: fire. One evening, when I was asleep in the nursery, I was awaked by my mother and her brother, my French uncle. The latter said loudly, "We must take the children out of bed." I had never been awaked in the night before. I opened 5. My eyes and was thrilled by a terror, the memory of which has never been effaced. The room was brightly illuminated without any candle having been lighted, and when I turned my head I saw a huge blaze shoot up outside the window. Flames crackled and sparks flew. It was a world of fire. It was a neighboring school that was burning. Uncle Jacob put his hand under my nightgown, a long article of clothing with a narrow cotton belt round the waist, and said laughing, "Do you have palpitations of the heart when you are afraid?" I had never heard of palpitations of the heart before. I felt about with my hand and for the first time found my heart, which really was beating furiously. Small though I was, I asked the date and was told that it was the 25th of November. The fright I had had was so great that I never forgot this date, which became for me the object of a superstitious dread, and when it drew near the following year, I was convinced that it would bring me fresh misfortune. This was in so far the case that next year, at exactly the same time, I fell ill and was obliged to spend some months in bed. I was too delicate to be sent to school at 5 years old, like other boys. My doctor uncle said it was not to be thought of. Since, however, I could not grow up altogether in ignorance, it was decided that I should have a tutor of my own. So a tutor was engaged who quickly won my unreserved affection and made me very happy. The tutor came every morning and taught me all I had to learn. He was a tutor whom one could ask about anything under the sun and he would always know. First, there was the ABC. That was mastered in a few lessons. I could read before I knew how to spell. Then came writing and arithmetic and still more things. I was soon so far advanced that the tutor could read Frithiof's saga aloud to me in Swedish and be tolerably well understood, and, indeed, he could even take a short German extract, and explain that I must say ich and not ish, as seemed so natural. 6. Mr. Voltelen was a poor student, and I quite understood from the conversation of my elders what a pleasure and advantage it was to him to get a cup of coffee extra and fine white bread and fresh butter with it every day. On the stroke of 10:30 the maid brought it in on a tray. Lessons were stopped, and the tutor ate and drank with a relish that I had never seen anyone show over eating and drinking before. The very way in which he took his sugar, more sugar than father or mother took, and dissolved it in the coffee before he poured in the cream, showed what a treat the cup of coffee was to him. Mr. Voltelen had a delicate chest, and sometimes the grown-up people said they were afraid he could not live. There was a report that a rich benefactor, named Nobel, had offered to send him to Italy, that he might recover in the warmer climate of the south. It was generous of Mr. Nobel, and Mr. Volt-Elon was thinking of starting. Then he caught another complaint. He had beautiful, brown, curly hair. One day he stayed away, he had a bad head, he had contracted a disease in his hair from a dirty comb at a bathing establishment. And when he came again I hardly recognized him. He wore a little dark wig. He had lost every hair on his head, even his eyebrows had disappeared. His face was of a chalky pallor, and he coughed badly too. Why did not God protect him from consumption? And how could God find it in his heart to give him the hair disease when he was so ill already? God was strange. He was almighty, but he did not use his might to take care of Mr. Volt-Elon, who was so good and so clever, and so poor that he needed help more than anyone else. Mr. Nobel was kinder to Mr. Volt-Elon than God was. God was strange, too, in other ways. He was present everywhere, and yet Mother was cross and angry if you asked whether he was in the new moderator lamp, which burnt in the drawing room with a much brighter light than the 2 wax candles used to give. God knew everything, which was very uncomfortable, since it was impossible to hide the least thing from him. Strangest of all was it when one reflected that, if one knew what God thought one was going to say, one could say some thing else and his omniscience would be foiled. But of course one did not know what he thought would come next. The worst of all, though, was that he left Mr. Volt-Elon in the lurch so. 6. Some flashes of terrestrial majesty and magnificence shone on my modest existence. Next after God came the king. As I was walking along the street one day with my father, he exclaimed, "There is the king." I looked at the open carriage, but saw nothing noticeable there, so fixed my attention upon the coachman, dressed in red, and the footman's plumed hat. The king wasn't there. Yes, indeed he was in the carriage. Was that the king? He didn't look at all remarkable, he had no crown on. The king is a handsome man, said father. But he only puts on his state clothes when he drives to the Supreme Court. So we went one day to see the king drive to the Supreme Court. A crowd of people were standing waiting at the Naval Church. Then came the procession. How splendid it was! There were runners in front of the horses, with white silk stockings and regular flower pots on their heads. I had never seen anything like it, and there were postilions riding on the horses in front of the carriage. I quite forgot to look inside the carriage and barely caught a glimpse of the king. And that glimpse made no impression upon me. That he was Christian 8. I did not know, he was only the king. Then one day we heard that the king was dead, and that he was to lie in state twice. These lyings in state were called by forced, unnatural names, lit de parade and castrum dolores, heard them so often that I learnt them and did not forget them. On the lit de parade the body of the king himself lay outstretched, that was too sad for a little boy. But castrum dolores was sheer delight, and it really was splendid. First you picked your way for a long time along narrow corridors, then high up in the black draped hall appeared the coffin covered with black velvet, strewn with 8 shining, twinkling stars, and a crowd of candles all round. It was the most magnificent sight I had ever beheld. I was a town child, it is true, but that did not prevent me enjoying open-air life, with plants and animals. The country was not so far from town then as it is now. My paternal grandfather had a country house a little way beyond the north gate, with fine trees and an orchard. It was the property of an old man who went about in high Wellington boots and had a regular collection of wax apples and pears, such a marvelous imitation that the first time you saw them you couldn't help taking a bite out of one. Driving out to the country house in the summer, the carriage would begin to lumber and rumble as soon as you passed through the north gate, and when you came back you had to be careful to come in before the gate was closed. We lived in the country ourselves, for that matter, out in the western suburb, near the Black Horse, as later during the cholera summer, or along the old King's Road, where there were beautiful large gardens. In one such a huge garden stood one summer day by my mother's side in front of a large oblong bed with many kinds of flowers. "This bed shall be yours," said mother, and happy was I. I was to rake the paths round it myself and tend and water the plants in it. I was particularly interested to notice that a fresh set of flowers came out for every season of the year. When the asters and dahlias sprang into bloom, the summer was over. Still, the garden was not the real country. The real country was at Inger's, my dear old nurse's. She was called my nurse because she had looked after me when I was small. But she had not fed me, my mother had done that. Inger lived in a house with fields round it near Hitostrup. There was no railway there then, and you drove out with a pair of horses. It was only later that the wonderful railway was laid as far as Roskilde. So it was an unparalleled event for the children, to go by train to Valby and back. Their father took them. Many people thought, discovering the asterisk world 9, that it was too dangerous. But the children cared little for the danger. And it went off all right and they returned alive. Inger had a husband whose name was Peer. He was nice, but had not much to say. Inger talked far more and looked after everything. They had a baby boy named Niels, but he was in the cradle and did not count. Everything at Inger and Peer's house was different from the town. There was a curious smell in the rooms, with their chests of drawers and benches, not exactly disagreeable, but unforgettable. They had much larger dishes of curds and porridge than you saw in Copenhagen. They did not put the porridge or the curds on plates. Inger and Peer and their little visitor sat round the milk bowl or the porridge dish and put their spoons straight into it. But the guest had a spoon to himself. They did not drink out of separate glasses, but he had a glass to himself. It was jolly in the country. A cow and little pigs to play with and milk warm from the cow. Inger used to churn, and there was buttermilk to drink. It was great fun for a little Copenhagen boy to roll about in the hay and lie on the hay wagons when they were driven home. And every time I came home from a visit to Inger, mother would laugh at me the moment I opened my mouth, for, quite unconsciously, I talked just like Inger and the other peasants. 8. In the wood attic, a little room divided from the main garret by wooden bars, in which a quantity of split firewood and more finely chopped fir sticks, smelling fresh and dry, are piled up in obliquely arranged heaps, a little urchin with tightly closed mouth and obstinate expression has, for more than 2 hours, been bearing his punishment of being incarcerated there. Several times already his anxious mother has sent the housemaid to ask whether he will beg pardon yet, and he has only shaken his head. He is hungry, for he was brought up here immediately after school. But he will not give in, for he is in the right. It is not his fault that the grown-up 10. People cannot understand him. They do not know that what he is suffering now is nothing to what he has had to suffer. It is true that he would not go with the nurse and his little brother into the king's gardens. But what do father and mother know of the ignominy of hearing all day from the other schoolboys, "Oh, so you are fetched by the nurse," or "Here comes your nurse to fetch you." He is overwhelmed with shame at the thought of the other boys' scorn. She is not his nurse, she is his brother's. He could find his way home well enough, but how can he explain to the other boys that his parents will not trust him with the little one yet, and so send for them both at the same time? Now there shall be an end to it, he will not go to the king's gardens with the nurse again. It is the housemaid, once more, come to ask if he will not beg pardon now. In vain. Everything has been tried with him, scolding, and even a box on the ear, but he has not been humbled. Now he stands here, he will not give in. But this time his kind mother has not let the girl come empty-handed. His meal is passed through the bars and he eats it. It is so much the easier to hold out. And some hours later he is brought down and put to bed without having apologized. Before I had so painfully become aware of the ignominy of going with the maid to the king's gardens, I had been exceedingly fond of the place. What gardens they were for hide and seek, and puss in the corner. What splendid alleys for playing paradise with heaven and hell. To say nothing of playing at horses. A long piece of tape was passed over and under the shoulders of two playfellows, and you drove them with a tight rein and a whip in your hand. And if it were fun in the old days when I only had tape for reins, it was ever so much greater fun now that I had had a present from my father of splendid broad reins of striped wool, with bells, that you could hear from far enough when the pair came tearing down the wide avenues. I was fond of the gardens, which were large and at that time much larger than they are now, and of the trees, which were many, at that time many more than now. And every part of the park had its own attraction. The Hercules Pavilion was mysterious, Hercules with the lion, instructive and powerful. A pity that it had become such a disgrace to go there. I had not known it before. One day, not so long ago, I had felt particularly happy there. I had been able for a long time to read correctly in my reading book and write on my slate. But one day Mr. Volt-Elon had said to me, "You ought to learn to read writing." And from that moment forth my ambition was set upon reading writing, an idea which had never occurred to me before. When my tutor first showed me writing, it had looked to me much as cuneiform inscriptions and hieroglyphics would do to ordinary grown-up people, but by degrees I managed to recognize the letters I was accustomed to in this their freer, more frivolous disguise, running into one another and with their regularity broken up. In the first main avenue of the King's Gardens I had paced up and down, in my hand the thin exercise book, folded over in the middle the first book of writing I had ever seen and had already spelt out the title, Little Red Riding Hood. The story was certainly not very long, still, it filled several of the narrow pages, and it was exciting to spell out the subject, for it was new tome. In triumphant delight at having conquered some difficulties and being on the verge of conquering others, I kept stopping in front of a strange nurse girl, showed her the book, and asked, "Can you read writing?" 23 years later I paced up and down the same avenue as a young man, once more with a book of manuscript, that I was reading, in my hand. I was fixing my first lecture in my mind, and I repeated it over and over again to myself until I knew it almost by heart, only to discover, to my disquiet, a few minutes later, that I had forgotten the whole, and that was bad enough, for what I wished to say in my lecture were things that I had very much at heart. The King's Garden continued to occupy its place in my life. Later on, for so many years, when spring and summer passed by and I was tied to the town, and pined for trees and the scent of flowers, I used to go to the park, cross it ob. 12. Lickly to the beds near the beautiful copper beaches, by the entrance from the ramparts, where there were always flowers, well cared for and sweet-scented. I caressed them with my eyes, and inhaled their perfume leaning forward over the railings. But just now I preferred to be shut up in the wood loft to being fetched by the nurse from school to the gardens. It was horrid, too, to be obliged to walk so slowly with the girl, even though no longer obliged to take hold of her skirt. How I envied the boys contemptuously called street boys. They could run in and out of the courtyard, shout and make as much noise as they liked, quarrel and fight out in the street, and move about freely. I knew plenty of streets. If sent into the town on an errand I should be able to find my way quite easily. And at last I obtained permission. Happy, happy day. I flew off like an arrow. I could not possibly have walked. And I ran home again at full gallop. From that day forth I always ran when I had to go out alone. Yes, and I could not understand how grown-up people and other boys could walk. I tried a few steps to see, but impatience got the better of me and off I flew. It was fine fun to run till you positively felt the hurry you were in, because you hit your back with your heels at every step. My father, though, could run very much faster. It was impossible to compete with him on the grass. But it was astonishing how slow old people were. Some of them could not run up a hill and called it trying to climb stairs. 9. On the whole, the world was friendly. It chiefly depended on whether O were good or not. If not, Caroline was especially prone to complain, and father and mother were transformed into angry powers. Father was, of course, a much more serious power than mother, a more distant, more hard-handed power. Neither of them, in an ordinary way, inspired any terror. They were in the main protecting powers. 13. The terrifying power at this first stage was supplied by the bogeyman. He came rushing suddenly out of a corner with a towel in front of his face and said, "Bo," and you jumped. If the towel were taken away, there soon emerged a laughing face from behind it. That at once made the bogeyman less terrible. And perhaps that was the reason Marin's threat, "Now, if you are not good, the bogeyman will come and take you," quickly lost its effect. And yet it was out of this same bogeyman, so cold-bloodedly shaken off, that at a later stage a personality with whom there was no jesting developed, one who was not to be thrust aside in the same way, a personality for whom you felt both fear and trembling, the devil himself. But it was only later that he revealed himself to my ken. It was not he who succeeded first to the bogeyman. It was the police. The police was the strange and dreadful power from which there was no refuge for a little boy. The police came and took him away from his parents, away from the nursery and the drawing room, and put him in prison. In the street the police wore a blue coat and had a large cane in his hand. Woe to the one who made the acquaintance of that cane. My maternal grandfather was having his warehouse done up, a large warehouse, 3 stories high. Through doors at the top, just under the gable in the middle, there issued a crane, and from it hung down a tremendously thick rope, at the end of which was a strong iron hook. By means of it the large barrels of sky blue indigo, which were brought on wagons, were hoisted. Inside the warehouse the ropes passed through every story, through holes in the floors. If you pulled from the inside at the one or the other of the ropes, the rope outside with the iron crook went up or down. In the warehouse you found Jens. He was a big, strong, taciturn, majestic man with a red nose and a little pipe in his mouth, and his fingers were always blue from the indigo. If you had made sure of Jens' goodwill, you could play in the warehouse for hours at a time, roll the empty barrels about. 14. And which was the greatest treat of all, pull the ropes. This last was a delight that kept all one's faculties at extreme tension. The marvelous thing about it was that you yourself stood inside the house and pulled, and yet at the same time you could watch through the open doors in the wall how the rope outside went up or down. How it came about was an enigma. But you had the refreshing consciousness of having accomplished something, saw the results of your efforts before your eyes. Nor could I resist the temptation of pulling the ropes when Jens was out and the warehouse empty. My little brother had whooping cough, so I could not live at home, but had to be at my grandfather's. One day Jens surprised me, and pretty angry he was. "A nice little boy you are. If you pull the rope at a wrong time you will cut the expensive rope through, and it cost 90 rigsdaler. What do you think your grandfather will say?" It was, of course, very alarming to think that I might destroy such a valuable thing. Not that I had any definite ideas of money and numbers. I was well up in the multiplication table and was constantly wrestling with large numbers, but they did not correspond to any actual conception in my mind. When I reckoned up what one number of several digits came to multiplied by another of much about the same value, I had not the least idea whether father or grandfather had so many rigsdaler, or less, or more. There was only one of the uncles who took an interest in my gift for multiplication, and that was my stout, rich uncle with the crooked mouth, of whom it was said that he owned 1,000,000, and who was always thinking of figures. He was hardly at the door of mother's drawing room before he called out, "If you are a sharp boy and can tell me what 27,374 times 580,208 are, you shall have 4 skilling," and quickly slate AMD at pencil appeared and the sum was finched in a moment and the 4 skilling pocketed. I was at home then in the world of figures, but not in asterisk. A rigsdaler was worth about 2 shillings and 3 pence, English money. It is a coin that has been out of use about 40 years. Asterisk 4 skilling would be a sum about equal to 114d. English money. 15. That of values. All the same, it would be a terrible thing to destroy such a value as 90 Riksdaler seemed to be. But might it not be that Jens only said so? He surely could not see from the rope whether it had been pulled or not. So I did it again, and one day when Jens began questioning me sternly could not deny my guilt. "I saw it," said Jens, "the rope is nearly cut in two, and now you will catch it, now the policeman will come and fetch you." For weeks after that I did not have one easy hour. Wherever I went, or whatever I did, the fear of the police followed me. I dared not speak to anyone of what I had done and of what was awaiting me. I was too much ashamed, and I noticed, too, that my parents knew nothing. But if a door opened suddenly I would look anxiously at the incomer. When I was walking with the nurse and my little brother I looked all round on every side, and frequently peeped behind me, to see whether the police were after me. Even when I lay in my bed, shut in on all four sides by its trellis work, the dread of the police was upon me still. There was only one person to whom I dared mention it, and that was Jens. When a few weeks had gone by I tried to get an answer out of him. Then I perceived that Jens did not even know what I was talking about. Jens had evidently forgotten all about it. Jens had been making fun of me. If my relief was immense, my indignation was no less. So much torture for nothing at all. Older people, who had noticed how the word police was to me an epitome of all that was terrible, sometimes made use of it as an explanation of things that they thought were above my comprehension. When I was 6 years old I heard the word war for the first time. I did not know what it was, and asked. "It means," said one of my aunts, "that the Germans have put police in Schleswig and forbidden the Danes to go there, and that they will beat them if they stay there." That I could understand, but afterwards I heard them talking about soldiers. "Are there soldiers as well?" I asked. "Police and soldiers," was the answer. But that confused me altogether, for the two things belonged in my mind to wholly different. 16. Categories. Soldiers were beautiful, gay-colored men with shakos, who kept guard and marched in step to the sound of drums and fifes and music, till you longed to go with them. That was why soldiers were copied in tin and you got them on your birthday in boxes. But police went by themselves, without music, without beautiful colors on their uniforms, looked stern and threatening, and had a stick in their hands. Nobody dreamt of copying them in tin. I was very much annoyed to find out, as I soon did, that I had been misled by the explanation and that it was a question of soldiers only. Not a month had passed before I began to follow eagerly, when the grown-up people read aloud from the farthing newspaper sheets about the battles at Bov, Nibal, etc. The Danes always won. At bottom, war was a cheerful thing. Then one day an unexpected and overwhelming thing happened. Mother was sitting with her work on the little raised platform in the drawing room, in front of the sewing table with its many little compartments, in which, under the loose mahogany lid, there lay so many beautiful and wonderful things, rings and lovely earrings, with pearls in them, when the door to the kitchen opened and the maid came in. "Has Madam heard? The Christian Aid has been blown up at Eckernford and the Gefallen is taken. Can it be possible?" said Mother. And she leaned over the sewing table and burst into tears, positively sobbed. It impressed me as nothing had ever done before. I had never seen Mother cry. Grown-up people did not cry. I did not even know that they could. And now Mother was crying till the tears streamed down her face. I did not know what either the Christian Aid or the Gefallen were, and it was only now that the maid explained to me that they were ships. But I understood that a great misfortune had happened, and soon, too, how people were blown up with gunpowder, and what a good thing it was that one of our acquaintances, an active young man who was liked by everyone and always got on well, had escaped with a whole skin, and had reached Copenhagen in civilian's dress. 17. XS. About this time it dawned upon me in a measure what birth and death were. Birth was something that came quite unexpectedly, and afterwards there was one child more in the house. One day, when I was sitting on the sofa between Grandmama and Grandpapa at their dining table in Clairvaux-Dern, having dinner with a fairly large company, the door at the back of the room just opposite to me opened. My father stood in the doorway, and, without a good morning, said, "You have got a little brother," and there really was a little one in a cradle when I went home. Death I had hitherto been chiefly acquainted with from a large, handsome painting on grandfather's wall, the death of the king not having affected me. The picture represented a garden in which Aunt Rosette sat on a white painted bench, while in front of her stood Uncle Edward with curly hair and a blouse on, holding out a flower to her. But Uncle Edward was dead, had died when he was a little boy, and as he had been such a very good boy, everyone was very sorry that they were not going to see him again. And now they were always talking about death. So and so many dead, so and so many wounded. And all the trouble was caused by the enemy. 11. There were other inimical forces, too, besides the police and the enemy, more uncanny and less palpable forces. When I dragged behind the nursemaid who held my younger brother by the hand, sometimes I heard a shout behind me, and if I turned round would see a grinning boy, making faces and shaking his fist at me. For a long time I took no particular notice, but as time went on I heard the shout oftener and asked the maid what it meant. "Oh, nothing," she replied. But on my repeatedly asking she simply said, "It is a bad word." But one day, when I had heard the shout again, I made up my mind that I would know, and when I came home asked my mother, "What does it mean?" "Jew," said mother. 18. Jews are people. Nasty people? "Yes," said mother, smiling, "sometimes very ugly people, but not always." "Could I see a Jew?" "Yes, very easily," said mother, lifting me up quickly in front of the large oval mirror above the sofa. I uttered a shriek, so that mother hurriedly put me down again, and my horror was such that she regretted not have prepared me. Later on she occasionally spoke about it. 12. Other inimical forces in the world cropped up by degrees. When you had been put to bed early the Mayocks often sat down at the nursery table, and talked in an undertone until far on into the evening. And then they would tell stories that were enough to make your hair stand one end. They talked of ghosts that went about dressed in white, quite noiselessly, or rattling their chains through the rooms of houses, appeared to people lying in bed, frightened guilty persons, of figures that stepped out of their picture frames and moved across the floor, of the horror of spending a night in the dark in a church no one dared do that, of what dreadful places churchyards were, how the dead in long grave clothes rose up from their graves at night and frightened the life out of people, while the devil himself ran about the churchyard in the shape of a black cat. In fact, you could never be sure, when you saw a black cat towards evening, that the devil was not inside it. And as easily as winking the devil could transform himself into a man and come up behind the person he had a grudge against. It was a terrifying excitement to lie awake and listen to all these. And there was no doubt about it. Both Marin and Caroline had seen things of the sort themselves and could produce witnesses by the score. It caused a revolution in my consciousness. I yearned to know the realm of darkness and the prince of darkness. For a time I hardly ventured to pass through a dark room. I dared not sit at my book with an open door behind me. Who might not step noiselessly in? And if there were a mirror on the wall in front of me, I 19. Would tremble with fear lest I might see the devil, standing with gleaming eyes at the back of my chair. When at length the impression made upon me by all these ghost and devil stories passed away, I retained a strong repugnance to all darkness terror, and to all who take advantage of try defenseless fear of the ignorant for the powers of darkness. XL. The world was widening out. It was not only home and tne houses of my different grandparents, and the clan of my uncles, aunts, and cousins, it grew larger. I realized this at the homecoming of the troops. They came home twice. The impression they produced the first time was certainly a great, though not a deep one. It was purely external, and indistinctly merged together, garlands on the houses and across the streets, the dense throng of people, the flower-decked soldiers, marching in step to the music under a constant shower of flowers from every window, and looking up smiling. The second time, long afterwards, I took things in much greater detail. The wounded, who went in front and were greeted with a sort of tenderness, the officers on horseback, saluting with their swords, on which were piled wreath over wreath, the bearded soldiers, with tiny wreaths round their bayonets, while big boys carried their rifles for them. And all the time the music of Den Taperland Soldat, when not the turn of Danmark Diegeligst or Vifstolt. But the second time I was not wholly absorbed by the sight, for I was tormented by remorse. My aunt had presented me the day before with 3 little wreaths to throw at the soldiers, the one I was to keep myself, and I was to give each of my 2 small brothers one of the others. I had promised faithfully to do so. And I had kept them all 3, intending to throw them all myself. I knew it was wrong and deceitful, I was suffering for it, but the delight of throwing all the wreaths myself was too great. I flung them * 3 favorite Danish tunes, The Brave Soldier, * Fairest Denmark, and * Proudly Wave. 20. Down. A soldier caught one on his bayonet, the others fell to the ground. I was thoroughly ashamed of myself, and have never forgotten my shame. 14. I knew that the theatre, where I had never been, was the place where mother and father enjoyed themselves most. They often talked of it, and were most delighted if the actors had acted well, words which conveyed no meaning to me. Children were not at that time debarred from the Royal Theatre, and I had no more ardent wish than to get inside. I was still a very small child when one day they took me with them in the carriage in which father and mother and aunt were driving to the theatre. I had my seat with the others in the pit, and sat speechless with admiration when the curtain went up. The play was called Adventures on a Walking Tour. I could not understand anything. Men came on the stage and talked together. One crept forward under a bush and sang. I could not grasp the meaning of it, and when I asked I was only told to be quiet. But my emotion was so great that I began to feel ill, and had to be carried out. Out in the square I was sick and had to be taken home. Unfortunately for me, that was precisely what happened the second time, when, in response to my importunity, another try was made. My excitement, my delight, my attention to the unintelligible were too overwhelming. I nearly fainted, and at the close of the first act had to leave the theatre. After that, it was a very long time before I was regarded as old enough to stand the excitement. Once, though, I was allowed to go to see a comedy. Mr. Volt-Elan gave me a ticket for some students' theatricals at the Court Theatre, in which he himself was going to appear. The piece was called For Spendthrift, and I saw it without suffering for it. There was a young, flighty man in it who used to throw gold coins out of the window, and there was an ugly old hag, and a young, beautiful girl as well. I sat and kept a sharp lookout for when my master should. 21. Come on, but I was disappointed, there was no Mr. Volt-Elan to be seen. Next day, when I thanked him for the entertainment, I added, but you made game of me. You were not in it at all. What? I was not in it? Did you not see the old hag? That was I. Didn't you see the girl? That was I. It was incomprehensible to me that anyone could disguise himself so. Mr. Volt-Elan must most certainly have acted well. But years afterwards, I could still not understand how one judged of this. Since plays affected me exactly like real life, I was, of course, not in a position to single out the share the actors took. 15. The war imbued my tin soldiers with quite a new interest. It was impossible to have boxes enough of them. You could set them out in companies and battalions, they opened their ranks to attack, stormed, were wounded, and fell. Sometimes they lay down fatigued and slept on the field of battle. But a new box that came one day made the old ones lose all value for me. For the soldiers in the new box were proper soldiers, with chests and backs, round to the touch, heavy to hold. In comparison with them, the older ones, profile soldiers, so small that you could only look at them sideways, sank into utter insignificance. A step had been taken from the abstract to the concrete. It was no longer any pleasure to me to play with the smaller soldiers. I said, they amused me last year, when I was little. There was a similar change, a similar picture of historic progress, when the hobby horse on which I had spent so many happy hours, and on which I.J. had ridden through rooms and passages, was put in the corner in favor of the new rocking horse which, long coveted and desired, was carried in through the door, and stood in the room, rocking slightly, as though ready for the boldest ride, the moment its rider flung himself into the saddle. I mounted it and oh, happiness! I began to ride, and rode on with passionate delight till I nearly went over the 22 horse's head. When I was a little boy the hobby horse amused me, but it does not now. Every time I climbed a fresh rung of the ladder, no matter how low and one, the same feeling possessed me, and the same train of thought. Mother often joked about it, up to the time when I was a full-grown man. If I quickly outgrew my fancies, if I had quite done with anything or anybody that had absorbed me a little while before, she would say, with a smile, last year, when I was a little boy, the hobby horse amused me. Still, progress was not always smooth. When I was small I had pretty blouses, one especially, grey, with brown worsted lace upon it, that I was fond of wearing. Now I had plain, flat blouses with a leather belt round the waist. Later on, I was ambitious to have a jacket, like big boys, and when this wish had been gratified there awoke in me, as happens in life, a more lofty ambition still, that to wear a frock coat. In the fullness of time an old frock coat of my father's was altered to fit me. I looked thin and lank in it, but the dress was honorable. Then it occurred to me that everybody would see I was wearing a frock coat for the first time. I did not dare to go out into the streets with it on, but went out of my way round the ramparts for fear of meeting anyone. When I was a little boy I did not, of course, trouble much about my appearance. I did not remember that my portrait had been drawn several times. But when I was 9 years old, Aunt Sarah at that time everybody was either uncle or aunt determined that we brothers should have our portraits taken in daguerreotype for father's birthday. The event made a profound impression, because I had to stand perfectly still while the picture was being taken, and because the daguerreotypist, a German, whose name was Schitzig, rolled his R's and hissed his SS. The whole affair was a great secret, which was not to be betrayed. The present was to be a surprise, and I was compelled to promise perfect silence. I kept my promise for one day. But next day, at the dinner table, I accidentally burst out, "Now, quite still," as the man said. What man? Ah, that was the Secretary. 23. The visit to Schitzig in itself I had reason to remember a long time. Someone or another had said that I had a slender neck, and that it was pretty. Just as we were going in, my aunt said, "You will catch cold inside," and in spite of my protests tied a little silk handkerchief round my neck. That handkerchief spoilt all my pleasure in being _mortalist. And it is round my neck on the old picture to this day. 16. The tin soldiers had called all my warlike instincts into being. After the rocking horse, more and more military appurtenances followed. A shining helmet to buckle firmly under the chin, in which one looked quite imposing, a cuirass of real metal like the horse guards, and a short rapier in a leather scabbard, which went by the foreign name of Hirschfanger, and was a very awe-inspiring weapon in the eyes of one's small brothers, when they were mercilessly massacred with it. Sitting on the rocking horse, arrayed in all this splendor, wild dreams of military greatness filled the soul, dreams which grew wilder and more ambitious from year to year until between the age of 8 and 9 they received a fresh and unwholesome stimulus from Ingeman's novels on horseback, at the head of a chosen band, fighting like the lost against unnumbered odds. Rock goes the rocking horse, violently up and down. The enemy wavers, he begins to give way. The rocking horse is pulled up. A sign with the Hirschfänger to the herd of common troops. The enemy is beaten. And flies, the next thing is to pursue him. The rocking horse is set once more in furious motion. Complete victory. Procession into the capital, shouts of jubilation and wreaths of flowers, for the victor and his men. 17. Just about this time, when in imagination I was so great a warrior, I had good use in real life for more strength, as *B.S. Ingemann, 1789–1862, a Danish writer celebrated chiefly as the author of many historical novels, now only read by very young children. 24. I was no longer taken to school by the nurse, but instead had myself to protect my brother, 2 years my junior. The start from home was pleasant enough. Lunch boxes of tin with the Danish greeting after meals in gold letters upon them, stood open on the table. Mother, at one end of the table, spread each child 6 pieces of bread and butter, which were then placed together, 2 and 2, white bread on brown bread, a mixture which was uncommonly nice. The box would take exactly so many. Then it was put in the school bag with the books. And with bag on back you went to school, always the same way. But those were days when the journey was much impeded. Every minute you met boys who called you names and tried to hit the little one, and you had to fight at every street corner you turned. And those were days when, even in the school itself, despite the humanity of the age, not since attained to, terms of abuse, buffets, and choice insults were once daily bread, and I can see myself now, as I sprang up one day in a fight with a much bigger boy and bit him in the neck, till a master was obliged to get me away from him, and the other had to have his neck bathed under the pump. I admired in others the strength that I lacked myself. There was in the class one big, stout, squarely built, inexpressibly good-natured boy, for whom no one was a match in fighting. He was from Lolland, and his name was Ludwig. He was not particularly bright, but robust and as strong as a giant. Then one day there arrived at the school a West Indian of the name of Muddy, dark of hue, with curly hair, as strong and slim as a savage, and with all the finesse and feints which he had at his command, irresistible, whether wrestling or when fighting with his fists. He beat all the strongest boys in the school. Only Ludwig and he had not challenged each other. But the boys were very anxious to see about between the two, and a wrestling match between them was arranged for a free quarter of an hour. For the boys, who were all judges, it was a fine sight to see 2 such fighters wrestle, especially when the Lollander flung himself down on the other and the West Indian struggled vainly, writhing like a very snake to twist himself out of his grasp. 25. One day 2 new boys came to school, 2 brothers. The elder, Adam, was small and sallow, extraordinarily withered, looking like a cripple, without, however, being one. The somewhat younger brother, Sophus, was splendidly made and amazed us in the very first lesson in which the new arrivals took part a gymnastic class by his unusual agility in swarming and walking up the sloping bar. He seemed to be as strong as he was dexterous, and in a little boy with a reverence for those who were strong, he naturally aroused positive enthusiasm. This was even augmented next day, when a big, malicious boy, who had scoffed at Adam for being puny, was, in a trice, so well thrashed by Sophus that he lost both his breath and his courage. Sophus, the new arrival, and I, who had achieved fighting exploits from the rocking horse only, were henceforth, for some time, inseparable friends. It was one of the usual friendships between little boys, in which the one admires and the other allows himself to be worshipped. The admirer in this case could only feed his feelings by presenting the other with the most cherished thing he possessed. This most cherished thing happened to be some figures cut out in gold paper, from France, representing every possible object and personage, from ships with masts and sails to knights and ladies. I had collected them for a long time and preserved them, piece by piece, by gumming them into a book which was the pride of my existence. I gave the book, without the slightest hesitation, to Sophus, who accepted it without caring for it in the least. And then by reason of the exaggerated admiration of which he was the object, Sophus, who hitherto had been so straightforward, began to grow capricious. It was a settled rule that he and I went home from school together. But one day a difficulty cropped up. Sophus had promised Valdemar, a horrid boy, who cheated at lessons, to go home with him. And next day something else prevented him. But when, suddenly having learned to know all the pangs of neglect and despised affection, I met him the third day, after having waited vainly for him, crossing Our Lady's Square with Valdemar, in my anger I seized my quondam friend roughly by 26. the arm, my face distorted with rage, and burst out, "You are a rascal," then rushed off, and never addressed him again. It was a very ill-advised thing to do, in fact, the very most foolish thing I could have done. But I was too passionate to behave sensibly. Waldemar spread the account of my conduct all through the class, and next day, in our quarter of an hour's playtime, I heard on every side from the laughing boys, "You are a rascal. You are a rascal." 18. The world was widening out. The instruction I received grew more varied. There were a great many lessons out of school. From my drawing mistress, a pleasant girl, who could draw Fingal in a helmet in charcoal, I learned to see how things looked in comparison with one another, how they hid one another and revealed themselves, in perspective. From my music mistress, my kind aunt, to recognize the notes and keys, and to play, first short pieces, then sonatas, alone, then as duets. But alas! Neither in the arts of sight nor hearing did I ever prove myself more than mediocre. I never attained, either in drawing or piano playing, to more than a soulless accuracy. And I hardly showed much greater aptitude when, on bright Sunday mornings, which invited not at all to the delights of dancing, with many another tiny lad and lass I was marshalled up to dance in the dancing saloon of Mr. Hoppa, the royal dancer, and learned to take up the first to the fifth positions and swing the girls round in the polka mazurka. I became an ardent, but never especially good, dancer. 19. The world was widening out. Father brought from Paris a marvelous game, called Fortuna, with bells over pockets in the wood, and balls which were pushed with cues. Father had travelled from Paris with it 5 days and 6 nights. It was inexpressibly fascinating, no one else in Copenhagen had a game like it. And next year, when Father came home from Paris again, he brought a large, flat, pole 27-ish box, in which there were a dozen different games, French games with balls and battledores and shuttlecocks, games which grown-up seal liked playing, too, and there were carriages which went round and round by clockwork, and a tumbler who turned somersaults backwards down a flight of steps as soon as he was placed on the top step. Those were things that the people in France could do. The world was widening out more and more. Relations often came over from Göteborg. They spoke Swedish, but if you paid great attention you could understand quite well what they said. They spoke the language of Frithiof's saga, but pronounced it differently from Mr. Volt-Elon. And there came a young French count whose relations my father's brother had known. He had come as a sailor on a French man-o'-war, and he came and stayed to dinner and sang the Marseillaise. It was from him that I heard the song for the first time. He was only 15, and very good-looking, and dressed like an ordinary sailor, although he was a count. And then there were my two uncles, Uncle Jacob and Uncle Julius, my mother's brother Jacob and my father's brother Julius, who had both become Frenchmen long ago and lived in Paris. Uncle Jacob often came for a few weeks or more at a time. He was small and broad-shouldered and good-looking. Everybody was fond of Uncle Jacob, all the ladies wanted to be asked to the house when Uncle Jacob came. He had a wife and 4 children in Paris. But I had pieced together from the conversation of the grown-up people that Aunt Victorine was his wife and yet not his wife. Grandmother would have nothing to do with her. And Uncle Jacob had gone all the way to the Pope in Rome and asked for her to remain his wife. But the Pope had said no. Why? Because Aunt Victorine had had another husband before, who had been cruel to her and beaten her, and the man came sometimes, when uncle was away, and took her furniture away from her. It was incomprehensible that he should be allowed to, and that the Pope would do nothing to prevent it, for after all she was a Catholic. Uncle Jacob had a peculiar expression about his mouth when he smiled. There was a certain charm about every 28th thing he said and did, but his smile was sad. He had acted thoughtlessly, they said, and was not happy. One morning, while he was visiting father and mother and was lying asleep in the big room, there was a great commotion in the house. A messenger was sent for the doctor and the word morphia was spoken. He was ill, but was very soon well again. When he asked his sister next day, "What has become of my case of pistols?" she replied with a grave face, "T have taken it and I shall keep it." I had not thought as a boy that I should ever see Uncle Jacob's wife and children. And yet it so happened that I did. Many years afterwards, when I was a young man and went to Paris, after my uncle's death, I sought out Victorine and her children. I wished to bring her personally the monthly allowance that her relatives used to send her from Denmark. I found her prematurely old, humbled by poverty, worn out by privation. How was it possible that she should be so badly off? Did she not receive the help that was sent from Copenhagen every month to uncle's best friend, M. Fontaine, in the Rue Vivienne? Alas, no. M. Fontaine gave her a little assistance once in a while, and at other times sent her and her children away with hard words. It turned out that M. Fontaine had swindled her, and had himself kept the money that had been sent for years to the widow of his best friend. He was a tall, handsome man, with a large business. No one would have believed that a scoundrel could have looked as he did. He was eventually compelled to make the money good. And when the cousin from Denmark rang after that at his French relative's door, he was immediately hung round, like a Christmas tree, with little boys and one small girl, who jumped up and wound their arms round his neck, and would not let him go. Our house, its inmates, my paternal grandfather, my maternal grandfather, school and home from my instructors, a foretaste of life, contempt for the masters, my mother, the mystery of life, my first glimpse of beauty, the headmaster, religion, my standing in school, self-esteem, an instinct for literature, priot reading, Heine's book, der leader, a broken friendship. He house belonged to my father's father, and had been in his possession some 20 years. My parents lived on the second floor. It was situated in the busy part of the town, right in the heart of Copenhagen. On the first floor lived a West Indian gentleman who spoke Danish with a foreign accent. Sometimes there came to see him a Danish man of French descent, Mr. La Fontaine, who, it was said, was so strong that he could take 2 rifles and bayonets and hold them out horizontally without bending his arm. I never saw Mr. La Fontaine, much less his marvelous feat of strength, but when I went down the stairs I used to stare hard at the door behind which these wonderful doings went on. In the basement lived Niels, manservant to the family, who, besides his domestic occupations, found time to develop a talent for business. In all secrecy he carried on a commerce, very considerable under the circumstances, in common watches and in mead, 2 kinds of wares that in sooth had no connection with each other. The watches had no particular attraction for a little boy, but the mead, which was kept in jars, on a shelf, appealed to me doubly. It was the beverage the old Northmen had loved so much that the dead drank it in Valhalla. It was astonishing that it could still be had. How nice it must be! I was allowed to taste it and 29. 30. It surpassed all my expectations. Sweeter than sugar. More delicious than anything else on earth that I had tasted. But if you drank more than a very small glass of it, you felt sick. And I profoundly admired the dead warriors for having been able to toss off mead from large drinking horns and eat fat pork with it. What a choice! And they never had stomachache. 2. On the ground floor was the shop, which occupied the entire breadth and nearly the entire depth of the house, a silk and cloth business, large, according to the ideas of the time, which was managed by my father and grandfather together until my 11th year, when father began to deal wholesale on his own account. It was nice in the shop, because when you went down the assistants would take you round the waist and lift you over to the other side of the semicircular counter which divided them from the customers. The assistants were pleasant, dignified gentlemen, of fine appearance and behavior, friendly without wounding condescension. Between my 5th and 6th years some alterations were done at the shop, which was consequently closed to me for a long time. When it was once more accessible I stood amazed at the change. A long, glass-covered gallery had been added, in which the wares lay stored on new shelves. The extension of the premises was by no means inconsiderable, and simultaneously an extension had been made in the staff. Among the new arrivals was an apprentice named Gerhard, who was as tall as a grown man, but must have been very young, for he talked to me, a 6-year-old child, like a companion. He was very nice looking, and knew it. "You don't want harness when you have good hips," he would say, pointing to his mightily projecting loins. This remark made a great impression upon me, because it was the first time I had heard anyone praise his own appearance. I knew that one ought not to praise oneself and that self-praise was no recommendation. So I was astonished to find that self-praise in Gerhard's mouth was not objectionable, in fact, it actually boyhood's yakes 31 suited him. Gerhard often talked of what a pleasure it was to go out in the evenings and enjoy oneself, what the devil did it matter what old people said, and listen to women singing amusements which his hearer could not manage to picture very clearly to himself. It soon began to be said that Gerhard was not turning out well. The manner in which he procured the money for his pleasures resulted, as learnt long afterwards, in his sudden dismissal. But he had made some slight impression on my boyish fancy, given me a vague idea of a heedless life of enjoyment, and of youthful defiance. 3. On the landing which led from the shop to the stockroom behind, my grandfather took up his position. He looked very handsome up there, with his curly white hair. Thence, like a general, he looked down on everything, on the customers, the assistants, the apprentices, both before and behind him. If some specially esteemed lady customer came into the shop, he hurriedly left his exalted position to give advice. If the shopman's explanations failed to satisfy her, he put things right. He was at the zenith of his strength, vigor, and apparently of less glory. The glory vanished, because from the start he had worked his way up without capital. The Hamburg firm that financed the business lent money at too high a rate of interest and on too hard conditions for it to continue to support 2 families. But when later on my grandfather had his time at his own disposal, he took up the intellectual interests which in his working years he had had to repress. In his old age, for instance, he taught himself Italian, and his visitors would find him, with Tasso's Gerusalemme Librata in front of him, looking out in a dictionary every word that presented any difficulty to him, and of such there were many. The old man was an ardent Bonapartist, and, strangely enough, an even more ardent admirer of the 3rd Napoleon than of the 1st, because he regarded him as shrewder, and 22v. was convinced that he would bequeath the empire to his son. But he and I came into collision on this point from the time I was 14 years of age. For I was of course a Republican, and detested Napoleon III. For his breach of the Constitution, and used to write secretly in impossible French, and in a still more impossible meter, which was intended to represent hexameters and pentameters, verses against the tyrant. An ode to the French language began. Ah, quelle langue magnifique, si belle, si riche, si sonore, langue tu un despote cruel met auxiliary liens et auxiliary fers. On the subject of Napoleon III. Grandfather and grandson could not possibly agree. But this was the only subject on which we ever had any dispute. Lv. My maternal grandfather was quite different, entirely devoid of impetuosity, even-tempered, amiable, very handsome. He too had worked his way up from straitened circumstances, in fact, it was only when he was getting on for 20 that he had taught himself to read and write, well informed though he was at the time I write of. He had once been apprentice to the widow of Mahler the dyer, when Erlangeliger and the Sersteds used to dine at the house. After the patriarchal fashion of the day, he had sat daily at the same table as these great, much admired men, and he often told how he had clapped his hands till they almost bled at Erlangeliger's plays, in the years when, by reason of Bagazen's attack, opinions about them at the theatre were divided. My great-grandfather, the father of my mother's stepmother, who wore high boots with a little tassel in front, belonged to an even older generation. He used to say, if I could only live to see a Danish man o' war close with an English ship and sink it, I should be happy. The English are the most disgraceful pack of robbers in the world. He was so old that he had still a vivid recollection of the battle in the roadstead and of the bombardment of Copenhagen. V. School and home were two different worlds, and it often struck me that I led a double life. 6 hours a day I lived under school discipline in active intercourse with people none of whom were known to those at home, and the other hours of the 24 I spent at home, or with relatives of the people at home, none of whom were known to anybody at school. On October 1, 1849, I was taken to school, led in through the sober-looking doorway, and up into a classroom, where I was received by a kindly man, the arithmetic master, who made me feel at my ease. I noticed at once that when the master asked a boy anything which another knew, this other had a right to publish his knowledge by holding up a finger, a right of which I myself made an excessive use in the first lessons, until I perceived the sense of not trying, in season and out of season, to attract attention to my knowledge or superiority, and kept my hands on the table in front of me. 6. Suddenly, with surprising vividness, a little incident of my childhood rises up before me. I was 10 years old. I had been ill in the winter and my parents had boarded me out in the country for the summer holidays. All the love of adventure in me surged up. At the straw market a fat, greasy, grinning peasant promised to take me in his cart as far as the little town of Furum, where I was to stay with the schoolmaster. He charged 2 thalers, and got them. Any sum, of course, was the same to me. I was allowed to drive the brown horses, that is to say, to hold the reins, and I was in high glee. Where Furum was, I did not know and did not care, but it was a new world. Until now I, who was a town child, had seen nothing of the country except my nurse's house and land at Glostrup, but what lay in front of me was a village, a schoolhouse, a large farm, in short an adventure in grand style. I had my shirts and blouses and stockings in a portmanteau, and amongst them a magnificent garment, never 34 yet worn, a blue cloth jacket, and a white waistcoat belonging to it, with gold buttons, which my mother had given me permission to wear on Sundays. For days, I always wore blouses, so the jacket implied a great step forward. I was eager to wear it, and regretted profoundly that it was still only Monday. Halfway there, the peasant pulled up. He explained to me that he could not very well drive me any farther, so must put me down. He was not going to Furum himself at all. But a peat cart was coming along the road yonder, the driver of which was going to Furum, and he transferred me, poor defenceless child as I was, to the other conveyance. He had had my money, I had nothing to give the second man, and sadly I exchanged the quick trot of the brown horses for the walking pace of the jades in the peat cart. My first experience of man's perfidy. At last I was there. On a high, wide hill, high and wide as it seemed to me then, towered the huge schoolhouse, a miniature Christiansborg castle, with the schoolmaster's apartments on the right and the schoolroom on the left. And the schoolmaster came out smiling, holding a pipe which was a good deal taller than I, held out his hand, and asked me to come in, gave me coffee at once, and expressed the profoundest contempt for the peasant who had charged 2 rigsdaler for such a trifle, and then left me in the road. I asked at once for pen and paper, and wrote in cipher to a comrade, with whom I had concocted this mysterious means of communication, asking him to tell my parents that I had been most kindly received. I felt a kind of shyness at the schoolmaster seeing what I wrote home from his house. I gave him the sheet, and begged him to fold it up, as I could not do it myself. There were no envelopes in those days. But what was my surprise to hear him, without further ado, read aloud with a smile, "From my manufactured cipher, I have been most kindly received," etc. J had never thought such keen witness possible. And my respect for him and his long pipe rose. Just then there was a light knock at the door. In walked two girls, one tall and one short, the former of whom, 35, positively bewildered me. She was fair, her sister as dark as a negro. They were 10 and 8 years old respectively, were named Henrietta and Nina K., came from Brazil, where their home was, and were to spend a few years in Denmark, came as a rule every day, but had now arrived specially to inspect the strange boy. After gazing for 2 minutes at the lovely Henrietta's fair hair and wonderful grey eyes, I disappeared from the room, and 5 minutes afterwards reappeared again, clothed in the dark blue jacket and the white waistcoat with gold buttons, which I had been strictly forbidden to wear except on Sundays. And from that time forth, sinner that I was, I wore my Sunday clothes every blessed day, but with what qualms of conscience. I can still see lovely fields, rich in corn, along the sides of which we played. We chased beautiful, gaudy butterflies, which we caught in our hats and cruelly stuck on pins, and the little girls threw oats at my new clothes, and if the oats stuck fast it meant something, sweethearts, I believe. Sweethearts and I. Then we were invited to the manor, a big, stately house, a veritable castle. There lived an old, and exceedingly handsome, white-haired chamberlain, called the General, who frequently dined with Frederick VII, and invariably brought us children goodies from dessert, lovely large pieces of barley sugar in papers with gay pictures on the outside of shepherd lovers, and crackers with long paper fringes. His youngest son, who owned a collection of insects and many other fine things, became my sworn friend, which means that I was his, for he did not care in the least about me, but I did not notice that, and I was happy and proud of his friendship and sailed with him and lots of other boys and girls on the pretty firm lake, and every day was more convinced that I was quite a man. It was a century since I had wore blouses. Every morning I took all the newspapers to Dr. Dorr, the German tutor at the castle, and every morning I accidentally met Henrietta, and after that we were hardly separated all day. I had no name for the admiration that attached me to her. I knew she was lovely, that was all. We, 36, were anxious to read something together, and so read the whole of a translation of Don Quixote, sitting cheek against cheek in the summer house. Of course, we did not understand one half of it, and I remember that we tried in vain to get an explanation of the frequently recurring word *doxy, but we laughed till we cried at what we did understand. And after all, it is this first reading of Don Quixote which has dominated all my subsequent attempts to understand the book. But Henrietta had ways that I did not understand in the least. She used to amuse herself by little machinations, was inventive and intriguing. One day she demanded that I should play the school children, small, white-haired boys and girls, all of whom we had long learned to know, a downright trick. I was to write a real love letter to a 9-year-old little girl named Ingeborg, from an 11 or 12-year-old boy called Poor, and then Henrietta would sew a fragrant little wreath of flowers round it. The letter was completed and delivered. But the only result of it was that next day, as I was walking along the high road with Henrietta, Poor separated himself from his companions, called me a dandy from Copenhagen, and asked me if I would fight. There was, of course, no question of drawing back, but I remember very plainly that I was a little aghast, for he was much taller and broader than I, and I had, into the bargain, a very bad cause to defend. But we had hardly exchanged the first tentative blows before I felt overwhelmingly superior. The poor cub! He had not the slightest notion how to fight. From my everyday school life in Copenhagen, I knew hundreds of tricks and feints that he had never learnt, and as soon as I perceived this I flung him into the ditch like a glove. He sprang up again, but, with lofty indifference, I threw him a second time, till his head buzzed. That satisfied me that I had not been shamed before Henrietta, who, for that matter, took my exploit very coolly and did not fling me so much as a word for it. However, she asked me if I would meet her the same evening under the old may tree. When we met, she had 2 long straps with her, and at once asked me, somewhat mockingly and dryly, "Boyhood's years ey, whether I had the courage to let myself be bound." Of course I said I had, whereupon, very carefully and thoroughly, she fastened my hands together with the one strap. Could I move my arms? No. Then, with eager haste, she swung the other strap and let it fall on my back. Again and again. My first smart jacket was a well-thrashed one. She thoroughly enjoyed exerting her strength. Naturally, my boyish ideas of honor would not permit me to scream or complain. I merely stared at her with the profoundest astonishment. She gave me no explanation, released my hands, we each went our own way, and I avoided her the rest of my stay. This was my first experience of woman's perfidy. Still, I did not bear a grudge long, and the evening before I left we met once again, at her request, and then she gave me the first and only kiss, neither of us saying anything but the one word, goodbye. I have never seen her since. I heard that she died 20 years ago in Brazil. But 2 years after this, when I was feeling my first schoolboy affection for an 11-year-old girl, she silenced me at a children's ball with the scoffing remark, "Ah, it was you who let Henrietta K. thrash you under the may tree at Fulham." Yes, it was I. So cruel had my fair lady been that she had not even denied herself the pleasure of telling her friends of the ignominious treatment to which she had subjected a comrade who, from pure feeling of honor, had not struck back. This was my first real experience of feminine nature. 7. For nearly 10 years I went to one and the same school. I came to know the way there and back to and from the 3 different places, all near together, where my parents lived during the time, as I knew no other. In that part of the town, all about the round tower, I knew, not only every house, but every archway, every door, every window, every paving stone. It all gradually imprinted itself so deeply upon 38. Me that in after years, when gazing on foreign sights and foreign towns, even after I had been living for a long time in the same place, I had a curious feeling that, however beautiful and fascinating it all might be, or perhaps for that very reason, it was dreamland, unreality, which would one day elude me and vanish. Reality was the round tower in Copenhagen and all that lay about it. It was ugly, and altogether unattractive, but it was reality. That you always found again. Similarly, though in a somewhat different sense, the wooded landscape in the neighborhood of Copenhagen, to be exact, the view over the Hermitage meadows down to the Sound, as it appears from the bench opposite the Slesvig Stone, the first and dearest type of landscape beauty with which I became acquainted, was endowed to me with an imprint of actuality which no other landscape since, be it never so lovely or never so imposing, has ever been able to acquire. VIL. The instruction at school was out of date, inasmuch as, in every branch, it lacked intelligibility. The masters were also necessarily, in some instances, anything but perfect, even when not lacking in knowledge of their subject. Nevertheless, the instruction as a whole, especially when one bears in mind how cheap it was, must be termed good, careful, and comprehensive. As a rule it was given conscientiously. When as a grown-up man have cast my thoughts back, what has surprised me most is the variety of subjects that were instilled into a boy in 10 years. There certainly were teachers so lacking in understanding of the proper way to communicate knowledge that the instruction they gave was altogether wasted. For instance, I learned geometry for 4 or 5 years without grasping the simplest elements of the science. The principles of it remained so foreign to me that I did not even recognize a right-angled triangle, if the right angle were uppermost. It so happened that the year before I had to sit for my examinations, a young university student in his first year, who had been only one class in front of the rest of 39 us, offered us afternoon instruction in trigonometry and spherical geometry gratis, and all who appreciated the help that was being offered to them streamed to his lessons. This young student, later Pastor Jürgen Lund, had a remarkable gift for mathematics, and gave his instruction with a lucidity, a fire, and a swing that carried his hearers with him. I, who had never before been able to understand a word of the subject, became keenly interested in it, and before many lessons were over was very well up in it. As Jürgen Lund taught mathematics, so all the other subjects ought to have been taught. We were obliged to be content with less. Lessons might have been a pleasure. They never were, or rather, only the Danish ones. But in childhood's years, and during the first years of boyhood they were fertilizing. As a boy they hung over me like a dread compulsion, yet the compulsion was beneficial. It was only when I was almost 14 that I began inwardly to rebel against the time which was wasted, that the stupidest and laziest of the boys might be enabled to keep up with the industrious and intelligent. There was too much consideration shown towards those who would not work or could not understand. And from the time I was 16, school was my despair. I had done with it all, was beyond it all, was too matured to submit to the routine of lessons, my intellectual pulses no longer beat within the limits of school. What absorbed my interest was the endeavor to become master of the Danish language in prose and verse, and musings over the mystery of existence. In school I most often threw up the sponge entirely, and laid my head on my arms that I might neither see nor hear what was going on around me. There was another reason, besides my weariness of it all, which at this latter period made my school-going a torture to me. I was by now sufficiently schooled for my sensible mother to think it would be good for me to make, if it were but a small beginning, towards earning my own living. Or rather, she wanted me to earn enough to pay for my amusements myself. So I tried, with success, to find pupils, and gave them lessons chiefly on Sunday mornings, but in order to secure them I had called myself studiosus. Now it was 40. An ever-present terror with me lest I should meet any of my pupils as I went to school in the morning, or back at midday, with my books in a strap under my arm. Not to betray myself, I used to stuff these books in the most extraordinary places, inside the breast of my coat till it bulged, and in all my pockets till they burst. 9. School is a foretaste of life. A boy in a large Copenhagen school would become acquainted, as it were in miniature, with society in its entirety and with every description of human character. I encountered among my comrades the most varied human traits, from frankness to reserve, from goodness, uprightness and kindness, to brutality and baseness. In our quarter of an hour's playtime it was easy to see how cowardice and meanness met with their reward in the boy commonwealth. There was a Jewish boy of repulsive appearance, very easy to cow, with a positively slavish disposition. Every single playtime his schoolfellows would make him stand up against a wall and jump about with his feet close together till playtime was over, while the others stood in front of him and laughed at him. He became later a highly respected conservative journalist. In lesson time it was easy to see that the equality under one discipline, under the hierarchy of merit, which was expressed in the boys' places on the forms, from highest to lowest, was not maintained when opposed to the very different hierarchy of society. On the lowest form sat a boy whose gifts were exceedingly mediocre, and who was ignorant. Moreover, from sheer laziness, to him were permitted things forbidden to all the others. He was the heir of a large feudal barony. He always came late to school, and even at that rode in followed by a groom on a second horse. He wore a silk hat and, when he came into the schoolroom, did not hang it up on the peg that belonged to him, where he was afraid it might be interfered with, but in the school cupboard, in which only the master was supposed to keep his things, and the tall hat crowning so noble a head impressed the masters. 41. To such an extent that not one of them asked for it to be removed. And they acquiesced like lambs in the young lord's departure halfway through the last lesson, if the groom happened to be there with his horse to fetch him. It seemed impossible to drive knowledge of any sort into the head of this young peer, and he was taken from school early. To what an extent he must have worked later to make up for lost time was proved by results. For he became nothing less than a minister. X. The reverence with which the boys, as youngsters, had looked up to the masters, disappeared with striking rapidity. The few teachers in whose lessons you could do what you liked were despised. The masters who knew how to make themselves respected, only in exceptional cases inspired affection. The love of mockery soon broke out. Children had not been at school long before the only opinion they allowed scope to was that the masters were the natural enemies of the boys. There was war between them, and every stratagem was permissible. They were fooled, misled, and plagued in every conceivable manner. Or they were feared and we flattered them. A little boy with a natural inclination to reverence and respect and who brought both industry and goodwill to his work, felt confused by all the derogatory things he was constantly hearing about the masters, and, long before he was half grown up, formed as one result of it the fixed determination that, whatever he might be when he grew up, there was one thing he would never, under any circumstances be, and that was master in a school. From 12 years of age upwards, contempt for the masters was the keynote of all conversation about them. The Latin master, a little, insignificant-looking man, but a very good teacher, was said to be so disgracefully enfeebled by debauchery that an active boy could throw him without the least difficulty. The natural history master, a clever, outspoken young man, who would call out gaily, "Silence! 42. There, or you'll get a dusting on the teapot that will make the spout fly off," sank deeply in our estimation when one of the boys told us that he spent his evenings at music halls. One morning there spread like wildfire through the class the report that the reason the natural history master had not come that day was because he had got mixed up the night before in a fight outside a music pavilion. He contempt and the ridicule that were heaped upon him in the conversation of the boys were immeasurable. When he came next morning with a black, extravasated eye, which he bathed at intervals with a rag, he was regarded by most of us as absolute scum. The German master, a tall, good-looking man, was treated as utterly incompetent because, when he asked a question in grammar or syntax, he walked up and down with the book in front of him, and quite plainly compared the answer with the book. We boys thought that anyone could be a master, with a book in his hand. History and geography were taught by an old man, overflowing with good humor, loquacious, but self-confident, liked for his amiability, but despised for what was deemed unmanliness in him. The boys pulled faces at him, and imitated his expressions and mannerisms. The Danish master, Professor H.P. Holst, was not liked. He evidently took no interest in his scholastic labors, and did not like the boys. His coolness was returned. And yet, that which was the sole aim and object of his instruction he understood to perfection, and drilled into us well. The unfortunate part of it was that there was hardly more than one boy in the class who enjoyed learning anything about just that particular thing. Instruction in Danish was, for Holst, instruction in the metrical art. He explained every meter and taught the boys to pick out the feet of which the verses were composed. When we made fun of him in our playtime, it was for remarks which we had invented and placed in his mouth ourselves, for instance, "Scan my immortal poem, The Dying Gladiator." The reason of this was simply that, in elucidation of the composition of the antique distich, he made use of his own poem of the above name, which he had included in a Danish reading book edited by himself. As soon as he took up his position in the desk, he began. 43. Hark ye the storm of applause from the theatre's echoing circle. Go on, Mahler. How could he find it in his heart, his own poem? 11. The French master knew how to command respect, there was never a sound during his lessons. He was altogether absorbed in his subject, was absolutely and wholly a Frenchman, he did not even talk Danish with the same accentuation as others, and he had the impetuous French disposition of which the boys had heard. If a boy made a mess of his pronunciation, he would bawl, from the depths of his full brown beard, which he was fond of stroking, "You speak French comme un paysan d'Amac." When he swore like a true Frenchman, sacre bleu mop scarotin rapé. Asterisk if he got angry, and he very often did, he would unhesitatingly pick up the full glass of water that always stood in front of him on the desk, and in Gallic exasperation fling it on the floor, when the glass would be smashed to atoms and the water run about, whereupon he would quietly, with his grand seigneur air, take his purse out of his pocket and lay the money for the glass on the desk. For a time I based my ideas of the French mind and manner upon this master, although my uncle Jacob, who had lived almost all his life in Paris, was a very different sort of Frenchman. It was only later that I became acquainted with a word and an idea which it was well I did not know. As far as the master's capacity for making an impression was concerned, the word affected. At last, one fine day, a little event occurred which was not without its effect on the master's prestige, and yet aroused my compassion almost as much as my surprise. The parents of one of my best friends were expecting a French business friend for the evening. As they knew themselves to be very weak in the language, they gave their son a polite note to the 44. French master, asking him to do them the honor of spending the next evening at their house, on the occasion of this visit, which rendered conversational support desirable. The master took the note, which we two boys had handed to him, grew superior though he usually was rather red and embarrassed, and promised a written reply. To our astonishment we learnt that this reply was to the effect that he must unfortunately decline the honor, as he had never been in France, had never heard anyone speak French, and was not proficient in the language. Thus this tiger of a savage Frenchman suddenly cast his tiger's skin and revealed himself in his native wool. Unfortunately, the instruction of this master left long and deep traces upon me. When I was 15 and my French uncle began to carry on his conversations with me in French, the Parisian was appalled at my abominable errors of pronunciation. The worst of them were weeded out in those lessons. But there were enough left to bring a smile many a time and off to the lips of the refined young lady whom my friends procured me as a teacher on my first visit to Paris. 12. Among the delights of summer were picnics to the woods. There would be several during the course of the season. When the weather seemed to inspire confidence, a few phaetons would be engaged for the family and their relations and friends, and some Sunday morning the seat of each carriage would be packed full of good things. We took tablecloth and serviettes with us, bread, butter, eggs and salmon, sausages, cold meat, and coffee, as well as a few bottles of wine. Then we drove to some keeper's house, where for money and fair words they scalded the tea for us, and the day's meal was seasoned with the good appetite which the outdoor air gave us. As a child I preserved an uncomfortable and instructive recollection of one of these expeditions. The next day my mother said, "Tom, you behaved very ridiculously yesterday, and made a laughing stock of yourself." "How?" 45. You went on in front of the grown-up people all the time, and sang at the top of your voice. In the first place, you ought not to go in front, and in the next place, you should not disturb other people by singing. These words made an indelible impression upon me, for I was conscious that I had not in the least intended to push myself forward or put on airs. I could only dimly recollect that I had been singing, and I had done it for my own pleasure, not to draw attention to myself. I learned from this experience that it was possible, without being naughty or conceited, to behave in an unpleasing manner, understood that the others, whom I had not been thinking about, had looked on me with disfavor, had thought me a nuisance and ridiculous, my mother in particular, and I was deeply humiliated at the thought. It gradually dawned upon me that there was no one more difficult to please than my mother. No one was more chary of praise than she, and she had a horror of all sentimentality. She met me with superior intelligence, corrected me, and brought me up by means of satire. It was possible to impress my aunts, but not her. The profound dread she had of betraying her feelings or talking about them, the shrewdness that dwelt behind that forehead of hers, her consistently critical and clear-sighted nature, the mocking spirit that was so conspicuous in her, especially in her younger days, gave me, with regard to her, a conviction that had a stimulating effect on my character, namely, that not only had she a mother's affection for me, but that the two shrewd and scrutinizing eyes of a very clever head were looking down upon me. Rational as she was through and through, she met my visionary inclinations, both religious and philosophical, with unshaken common sense, and if I were sometimes tempted, by lesser people's overestimating of my abilities, to overestimate them myself, it was she who, with inflexible firmness, urged her conviction of the limitations of my nature. None of my weaknesses throve in my mother's neighborhood. This was the reason why, during the transitional years between boyhood and adolescence, the years in which a boy 46 feels a greater need of sympathy than of criticism and of indulgence than of superiority, looked for and found comprehension as much from a somewhat younger sister of my mother's as from the latter herself. This aunt was all heart. She had an ardent, enthusiastic brain, was full of tenderness and goodness and the keenest feeling for everything deserving of sympathy, not least for me, while she had not my mother's critical understanding. Her judgment might be obscured by passion, she sometimes allowed herself to be carried to imprudent extremes, she had neither mother's equilibrium nor her satirical qualities. She was thus admirably adapted to be the confidant of a big boy whom she gave to understand that she regarded as extraordinarily gifted. When these transitional years were over, mother resumed undisputed sway, and the relations between us remained in all essentials the same, even after I had become much her superior in knowledge and she in some things my pupil. So that it affected me very much when, many years after, my younger brother said to me somewhat sadly, "Has it struck you, too, that mother is getting old?" No, not at all, I replied. What do you think a sign of it? I think, God help me, that she is beginning to admire us. 13. My mind, like that of all other children, had been exercised by the great problem of the mystery of our coming into the world. I was no longer satisfied with the explanation that children were brought by the stork, or with that other, advanced with greater seriousness, that they drifted up in boxes, which were taken up out of Pebblinge Lake. As a child I tormented my mother with questions as to how you could tell whom every box was for. That the boxes were numbered, did not make things much clearer. That they were provided with addresses, sounded very strange. Who had written the addresses? I then had to be content with the assurance that it was a thing that I was too small to understand, it should be explained to me when I was older. My thoughts were not directed towards the other sex. I had no little girl playfellows, and as I had no sister, knew very few. When I was 8 or 9 years old, it is true, there was one rough and altogether depraved boy whose talk touched upon the sexual question in expressions that were coarse and in a spirit coarser still. I was scoffed at for not knowing how animals propagated themselves, and that human beings propagated themselves like animals. I replied, my parents, at any rate, never behaved in any such manner. Then, with the effrontery of childhood, my schoolfellows went on to the most shameless revelations, not only about a morbid development of natural instincts, but actual crimes against nature and against the elementary laws of society. In other words, I was shown the most repulsive, most agitating picture of everything touching the relations of the sexes and the propagation of the species. It is probable that most boys in a big school have the great mystery of nature sullied for them in their tender years by coarseness and depravity. Whereas, in ancient Greek times, the mystery was holy, and with a pious mind men worshipped the force of nature without exaggerated prudery and without shamelessness. Such conditions are impossible in a society where for 1,000 years nature herself has been depreciated by religion, associated with sin and the devil, stamped as unmentionable and in preference denied, in which, for that very reason, brutality takes so much more terrible a satisfaction and revenge. As grown-up people never spoke of the forces of nature in a pure and simple manner, it became to the children a concealed thing. Individual children, in whom the sexual impulse had awakened early, were taught its nature by bestial dispositions, and the knowledge was interpreted by them with childish shamelessness. These children then filled the ears of their comrades with filth. In my case, the nastiness hit, and rebounded, without making any impression. I was only infected by the tone of the other scholars in so far as I learned from them that it was manly to use certain ugly words. When I was 12 years old, my mother surprised me one day, when I was standing alone on the stairs, shouting these words out. I was reproved for it, and did not do it again. 48. 14. I hardly ever met little girls except at children's balls, and in my early childhood I did not think further of any of them. But when I was 12 years old I caught my first strong glimpse of one of the fundamental forces of existence, whose votary I was destined to be for life, namely, beauty. It was revealed to me for the first time in the person of a slender, light-footed little girl, whose name and personality secretly haunted my brain for many a year. One of my uncles was living that summer in America Road, which at that time was quite in the country, and there was a beautiful walk thence across the fields to a spot called the Signal, where you could watch the trains go by from Copenhagen's oldest railway station, which was not situated on the western side of the town, where the present stations are. Near here lived a family whose youngest daughter used to run over almost every day to my uncle's country home, to play with the children. She was 10 years old, as brown as a gypsy, as agile as a roe, and from her childish face, from all the brown of her hair, eyes, and skin, from her smile and her speech, glowed, rang, and as it were, struck me, that overwhelming and hitherto unknown force, beauty. I was 12, she was 10. Our acquaintance consisted of playing touch, not even alone together, but with other children. I can see her now rushing away from me, her long plaits striking against her waist. But although this was all that passed between us, we both had a feeling as of a mysterious link connecting us. It was delightful to meet. She gave me a pink. She cut a queen of hearts out of a pack of cards, and gave it to me. I treasured it for the next 5 years like a sacred thing. That was all that passed between us, and more there never was, even when at 12 years of age, at a children's ball, she confessed to me that she had kept everything I had given her, gifts of the same order as her own. But the impression of her beauty filled my being. Someone had made me a present of some stuffed hum. Boyhood's years. 49. Ming birds, perched on varnished twigs under a glass case. I always looked at them while I was reading in the nursery. They stood on the bookshelves which were my special property. These birds with their lovely, shining, gay-colored plumage, conveyed to me my first impression of foreign or tropical vividness of coloring. All that I was destined to love for a long time had something of that about it, something foreign and afar off. The girl was Danish as far as her speech was concerned, but not really Danish by descent, either on her father or her mother's side. Her name, too, was un-Danish. She spoke English at home and was called Mary at my uncle's, though her parents called her by another name. All this combined to render her more distinctive. Once a year I met her at a children's ball. Then she had a white dress on, and was, in my eyes, essentially different from all the other little girls. One morning, after one of these balls, when I was 14, I felt in a most singular frame of mind, and with wonder and reverence at what I was about to do, regarding myself as dominated by a higher, incomprehensible force, I wrote the first poetry I ever composed. There were several strophes of this heavenly poetry. Just because I so seldom met her, it was like a gentle earthquake in my life, when I did. I had accustomed myself to such a worship of her name that, for me, she hardly belonged to the world of reality at all. But when I was 16 and I met her again, once more at a young people's ball, the glamour suddenly departed. Her appearance had altered and corresponded no longer to my imaginary picture of her. When we met in the dance she pressed my hand, which made me indignant, as though it were an immodest thing. She was no longer a fairy. She had broad shoulders, a budding bust, war, hands. There was youthful coquetry about her, something that, to me, seemed like erotic experience. I soon lost sight of her. But I retained a sentiment of gratitude towards her for what, as a 10-year-old child, she had afforded me, this naturally supernatural impression, my first revelation of beauty. 15. The person upon whom the schoolboy's attention centered was, of course, the headmaster. The very young ones, the headmaster was merely powerful and paternal, up above everything. As soon as the critical instinct awoke, its utterances were specially directed, by the evil-disposed, at him, petty and malicious as they were, and were echoed slavishly by the rest. As the head was a powerful, stout, handsome, distinguished-looking man with a certain stamp of joviality and innocent good living about him, these malicious tongues, who led the rest, declared that he only lived for his stomach. In the next place, the old-fashioned punishment of caning, administered by the head himself in his private room, gave some cause of offense. It was certainly only very lazy and obdurate boys who were thus punished, for others such methods were never even dreamt of. But when they were ordered to appear in his room after school time, and the head took them between his knees, thrashed them well and then afterwards caressed them, as though to console them, he created ill feeling, and his dignity suffered. If there were some little sense in the disgust occasioned by this, there was certainly none at all in certain other grievances urged against him. It was the ungraceful custom for the boys, on the first of the month, to bring their own school fees. In the middle of one of the lessons the head would come into the schoolroom, take his seat at the desk, and jauntily and quickly sweep $5 bills into his large, soft hat and thence into his pockets. One objection to this arrangement was that the few poor boys who went to school free were thus singled out to their schoolfellows, bringing no money, which they felt as a humiliation. In the next place, the sight of the supposed wealth that the head thus became possessed of roused ill feeling and derision. It became the fashion to call him boy dealer, because the school, which in its palmy days had 550 scholars, was so well attended. This extraordinary influx, which in all common sense ought to have been regarded as a $5, a little over 11 English money. Proof of the high reputation of the school, was considered a proof of the head's avarice. It must be added that there was in his bearing, which was evidently and with good reason, calculated to impress, something that might justly appear unnatural to keen-sighted boys. He always arrived with blustering suddenness, he always shouted in a stentorian voice, and, when he gave the elder boys a Latin lesson, he always appeared, probably from indolence, a good deal behind time, but to make up, and as though there were not a second to waste, began to hurl his questions at them the moment he arrived on the threshold. He liked the pathetic, and was certainly a man with a naturally warm heart. On a closer acquaintance, he would have won much affection, for he was a clever man and a gay, optimistic figure. As the number of his scholars was so great, he produced more effect at a distance. 16. Neither he nor any of the other masters reproduced the atmosphere of the classical antiquity round which all the instruction of the Latin side centered. The master who taught Greek the last few years did so, not only with sternness, but with a distaste, in fact, a positive hatred for his class, which was simply disgusting. The head, who had the gift of oratory, communicated to us some idea of the beauty of Latin poetry, but the rest of the instruction in the dead languages was purely grammatical, competent and conscientious though the men who gave it might have been. Madvig's spirit brooded over the school. Still, there was no doubt in the head's mind as to the greatness of Virgil or Horace, so that a boy with perception of stylistic emphasis and meter could not fail to be keenly interested in the poetry of these two men. Being the boy in the class of whom the head entertained the greatest hopes, I began at once secretly to translate them. I made a Danish one Johan Nicolai Madvig, 1804–1886, a very celebrated Danish philologist, for 50 years professor at the University of Copenhagen. He is especially noted for his editions of the ancient classics, with critical notes on the text, and for his Latin grammar translator's note. 52. Version of the second and fourth books of the Aeneid, and Dani Sist a good part of the songs and epistles of Horace in imperfect verse. 17. Nothing was ever said at home about any religious creed. Neither of my parents was in any way associated with the Jewish religion, and neither of them ever went to the synagogue. As in my maternal grandmother's house all the Jewish laws about eating and drinking were observed, and they had different plates and dishes for meat and butter and a special service for Easter. Orthodox Judaism, to me, seemed to be a collection of old, whimsical, superstitious prejudices, which specially applied to food. The poetry of it was a sealed book to me. At school, where I was present at the religious instruction classes as an auditor only, I always heard Judaism alluded to as merely a preliminary stage of Christianity, and the Jews as the remnant of a people who, as a punishment for slaying the Savior of the world, had been scattered all over the earth. The present-day Israelites were represented as people who, urged by a stiff-necked willfulness and obstinacy and almost incomprehensible callousness, clung to the obsolete religious ideal of the stern God in opposition to the God of love. When I attempted to think the matter out for myself, it annoyed me that the Jews had not sided with Jesus, who yet so clearly betokened progress within the religion that he widened and unintentionally overthrew. The supernatural personality of Jesus did not seem credible to me. The demand made by faith, namely, that reason should be fettered, awakened a latent rebellious opposition, and this opposition was fostered by my mother's steady rationalism, her unconditional rejection of every miracle. When the time came for me to be confirmed, in accordance with the law, I had advanced so far that I looked down on what lay before me as a mere burdensome ceremony. The person of the rabbi only inspired me with distaste. His German pronunciation of Danish was repulsive and ridiculous to me. The abominable Danish in which the lesson book was couched offended me, as 53. I had naturally a fine ear for Danish. Information about ancient Jewish customs and festivals was of no interest to me, with my modern upbringing. The confirmation, according to my mocking summary of the impression produced by it, consisted mainly in the hiring of a tall silk hat from the hatmaker, and the sending of it back next day, sanctified. The silly custom was at that time prevalent for boys to wear silk hats for the occasion, idiotic though they made them look. With these on their heads, they went, after examination, up the steps to a balustrade where a priest awaited, whispered a few affecting words in their ear about their parents or grandparents, and laid his hand in blessing upon the tall hat. When called upon to make my confession of faith with the others, I certainly joined my first yes, this touching a belief in a God, to theirs, but remained silent at the question as to whether I believed that God had revealed himself to Moses and spoken by his prophets. I did not believe it. I was, for that matter, in a wavering frame of mind unable to arrive at any clear understanding. What confused me was the unveracious manner in which historical instruction, which was wholly theological, was given. The history masters, for instance, told us that when Julian the Apostate wanted to rebuild the temple at Jerusalem, flames had shot out of the earth, but they interpreted this as a miracle, expressing the divine will. If this were true and was unable to refute it, then God had expressly taken part against Judaism and the Jews as a nation. The nation, in that case, seemed to be really cursed by him. Still, Christianity fundamentally repelled me by its legends, its dogmatism, and its church rites. The virgin birth, the three persons in the Trinity, and the sacrament of the Lord's Supper in particular, seemed to me to be remnants of the basest barbarism of antiquity. Under these circumstances, my young soul, feeling the need of something it could worship, fled from Asia's to Europe's divinities, from Palestine to Hellas, and clung with vivid enthusiasm to the Greek world of beauty and the legends of its gods. From all the learned education I had had, I only extracted this one thing, an enthusiasm for an 54. Seeing Hellas and her gods, they were my gods, as they had been those of Julian. Apollo and Artemis, Athene and Eros and Aphrodite grew to be powers that I believed in and rejoiced over in a very different sense from any god revealed on Sinai or in Emmaus. They were near to me. And under these circumstances the Antiquities room at Charlottenburg, where as a boy I had heard Hoyen's lectures, grew to be a place that I entered with reverence, and Thorwaldsen's museum my temple, imperfectly though it reproduced the religious and heroic life and spirit of the Greeks. But at that time I knew no other, better door to the world of the gods than the museum offered, and Thorwaldsen and the Greeks, from 14 to 15, were in my mind merged in one. Thorwaldsen's museum was to me a brilliant illustration of Homer. There I found my church, my gods, my soul's true native land. 18. I had for several years been top of my class, when a boy was put in who was quite 3 years older than I, and with whom it was impossible for me to compete, so much greater were the newcomer's knowledge and maturity. It very soon became a settled thing for the new boy always to be top, and I invariably number 2. However, this was not in the least vexatious to me, I was too much wrapped up in Sebastian for that. The admiration which as a child I had felt for boys who distinguished themselves by muscular strength was manifested now for superiority in knowledge or intelligence. Sebastian was tall, thin, somewhat disjointed in build, with large blue eyes, expressive of kindness and intelligence. He was thoroughly well up in all the school subjects, and with the ripeness of the older boy, could infer the right thing even when he did not positively know it. The reason why he was placed at lessons so late was doubtless to be found in the narrow circumstances of his parents. They considered that they had not the means to allow him to follow the path towards which his talents pointed. But the head, as could be seen on pay days, was now permitting him to come to 55. School free. He went about among his jacketed schoolfellows in a long frock coat, the skirts of which flapped round his legs. Number 2 could not help admiring Number 1 for the confidence with which he disported himself among the Greek aorists, in the labyrinths of which I myself often went astray, and for the knack he had of solving mathematical problems. He was, moreover, very widely read in belles lettres, and had almost a grown-up man's taste with regard to books at a time when I still continued to admire P.P.S. novels, and was incapable of detecting the inartistic quality and unreality of his popular descriptions of the exploits of sailor heroes. As soon as my eyes were opened to the other's advanced acquirements, I opened my heart to him, gave him my entire confidence, and found in my friend a well of knowledge and superior development from which I felt a daily need to draw. When at the end of the year the large number of newcomers made it desirable for the class to be divided, it was a positive blow to me that in the division, which was effected by separating the scholars according to their numbers, odd or even, Sebastian and J found ourselves in different classes. I even took the unusual step of appealing to the head to be put in the same class as Sebastian, but was refused. However, childhood so easily adapts itself to a fresh situation that during the ensuing year, in which I myself advanced right gaily, not only did I feel no lack, but I forgot my elder comrade. And at the commencement of the next school year, when the two parallel classes, through several boys leaving, were once more united, and I again found myself number 2 by the side of my one-time friend, the relations between us were altogether altered, thoroughly so, in fact, that our roles were reversed. If formerly the younger had hung upon the elder's words, now it was the other way about. If formerly Sebastian had shown the interest in me that the half-grown man feels for a child, now I was too absorbed by my own interests to wish for anything but Alice. *PP was a writer whose real name was Rumor. He wrote a number of historical novels of a patriotic type, but which are only read by children up to 14. 56. Tenor in him when I unfolded the supposed wealth of my ideas and my soaring plans for the future, which betrayed a boundless ambition. I needed a friend at this stage only in the same sense as the hero in French tragedies requires a confidant, and if I attached myself as before, wholly and completely to him, it was for this reason. It is true that the other was still a good deal in front of me in actual knowledge, so that there was much I had to consult him about, otherwise our friendship would hardly have lasted, but the importance of this superiority was slight, inasmuch as Sebastian henceforward voluntarily subordinated himself to me altogether, indeed, by his ready recognition of my powers, contributed more than anyone else to make me conscious of these powers and to foster a self-esteem which gradually assumed extraordinary forms. 19. This self-esteem, in its immaturity, was of a twofold character. It was not primarily a belief that I was endowed with unusual abilities, but a childish belief that I was one set apart, with whom, for mysterious reasons, everything must succeed. The belief in a personal God had gradually faded away from me, and there were times when, with the conviction of boyhood, I termed myself an atheist to my friend. My attitude towards the Greek gods had never been anything more than a personification of the ideal forces upon which I heaped my enthusiasm. But I believed in my star. And I hypnotized my friend into the same belief, infected him so that he talked as if he were consecrating his life to my service, and really, as far as was possible for a schoolboy, lived and breathed exclusively for me. I, for my part, being gratified at having, as my unreserved admirer and believer, the one whom, of all people I knew, I placed highest, the one whose horizon seemed to me the widest, and whose store of knowledge was the greatest, for in many subjects it surpassed even that of the masters in no mean degree. Under such conditions, when I was 15 or 16, I was deeply impressed by a book that one might think was infinitely beyond the understanding of my years, Lermontov's 57. A Hero of Our Time, in Xavier Marmier's French translation. The subject of it would seem utterly unsuited to a schoolboy who had never experienced anything in the remotest degree resembling the experiences of a man of the world, at any rate those which produced the sentiments pervading this novel. Nevertheless, this book brought about a revolution in my ideas. For the first time I encountered in a book a chief character who was not a universal hero, a military or naval hero whom one had to admire and if possible imitate, but one in whom, with extreme emotion, I fancied that I recognized myself. I had certainly never acted as Petzorin did, and never been placed in such situations as Petzorin. No woman had ever loved me, still less had I ever let a woman pay with suffering the penalty of her affection for me. Never had any old friend of mine come up to me, delighted to see me again, and been painfully reminded, by my coolness and indifference, how little he counted for in my life. Petzorin had done with life, I had not even begun to live. Petzorin had drained the cup of enjoyment, I had never tasted so much as a drop of it. Petzorin was as blasé as a splendid Russian officer of the guards could be, I, as full of expectation as an insignificant Copenhagen schoolboy could be. Nevertheless, I had the perplexing feeling of having, for the first time in my life, seen my inmost nature, hitherto unknown even to myself, understood, interpreted, reproduced, magnified, in this unharmonious work of the Russian poet who was snatched away so young. XX. The first element whence the imaginary figure which I fancied I recognized again in Lermontov had its rise was doubtless to be found in the relations between my older friend and myself, in the reversal of our roles, and my consequent new feeling of superiority over him. The essential point, however, was not the comparatively accidental shape in which I fancied I recognized myself, but that what was at that time termed reflection had awaked in me, introspection, self-consciousness, which after all had to awake some day, as all 58 other impulses awake when their time comes. This introspection was not, however, by any means a natural or permanent quality in me, but on the contrary one which made me feel ill at ease and which I soon came to detest. During these transitional years, as my pondering over myself grew, I felt more and more unhappy and less sure of myself. The pondering reached its height, as was inevitable, when there arose the question of choosing a profession and of planning the future rather than of following a vocation. But as long as this introspection lasted, I had a torturing feeling that my own eye was watching me, as though I were a stranger, a feeling of being the spectator of my own actions, the auditor of my own words, a double personality who must nevertheless one day become one, should I live long enough. After having, with a friend, paid a visit to Colland, who was prison instructor at Vridsley at the time and showed us young fellows the prison and the cells, I used to picture my condition to myself as that of a prisoner enduring the torture of seeing a watchful eye behind the peephole in the door. I had noticed before, in the Malmo prison, how the prisoners tried to besmear this glass, or scratch on it, with a sort of fury, so that it was often impossible to see through it. My natural inclination was to act naively, without premeditation, and to put myself wholly into what I was doing. The cleavage that introspection implies, therefore, was a horror to me. All bisection, all dualism, was fundamentally repellent to me, and it was consequently no mere chance that my first appearance as a writer was made in an attack on a division and duality in life's philosophy, and that the very title of my first book was a branding and rejection of a dualism. So that it was only when my self-contemplation, and with it the inward cleavage, had at length ceased, that I attained to quietude of mind. XXI. Thus violently absorbing though the mental condition here suggested was, it was not permanent. It was childish and childlike by virtue of my years, the riper expressions which I, boyhood's years 9 here make use of to describe it always seem on the verge of distorting its character. My faith in my lucky star barely persisted a few years unassailed. My childish idea had been very much strengthened when, at 15 years of age, in the first part of my finishing examination, I received distinction in all my subjects, and received a mighty blow when, at 17, I only had very good in 5 subjects, thus barely securing distinction for the whole. I ceased to preoccupy myself about my likeness to Petzorin, after having recovered from a half, or quarter, falling in love, an unharmonious affair, barren of results, which I had hashed up for myself through fanciful and affected reverie, and which made me realize the fundamental simplicity of my own nature, and I then shook off the unnatural physiognomy like a mask. Belief in my own unbounded superiority and the absolutely unmeasured ambition in which this belief had vented itself, collapsed suddenly when at the age of 18, feeling my way independently for the first time, and mentally testing people, I learned to recognize the real mental superiority great writers possess. It was chiefly my first reading of the principal works of Kierkegaard that marked this epoch in my life. I felt, face to face with the first great mind that, as it were, had personally confronted me, all my real insignificance, understood all at once that I had as yet neither lived nor suffered, felt, nor thought, and that nothing was more uncertain than whether I might one day evince talent. The one certain thing was that my present status seemed to amount to nothing at all. XXII. In those boyhood's years, however, I revelled in ideas of greatness to come which had not so far received a shock. And I was in no doubt as to the domain in which when grown up I should distinguish myself. All my instincts drew me towards literature. The Danish compositions which were set at school absorbed all my thoughts from week to week. I took the greatest pains with them, weighed the questions from as many sides as I could and endeavored to give good 60. Form and style to my compositions. Unconsciously I tried to find expressions containing striking contrasts, I sought after descriptive words and euphonious constructions. Although not acquainted with the word style in any other sense than that it bears in the expression style book, the Danish equivalent for what in English is termed an exercise book, I tried to acquire a certain style, and was very near falling into mannerism, from sheer inexperience, when a sarcastic master, to my distress, reminded me one day of Heiberg's words, the unguent of expression, smeared thickly over the thinness of thoughts. XXIIL. Together with a practical training in the use of the language, the Danish lessons afforded a presentment of the history of our national literature, given intelligently and in a very instructive manner by a master named Drebien, who, though undoubtedly one of the many Heibergians of the time, did not in any way deviate from what might be termed the orthodoxy of literary history. Protestantism carried it against Roman Catholicism, the young Erlangslager against Baggesen, Romanticism against rationalism, Erlangslager as the northern poet of human nature against a certain Björnson, who, it was said, claimed to be more truly Norse than he. In Mr. Drebien's presentment, no recognized great name was ever attacked. And in his course, as in Thortson's History of Literature, literature which might be regarded as historic stopped with the year 1814. The order in which in my private reading I became acquainted with Danish authors was as follows: Ingemann, Erlanger, Grundtvig, Poul Mahler, many books by these authors having been given me at Christmas and on birthdays. At my grandfather's, I eagerly devoured Heiberg's vaudevilles as well. As a child, of course, I read uncritically, merely accepting and enjoying. But when I heard at school of Bagazen's treatment of Erlanger, thus realizing that there had been various tendencies in literature at that time, and various opinions as to which was preferable. 61. I read with enthusiasm a volume of selected poems by Bagazen, which I had had one Christmas, and the treatment of language in it fascinated me exceedingly, with its gracefulness and light, conversational tone. Then, when Hertz's Ghost Letters fell into my hands one day, and the diction of them appealed to me almost more, I felt myself, first secretly, afterwards more consciously, drawn towards the school of form in Danish literature, and rather enjoyed being a heretic on this point. For to entertain kindly sentiments for the man who had dared to profane Erlanger was like siding with Loki against Thor. Poul Mahler's collected works I had received at my confirmation, and read again and again with such enthusiasm that I almost wore the pages out, and did not skip a line, even of the philosophical parts, which I did not understand at all. But Hertz's lyrical poems, which I read in a borrowed copy, gave me as much pleasure as Poul Mahler's verses had done. And for a few years, grace and charm, and the perfect control of language and poetic form, were in my estimation the supreme thing until, on entering upon my 18th year, a violent reaction took place, and resonance, power, and grandeur alone seemed to have value. From Hertz my sympathies went over to Christian Winther, from Bagazen to Homer, Aeschylus, the Bible, Shakespeare, Goethe. One of the first things I did as a student was to read the Bible through in Danish and the Odyssey in Greek. XXIV. The years of approaching maturity were still distant, however, and my inner life was personal, not real, so that an element of fermentation was cast into my mind when a copy of Heine's book Der Lieder was one day lent to me. What took my fancy in it was, firstly, the combination of enthusiasm and wit, then its terse, pithy form, and after that the parts describing how the poet and his lady love, unable to overcome the shyness which binds their tongues, involuntarily play hide and seek with one another and lose each other, for I felt that I should be equally unable to find natural and simple expression for my feelings, should things ever come to such a pass with me. Of Heine's personality, of the poet's historic position, political tendencies, or importance, I knew nothing. In these love poems I looked more especially for those verses in which violent self-esteem and blasé superiority to every situation find expression, because this fell in with the Petsjoren note, which, since reading Lermontov's novel, was the dominant one in my mind. As was my habit in those years, when it was still out of the question for me to buy books that pleased me, I copied out of the book Der Lieder all that I liked best, that I might read it again. XXV. Of all this life of artistic desire and seeking, of external impressions, welcomed with all the freshness and impulsiveness of a boy's mind, but most of self-study and self-discovery, the elder of the two comrades was a most attentive spectator, more than a spectator. He made use of expressions and said things which rose to my head and made me conceited. Sebastian would make such a remark as, "It is not for your abilities that I appreciate you, it is for your enthusiasm. All other people I know are machines without souls, at their best full of affected, set phrases, such as one who has peeped behind the scenes laughs at, but in you there is a fullness of ideality too great for you ever to be happy." Fullness of ideality was the expression of the time for the supremest quality of intellectual equipment. No wonder, then, that I felt flattered. And my older comrade united a perception of my mental condition, which unerringly perceived its immaturity, with a steadfast faith in a future for me which in spite of my arrogance, I thirst to find in the one of all others who knew me best and was most plainly my superior in knowledge. One day, when I had informed him that I felt more mature and 63. Clearer about myself, he replied, without a trace of indecision, that this was undoubtedly a very good thing, if it were true, but that he suspected I was laboring under a delusion. I am none the less convinced, he added, that you will soon reach a crisis, will overcome all obstacles and attain the nowadays almost giant's goal that you have set before you. This goal, for that matter, was very indefinite, and was to the general effect that I intended to make myself strongly felt, and bring about great changes in the intellectual world, of what kind, was uncertain. Meanwhile, as the time drew near for us to enter the university, and I approached the years of manhood which the other, in spite of his modest position as schoolboy, had already long attained, Sebastian grew utterly miserable. He had, as he expressed it, made up his mind to be my Melanchthon. But through an inward collapse which I could not understand, he now felt that the time in which he could be anything to me had gone by. It seemed to him that he had neglected to acquire the knowledge and the education necessary, and he reproached himself bitterly. "I have not been in the least what I might have been to you," he exclaimed one day, and without betraying it he endured torments of jealousy, and thought with vexation and anxiety of the time when a larger circle would be opened to me in the university, and he himself would become superfluous. His fear was thus far unfounded, that, naive in my selfishness, as in my reliance on him, I still continued to tell him everything, and in return constantly sought his help when philological or mathematical difficulties which I could not solve alone presented themselves to me. But I had scarcely returned to Copenhagen, after my first journey abroad, a very enjoyable 4 weeks' visit to Göteborg. I had scarcely been a month a freshman, attending philosophical lectures and taking part in student life, than the dreaded separation between us two so differently constituted friends came to pass. The provocation was trifling, in fact paltry. One day I was standing in the lecture room with a few fellow students before a lecture began, when a freshman hurried up to us and asked, "Is it true, what 64. Sebastian says, that he is the person you think most of in the world?" My reply was, "Did he say that himself?" "Yes." And, disgusted that the other should have made such a remark in order to impress perfect strangers, though it might certainly very easily have escaped him in confidence, I said hastily, "Oh, he's mad," which outburst, bearing in mind young people's use of the word mad, was decidedly not to be taken literally, but was, it is quite true, ill-naturedly meant. The same evening I received a short note from Sebastian in which, though in polite terms, he repudiated his allegiance and fidelity. The letter, in which the polite form you was used instead of the accustomed thou, was signed, "You're mad and foolish, but respectful Sebastian." The impression this produced upon me was exceedingly painful, but an early developed mental habit of always accepting a decision, and a vehement repugnance to renew any connection deliberately severed by another party, resulted in my never even for a moment thinking of shaking his resolution, and in my leaving the note unanswered. However, the matter was not done with, and the next few months brought me many insufferable moments, indeed hours, for Sebastian, whose existence had for so long centered round mine that he was evidently incapable of doing without me altogether, continually crossed my path, planted himself near me on every possible occasion, and one evening, at a students' gathering, even got a chair outside the row round the table, sat himself down just opposite to me, and spent a great part of the evening in staring fixedly into my face. As may be supposed, I felt exceedingly irritated. 3 months passed, when one day I received a letter from Sebastian, and 2 intervals of weeks or months several others followed. They were impressive letters, splendidly written, with a sort of grim humor about them, expressing his passionate affection and venting his despair. This was the first time that I had come in contact with passion, but it was a passion that, without having any unnatural or sensual element in it, nevertheless, from a person of the same sex, excited a feeling of displeasure, and even disgust, in me. Boyhoods / years 65. Sebastian wrote, I felt that it was cheating you to take so much without being able to give you anything in return. I thought it mean to associate with you, consequently, I believe that I did perfectly right to break with you. Still, it is true that I hardly needed to do it. Time and circumstances would have effected the breach. And feeling that our ways were now divided, he continued. Hic locus est, partes ubi se via findet in ambas. Dextera, que thethes magna sub moenia attended, hac iter flycium nobis, at leva malarum exercit ponas et ad impia tartara mitted. It cannot kill myself at present, but as soon as I feel able I shall do so. Or he wrote, towards the end of the time when we were friends, I was not quite myself when talking to you, I was unbalanced, for I was convinced that you wasted your valuable time talking to me, and at the same time was oppressed with grief at the thought that we must part. Then I tried to make you angry by pretending to question your abilities, by affecting indifference and scorn, but it was the dog baying at the moon. I had to bring about the severance that I did. That I should be so childish as to be vexed about a slight from you, you cannot yourself believe. I cannot really regret it, for I could no longer be of use to you, you doubtless think the same yourself, but I cannot do without you, my affection for you is the only vital thing in me, your life throbbed in mine. Sometimes the letters ended with an outburst of a sort of despairing humor, such as, Vale. Fanfare, somersaults by Pagliaccio. But whether Sebastian assumed a serious or a desperate tone, the renewal of our old companionship was equally impossible to me. I could not ignore what had happened, and I could not have a friend who was jealous if I talked to others. Since my intellectual entity had awakened, all jealousy had been an abomination to me, but jealousy in one man of another man positively revolted me. I recognized Sebastian's great merits, respected his character, and admired his wide range of knowledge, but I could not as 66. Associate with him again, could not even so much as walk down the street by his side. All his affectionate and beautiful letters glanced off ineffectual from this repugnance. Something in me had suddenly turned stony, like a plant plunged in putrefying water. 6 years passed before we saw each other again. We met then with simple and sincere affection. Sebastian's old passion had evaporated without leaving a trace, he himself could no longer understand it. And, though far apart, and with nothing to connect us closely, we continued to think kindly of one another and to exchange reflections, until, after a few years, death carried him away, ere he had reached the years of real manhood, or fulfilled any of the promises of his gifted and industrious youth. Schoolboy fancies religion, early friends demonic theory, a West Indian friend my acquaintance widens politics, the reactionary party, the David family, a student society, an excursion to Schleswig, temperament, the law, Hegel, Spinoza, love for humanity, a religious crisis, doubt, personal immortality, renunciation. Why second schoolboy fancy dated from my last few months at school. It was a natural enough outcome of the attraction towards the other sex which, never yet encouraged, was lurking in my mind, but it was not otherwise remarkable for its naturalness. It had its origin partly in my love of adventure, partly in my propensity for trying my powers, but, as love, was without root, inasmuch as it was rooted neither in my heart nor in my senses. The object of it was again a girl from another country. Her name and person had been well known to me since I was 12 years old. We had even exchanged compliments, been curious about one another, gone so far as to wish for a lock of each other's hair. There was consequently a romantic background to our first meeting. When I heard that she was coming to Denmark, I was, as by chance, on the quay, and saw her arrive. She was exactly the same age as I, and, without real beauty, was very good-looking and had unusually lovely eyes. I endeavored to make her acquaintance through relatives of hers whom I knew, and had no difficulty in getting into touch with her. An offer to show her the museums and picture galleries in Copenhagen was accepted. Although I had very little time, just before my matriculation examination, my new acquaintance filled my thoughts to such an extent. 67. 68. That I did not care how much of this valuable time I sacrificed to her. In the summer, when the girl went out near Charlotte Inland, whereas my parents were staying much nearer to the town, I went backwards and forwards to the woods nearly every day, in the uncertain but seldom disappointed hope of seeing her. Sometimes I rode her about in the Sound. Simple and straightforward though the attraction I felt might seem, the immature romance I built up on it was anything but simple. It was, as stated, not my senses that drew me on. Split and divided up as I was just then, a merely intellectual love seemed to me quite natural. One might feel an attraction of the senses for an altogether different woman. I did not wish for a kiss, much less an embrace, in fact, was too much a child to think of anything of the sort. But neither was it my heart that drew me on. I felt no tenderness, hardly any real affection, for this young girl whom I was so anxious to win. She only busied my brain. In the condition of boyish self-inquisition in which I then found myself, this acquaintance was a fresh element of fermentation, and the strongest to which my self-examination had hitherto been subjected. I instinctively desired to engage her fancy, but my attitude was from myself through her to myself. I wanted less to please than to dominate her, and as it was only my head that was filled with her image, I wholly lacked the voluntary and cheerful self-humiliation which is an element of real love. I certainly wished with all my heart to fascinate her, but what I more particularly wanted was to hold my own, to avoid submission, and retain my independence. My boyish pride demanded it. The young foreigner, whose knowledge of the world was hardly greater than my own, had certainly never, during her short life, come in contact with so extraordinary a phenomenon. It afforded matter for reflection. She certainly felt attracted, but, womanlike, was on her guard. She was of a quiet, amiable disposition, innocently coquettish, naturally adapted for the advances of sound common sense and effect. 69. Shenit goodwill, not for the volts of passion. She was, moreover, femininely practical. She saw at a glance that this grown-up schoolboy, who almost staggered her with his eloquence, his knowledge, his wild plans for the future, was no wooer, and that his advances were not to be taken too seriously. Next, with a woman's unfailing intuition, she discovered his empty love of power. And first involuntarily, and then consciously, she placed herself in an attitude of defense. She did not lack intelligence. She showed a keen interest in me, but met me with the self-control of a little woman of the world, now and then with coolness, on one occasion with well-aimed shafts of mockery. Our mutual attitude might have developed into a regular war between the sexes, had we not both been half-children. Just as I, in the midst of a carefully planned assault on her emotions, occasionally forgot myself altogether and betrayed the craving to be near her which drove me almost every day to her door, she also would at times lose the equilibrium she had struggled for, and feverishly reveal her agitated state of mind. But immediately afterwards I was again at the assault, she once more on the alert, and after the lapse of 4 months our ways separated, without a kiss, or one simple, affectionate word, ever having passed between us. In my morbid self-duplication, I had been busy all this time fixing in my memory and writing down in a book all that I had said to her or she to me, weighing and probing the scope and effect of the words that had been uttered, laying plans for future methods of advance, noting actual victories and defeats, pondering over this inanity, bending over all this abnormality, like a strategist who, bending over the map, marks with his nail the movements of troops, the carrying or surrender of a fortified position. This early, unsatisfactory, and not strictly speaking erotic experience had the remarkable effect of rendering me for the next 7 years impervious to the tender passion, so that, undisturbed by women or erotic emotions, I was able to absorb myself in the world of varied research that was now opening up to me. 70. Il. A school friend who was keenly interested in astronomy and had directed my nightly contemplations of the heavens, drew me, just about this time, a very good map of the stars, by the help of which I found those stars I knew and extended my knowledge further. The same school friends sometimes took me to the observatory, to see old Professor D'Arrest, a refined and sapient man, and there, for the first time, I saw the stellar heavens through a telescope. I had learned astronomy at school, but had lacked talent to attain any real insight into the subject. Now the constellations and certain of the stars began to creep into my affections. They became the nightly witnesses of my joys and sorrows, all through my life. The sight of them sometimes comforted me when I felt lonely and forsaken in a foreign land. The lyre, the swan, the eagle, the crown and bots, Auriga, the Hyades and the Pleiades, and among the winter constellations, Orion, all these twinkling groups, that human eyes have sought for thousands of years, became distant friends of mine, too. And the thoughts which the sight of the countless globes involuntarily and inevitably evokes, were born in me, too, thoughts of the littleness of the earth in our solar system, and of our solar system in the universe, of immeasurable distances so great that the stars whose rays, with the rapidity of light's traveling, are striking against our eyes now, may have gone out in our childhood, of immeasurable periods of time, in which a human life, or even the lifetime of a whole people, disappears like a drop in the ocean. And whereas at school I had only studied astronomy as a subject, from its mathematical aspect, I now learned the results of spectroscopic analysis, which showed me how the human genius of Bunsen and Kirchhoff had annihilated the distance between the Earth and the Sun, and at the same time I perceived the inherent improbability of the culture of our Earth ever being transmitted to other worlds, even as the Earth had never yet received communications from the civilization of any of the stars. This circumstance, combined with the certainty of the gradual cooling and eventual death of the Earth, gave me a conclusive impression of the finality of all earthly existence and of the merely temporary character of all progress. Feeling that all religions built up on a belief in a God were collapsing, Europe had long inclined towards the religion of progress as the last tenable. Now I perceived, as I raised my eyes to the starry expanse and rejoiced in my favorite stars, Sirius in the great dog, and Vega in the lyre or Altair in the eagle, that it, too, was tottering, this last religion of all. At school, I had known a score of boys of my own age, and naturally found few amongst them who could be anything to me. Among the advantages that the freedom of student life afforded was that of coming in contact all at once with hundreds of similarly educated young men of one's own age. Young men made each other's acquaintance at lectures and banquets, were drawn to one another, or felt themselves repulsed, and elective affinity or accident associated them in pairs or groups for a longer or shorter period. A young fellow whose main passion was a desire for intellectual enrichment was necessarily obliged to associate with many of the other young men of his own age, in order to learn to know them, in order, externally and internally, to gain as much experience as possible and thereby develop himself. In the case of many of them, a few conversations were enough to prove that any fruitful intimacy was out of the question. I came into fleeting contact with a number of suave or cold or too ordinary young students, without their natures affecting mine or mine theirs. But there were others who, for some months, engaged my attention to a considerable extent. The first of these was a type of the student of the time. Wilsing was from Jutland, tall, dark, neither handsome nor plain, remarkable for his unparalleled facility in speaking. He owed his universal popularity to the fact that at students' parties he could at any time stand up and rattle off at a fury. 72. Us rate an apparently unprepared speech, a sort of stump speech in which humorous perversions, distortions, lyric remarks, clever backhanded blows to right and left, astonishing incursions and rapid sorties, were woven into a whole so good that it was an entertaining challenge to common sense. The starting point, for instance, might be some travesty of Siburn's whimsical definition of life, which at that time we all had to learn by heart for the examination. It ran: "It is not difficult to conceive what delightful nonsense this barbaric elucidation might suggest, if a carouse, or love, woman or drunkenness were defined in this vein, and he would weave in amusing attacks on earlier, less intrepid speakers, who, as Vilsing put it, reminded one of the bashful forget-me-not, inasmuch as you could read in the play of their features, forget-me-not. I, too, was an orator. Vilsing, who had been studying for some years already, paid a freshman a compliment by desiring his acquaintance and seeking his society. He frequented the Students' Union, was on terms of friendship with those who led the fashion, and was a favorite speaker. It was a species of condescension on his part to seek out a young fellow just escaped from school, a fellow who would have sunk into the earth if he had had to make a speech, and who had no connection with the circle of older students. Vilsing was a young man of moods, who, like many at that time, like Albrecht, the chief character in Schandorf's Without a Centre, would exhibit all the colors of the rainbow in one morning. He would give himself, and take himself back, show himself affectionate, cordial, intimate, confidential, full of affectionate anxiety for me his young friend, and at the next meeting be as cursory and cool as if he scarcely remembered having seen me before, for he would in the meantime have been attacked by vexation at his too great friendliness, and wished to assert himself, as knowing his own value. He impressed me, his junior, by revealing himself, not precisely as a man of the world, but as a much sought-after society man. He told me how much he was asked out, and how he went from one party and one ball to another, which, to me, with my hankering after experiences, seemed to be an enviable thing. But I was more struck by what Vilsing told me of the favor he enjoyed with the other sex. One girl, a charming girl, he was engaged to, another loved him and he her, but those were the least of his erotic triumphs. Wherever he showed himself, he conquered. And proofs were to hand. For one day, when he had dragged me up to his room with him, he bewildered me by shaking out before my eyes a profusion of embroidered sofa cushions, fancy pillows, cigar cases, match holders, crocheted purses, worked waistcoats, etc., presents from every description of person of the feminine gender. In every drawer he pulled out there were presents of the sort. They hung over chairs and on pegs. I was young enough to feel a certain respect for a man so sought after by the fair sex, although I thought his frankness too great. What first began to undermine this feeling was not doubt of the truth of his tales, or the genuineness of the gifts, but the fact that one after another of my comrades, when the first cool stages of acquaintance were past, invariably found a favorable opportunity of confidentially informing me he could not explain why it was himself, but it was a fact that wherever he showed himself women were singularly fascinated by the sight of him. There must be something about him which vanquished them. In spite of him. When at last one evening the most round-backed of all of them, a swain whose blonde mustache, of irregular growth, 74, resembled an old, worn-out toothbrush more than anything else, also confided in me that he did not know how it was, or what could really be the cause of it, but there must be something about him, etc. Then my belief in Vilsing's singularity and my admiration for him broke down. It must not be supposed that Vilsing regarded himself as a sensual fiend. He did not pose as cold and impudent, but as heartfelt and instinct with feeling. He was studying theology, and cherished no dearer wish than eventually to become a priest. He constantly alternated between contrition and self-satisfaction, arrogance and repentance, enjoyed the consciousness of being exceptionally clever, an irresistible charmer, and a true Christian. It seemed to him that, in the freshman whom he had singled out from the crowd and given a place at his side, he had found an intellectual equal, or even superior, and this attracted him. He met with in me an inexperience and unworldliness so great that the inferiority in ability which he declared he perceived was more than counterbalanced by the superiority he himself had the advantage of, both in social accomplishments and in dealing with women. It thus seemed as though many of the essential conditions of a tolerably permanent union between us were present. But during the first conversation in which he deigned to be interested in my views, there occurred in our friendship a little rift which widened to a chasm. Vilsing sprang back horrified when he heard how I, greenhorn though I was, regarded life and men and what I considered right. *You are in the clutches of evil, and your desire is towards the evil. I have not time or inclination to unfold an entire Christology now, but what you reject is the ideal, and what you appraise is the devil himself. God! God! How distressed I am for you! I would give my life to save you. But enough about it for the present, I have not time just now, I have to go out to dinner. This was our last serious conversation. I was not saved. He did not give his life. He went for a vacation tour the following summer holidays, avoided me on his return, and soon we saw no more of each other. 75. This. The theory, the intimation of which roused Wilsing to such a degree, bore in its form witness to such immaturity that it could only have made an impression on a youth whose immaturity, in spite of his age, was greater still. To present it with any degree of clearness is scarcely possible, it was not sufficiently clear in itself for that. But this was about what it amounted to, the introspection and energetic self-absorption to which I had given myself up during my last few years at school became even more persistent on my release from the restraint of school and my free admission to the society of grown-up people. I took advantage of my spare time in Copenhagen, and on the restricted travels that I was allowed to take, to slake my passionate thirst for life, firstly, by pondering ever and anon over past sensations, and secondly, by plunging into eager and careful reading of the light literature of all different countries and periods that I had heard about, but did not yet myself know at first hand. Through all that I experienced and read, observed, and made my own, my attitude towards myself was, that before all, I sought to become clear as to what manner of man I really, in my inmost being, was. I asked myself who I was. I endeavored to discover the mysterious word that would break the charm of the mists in which I found myself and would answer my fundamental question, what was? And then at last, my ponderings and my readings resulted in my finding the word that seemed to fit, although nowadays one can hardly hear it without a smile, the word demonic. I was demonic, and in giving myself this reply it seemed to me that I had solved the riddle of my nature. I meant thereby, as I then explained it to myself, that the choice between good and evil did not present itself to me, as to others, since evil did not interest me. For me, it was not a question of a choice, but of an unfolding of my ego, which had its justification in itself. 76. That which I called the demonic I had encountered for the first time outside my own mind in Lermontov's hero. Petzorin was compelled to act in pursuance of his natural bent, as though possessed by his own being. I felt myself in a similar manner possessed. I had met with the word daimon and daimons in Plato. Socrates urges that by demons the gods, or the children of the gods, were meant. I felt as though I, too, were one of the children of the gods. In all the great legendary figures of the Middle Ages I detected the feature of divine possession, especially in the two who had completely fascinated the poets of the 19th century, Don Juan and Faust. The first was the symbol of magic power over women, the second of the thirst for knowledge giving dominion over humanity and nature. Among my comrades, in Wilsing, even in the hunchbacked fellow with the unsuccessful mustache, I had seen how the Don Juan type which had turned their heads still held sway over the minds of young people. I myself could quite well understand the magic which this beautiful ideal of elementary irresistibility must have, but the Faust type appealed to me, with my thirst for knowledge, very much more. Still, the main thing for me was that in the first great and holy modern poets that I made acquaintance with, Byron and his intellectual successors, Lermontov and Heine, I recognized a Gaia the very fundamental trait that I termed demonic, the worship of one's own originality, under the guise of an uncompromising love of liberty. I was always brooding over this idea of the demonic with which my mind was filled. I recorded my thoughts on the subject in my first long essay, Lost, for that matter, on the demonic, as it reveals itself in the human character. When a shrewdly intelligent young fellow of my own age criticized my work from the assumption that the demonic did not exist, I thought him ridiculous. I little dreamt that 25 years later Ruling, in The Wild Duck, would show himself T6B on my friend's side in the emphatic words, "What the devil does it mean to be demonic?" It's sheer nonsense. 77. V. The demonic was also responsible for the mingled attraction that was exerted over me at this point by a young foreign student, and for the intercourse which ensued between us. Capers was born somewhere in the West Indies, was the son of a well-to-do German manufacturer, and had been brought up in a North German town. His father, for what reason I do not know, wished him to study at Copenhagen University, and there take his law examination. There was colored blood in his veins, though much diluted, maybe an eighth or so. He was tall and slender, somewhat loose in his walk and bearing, pale complexioned, with dark eyes and negro hair. His face, though not handsome, looked exceedingly clever, and its expression was not deceptive, for the young man had an astonishing intellect. He was placed in the house of a highly respected family in Copenhagen, that of a prominent scientist, a good-natured, unpractical savant, very unsuited to be the mentor of such an unconventional young man. He was conspicuous among the native Danish freshmen for his elegant dress and cosmopolitan education, and was so quick at learning that before very many weeks he spoke Danish almost without a mistake, though with a marked foreign accent, which, however, lent a certain charm to what he said. His extraordinary intelligence was not remarkable either for its comprehensiveness or its depth, but it was a quicker intelligence than any his Copenhagen fellow student had ever known, and so keen that he seemed born to be a lawyer. Capper spent almost all his day idling about the streets, talking to his companions. He was always ready for a walk, you never saw him work or heard him talk about his work. Nevertheless, he, a foreigner, who had barely mastered the language, presented himself after 6 months before he had attended all the lestyrs, that is for the examination in philosophy, and passed it with distinction in all 3 subjects. Indeed, Rasmus Nielsen, who examined him in propedutics, was so delighted at the foreigner's shrewd and ready answers. 78. That he gave him specially excellent, a mark which did not exist. His gifts in the juridical line appeared to be equally remarkable. When he turned up in a morning with his Danish fellow students at the coach's house, it might occasionally happen that he was somewhat tired and slack, but more often he showed a natural grasp of the handling of legal questions, and a consummate skill in bringing out every possible aspect of each question, that were astonishing in a beginner. His gifts were of unusual power, but for the externalities of things only, and he possessed just the gifts with which the sophists of old time distinguished themselves. He himself was a young sophist, and at the same time a true comedian, adapting his behavior to whomsoever he might happen to be addressing, winning over the person in question by striking his particular note and showing that side of his character with which he could best please him. Endowed with the capacity of mystifying and dazzling those around him, exceedingly keen-sighted, adaptable but in reality empty, he knew how to set people thinking and to fascinate others by his lively, unprejudiced, and often paradoxical, but entertaining conversation. He was now colder, now more confidential. He knew how to assume cordiality, and to flatter by appearing to admire. With a young student like myself who had just left school, was quite inexperienced in all worldly matters, and particularly in the chapter of women, but in whom he detected good abilities and a very strained idealism, he affected ascetic habits. With other companions he showed himself the intensely reckless and dissipated rich man's son he was. Indeed, he amused himself by introducing some of the most inoffensive and foolish of them into the wretched dens of vice and letting them indulge themselves at his expense. Intellectually interested as he was, he proposed, soon after our first meeting, that we should start a literary and scientific society, consisting of a very few freshmen, who, at the weekly meetings, should read a paper one of them had composed, whereupon 2 members who had previously read the paper should each submit it to a prepared criticism, and 70. After that, general discussion of the question. All that concerned the proposed society was carried out with a genuine Capers-like mystery, as if it were a conspiracy, and with forms and ceremonies worthy of a diplomat's action. Laws were drafted for the society, although it eventually consisted only of 5 members, and elaborate minutes were kept of the meetings. Among the members was V. Top 6e, afterwards well known as an editor and author, at that time a cautious and impudent freshman, whose motto was, "It is protection that we people must live by." He read the society a paper on the appearance, dealing with how one ought to dress, behave, speak, do one's hair, which revealed powers of observation and a sarcastic tendency. Amongst those who eagerly sought for admission but never secured it was a young student, handsome, and with no small love of study, but stupid and pushing, for whom I, who continued to see myself in Lermontov's Petzorin, cherished a hearty contempt, for the curious reason that he in every way reminded me of Petzorin's fatuous and conceited adversary, Grushnitki. Vilsing was asked to take part in the society's endeavors, but refused. "What I have against all these societies," he said, "is the self-satisfaction they give rise to. The only theme I should be inclined to treat is that of how the modern Don Juan must be conceived, but that I cannot do, since I should be obliged to touch on so many incidents of my own life." This was the society before which I read the treatise on the demonic, and it was Capers who, with his well-developed intelligence, would not admit the existence of anything of the sort. The regular meetings went on for 6 months only, the machinery being too large and heavy in comparison with the results attained. Capers and his intimate friends, however, saw none the less of each other. The brilliant West Indian continued to pursue his legal studies and to carry on his merry life in Copenhagen for some 18 months. But his studies gradually came to a standstill, while his gay life took up more and more of his time. He was now living alone in a flat which, to begin with, had been very elegantly 80 furnished, but grew emptier and emptier by degrees, as his furniture was sold, or went to the pawnbrokers. His furniture was followed by his books, and when Sko's orders in council had also been turned into money, his legal studies ceased of themselves. When the bookshelves were empty it was the turn of the wardrobe and the linen drawers, till one autumn day in 1861, an emissary of his father, who had been sent to Copenhagen to ascertain what the son was really about, found him in his shirt, without coat or trousers, wrapped up in his fur overcoat, sitting on the floor in his drawing room, where there was not so much as a chair left. Asked how it was that things had come to such a pass with him, he replied, "It is the curse that follows the colored race." A suit of clothes was redeemed for Capers Jr., and he was hurried away as quickly as possible to the German town where his father lived, and where the son explained to everyone who would listen that he had been obliged to leave Copenhagen suddenly on account of a duel with a gentleman in a very exalted position. /ALC. My first experiences of academic friendship made me smile in after years when I looked back on them. But my circle of acquaintances had gradually grown so large that it was only natural new friendships should grow out of it. One of the members of Capers Literary and Scientific Society, and the one whom the West Indian had genuinely cared most for, was a young fellow whose father was very much respected, and to whom attention was called for that reason. He was short, a little heavy on his feet, and a trifle indolent, had beautiful eyes, was warm-hearted and well educated, had good abilities without being specially original, and was somewhat careless in his dress, as in other things. His father was C.N. David, well known in his younger days as a university professor and a liberal politician, who later became the head of the statistical department and a member of the Senate. He had been in his youth a friend of 81. Johann Ludwig Heiberg, and had been dramatic contributor to the latter's paper. He was a very distinguished satirist and critic, and his influence upon the taste and critical opinion of his day can only be compared with that of Hallberg in the 18th century. Now, in concert with Blum and a few other of the elder politicians, he had formed a conservative front, opposed to the policy of the national liberals. One day as we two young men were sitting in his son's room, drafting the rules for the freshman society of 5 members, the old gentleman came through and asked us what we were writing. "Rules for a society, we want to get them done as quickly as we can." "That is right. That kind of constitution may very well be written out expeditiously. There has not been very much more trouble or forethought spent on the one we have in this country. It was not, however, so much the internal policy of the national liberals that he objected to it was only the election law that he was dissatisfied with as their attitude towards Germany. Whenever a step was taken in the direction of the incorporation of Schleswig, he would exclaim, "We are doing what we solemnly promised not to do. How can anyone be so childish as to believe that it will turn out well?" The son, whose home impressions in politics had been conservative, was a happy young man with a somewhat embarrassed manner, who sometimes hid his uncertainty under the cloak of a carelessness that was not altogether assumed. Behind him stood his family, to whom he hospitably introduced those of his companions whom he liked, and though the family were not gentle of origin, they belonged, nevertheless, to the highest circles in the country and exercised their attraction through the son. I, whom Ludwig David was now eagerly cultivating, had known him for many years, as we had been schoolfellows and even classmates, although David was considerably older. I had never felt drawn to him as a boy, in fact, had not liked him. Neither had David, in our school days, ever made any advances to me, having had other more intimate friends. Now, however, he was very cordial to me, and expressed in strong terms his appreciation of my industry and abilities. He himself was often teased at home for his lack of application. C.N. David was the first public personality with whom, as a student, I became acquainted and into whose house I was introduced. For many years I enjoyed unusual kindness and hospitality at the hands of the old politician, afterwards Minister of Finance. 7. I had hitherto been only mildly interested in politics. I had, of course, as a boy, attentively followed the course of the Crimean War, which my French uncle, on one of his visits, had called the fight for civilization against barbarism, although it was a fight for Turkey. Now, as a student, I followed with keen interest the Italian campaign and the revolt against the Austrian dukes and the Neapolitan Bourbons. But the internal policy of Denmark had little attraction for me. As soon as I entered the university I felt myself influenced by the spirit of such men as Poul Mahler, J. L. Heiberg, Søren Kierkegaard, and distinctly removed from the belief in the power of the people which was being preached everywhere at that time. This, however, was hardly more than a frame of mind, which did not preclude my feeling myself in sympathy with what at that time was called broad thought, i.e., liberalism. Although I was often indignant at the national liberal and Scandinavian terrorism which obtained a hearing at both convivial and serious meetings in the Students' Union, my feelings in the matter of Denmark's foreign policy with regard to Sweden and Norway, as well as to Germany, were the same as those held by all the other students. I felt no intellectual debt to either. 33. Sweden or Norway, but I was drawn by affection towards the Swedes and the Norsemen, and in Christian Richard's lovely song at the Northern Celebration in 1860, for Sweden and Norway, found the expression of the fraternal feelings that I cherished in my breast for our two northern neighbors. On the other hand, small as my store of knowledge still was, I had already acquired some considerable impression of German culture. Nevertheless, the increasingly inimical attitude of the German people towards Denmark, and the threatenings of war with Germany, together with my childish recollections of the war of 1848-50, had for their effect that in the Germany of that day I only saw an enemy's country. A violent affection that I felt at 16 for a charming little German girl made no difference to this view. VIIL. The old men, who advocated the greatest caution in dealing with the impossible demands of the German Federation, and were profoundly distrustful as to the help that might be expected from Europe, were vituperated in the press. As whole state men, they were regarded as unpatriotic, and as so-called reactionaries, accused of being enemies to freedom. When I was introduced into the house of one of these politically ill-famed leaders, in spite of my ignorance, I knew enough of politics, as of other subjects, to draw a sharp distinction between that which I could in a measure grasp, and that which I did not understand. I was sufficiently educated to place Danish constitutional questions in the latter category, and consequently I crossed, devoid of prejudice, the threshold of a house whence proceeded, according to the opinion of the politically orthodox, a pernicious, though fortunately powerless, political heterodoxy. It must not be supposed that I came into close touch with anything of the sort. The old minister never opened his mouth on political matters in the bosom of his family. But the impression of superior intelligence and knowledge of men that he conveyed was enough to place him in a different light from that in which he was depicted in the 84. Fatherland, the paper whose opinions were swallowed blindly by the student body. And my faith in the infallibility of the paper was shaken even more one day, when I saw the leader of the reactionary party himself, Privy Councillor Blum, at the House, and sat unnoticed in a corner, listening to his conversation. He talked a great deal, although, like the master of the house, he did not allude to his public work. Like a statesman of the old school, he expressed himself with exquisite politeness and a certain ceremony. But of the affectation of which the Fatherland accused him, there was not a trace. What profoundly impressed me was the Danish the old gentleman spoke, the most perfect Danish. He told of his travels in India. Once upon a time he had been governor of Trankbar, and you saw before you the banks of the Ganges and the white troops of women, streaming down to bathe in the river, as their religion prescribed. I never forgot the words with which Blum rose to go, "May I borrow the English blue books for a few days? There might be something or other that the newspapers have not thought fit to tell us." I started at the words. It dawned upon me for the first time, though merely as a remote possibility, that the press might purposely and with intent to mislead keep silence about facts that had a claim upon the attention of the public. 9. Young David had once asked me to read Ovid's Elegiacs with him, and this was the beginning of our closer acquaintance. In town, in the winter, we two younger ones were only rarely with the rest of the family, but in summer it was different. The minister had built a house at Rungsted, on a piece of land belonging to his brother, who was a farmer and the owner of Rungstedjard, Rungstedlund, and Folhavigard, a shrewd and practical man. To this villa, which was in a beautiful situation, overlooking the sea, I was often invited by my friend to spend a few days in the summer, sometimes even a month at a time. At first, of course, I was nothing to the rest of the family. They received me for the 85 son's sake, but by degrees I won a footing with them, too. The handsome, clever, and sprightly mistress of the house took a motherly interest in me, and the young daughters showed me kindness for which I was very grateful. The master of the house sometimes related an anecdote, as, for instance, about Heiberg's mad pranks as a young man. When he went off into the woods and got hungry, he used to take provisions from the stores in the lockers of the phaetons that put up at Klampenborg, while the people were walking about in the park, and the coachman inside the public house. One day, with Moll and David, he got hold of a huge layer cake. The young fellows had devoured a good half of it and replaced it under the seat of the carriage, when the family came back, caught sight of Heiberg, whom they knew, and invited the young men to have a piece of cake and a glass of wine. When they made the horrifying discovery of the havoc that had been wrought, they themselves would not touch it, and the robbers, who were stuffed already, were obliged to consume the remainder of the cake between them. There was often music at the villa. Sometimes I was asked to read aloud, and then I did my best, choosing good pieces not well known, and reading carefully. The pleasant outdoor life gave me a few glimpses of that rare and ardently desired thing, still contentment. It was more particularly alone with nature that I felt myself at home. A loose page from my diary of those days will serve to indicate the untried forces that I felt stirring within me. On the way down, the sky was dappled with large and many-colored clouds. I wandered about in the woods today, among the oaks and beeches, and saw the sun gilding the leaves and the tree trunks, lay down under a tree with my Greek Homer and read the first and second books of the Odyssey. Went backwards and forwards in the clover field, revelled in the clover, smelt it, and sucked the juice of the flowers. I have the same splendid view as of old from my window. The sea, in all its flat expanse, moved in towards me to greet me, when I arrived. It was roaring and foaming mildly. Hveen could be seen quite clearly. Now the wind is busy outside my window, The sea is stormy, the dark heavens show streaks of moonlight. Released wind and rain. Went as far as Vallard in a furious wind. The sky kept clear, a dark red patch of color showed the position of the sun. 86. On the horizon. The moon has got up hurriedly, has turned from red to yellow, and looks lovely. I am drunk with the beauties of nature. Go to full have and feel, liz the gods in Homer, without a care. I can never get sleepy out in the open country on a windy night. Rested a little, got up at 4 o'clock, went at full speed along soaked roads to Humleybeck, to Gur Ruins and Lake, through the woods to Friedensborg Park, back to Humleybecksk, and came home to Rungsted by steamer. Then went up on the hill. Quiet beauty of the landscape. Feeling that nature raises even the fallen into purer, loftier regions. Took the Odyssey and went along the field path to the stone table, cool, fresh air, harmony and splendor over nature. Wildly soars the hawk. Went up into the sunlit wood at Hirschalm, at the melancholy expression in the faces of the horses and sheep. I made ducks and drakes and asked the others riddles. A woman came and begged for help to bury her husband, he had had such an easy death. She is said to have killed him with a blow from a wooden shoe. Sat under a giant beech in Rungsted Wood, then had a splendid drive after the heavy rain up to Fulhav and thence to Hirschalm. Everything was as fresh and lovely as in an enchanted land. What a freshness! The church and the trees mirrored themselves in the lake. The device on my shield shall be 3 lucky peas. To Vidbeck and back. We were going for a row. My hostess agreed, but as we had a large, heavy, and clumsy boat, they were all nervous. Then Ludwig's rowlock snapped and he caught a crab. It was no wonder, as he was rowing too deep. So I took both sculls myself. It was tiring to pull the heavy boat with so many, but the sea was inexpressibly lovely, the evening dead calm. Silver sheen on the water, visible to the observant and initiated nature lover. Ripple from the west wind, at P7E. Grubbed in the shingle, and went to full have. Gathered flowers and strawberries. My fingers still smell of strawberries. Went out at night. Pictures of my fancy rose around me. A summer's night, but as cold as winter, the clouds banked up on the horizon. Suppose in the wind and cold and dark I were to meet one I know. Over the corn the wind whispered or whistled a name. The waves dashed in a short little beat against the shore. It is only the sea that is as nature made it, the land in 1,000 ways is robbed of its virginity by human hands, but the sea now is as it was thousands of years ago. A thick fog rose up. The birches bent their heads and went to sleep. But I can hear the grass grow and the stars sing. Gradually my association with Ludwig David grew more and more intimate, and the latter proved himself a constant friend. A few years after our friendship had begun, when things were looking rather black for me, my father having suffered great business losses, and no longer being able to give me the same help as before, Ludwig David invited me to go and live altogether at his father's house, and be like a son there, an offer which I of course refused, but which affected me deeply, especially when I learnt that it had only been made after the whole family had been consulted. In November, 1859, at exactly the same time as Kapper's Literary and Scientific Society was started, a fellow student named Gronbeck, from Falster, who knew the family of Caspar Paludan-Müller, the historian, proposed my joining another little society of young students, of whom Gronbeck thought very highly on account of their altogether unusual knowledge of books and men. In the old Students' Union in Bold Husgade, the only meeting place at that time for students, which was always regarded in a poetic light, I had not found what I wanted. There was no life in it, and at the convivial meetings on Saturday night the punch was bad, the speeches were generally bad, and the songs were good only once in a way. I had just joined one new society, but I never rejected any prospect of acquaintances from whom I could learn anything, and nothing was too much for me. So I willingly agreed, and one evening late in November I was introduced to the society so extolled by Gronbeck, which called itself neither literary nor scientific, had no other object than sociability, and met at Ehlers College, in the rooms of a young philological student, Frederick Nutzhorn. Expecting as I did something out of the ordinary, I was very much disappointed. The society proved to be quite vague and indefinite. Those present, the host, a certain Jens Paludan Miller, son of the historian, a certain Julius Lang, son of the professor of pedagogy, and a few others, received me as though they had been waiting for me to put the society on its legs. They talked as if I were going to do everything to entertain them, and as if they themselves cared to do nothing. They seemed to be indolent, almost sluggish. First we read aloud in turns from Björnson's Arn, which was then new. A lagging conversation followed. Nutzhorn talked nonsense, Paludan Müller snuffled, Julius Lang alone occasionally let fall a humorous remark. The contrast between Nutzhorn's band, who took sociability calmly and quietly, and Kapper Circle, which met to work and discuss things to its utmost 88 capacity, was striking. He band seemed exceedingly phlegmatic in comparison. This first impression was modified at subsequent meetings. As I talked to these young men I discovered, first and foremost, how ignorant I was of political history and the history of art. In the next place, I seemed, in comparison with them, to be old in my opinions and my habits. They called themselves Republicans, for instance, whereas republicanism in Denmark had in my eyes hitherto been mere youthful folly. Then again, they were very unconventional in their habits. After a party near Christmas time, which was distinguished by a pretty song by Julius Lang, they proposed at 12 o'clock at night, that we should go to Frederiksborg. And extravagances of this kind were not infrequent. Still it was only towards midsummer 1860 that I became properly merged into the new circle and felt myself as home in it. It had been increased by 2 or 3 first-rate fellows, Harold Paulson, at the present time Lord Chief Justice, a courageous young fellow, who was not afraid of tackling any ruffian who interfered with him in a defile, Troels Lund, then studying theology, later on the esteemed historian, who was always refined, self-controlled, thoughtful, and on occasion caustic, great at feints in the fencing class, and Emil Peterson, then studying law, died in 1890, as departmental head of railways. Gentle, dreamy, exceedingly conscientious, with a marked lyric tendency. One evening, shortly before Midsummer's Eve, when we had gone out to Vidbeck, fetched Emil Peterson from Triggerod and thoroughly enjoyed the beautiful scenery, we had a wrestling match out in the water off Skodsborg and a supper party afterwards at which, under the influence of the company, the gaiety rose to a wild pitch and eventually passed all bounds. We made speeches, sang, shouted our witticisms at each other all at once, seized each other round the waist and danced, till we had to stop for sheer tiredness. Then we all drank pledges of eternal friendship, and trooped into the town together, and hammered at the doors of the coffee houses after midnight to try to get in somewhere where we could have coffee. We had learned all at once to know 89 and appreciate each other to the full. We were united by a feeling of brotherhood and remained friends for life. The life allotted to several of the little band was, it is true, but short. Jens Paludan Müller fell at Sankelmark 3.5 years later. Nutzhorn had only 5 years and a half to live. Of the others, Emil Peterson and Julius Lang are dead. But, whether our lives were long or short, our meetings frequent or rare, we continued to be cordially attached to one another, and no misunderstanding or ill-feeling ever cropped up between us. 11. Among my Danish excursions was one to Schleswig in July, 1860. The Copenhagen students had been asked to attend a festival to be held at Angel at the end of July for the strengthening of the sparse Danish element in that German-minded region. There were not many who wished to go, but several of those who did had beautiful voices, and sang feelingly the national songs with which it was hoped the hearts of the Angel people, and especially of the ladies, might be touched. Several gentlemen still living, at that time among the recognized leaders of the students, went with us. We sailed from Corsair to Flensburg one exquisite summer night. We gave up the berths we had secured and stayed all night on deck with a bowl of punch. It was a starlight night, the ship cut rapidly through the calm waters, beautiful songs were sung and high-flown speeches made. One speech was held in a whisper, the one in honor of General de Meza, who was still a universal favorite, and who was sitting in his stateroom, waked up out of his sleep, with his white gloves and gauff-red lace cuffs on and a red and white nightcap on his head. We young ones only thought of him as the man who, during the Battle of Fredericia, had never moved a muscle of his face, and when it was over had said quietly, "The result is very satisfactory." Unfriendly and sneering looks from the windows at Flensburg very soon showed the travelers that Danish students' caps were not a welcome sight there. The angel peas, 90 ants, however, were very pleasant. The festival, which lasted all day and concluded with dancing and fireworks, was a great success, and a young man who had been carousing all night, traveling all day, and had danced all the evening with pretty girls till his senses were in a whirl, could not help regarding the scene of the festival in a romantic light, as he stood there alone, late at night, surrounded by flaring torches, the fireworks sputtering and glittering about him. Some few of the students sat in the fields round flaming rings of pitch, an old angel peasant keeping the fires alight and singing Danish songs. Absolutely enraptured, and with tears in his eyes, he went about shaking hands with the young men and thanking them for coming. It was peculiarly solemn and beautiful. Next day, when I got out at Ijbeck station on my way from Flensburg, intending to go to Idstedt, it seemed that 3 other young men had had the same idea, so we all 4 walked together. They were young men of a type I had not met with before. The way they felt and spoke was new to me. They all talked in a very affectionate manner, betrayed at once that they worshipped one another, and seemed to have strong, open natures, much resembling each other. They were Ernst Trier, Norgard, and Baji, later the 3 well-known high school men. The little band arrived at a quick pace on Idstedt's beautiful heath, all tufts of ling, the red blossoms of which looked lovely in the light of the setting sun. We sat ourselves down on the hill where Baudissin and his staff had stood. Then Bago read aloud Hammerike's description of the Battle of Idstedt, while each of us in his mind's eye saw the seething masses of troops advance and fall upon one another, as they had done just 10 years before. Our time was short, if we wanted to get under a roof that night. At 9 o'clock we were still 8 miles from Schleswig. We did the first 4 at a pace that was novel to me. 3 parts of the way we covered in 45 minutes, the last 2 miles took us 20. When we arrived at the hotel, there stood Madame Esselbach, of war renown, in the doorway, with her hands on her hips, as in her portrait. She summed up the arrivals with shrewd, sharp eyes, and exclaimed, "Das ist ja das Jung Dänemark." Inside, officers were sitting, playing cards. Major Sommer promised us young men to show us Gerterp at 6 o'clock next morning. We should then get a view of the whole of the town from Hersterberg beforehand. The major, who was attacked in the newspapers after the war, and whose expression "my maiden sword" was made great fun of, showed us younger ones the magnificent church, and afterwards the castle, which, as a barracks, was quite spoilt. He acted as the father of the regiment, and, like Poole Mahler's artist, encouraged the efficient, and said hard words to the slighty, praising or blaming unceasingly, chatted Danish to the soldiers, Low German to the cook, High German to the little housekeeper at the castle, and called the attention of his guests to the perfect order and cleanliness of the stables. He complained bitterly that a certain senior lieutenant he pointed out to us, who in 1848 had flung his cockade in the gutter and gone over to the Germans, had been reinstated in the regiment, and placed over the heads of brave second lieutenants who had won their crosses in the war. Here I parted with my Grundtvigian friends. When I spoke of them to Julius Lang on my return, he remarked, "They are a good sort, who wear their hearts in their buttonholes as decorations." The society I fell in with for the rest of my journey was very droll. This consisted of Borup, later mayor of finance, and a journalist named Falkman, really Peterson, even at that time on the staff of the daily paper. I little guessed then that my somewhat vulgar traveling companion would develop into the Cato who wished Ibsen's ghosts might be thrust into the slime pit, where such things belong, and would write articles by the hundred against me. Neither had I any suspicion, during my acquaintance with Topso, that the latter would one day be one of my most determined persecutors. Without exactly being strikingly youthful, the large, broad-shouldered Borup was still a young man. Falkman wrote good-humoredly long reports to Billy about Schleswig. 92. Which I corrected for him. Borup and Falkman generally exclaimed the moment I opened my mouth, "Not seraphic, now." We traveled together to Gleicksborg, saw the camp there, and, as we had had nothing since our morning coffee at 5 o'clock, ate between the three of us a piece of roast meat 6 pounds weight. We spent the night at Flensborg and drove next day to Grosten along a lovely road with wooded banks on either side. It was pouring with rain, and we sat in dead silence, trying to roll ourselves up in horsecloths. When in an hour's time the rain stopped, and we put up at an inn, our enforced silence gave place to the wildest merriment. We three young fellows, the future finance minister as well, danced into the parlor, hopped about like wild men, spilt milk over ourselves, the sofa, and the waitress, then sprang, waltzing and laughing, out through the door again and up into the carriage, after having heaped the girl with small copper coins. From Grosten we proceeded to Sednderborg. The older men lay down and slept after the meal. I went up to Dibalmal. On the way back, I found on a hill looking out over ALS a bench from which there was a beautiful view across to Schleswig. I lay down on the seat and gazed up at the sky and across the perfect country. The light fields, with their tall, dark hedges, which give the Schleswig scenery its peculiar stamp, from this high-lying position looked absolutely lovely. 12. I was not given to looking at life in a rosy light. My nature, one uninterrupted endeavor, was too tense for that. Although I occasionally felt the spontaneous enjoyments of breathing the fresh air, seeing the sun shine, and listening to the whistling of the wind, and always delighted in the fact that I was in the heyday of my youth, there was yet a considerable element of melancholy in my temperament, and I was so loath to abandon myself to any illusion that when I looked into my own heart and summed up my own life it seemed to me that I had never been happy for a day. I did. 93. Not know what it was to be happy for a whole day at a time, scarcely for an hour. I had only known a moment's rapture in the companionship of my comrades at a merry-making, in intercourse with a friend, under the influence of the beauties of nature, or the charm of women, or in delight at gaining intellectual riches during the reading of a poem, the sight of a play, or when absorbed in a work of art. Any feeling that I was enriching my mind from those surrounding me was unfortunately rare with me. Almost always, when talking to strangers, I felt the exact opposite, which annoyed me exceedingly, namely, that I was being intellectually sucked, squeezed like a lemon, and whereas I was never bored when alone, in the society of other people I suffered overwhelmingly from boredom. In fact, I was so bored by the visits heaped upon me by my comrades and acquaintances, who inconsiderately wasted my time, in order to kill a few hours, that I was almost driven to despair. I was too young obstinately to refuse to see them. By degrees, the thought of the boredom that I emitted at almost all social functions dominated my mind to such an extent that I wrote a little fairy tale about boredom, by no means bad, but unfortunately lost, round an underscore idea which I saw several years later treated in another way in Siburn's well-known book of the year 2135. This fairy tale was read aloud to Nutziorn's band and met with its approval. But although I could thus by no means be called of a happy disposition, I was, by reason of my overflowing youth, in a constant state of elation, which, as soon as the company of others brought me out of my usual balance, acted like exuberant mirth and made me burst out laughing. I was noted, among my comrades, and not always to my advantage, for my absolutely ungovernable risibility. I had an exceedingly keen eye for the ridiculous, and easily influenced as I still was, I could not content myself with a smile. Not infrequently, when walking about the town, I used to laugh the whole length of a street. There were times when I was quite incapable of controlling my laughter. I laughed like a child, and it was incomprehensible to me that people 94 could go so soberly and solemnly about. If a person stared straight at me, it made me laugh. If a girl flirted a little with me, I laughed in her face. One day I went out and saw two drunken laborers, in a cab, each with a wreath on his knee. I was obliged to laugh. I met an old dandy whom I knew, with two coats on, one of which hung down below the other. I had to laugh at that, too. Sometimes, walking or standing, absorbed in thoughts, I was outwardly abstracted, and answered mechanically, or spoke in a manner unsuited to my words. If I noticed this myself, I could not refrain from laughing aloud at my own absent-mindedness. It occasionally happened that at an evening party, where I had been introduced by the son of the house to a stiff family to whom I was a stranger, and where the conversation at table was being carried on in labored monosyllables, I would begin to laugh so unrestrainedly that every one stared at me in anger or amazement. And it occasionally happened that when some sad event, concerning people present, was being discussed, the recollection of something comical I had seen or heard the same day would crop up in my mind to the exclusion of all else, and I would be overtaken by fits of laughter that were both incomprehensible and wounding to those round me, but which it was impossible to me to repress. At funeral ceremonies, I was in such dread of bursting out laughing that my attention would involuntarily fix itself on everything it ought to avoid. This habit of mine was particularly trying when my laughter had a ruffling effect on others in a thing that I myself was anxious to carry through. Thus I spoilt the first rehearsals of Sophocles' Greek play Philoctetes, which a little group of students were preparing to act at the request of Julius Lang. Some of them pronounced the Greek in an unusual manner, others had forgotten their parts or acted badly, and that was quite enough to set me off in a fit of laughter which I had difficulty in stopping. Thus I often laughed, when I was tormented at being compelled to laugh, in reality feeling melancholy, and mentally worried. I used to think of Erschlinschlager C. Erverad, who does not laugh when he is happy, but breaks into a guffaw when he is deeply affected. 95. These fits of laughter were in reality the outcome of sheer youthfulness. With all my musings and reflection, I was still in many ways a child. I laughed as boys and girls laugh, without being able to stop, and especially when they ought not. But this painful trait in myself directed my thoughts to the nature proper of laughter. I tried to sum up to myself why I laughed, and why people in general laughed, pondered, as well as I was capable of doing, the question of what the comical consisted of, and then recorded the fruits of my reflections in my second long treatise, on laughter, which has been lost. As I approached my 20th year, these fits of laughter stopped. I have, wrote I at the time, seen into that realm of sighs, on the threshold of which I, like Parmeniscus after consulting the oracle of Trophonius, have suddenly forgotten how to laugh. 13. Meanwhile I had completed my 18th year and had to make my choice of a profession. But what was I fitted for? My parents, and those other of my relations whose opinions I valued, wished me to take up the law. They thought that I might make a good barrister, but I myself held back, and during my first year of study did not attend a single law lecture. In July, 1860, after I had passed my philosophical examination, with distinction in every subject, the question became urgent. Whether I was likely to exhibit any considerable talent as a writer, it was impossible for me to determine. There was only one thing that I felt clear about, and that was that I should never be contented with a subordinate position in the literary world. Better 100 times be a judge in a provincial town. One felt an inward conviction that J should make my way as a writer. It seemed to me that a death-like stillness reigned for the time being over European literature, but that there were mighty forces working in the silence. I believed that a revival was imminent. In August, 1860, I wrote in my private papers, "We Danes, with our national culture and our knowledge of the literatures of other 96 countries, will stand well equipped when the literary horn of the gods resounds again through the world, calling fiery youth to battle. I am firmly convinced that that time will come and that I shall be, if not the one who evokes it in the north, at any rate one who will contribute greatly towards it. One of the first books I had read as a student was Goethe's Dichtung und Wahrheit, and this career had extraordinarily impressed me. In my childlike enthusiasm I determined to read all the books that Goethe says that he read as a boy, and thus commenced and finished Winckelmann's collected works, Lessingslekun and other books of artistic and archaeological research, in other words, studied the history and philosophy of art in the first instance under aspects which, from the point of view of subsequent research, were altogether antiquated, though in themselves, and in their day, valuable enough. Goethe's life fascinated me for a time to such an extent that I found duplicates of the characters in the book everywhere. An old language master, to whom I went early in the morning, in order to acquire from him the knowledge of English which had not been taught me at school, reminded me vividly, for instance, of the old dancing master in Goethe, and my impression was borne out when I discovered that he, too, had two pretty daughters. A more important point was that the book awoke in me a restless thirst for knowledge, at the same time that I conceived a mental picture of Goethe's monumental personality and began to be influenced by the universality of his genius. Meanwhile, circumstances at home forced me, without further vacillation, to take up some special branch of study. The prospects literature presented were too remote. For physics I had no talent, the logical bent of my abilities seemed to point in the direction of the law, so jurisprudential was selected and my studies commenced. The university lectures, as given by Professors Egeisen and Graham, were appalling. They consisted of a slow, sleepy dictation. A death-like dreariness brooded always over the lecture halls. Egeisen was especially unendurable. 97. There was no trace of anything human or living about his dictation. Graham had a kind, well-intentioned personality, but had barely reached his desk than it seemed as though he, too, were saying, "I am a human being, everything human is alien to me." We consequently had to pursue our studies with the help of a coach, and the one whom I, together with Kappers, Ludwig David, and a few others, had chosen, Otto Algrenussing, was both a capable and a pleasant guide. 5 years were yet to elapse before this man and his even more gifted brother, Frederick, on the formation of the loyal and conservative Society of August, were persecuted and ridiculed as reactionaries, by the editors of the Ascendant Press, who, only a few years later, proved themselves to be 10 times more reactionary themselves. Otto was positively enthusiastic over law. He used to declare that a barrister was the finest thing a man could be. However, he did not succeed in infecting me with his enthusiasm. I took pains, but there was little in the subject that aroused my interest. Christian V's Danish law attracted me exclusively on account of its language and the perspicuity and pithiness of the expressions occasionally made use of. With this exception, what impressed me most of all that I heard in the lessons was Anders Sandsted's interpretation of the law. When I had read and reread a passage of law which seemed to me to be easily intelligible, and only capable of being understood in one way, how could I do other than marvel and be seized with admiration, when the coach read out Sandsted's interpretation, proving that the law was miserably couched, and could be expounded in 3 or 4 different ways, all contradicting one another. But this Sandstedt very often did prove in an irrefutable manner. In my lack of receptivity for legal details, and my want of interest in positive law, I flung myself with all the greater fervour into the study of what in olden times was called natural law, and plunged again and again into the study of legal philosophy. 98. 14. About the same time as my legal studies were thus beginning, I planned out a study of philosophy and aesthetics on a large scale as well. My day was systematically filled up from early morning till late at night, and there was time for everything, for ancient and modern languages, for law lessons with the coach, for the lectures in philosophy which Professors H. Brockner and R. Nielsen were holding for more advanced students, and for independent reading of a literary, scientific, and historic description. One of the masters who had taught me at school, a very erudite philologian, now Dr. Oscar Ciasby, offered me gratuitous instruction, and with his help several of the tragedies of Sophocles and Euripides, various things of Plato's, and comedies by Plautus and Terence were carefully studied. Frederick Nutzhorn read the Edda and the Nibelungenlied with me in the originals. With Jens Paludan Miller I went through the New Testament in Greek, and with Julius Lang, Aeschylus, Sophocles, Pindar, Horace, and Ovid, and a little of Aristotle and Theocritus. Catullus, Martial, and Caesar J. read for myself. But I did not find any positive inspiration in my studies until I approached my 19th year. In philosophy I had hitherto mastered only a few books by Søren Kierkegaard. But now I began a conscientious study of Heiberg's philosophical writings and honestly endeavored to make myself familiar with his speculative logic. As Heiberg's prose writings came out, in the 1861 edition, they were studied with extreme care. Heiberg's death in 1860 was a great grief to me. As a thinker I had loved and revered him. The clearness of form and the internal obscurity of his adaptation of Hegel's teachings gave one a certain artistic satisfaction, at the same time that it provoked an effort really to understand. But in the nature of things, Heiberg's philosophical life work could not to a student be other than an admission into Hegel's train of thought, and an introduction to the master's own works. I was not aware that by 1860 Europe had long transitioned Ugox 99. Passed his works by in favor of more modern thinking. With a passionate desire to reach a comprehension of the truth, I grappled with the system, began with the encyclopedia, read the 3 volumes of Aesthetics, the philosophy of law, the philosophy of history, the phenomenology of the mind, then the philosophy of law again, and finally the logic, the natural philosophy and the philosophy of the mind in a veritable intoxication of comprehension and delight. One day, when a young girl towards whom I felt attracted had asked me to go and say goodbye to her before her departure, I forgot the time, her journey, and my promise to her, over my Hegel. As I walked up and down my room I chanced to pull my watch out of my pocket, and realized that I had missed my appointment and that the girl must have started long ago. Hegel's philosophy of law had a charm for me as a legal student, partly on account of the superiority with which the substantial quality of Hegel's mind is there presented, and partly on account of the challenge in the attitude of the book to accepted opinions and expressions, morality here being almost the only thing Hegel objects to. But it was the book on aesthetics that charmed me most of all. It was easy to understand, and yet weighty, superabundantly rich. Again and again while reading Hegel's works I felt carried away with delight at the new world of thought opening out before me. And when anything that for a long time had been incomprehensible to me, at last after tenacious reflection became clear, I felt what I myself called an unspeakable bliss. Hegel's system of thought, anticipatory of experience, his German style, overburdened with arbitrarily constructed technical words from the year 1810, which one might think would daunt a young student of another country and another age, only meant to me difficulties which it was a pleasure to overcome. Sometimes it was not Hegelianism itself that seemed the main thing. The main thing was that I was learning to know a world-embracing mind, I was being initiated into an attempt to comprehend a universe which was half wisdom and half poetry, I was obtaining an insight. 100. Into a method which, if scientifically unsatisfying, and on that ground already abandoned by investigators, was fruitful and based upon a clever, ingenuous, highly intellectual conception of the essence of truth, I felt myself put to school to a great intellectual leader, and in this school I learned to think. I might, it is true, have received my initiation in a school built up on more modern foundations, it is true that I should have saved much time, been spared many detours, and have reached my goal more directly had I been introduced to an empirical philosophy, or if fate had placed me in a school in which historical sources were examined more critically, but not less intelligently, and in which respect for individuality was greater. But such as the school was, I derived from it all the benefit it could afford to my ego, and I perceived with delight that my intellectual progress was being much accelerated. Consequently it did not specially take from my feeling of having attained a measure of scientific insight, when I learned what I had not known at first, that my teachers, Hans Brechner, as well as Rasmus Nielsen, were agreed not to remain satisfied with the conclusions of the German philosopher, had got beyond Hegel. At the altitude to which the study of philosophy had now lifted me, I saw that the questions with which I had approached science were incorrectly formulated, and they fell away of themselves, even without being answered. Words that had filled men's minds for thousands of years, God, infinity, thought, nature and mind, freedom and purpose, all these words acquired another and a deeper meaning, were stamped with a new character, acquired a new value, and the depurated ideas which they now expressed opposed each other, and combined with each other, until the universe was seen pierced by a plexus of thoughts, and resting calmly within it. Viewed from these heights, the petty and the everyday matters which occupied the human herd seemed so contemptible. Of what account, for instance, was the wrangling in the Senate and the Parliament of a little country like Denmark compared with Hegel's vision of the mighty march, inevitable and determined by spiritual laws, of the idea of IOI freedom, through the world's history? And of what account was the daily gossip of the newspapers, compared with the possibility now thrown open of a life of eternal ideals, lived in and for them? 15. I had an even deeper perception of my initiation when I went back from Hegel to Spinoza and, filled with awe and enthusiasm, read the Ethica for the first time. Here I stood at the source of modern pantheistic philosophy. Here philosophy was even more distinctly religion, since it took religion's place. Though the method applied was very artificial, purely mathematical, at least philosophy had here the attraction of a more original type of mind, the effect being much the same as that produced by primitive painting, compared with a more developed stage. His very expression, God, or nature, had a fascinating mysticism about it. The chapter in the book which is devoted to the natural history of passions, surprised and enriched one by its simple, but profound, explanation of the conditions of the human soul. And although his fight against superstition's views of life is conducted with a keenness that scouts discussion, whereas in modern philosophy the contention is merely implied, it seemed as though his thoughts traveled along less stormy paths. In Hegel, it had been exclusively the comprehensiveness of the thoughts and the mode of the thought's procedure that held my attention. With Spinoza it was different. It was his personality that attracted, the great man in him, one of the greatest that history has known. With him a new type had made its entrance into the world's history. He was the calm thinker, looking down from above on this earthly life, reminding one, by the purity and strength of his character, of Jesus, but a contrast to Jesus, inasmuch as he was a worshipper of nature and necessity, and a pantheist. His teaching was the basis of the faith of the New Age. He was a saint and a heathen, seditious and pious, at the same time. 102. 16. Still, while I was in this way making a purely mental endeavor to penetrate into as many intellectual domains as I could, and to become master of one subject after another, was very far from being at peace with regard to my intellectual acquisitions, or from feeling myself in incontestable possession of them. While I was satisfying my desire for insight or knowledge and, by glimpses, felt my supremest happiness in the delight of comprehension, an ever more violent struggle was going on in my emotions. As my being grew and developed within me and I slowly emerged from the double state of which I had been conscious, in other words, the more I became one and individual and strove to be honest and true, the less I felt myself to be a mere individual, the more I realized that I was bound up with humanity, one link in the chain, one organ belonging to the universe. The philosophical pantheism I was absorbed by, itself worked counter to the idea of individualism inherent in me, taught me and presented to me the union of all beings in nature, the all-divine. But it was not from pantheism that the crisis of my spiritual life proceeded, it was from the fountains of emotion which now shot up and filled my soul with their steady flow. A love for humanity came over me, and watered and fertilized the fields of my inner world which had been lying fallow, and this love of humanity vented itself in a vast compassion. This gradually absorbed me till I could hardly bear the thought of the suffering, the poor, the oppressed, the victims of injustice. I always saw them in my mind's eye, and it seemed to be my duty to work for them, and to be disgraceful of me to enjoy the good things of life while so many were being starved and tortured. Often as I walked along the streets at night I brooded over these ideas till I knew nothing of what was passing around me, but only felt how all the forces of my brain drew me towards those who suffered. There were warm-hearted and benevolent men among my near relatives. The man whom my mother's younger sister had married had his heart in the right place, so much indeed. 103. That he no sooner saw or heard of distress than his hand was in his pocket, although he had little from which to give. My father's brother was a genuinely philanthropic man, who founded one beneficent institution or society after the other, had an unusual power of inducing his well-to-do fellow townsmen to carry his schemes through, and in the collaboration of them showed a perception and practical sense that almost amounted to genius. This was the more surprising since his intelligence was not otherwise remarkable for its keenness and his reasoning methods were confused. But what I felt was quite different. My feelings were not so easily roused as those of the first mentioned, I was not so good-natured or so quick to act as he. Neither did they resemble those of my other uncle, who merely represented compassion for those unfortunately situated, but was without the least vestige of rebellious feeling against the conditions or the people responsible for the misery. My uncle was always content with life as it was, saw the hand of a loving providence everywhere and was fully and firmly convinced that he himself was led and helped by this same providence, which specially watched over the launching of his projects for the welfare of mankind. No, my feeling was of quite another kind. Nothing was farther removed from me than this sometimes quite childish optimism. It was not enough for me to advertise the sufferings of a few individuals and, when possible, alleviate them. I sought the causes of them in brutality and injustice. Neither could I recognize the finger of a universal ruler in a confusion of coincidences, conversations, newspaper articles, and advice by prudent men, the outcome of all which was the founding of a society for seamstresses or the erection of a hospital to counteract the misery that the controlling power had itself occasioned. I was a child no longer, and in that sense never had been childish. But my heart bled none the less with sympathy for society's unfortunates. I did not as yet perceive the necessity of that selfishness which is self-assertion, and I felt oppressed and tormented by all that I, in my comparatively advantageous position as a non-proletarian, enjoyed, while many others did not. 104. Then another mood, with other promptings, asserted itself. I felt an impulse to step forward as a preacher to the world around me, to the thoughtless and the hard-hearted. Under the influence of strong emotion I wrote an edifying discourse, The Profitable Fear. One began to regard it as my duty, so soon as was fitted for it, to go out into the town and preach at every street corner, regardless of whether a lay preacher, like myself, should encounter indifference or harvest scorn. This course attracted me because it presented itself to me under the guise of the most difficult thing, and, with the perversity of youth, I thought difficulty the only criterion of duty. I only needed to hit upon something that seemed to me to be the right thing and then say to myself, "You dare not do it," for all the youthful strength and daring that was in me, all my deeper feelings of honor and of pride, all my love of grappling with the apparently insurmountable to unite, and in face of this "you dare not," satisfy myself that I did dare. As provisionally, self-abnegation, humility, and asceticism seemed to me to be the most difficult things. For a time my whole spiritual life was concentrated into an endeavor to attain them. Just at this time I was 19. My family was in a rather difficult pecuniary position, and I, quite a poor student, was cast upon my own resources. I had consequently not much of this world's goods to renounce. From a comfortable residence in Crown Prince's Street, my parents had moved to a more modest flat in the exceedingly unaristocratic Salmon Street, where I had an attic of limited dimensions with outlook over roofs by day and a view of the stars by night. Quiet the nights were not, inasmuch as the neighboring houses re-echoed with screams and underscore shrieks from poor women, whom their late returning husbands or lovers thrashed in their cups. But never had I felt myself so raised, so exhilarated, so blissfully happy, as in that room. My days slipped by in ecstasy. I felt myself consecrated a combatant in the service of the highest. I used to test my body, in order to get it wholly under my control, ate as little as possible, slept as little as possible, lay many 105 a night outside my bed on the bare floor, gradually to make myself as hardy as I required to be. I tried to crush the youthful sensuality that was awakening in me, and by degrees acquired complete mastery over myself, so that I could be what I wished to be, a strong and willing instrument in the fight for the victory of truth. And I plunged afresh into study with a passion and a delight that prevented my perceiving any lack, but month after month carried me along, increasing in knowledge and in mental power, growing from day to day. 17. This frame of mind, however, was crossed by another. The religious transformation in my mind could not remain clear and unmudded, placed as I was in a society furrowed through and through by different religious currents, issued as I was from the European races that for thousands of years had been plowed by religious ideas. All the atavism, all the spectral repetition of the thoughts and ideas of the past that can lie dormant in the mind of the individual, leaped to the reinforcement of the harrowing religious impressions which came to me from without. It was not the attitude of my friends that impressed me. All my more intimate friends were Orthodox Christians, but the attempts which various ones, amongst them Julius Lang, and Jens Paludan Miller, had made to convert me had glanced off from my much more advanced thought without making any impression. I was made of much harder metal than they, and their attempts to alter my way of thinking did not penetrate beyond my hide. To set my mind in vibration, there was needed a brain that I felt superior to my own, and I did not find it in them. I found it in the philosophical and religious writings of Søren Kierkegaard, in such works, for instance, as Sickness unto Death. The struggle within me began, faintly, as I approached my 19th year. My point of departure was this: one thing seemed to me requisite, to live in and for the idea, as the expression for the highest at that time was. All. 106. That rose up inimical to the idea or ideal merited to be lashed with scorn or felled with indignation. And one day I penned this outburst: Heine wept over Don Quixote. Yes, he was right. I could weep tears of blood when I think of the book, but the first thing needed was to acquire a clear conception of what must be understood by the ideal. Heiberg had regarded the uneducated as those devoid of ideals. But I was quite sure myself that education afforded no criterion. And I could find no other criterion of devotion to the ideal than a willingness to make sacrifices. If, I said, I prove myself less self-sacrificing than any one of the wretches I am fighting, I shall myself incur well-merited scorn. But if self-sacrifice were the criterion, then Jesus, according to the teachings of tradition, was the ideal, for who as self-sacrificing as he? This was an inclined plane leading to the Christian spiritual life, and a year later, when I was nearly 20, I had proceeded so far on this plane that I felt myself in all essentials in agreement with the Christian mode of feeling, inasmuch as my life was ascetic, and my searching, striving, incessantly working mind, not only found repose, but rapture, in prayer, and was elated and fired at the idea of being protected and helped by God. But just as I was about to complete my 20th year, the storm broke out over again, and during the whole of the ensuing 6 months raged with unintermittent violence. Was I, at this stage of my development, a Christian, or not? And if not, was it my duty to become a Christian? The first thought that arose was this: it is a great effort, a constant effort, sometimes a minutely recurring effort, to attain moral mastery over one's self, and though this certainly need not bring with it a feeling of self-satisfaction, much less ought to do so, it does bring with it a recognition of the value of the self-mastery. How strange, then, that Christianity, which commands its attainment, at the same time declares it to be a matter of indifference to the revealed God whether a man has lived morally or not, since faith or lack of faith is the one condition upon which so-called salvation depends. 107. The next thought was this: it is only in the writings of Kierkegaard, in his teachings concerning paradox, that Christianity appears so definite that it cannot be confused with any other spiritual trend whatever. But when one has to make one's choice between pantheism and Christianity, then the question arises, are Kierkegaard's teachings really historic Christianity, and not rather a rational adaptation? And this question must be answered in the negative, since it is possible to assimilate it without touching upon the question of the revelation of the Holy Ghost in the shape of a dove, to the voice from the clouds, and the whole string of miracles and dogmas. The next thought again was this: pantheism does not place any one unconditional goal in front of man. The unbeliever passes his life interested in the many aims that man, as man, has. The pantheist will therefore have difficulty in living a perfect ethical life. There are many cases in which, by deviating from the strictly ethic code, you do not harm anyone, you only injure your own soul. The non-believer will in this case only hardly, for the sake of impersonal truth, make up his mind to the step which the God-fearing man will take, actuated by his passionate fear of offending God. Thus was I tossed backwards and forwards in my reflections. 18. What I dreaded most was that if I reached a recognition of the truth, a lack of courage would prevent me decisively making it my own. Courage was needed, as much to undertake the burdens entailed by being a Christian as to undertake those entailed by being a pantheist. When thinking of Christianity, I drew a sharp distinction between the cowardice that shrunk from renunciation and the doubt that placed under discussion the very question as to whether renunciation were duty. And it was clear to me that, on the road which led to Christianity, doubt must be overcome before cowardice, not the contrary, as Kierkegaard maintains in 108. His For Self-Examination, where he says that none of the martyrs doubted. But my doubt would not be overcome. Kierkegaard had declared that it was only to the consciousness of sin that Christianity was not horror or madness. For me it was sometimes both. I concluded therefrom that I had no consciousness of sin, and found this idea confirmed when I looked into my own heart. For however violently at this period I reproached myself and condemned my failings, they were always in my eyes weaknesses that ought to be combated, or defects that could be remedied, never sins that necessitated forgiveness, and for the obtaining of this forgiveness, a Savior. That God had died for me as my Savior I could not understand what it meant, it was an idea that conveyed nothing to me. And I wondered whether the inhabitants of another planet would be able to understand how on the earth that which was contrary to all reason was considered the highest truth. 19. With pantheism likewise I was on my guard against its being lack of courage, rather than a conviction of its untruth, which held me back from embracing it. I thought it a true postulate that everything seemed permeated and sustained by a reason that had not human aims in front of it and did not work by human means, a divine reason. Nature could only be understood from its highest forms, the ideal, which revealed itself to the world of men at their highest development, was present, in possibility and intent, in the first germ, in the midst of primeval creation, before it divided itself into organic and inorganic elements. The whole of nature was in its essence divine, and I felt myself at heart a worshipper of nature. But this same nature was indifferent to the will or woe of humans. It obeyed its own laws regardless of whether men were lost thereby, it seemed cruel in its callousness, it took care that the species should be preserved, but the individual was nothing to it. 109. Now, like all other European children, I had been brought up in the theory of personal immortality, a theory which, amongst other things, is one way of expressing the immense importance, the eternal importance, which is attributed to each individual. The stronger the feeling of his own ego that the individual has, the more eagerly he necessarily clings to the belief that he cannot be annihilated. But to none could the belief be more precious than to a youth who felt his life pulsate within, as if he had 20 lives in himself and 20 more to live. It was impossible to me to realize that I could die, and one evening, about a year later, I astonished my master, Professor Brockner, by confessing as much. Indeed, said Brockner, are you speaking seriously? You cannot realize that you will have to die one day? How young! You are very different from me, who always have death before my eyes. But although my vitality was so strong that I could not imagine my own death, I knew well enough that my terrestrial life, like all other men's, would come to an end. But I felt all the more strongly that it was impossible everything could be at an end then, death could not be a termination, it could only, as the religions preached and as 18th century deism taught, be a moment of transition to a new and fuller existence. In reward and punishment after death I could not believe, those were medieval conceptions that I had long outgrown. But the dream of immortality I could not let go. And I endeavored to hold it fast by virtue of the doctrine of the impossibility of anything disappearing. The quantity of matter always remained the same, energy survived every transformation. Still, I realized that this could not satisfy one, as far as the form which we term individuality was concerned. What satisfaction was it to Alexander that his dust should stop a bunghole? Or to Shakespeare that Romeo and Juliet were acted in Chicago? So I took refuge in parallels and images. Who could tell whether the soul, which on earth had been blind to the nature of the other life, did not, in death, undergo the operation which opened its eyes? Who could tell whether death were not, as Sibbern had suggested, to be calm? 110. Paired with the birth? Just as the unborn life in its mother's womb would, if it were conscious, believe that the revolution of birth meant annihilation, whereas it was for the first time awakening to a new and infinitely richer life, so it was perhaps for the soul in the dreaded moment of death. But when I placed before my master these comparisons and the hopes I built upon them, they were swept away as meaningless. He pointed out simply that nothing went to prove a continuation of personality after death, while on the contrary everything argued against it, and to this I could not refuse my assent. Then I understood that in what I called pantheism, the immortality of the individual had no place. And a slow, internal struggle commenced for renunciation of the importance and value of the individual. I had many a conversation on this point with my teacher, a man tired of life and thoroughly resigned. He always maintained that the desire of the individual for a continuation of personality was nothing but the outcome of vanity. He would very often put the question in a comical light. He related the following anecdote: in summer evenings he used to go for a walk along the Philosopher's Avenue, now West Rampart Street. Here he had frequently met, sitting on their benches, 4 or 5 old gentlemen who took their evening ramble at the same time. By degrees they made each other's acquaintance and got into conversation with one another. It turned out that the old gentlemen were candle makers who had retired from business and now had considerable difficulty in passing their time away. In reality they were always bored, and they yawned incessantly. These men had one theme only, to which they always recurred with enthusiasm: their hope in personal immortality for all eternity. And it amused Broechner that they, who in this life did not know how to kill so much as one Sunday evening, should be so passionately anxious to have a whole eternity to fill up. His pupil then caught a glimpse himself of the grotesqueness of wishing to endure for millions of centuries, which time even then was nothing in comparison with eternity. I1t. XX. But in spite of it all, it was a hard saying, that in the pantheistic view of life the absorption of the individual into the great whole took the place of the continued personal existence which was desired by the ego. But what frightened me even more was that the divine all was not to be moved or subverted by prayer. But pray I had to. From my earliest childhood I had been accustomed, in anxiety or necessity, to turn my thoughts towards a higher power, first forming my needs and wishes into words, and then later, without words, concentrating myself in worship. It was a need inherited from many hundreds of generations of forefathers, this need of invoking help and comfort. Nomads of the plains, Bedouins of the desert, ironclad warriors, pious priests, roving sailors, traveling merchants, the citizen of the town and the peasant in the country, all had prayed for centuries, and from the very dawn of time, the women, the hundreds and hundreds of women from whom I was descended, had centered all their being in prayer. It was terrible, never to be able to pray again. Never to be able to fold one's hands, never to raise one's eyes above, but to live, shut in overhead, alone in the universe. If there were no eye in heaven that watched over the individual, no ear that understood his plaint, no hand that protected him in danger, then he was placed, as it were, on a desolate steppe where the wolves were howling. And in alarm I tried once more the path towards religious quietude that I had recently deemed impracticable until the fight within me calmed again, and in renunciation I forced my emotion to bow to what my reason had acknowledged as the truth. Adolescence. Julius Lang, a new master in adoption to the law, the university prize competition, an interview with the judges, meeting of Scandinavian students, the Paludan-Millers, Bjornstjernbjörnsen, Magdalene Theresen, the gold medal, the death of King Frederick VII, the political situation, my Master of Arts examination, war admissus cum laude praecipua acade Michael, attention, lecturing, music, nature, a walking your in print, philosophical life in Denmark, death of Ludwig David, Stockholm. Among my many good comrades, there was one, Julius Lang, with whom comradeship had developed into friendship, and this friendship again assumed a passionate character. We were the two, who, of them all, were most exactly suited to one another, completed one another. Fundamentally different though we were, we could always teach each other something. We grew indispensable to one another. For years there seldom a day went by that we did not meet. The association with his junior cannot possibly have given Julius Lang a delight corresponding to that which his society gave me. Intellectually equal, we were of temperaments diametrically opposed. Having the same love of art and the same enthusiasm for art, save that the one cared more for its pictorial and the other for its literary expression, we were of mutual assistance to one another in the interchange of thoughts and information. Entirely at variance in our attitude towards religious tradition, in our frequent collisions we were both perpetually being challenged to a critica inspection of our intellectual furniture. But I was the one who did the worshipping. When Julius Lang, on December 17, 1861, after having twice been to see me and found me out, the third time, 112:13, met with me and informed me, I have received an invitation to go to Italy on Saturday and be away 5 months, was, though surprised, exceedingly glad for my friend's sake, but at the same time I felt as if I had received a blow in the face. What would become of me, not only during the interval, but afterwards? Who could say whether Lang would ever come back, or whether he would not come back changed? How should I be able to endure my life? I should have to work tremendously hard, to be able to bear the loss of him. I could hardly understand how I should be able to exist when I could no longer, evening after evening, slip up to my friend's little room to sit there in calm, quiet contentment, seeing pictures and exchanging thoughts. It was as though a nerve had been cut. I only then realized that I had never loved any man so much. I had had 4 eyes, now I had only 2 again. I had had 2 brains, now I had only 1, in my heart I had felt the happiness of 2 human beings, now only the melancholy of one was left behind. There was not a painting, a drawing, a statue, or a bas-relief in the galleries and museums of Copenhagen that we had not studied together and compared our impressions of. We had been to Thorwaldsen's museum together, we went together to Bisson's studio, where in November, 1861, I met for the first time my subsequent friends, Wilhelm Bisson and Walter Runeberg. The memory of Julius Lang was associated in my mind with every picture of Hobbema, Doubles, or Ruysdael, Rembrandt or Rubens, every reproduction of Italian Renaissance art, every photograph of church or castle. And I myself loved pictures even more ardently than poetry. I was fond of comparing my relations with literature to affection for a being of the same sex, my passion for pictures to the stormy passion of a youth for a woman. It is true that I knew much less about art than about poetry, but that made no difference. I worshipped my favorite artists with a more impetuous enthusiasm than any of my favorite authors. And this affection for pictures and statuary was a link between my friend and myself. When we were sitting in my room together, and another visitor happened to be there, I posing. 114. Tivoli suffered over the sacrifice of an hour's enjoyment, and when Lang got up to go, I felt as though a window had been slammed to, and the fresh air shut out. I had for a long time pursued my non-juridic studies as well as I could without the assistance of a teacher. But I had felt the want of one. And when a newly appointed docent at the university, Professor H. Brockner, offered instruction in the study of philosophy to any who cared to present themselves at his house at certain hours, I had felt strongly tempted to take advantage of his offer. I hesitated for some time, for I was unwilling to give up the least portion of my precious freedom. I enjoyed my retirement, the mystery of my modest life of study, but on the other hand I could not grapple with Plato and Aristotle without the hints of a competent guide as to the why and wherefore. I was greatly excited. I had heard Professor Brockner speak on psychology, but his diction was handled with such painful care, was so monotonous and sounded so strange, that it could not fail to alarm. It was only the professor's distinguished and handsome face that attracted me, and in particular his large, sorrowful eyes, with their beautiful expression, in which one read a life of deep research and tears. Now, I determined to venture up to Brockner. But I had not the courage to mention it to my mother beforehand, for fear speaking of it should frighten me from my resolution, so uneasy did I feel about the step I was taking. When the day which I had fixed upon for the attempt arrived, it was the end of September, 1861. I walked up and down in front of the house several times before I could make up my mind to go upstairs. I tried to calculate beforehand what the professor would say, and what it would be best for me to reply, interminably. The tall, handsome man with the appearance of a Spanish knight, opened the door himself and received the young fellow who was soon to become his most intimate pupil, very kindly. To my amazement, as soon as he heard my name, 15. He knew which school I had come from and also that I had recently become a student. He vigorously dissuaded me from going through a course of Plato and Aristotle, saying it would be too great a strain, said, or implied, that I should be spared the difficult path he had himself traversed, and sketched out a plan of study of more modern philosophy and aesthetics. His manner inspired confidence and left behind it the main impression that he wished to save the beginner all useless exertion. All the same, with my youthful energy, I felt, as I went home, a shade disappointed that I was not to begin the history of philosophy from the beginning. My visit was soon repeated, and a most affectionate intimacy quickly sprang up between master and pupil, revealed on the side of the elder, in an attitude of fatherly goodwill to which the younger had hitherto been a stranger. The teacher, while instructing his pupil and giving him practical guidance, constantly keeping in view all that could further his well-being and assist his future, my attitude was one of reverence and affection, and of profound gratitude for the care of which I was the object. I certainly, sometimes, in face of my master's great thoroughness and his skill in wrestling with the most difficult thoughts, felt a painful distrust of my own capacity and of my own intellectual powers, compared with his. I was also not infrequently vexed by a discordant note, as it were, being struck in our intercourse, when Brockner, despite the doubts and objections I brought forward, always took it for granted that I shared his pantheistic opinions, without perceiving that I was still tossed about by doubts, and fumbling after a firm foothold. But the confidential terms upon which I was with the maturer man had an attraction for me which my intimacy with undecided and youthfully prejudiced comrades necessarily lacked. He had the experience of a lifetime behind him, he looked down from superior heights on the sympathies and antipathies of a young man. To me, for instance, Plug's The Fatherland was at that time Denmark's most intellectual organ, whereas Billy's daily paper disgusted me, more particularly on account of the superficiality and the tone of finality which distinguished 116. Its literary criticisms. Bruckner, who, with not unmixed benevolence, and without making any special distinction between the two, looked down on both these papers of the educated mediocrity, saw in his young pupil's bitterness against the trivial but useful little daily, only an indication of the quality of his mind. Brochner's mere manner, as he remarked one day with a smile, "You do not read the daily paper on principle," made me perceive in a flash the comicality of my indignation over such articles as it contained. My horizon was still sufficiently circumscribed for me to suppose that the state of affairs in Copenhagen was, in and of itself, of importance. I myself regarded my horizon as wide. One day, when making a mental valuation of myself, I wrote, with the naivete of 19, my good qualities, those which will constitute my personality, if I ever become of any account, are a mighty and ardent enthusiasm, a thorough authority in the service of truth, a wide horizon and philosophically trained thinking powers. These must make up for my lack of humor and facility. It was only several years after the beginning of our acquaintance that I felt myself in essential agreement with Hans Brochner. I had been enraptured by a study of Ludwig Feuerbach's books, for Feuerbach was the first thinker in whose writings I found the origin of the idea of God in the human mind satisfactorily explained. In Feuerbach, too, I found a presentment of ideas without circumlocution and without the usual heavy formule of German philosophy, a conquering clarity, which had a very salutary effect on my own way of thinking and gave me a feeling of security. If for many years I had been feeling myself more conservative than my friend and master, there now came a time when in many ways I felt myself to be more liberal than he, with his mysterious life in the eternal realm of mind of which he felt himself to be a link. 3. I had not been studying jurisprudence much more than a year before it began to weigh very heavily upon me. The mere sight of the long rows of Scots ordinances, which 17. filled the whole of the back of my writing table, were a daily source of vexation. I often felt that I should not be happy until the ordinances were swept from my table. And the lectures were always so dreary that they positively made me think of suicide, and I so thirsty of life, as a final means of escape from the torment of them. I felt myself so little adapted to the law that I wasted my time with Hamlet-like cogitations as to how I could give up the study without provoking my parents' displeasure, and without stripping myself of all prospects for the future. And for quite a year these broodings grew, till they became a perfect nightmare to me. I had taken a great deal of work upon myself, I gave lessons every day, that I might have a little money coming in, took lessons myself in several subjects, and not infrequently plunged into philosophical works of the past, that were too difficult for me, such as the principal works of Kant. Consequently, when I was 19, I begun to feel my strength going. I felt unwell, grew nervous, had a feeling that I could not draw a deep breath, and when I was 20 my physical condition was a violent protest against overwork. One day, while reading Kant's Kritik der Urteilskraft, I felt so weak that I was obliged to go to the doctor. The latter recommended physical exercises and cold shower baths. The baths did me good, and I grew so accustomed to them that I went on taking them and have done so ever since. I did my gymnastic exercises with a Swede named Nikander, who had opened an establishment for Swedish gymnastics in Copenhagen. There I met, amongst others, the well-known Icelandic poet and diplomatist, Grimmer Thomsen, who bore the title of Counselor of Legation. His compatriots were very proud of him. Icelandic students declared that Grimmer possessed 12 dress shirts, 3 pairs of patent leather boots, and had embraced a Marchioness in Paris. At gymnastics, Grimmer Thomsen showed himself audacious and not seldom coarse in what he said and hinted. It is true that by reason of my youth I was very susceptible and took offense at things that an older man would have heard without annoyance. 118. Lee. I continued to be physically far from strong. Mentally, I worked indefatigably. The means of deciding the study question that, after long reflection, seemed to me most expedient, was this: I would compete for one of the university prizes, either the aesthetic or the philosophical, and then, if I won the gold medal, my parents and others would see that if I broke with the law it was not from idleness, but because I really had talents in another direction. As early as 1860 I had cast longing eyes at the prize questions that had been set, and which hung up in the entrance hall of the university. But none of them were suited to me. In 1861 I made up my mind to attempt a reply, even if the questions in themselves should not be attractive. There was amongst them one on the proper correlation between poetic fiction and history in the historical romances. The theme in itself did not particularly fascinate me, but I was not ignorant of the subject, and it was one that allowed of being looked at in a wide connection, i.e., the claims of the subject as opposed to the imagination of the artist, in general. I was of opinion that just as in sculpture the human figure should not be represented with wings, but the conception of its species be observed, so the essential nature of a past age should be unassailed in historic fiction. Throughout numerous carefully elaborated abstractions, extending over 120 folio pages, and in which I aimed at scientific perspicuity, I endeavored to give a soundly supported theory of the limits of inventive freedom in historical romance. The substructure was so painstaking that it absorbed more than half of the treatise. Quite apart from the other defects of this tyro handiwork, it lauded and extolled an aesthetic direction opposed to that of both the men who were to adjudicate upon it. Hegel was mentioned in it as the supreme exponent of 7 aesthetics, a man whose imposing greatness it is good to bow before. I likewise held with his emancipated pupil, Father Th. Vischer, and vindicated him. Of Danish thinkers, J. L. Heiberg and S. Kierkegaard were almost the only ones discussed. G. Heiberg was certainly incessantly criticized, but was treated with profound reverence and as a man whose slightest utterance was of importance. Sibberne's artistic and philosophical researches, on the other hand, were quite overlooked. Indeed, sometimes Vischer was praised as being the first originator of psychological developments, which Sibbern had suggested many years before him. I had, for that matter, made a very far from sufficient study of Sibberne's researches, which were, partly, not systematic enough for me, and partly had repelled me by the peculiar language in which they were couched. Neither was it likely that this worship of Heiberg, which undeniably peeped out through all the proofs of imperfections and self-contradictions in him, would appeal to Hoche. When I add that the work was youthfully doctrinaire, in language not fresh, and that in its skeleton-like thinness it positively tottered under the weight of its definitions, it is no wonder that it did not win the prize. The verdict passed upon it was to the effect that the treatise was thorough in its way, and that it would have been awarded the prize had the question asked been that of determining the correlation between history and fiction in general, but that under the circumstances it dwelt too cursorily on romance and was only deemed deserving of a very honorable mention. Favorable as this result was, it was nevertheless a blow to me, who had made my plans for the following years dependent on whether I won the prize or not. Julius Lang, who knocked at my door one evening to tell me the result, was the witness of my disappointment. "I can understand," he said, "that you should exclaim, Oleum et operam perditi, but you must not give up hope for so little. It is a good thing that you prohibited the opening of the paper giving your name in the event of the paper not winning the prize, for no one will trouble their heads about the flattering criticism, and an honorable mention would only harm you in people's eves, it would stamp you with the mark of mediocrity." 120. V.E. The anonymous recipient of the honorable mention nevertheless determined to call upon his judges, make their acquaintance, and let them know who he was. I went first to Hoche, who resided at that time at Fredericksburg Castle, in light and lofty rooms. Hoche appeared exaggeratedly oblivion. The old man of 70 and overpaying me, young man as I was, one compliment after the other. The treatise was extraordinarily good. They had been very sorry not to give me the prize, but I was not to bear them any ill will for that. They had acted as their consciences dictated. In 18 months I should be ready to take my Magister examination. The old poet thought he might venture to prophesy that I should do well. He was surprised at his visitor's youth, could hardly understand how at my age I could have read and thought so much, and gave me advice as to the continuation of my studies. Sibbern was as cordial as Hoche had been polite and cautious. It was very funny that, whereas Hoche remarked that he himself had wished to give me the prize with an although in the criticism, but that Sibbern had been against it, Sibbern declared exactly the reverse. In spite of all its faults he had wanted to award the medal, but Hoch had expressed himself adverse. Apparently they had misunderstood one another, but in any case the result was just, so there was nothing to complain of. Sibbern went into the details of the treatise, and was stricter than Hoch. He regretted that the main section of the argument was deficient, the premises were too prolix. He advised a more historic, less philosophical study of literature and art. He was pleased to hear of the intimate terms I was on with Brockner, whereas Hoch would have preferred my being associated with Rasmus Nielsen, whom he jestingly designated a regular brown-bread nature. When the treatise was given back to me, I found it full of apt and instructive marginal notes from Sibbern's hand. Little as I had gained by my unsuccessful attempt to win this prize, and unequivocally as my conversation with the 21. Practical Sibbern had proved to me that a post as master in my mother tongue at a grammar school was all that the Magister degree in aesthetics was likely to bring me, whereas from my childhood I had made up my mind that I would never be a master in a school. This conversation nevertheless ripened my determination to give up my law studies, but of course only when by successfully competing for the prize the next year I had satisfactorily proved my still questionable ability. 6. The meeting of Scandinavian students at Copenhagen in June, 1862, taught me what it meant to be a Scandinavian. Like all the other undergraduates, I was Scandinavian at heart, and the arrangements of the meeting were well calculated to stir the emotions of youth. Although an insignificant Danish student, I did not take part in the expedition to North Zealand specially arranged for our guests, consequently neither was present at the luncheon given by Frederick VII. To the students at Fredensborg, which was interrupted by a heavy shower, I was nevertheless deeply impressed by the meeting. It was a fine sight to behold the students from the 3 other Scandinavian universities come sailing across the Sound from Malm 6 to Copenhagen. The Norwegians were especially striking, tall and straight, with narrow faces under tasseled caps, like a wood of young fir trees. The national type was so marked that at first I could hardly see any difference between them. For me, there were 3 perfect moments during the festivities. The first was at the meeting of all the students in the Square of Our Lady, after the arrival of the visitors, when the scholars of the Metropolitan School, crowding the windows of the building, greeted them with a shout of delight. There was such a freshness, such a childish enthusiasm about it, that some of us had wet eyes. It was as though the still distant future were acclaiming the young ones now advancing to the assault, and promising them sympathy and conquest. 122. The second was when the 4 new flags embroidered by Danish ladies for the students were consecrated and handed over. Clausen's speech was full of grandeur, and addressed, not to the recipients, but to the flags as living beings. Thou wilt cross the Baltic to the sanctuary at Ups. Thou wilt cross the Kattegat to the land of rocks. And the address to each of the flags concluded. Fortune and honor attend thee. The evening after the consecration of the flags, there was a special performance at the Royal Theatre for the members of the meeting, at which Heiberg, radiant as she always was, and saluted with well-merited enthusiasm, played Sophie in the Vaudeville No, with the rosette of the Scandinavian colors at her waist. Then it was that Paludan Miller's prologue, recited by our idolized actor, Michael Vihey, caused me the thrilling moment. Listening to the words of the poet from A Bad Place in the gallery, I was hardly the only one who felt strangely stirred, as Vihey, letting his eyes roam round the theatre, said, "Oh, that the young of the North might one day worthily play their part. Oh, that each one might do his best for the party he has chosen. That never there be lack of industry, fidelity, strength, and talents. And may he firm step forth, the mighty genius, mayhap, known only to the secret power within him, seated amongst us now, the mighty genius, who, as fate hath willed it, is to play the mighty part and do the mighty things." Involuntarily we looked round, seeking for the one to whom the poet's summons referred. The general spirit of this meeting has been called flat in comparison with that pervading former meetings. It did not strike the younger participants so. A breath of Scandinavianism swept over every heart, one felt borne along on a historic stream. It seemed like a bad dream that the peoples of the North had for so many centuries demolished and laid waste each other, tapped one another for blood and gold, rendered it impossible for the North to assert herself and spread her influence in Europe. One could feel at the meeting, though very faintly, that 23. The Swedes and Norwegians took more actual pleasure in each other, and regarded themselves as to a greater extent united than either of them looked upon themselves as united with the Danes, who were outside the political union. I was perhaps the only Dane present who fancied I detected this, but when I mentioned what I thought I observed to a gifted young Norwegian, so far was he from contradicting me that he merely replied, "Have you noticed that, too?" Notwithstanding, during the whole of the meeting, one constantly heard expressed on every hand the conviction that if Germany were shortly to declare war against Denmark, which no one doubted, the Swedes and Norwegians would most decidedly not leave the Danes in the lurch. The promise was given oftener than it was asked. Only, of course, it was childish on the part of those present at the meeting to regard such promises, given by the leaders of the students, and by the students themselves in festive mood, as binding on the nations and their statesmen. I did not make any intellectually inspiring acquaintances through the meeting, although I was host to 2 UPS students. Neither of them, however, interested me. I got upon a friendly footing through mutual intellectual interests with Carl von Bergen, later so well known as an author, he, like myself, worshipping philosophy and hoping to contribute to intellectual progress. Carl von Bergen was a self-confident, ceremonious Swede, who had read a great many books. At that time he was a new rationalist, which seemed to promise one point of interest in common, but he was a follower of the Bostrom philosophy, and as such an ardent theist. At this point we came into collision, my researches and reflections constantly tending to remove me farther from a belief in any god outside the world, so that after the meeting Carl von Bergen and I exchanged letters on theism and pantheism, which assumed the width and thickness of treatises. For very many years the Swedish essayist and I kept up a friendly, though intermittent intercourse. Meanwhile von Bergen, whose good qualities included neither character nor originality, inclined, as years went on, more and more towards Con. 124. Servatism, and at 40 years old he had attained to a worship of what he had detested, and a detestation of what he had worshipped. His vanity simultaneously assumed extraordinary proportions. In a popular encyclopedia, which he took over when the letter B was to be dealt with, and, curiously enough, disposed of shortly afterwards, von Bergen was treated no less in detail than Bonaparte. He did battle with some of the best men and women in Sweden, such as Ellen Key and Knut Wicksell, who did not fail to reply to him. When in 1889 his old friend from the students' meeting gave some lectures on Goethe in Stockholm, he immediately afterwards directed some poor opposition lectures against him, which neither deserved nor received any reply. It had indeed become a specialty of his to give opposition lectures. When he died, some few years later, what he had written was promptly forgotten. There was another young Swedish student whom I caught a glimpse of for the first time at the students' meeting, towards whom I felt more and more attracted, and who eventually became my friend. This was the darling of the gods, Karl Snoilsky. At a fete in Rosenborg Park, amongst the songs was one which, with my critical scent, I made a note of. It was by the then quite unknown young Count Snoilsky, and it was far from possessing the rare qualities, both of pith and form, that later distinguished his poetry, but it was a poet's handiwork, a troubadour song to the Danish woman, meltingly sweet, and the writer of it was a youth of aristocratic bearing, regular, handsome features, and smooth brown hair, a regular Adonis. The following year he came again, drawn by strong cords to Christian Winther's home, loving the old poet like a son, as Swinburne loved Victor Hugo, sitting at Mistress Julie Winther's feet in affectionate admiration and semi-adoration, although she was half a century old and treated him as a mother does a favorite child. It was several years, however, before there was any actual friendship between the Swedish poet and myself. He called upon me one day in my room in Copenhagen, looking exceedingly handsome in a tight-fitting waistcoat of blue. 25. Quilted silk. In the absence of the Swedo-Norwegian ambassador, he was chargé d'affaires in Copenhagen, after, in his capacity as diplomatic attaché, having been stationed in various parts of the world and, amongst others, for some time in Paris. He could have no warmer admirer of his first songs than myself, and we very frequently spent our evenings together in Bauer's wine room talking over everything in Scandinavian, English, or French literature which both of us had enthusiastically and critically read. On many points our verdicts were agreed. There came a pause in Snoilsky's productive activity, he was depressed. It was generally said, although it sounded improbable, that he had had to promise his wife's relations to give up publishing verse, they regarding it as unfitting the dignity of a noble. In any case, he was at that time suffering under a marriage that meant to him the deprivation of the freedom without which it was impossible to write. Still, he never mentioned these strictly personal matters. But one evening that we were together, Snoilsky was so overcome by the thought of his lack of freedom that tears suddenly began to run down his cheeks. He was almost incapable of controlling himself again, and when we went home together late at night, poured out a stream of melancholy, half-despairing remarks. A good 18 months later we met again in Stockholm. Snoilsky was dignified and collected. But when, a few years later, so-called public opinion in Sweden began to rave against the poet for the passion for his second wife which so long made him an exile from his country, I often thought of that evening. As years passed by, his outward bearing became more and more reserved and a trifle stiff, but he was the same at heart, and no one who had known him in the heyday of his youth could cease to love him. 7. A month after the students' meeting, at the invitation of my friend Jens Paludan Miller, I spent a few weeks at his 126 home at Nyköping, in the island of Falster, where his father, Caspar Paludan Miller, the historian, was at the time headmaster of the grammar school. Those were rich and beautiful weeks, which I always remembered later with gratitude. The stern old father, with his leonine head and huge eyebrows, impressed one by his earnestness and perspicacity, somewhat shut off from the world as he was by hereditary deafness. The dignified mistress of the house likewise belonged to a family that had made its name known in Danish literature. She was a Rosenstandgoisk. Jens was a cordial and attentive host. The daughters were all of them women out of the ordinary, and bore the impress of belonging to a family of the highest culture in the country. The eldest was womanly and refined, the second, with her Roman type of beauty and bronze-colored head, lovely in a manner peculiarly her own, the youngest, as yet, was merely an amiable young girl. The girls would have liked to get away from the monotony of provincial life, and their release came when their father was appointed to a professorship at Copenhagen University. There was an ease of manner and a tone of mental distinction pervading the whole family. 2 young, handsome Counts Reventlow were being brought up in the house, still only half-grown boys at that time, but who were destined later to win honorable renown. One of them, the editor of his ancestress's papers, kept up his acquaintance with the guest he had met in the Paludan-Miller home for over 40 years. There often came to the house a young Dane from Caracas in Venezuela, of unusual, almost feminine beauty, with eyes to haunt one's dreams. He played uncommonly well, was irresistibly gentle and emotional. After a stay of a few years in Denmark he returned to his native place. The previously mentioned Grenbeck, with his pretty sister, and other young people from the town, were frequent guests during the holidays, and the days passed in games, music, wanderings about the garden, and delightful excursions to the woods. On every side I encountered beauty of some description. 27. I said to Jens one day, one kind of beauty is the glow which the sun of youth casts over the figure, and it vanishes as soon as the sun sets. Another is stamped into shape from within, it is mind's expression, and will remain as long as the mind remains vigorous. But the supremest beauty of all is in the unison of the two harmonies, which are contending for existence. In the bridal night of this supremest beauty, mind and nature melt into one. A few years later the old historian was called upon to publish the little book on Goland, with its short biography prefixed, as a memorial to his only son, fallen at Sankelmark, and again, a few years later, to edit Frederick Nutzhorn's translation of Apuleius in memory of his son's friend, his elder daughter's fiancé. During the preparation of these two little books, our relations became more intimate, and our friendship continued unbroken until in the month of February, 1872, a remark in one of my defensive articles caused him to take up his pen against me. My remark was to the effect that there were men of the same opinions as myself even among the priests of the established church. Caspar Paludan-Müller declared it my public duty to mention of whom I was thinking at the time, since such a traitor was not to be tolerated in the lap of the church. As I very naturally did not wish to play the part of informer, I incurred, by my silence, the suspicion of having spoken without foundation. The Danish man whom I had in my thoughts, and who had confided his opinions to me, was still alive at the time. This was the late Dean Ussing, at one time priest at Mariager, a man of an extraordinarily refined and amiable disposition, secretly a convinced adherent of Ernest Renan. A Norwegian priest, who holds the same opinions, is still living. Vil. In August, 1863, on a walking tour through Northsjælland, Julius Lang introduced me to his other celebrated uncle, Frederick Paludan-Müller, whose summer residence was at Fredensborg. In appearance he was of a very differ. 128. And type from his brother Caspar. The distinguishing mark of the one was power, of the other, nobility. For Frederick Paludan-Müller as a poet I cherished the profoundest admiration. He belonged to the really great figures of Danish literature, and his works had so fed and formed my inmost nature that I should scarcely be the same had I not read them. It was unalloyed happiness to have access to his house and be allowed to enjoy his company. It was a distinction to be one of the few he vouchsafed to take notice of and one of the fewer still in whose future he interested himself. Do the young men of Denmark today, I wonder, admire creative intellects as they were admired by some few of us then? It is in so far hardly possible, since there is not at the present time any northern artist with such a hallmark of refined delicacy as Frederick Paludan-Müller possessed. The young people who came to his house might have wished him a younger, handsomer wife, and thought his choice, Mistress Charite, as, curiously enough, she was called, not quite worthy of the poet. Unjustly so, since he himself was perfectly satisfied with her, and was apparently wholly absorbed by a union which had had its share in isolating him from the world. His wife was even more theologically inclined than himself, and appeared anonymously without anyone having a suspicion of the fact as a religious authoress. Still, she was exceedingly kind to anyone, regardless of their private opinions, who had found favor in the poet's eyes. The dry little old lady was the only one of her sex with whom Paludan-Müller was intimate. He regarded all other women, however young and beautiful, as mere works of art. But his delight in them was charming in him, just because of its freedom from sense. One evening that he was giving a little banquet in honor of a Swedish lady painter, named Ribbing, a woman of rare beauty, he asked her to stand by the side of the bust of the Venus of Milo, that the resemblance, which really existed between them, might be apparent. His innocent, enthusiastic delight in the likeness was most winning. 29. 9. Two other celebrated personages whom I met for the first time a little later were Bjørnstjerne Bjørnson and Magdalene Theresen. I became acquainted with Bjørnstjerne Bjørnson at the Nutzhorns, their son, Ditlev, being a passionate admirer of his. His King Sverre of 1861 had been a disappointment, but Sigurd Slembe of the following year was new and great poetry, and fascinated young people's minds. Bjørnson, socially, as in literature, was a strong figure, self-confident, loud-voiced, outspoken, unique in all that he said, and in the weight which he knew how to impart to all his utterances. His manner jarred a little on the more subdued Copenhagen style. The impression he produced was that of a great, broad-shouldered, and very much spoiled child. In the press, all that he wrote and did was blazoned abroad by the leading critics of the day, who had a peculiar, challenging way of praising Björnson, although his ability was not seriously disputed by anyone. The national liberal leaders, Alfred Hage, Karl Plug, etc., had opened their hearts and houses to him. It is said that at one time Heiberg had held back. The well-bred old man, a little shocked by the somewhat noisy ways of the young genius, is said to have expressed to his friend Krieger some scruples at inviting him to his house. To Krieger's jesting remark, "What does it matter? He is a young man, let him rub off his corners." Heiberg is credited with having replied, "Very true. Let him. But not in my drawing room. That is not a place where people may rub anything off." Heiberg's wife, on the other hand, admired him exceedingly, and was undoubtedly very much fascinated by him. In a circle of younger people, Björnson was a better talker than conversationalist. Sometimes he came out with decidedly rash expressions of opinion, conclusively dismissing a question, for instance, with severe verdicts over Danish music, Heise's accepted, judgments which were not supported by sufficient knowledge of the subject at issue. But much of what he said revealed the intellectual ruler, whose self-confidence 130 might now and again irritate, but at bottom was justified. He narrated exceptionally well, with picturesque adjectives, long remembered in correct Copenhagen, spoke of the yellow howl of wolves, and the like. Take it all in all, his attitude was that of a conqueror. He upheld poetry that was actual and palpable, consequently had little appreciation for poetry, that, like Paludan-Miller's, was the perfection of thought and form, and boldly disapproved of my admiration for it. It was likewise through Frederick Knutzhorn that I, when a young beginner in the difficult art of life, became acquainted with Madame Magdalene Thoresen. Our first conversation took place in the open air one summer day, at the Klampenborg bathing establishment. Although Magdalene Thoresen was at that time at least 46 years old, her warm, brownish complexion could well stand inspection in the strongest light. Her head, with its heavy dark hair, was southern in its beauty, her mouth as fresh as a young girl's, she had brilliant and very striking eyes. Her figure was inclined to be corpulent, her walk a trifle heavy, her bearing and movements full of youth and life. She was remarkably communicative, open and warm-hearted, with a propensity towards considerable extravagance of speech. Originally incited thereto by Björnson's peasant stories, she had then published her first tales, The Student and Sinja's Story, which belonged, half to Norwegian, half to Danish literature, and had been well received. She was the daughter of a fisherman at Fredericia, and after having known both the buffets and the smiles of fortune, had come to be on terms of friendship with many men and women of importance, now belonging to the recognized personalities of the day. She was also very well received and much appreciated in the Heiberg circle. In comparison with her, a woman, I might have been called erudite and well informed. Her own knowledge was very desultory. She was interested in me on account of my 31 youth, and her warm interest attached me to her for the next 5 years as long, that is, as she remained in Denmark. She very soon began to confide in me, and although she scarcely did so unreservedly, still, no woman, at least no mature and gifted woman, had told me so much about herself before. She was a woman who had felt strongly and thought much, she had lived a rich and eventful life, but all that had befallen her she romanticized. Her poetic tendency was towards the sublime. She was absolutely veracious, and did not really mean to adorn her tales, but partly from pride, partly from whimsicality, she saw everything, from greatest to least, through beautifully colored magnifying glasses, so that a translation of her communications into everyday language became a very difficult matter, and when an everyday occurrence was suspected through the narrative, the same could not be reproduced in an everyday light, and according to an everyday standard, without wounding the narrator to the quick. For these reasons I never ventured to include among my collected essays a little biographical sketch of her, written just as she herself had idealized its events to me, one of the first articles I had printed. She saw strong natures, rich and deep natures, in lives that were meager or unsuccessful. Again, from lack of perspicacity, she sometimes saw nothing but inefficiency in people with wide intellectual gifts. Thus, she considered that her son-in-law, Henrik Ibsen, who at that time had not become either known or celebrated, had very imperfect poetic gifts. What he writes is as flat as a drawing, she would say. Or she would remark, he ought to be more than a collaborator of Kierkegaard. It was only much later that she discovered his genius. Björnson, on the other hand, she worshipped with an enthusiastic love. It was a trouble to her that just about this time he had become very cool to her. Vague feelings did not repel her, but all keen and pointed intelligence did. She was wholly and entirely romantic. Gallicism she objected to, the clarity of the French seemed to her superficial, she saw depth in the reserved and taciturn northern, particularly the Norwegian, nature. She 132. Had groped her way forward for a long time without realizing what her gifts really were. Her husband, who had done all he could to assist her education, had even for a time imagined, and perhaps persuaded her, that her gifts lay in the direction of bagazens. Now, however, she had found her vocation and her path in literature. On all questions of thought, pure and simple, she was extremely vague. She was a Christian and a heathen with equal sincerity, a Christian with her overflowing warm-heartedness, with her honest inclination to believe, a heathen in her averseness to any negation of either life or nature. She used to say that she loved Christ and Eros equally, or rather, that to her, they both meant the same. To her, Christianity was the new, the modern, in contrast to the rationalism of a past age, so that Christianity and modern views of life in general merged in her eyes into one unity. Hers was a deeply feminine nature, and a productive nature. Her fertile character was free from all taint of overestimation of herself. She only revealed a healthy and pleasing self-satisfaction when she imagined that some person wished to set up himself or herself over her and misjudge acts or events in her life with respect to which she considered herself the only person qualified to judge. At such times she would declare in strong terms that by her own unassisted strength she had raised herself from a mean and unprotected position to the level of the best men and women of her day. Herself overflowing with emotion, and of a noble disposition, she craved affection and goodwill, and gave back 100-fold what she received. If she felt herself the object of cold and piercing observation, she would be silent and unhappy, but if she herself were at ease and encountered no coolness, she was all geniality and enthusiasm, though not to such an extent that her enthusiasm ceased to be critical. She could overvalue and undervalue people, but was at the same time a keen, in fact a marvelous psychologist, and sometimes astonished one by the pertinent things she said, surprising one by her accurate estimate of difficult psychological cases. For instance, she understood as few others did the 33. Great artist, the clever coquette, and the old maid in Heiberg's Wife, the actress. She had no moral prejudices, and had written Sinya's story as a protest against conventional morality, but she was none the less thoroughly permeated by Christian and humane ideas of morality, and there was no element of rebellion in her disposition. On the whole, she was more a woman than an authoress. Her nature was tropical in comparison with Mrs. Cherite Paludan-Miller's North Pole nature. She lived, not in a world of ideas remote from reality, but in a world of feeling and passion, full of affection and admiration, jealousy and dislike. Being a woman, she was happy at every expression of pleasure over one of her books that she heard or read of, and liked to fancy that the solitary young man who sent her an enthusiastic letter of thanks was only one of hundreds who thought as he did. Like a woman, also, she was hurt by indifference, which, however, her warm heart rarely encountered. This richly endowed woman made me appear quite new to myself, inasmuch as, in conversations with my almost maternal friend, I began to think I was of a somewhat cold nature, a nature which in comparison with hers seemed rather dry, unproductive, and unimaginative, a creature with thoughts ground keen. Magdalene Theresin compared me one day to an unlighted glass candelabra, hanging amid several others all lighted up, which had the gleam of the fire on the countless facets of its crystals, but was itself nothing but cold, smooth, polished, prisms. Thus during my association with Magdalene Theresin I came to regard myself in a new light, when I saw myself with her eyes, and I was struck more than ever by how different the verdicts over me would be were my various friends and acquaintances each to describe me once I appeared to them. To Magdalene Theresin I was all mind, to others all passion, to others again all will. At the Nutzerns J went by the name of the modest bee, elsewhere I was deemed conceitedly ambitious, some people thought me of a mild temper, others saw in me a quarrelsome unbeliever. 134. All this was a challenge to me to come to a clear understanding about my real nature. The fruits of my work must show me what sort of man I was. 11. I continued my legal studies with patient persistence, and gradually, after having made myself master of civil proceedings, I worked my way through the whole of the juridic system, Roman law excluded. But the industry devoted to this was purely mechanical. I pursued my other studies, on the contrary, with delight, even tried to produce something myself, and during the last months of 1862 elaborated a very long paper on Romeo and Juliet, chiefly concerning itself with the fundamental problems of the tragedy, as interpreted in the aesthetics of the day. It has been lost, like so much else that I wrote during those years. I sent it to Professor Brockner and asked his opinion of it. Simultaneously I began to work upon a paper on the idea of fate in Greek tragedy, a response to the prize question of the year 1862 to 1863, and on December 31, 1862, had finished the introduction, which was published for the first time about 6 years later, under the title The Idea of Tragic Fate. Appended to this was a laborious piece of work dealing with the conceptions of fate recorded in all the Greek tragedies that have come down to us. This occupied the greater part of the next 6 months. The published introduction gives a true picture of the stage of my development then, partly because it shows the manner in which I had worked together external influences, the Kierkegaardian thoughts and the Hegelian method, partly because with no little definiteness it reveals a fundamental characteristic of my nature and a fundamental tendency of my mind, since it is, throughout, a protest against the ethical conception of poetry and is a proof of how moral ideas, when they become part of an artistic whole, lose their peculiar stamp and assume another aspect. In November, 1862, I joined a very large recently started undergraduate society, which met once a fortnight. 35. At Borch's College to hear lectures and afterwards discuss them together. It numbered full 50 members, amongst them most of the men of that generation who afterwards distinguished themselves in Denmark. The later known politician, Octavius Hansen, was speaker of the meetings, and even then seemed made for the post. His parliamentary bearing was unrivaled. It was not for nothing he was English on the mother's side. He looked uncommonly handsome on the platform, with his unmoved face, his beautiful eyes, and his brown beard, curled like that of Pericles in the Greek busts. He was good-humored, just, and well-informed. Of the numerous members, Wilhelm Thomson the philologist was certainly the most prominent, and the only one whom I later on came to value, that is, for purely personal reasons. In daily association it was only once in a way that Thomson could contribute anything from his special store of knowledge. One day, when we had been discussing the study of cuneiform inscriptions, the young philologist had said, half in jest, half in earnest, if a stone were to fall down from the sun with an inscription in unknown signs, in an unknown language, upon it, we should be able to make it out, a remark which I called to mind many years later when Thomson deciphered the ancient Turkish inscriptions in the mountains of Siberia. A great many political lectures were given. I gave one on Heiberg's Aesthetics. On January 1, 1863, I received a New Year's letter from Breckner, in which he wrote that the essay on Romeo and Juliet had so impressed him that, in his opinion, no one could dispute my fitness to fill the chair of aesthetics, which in the nature of things would soon be vacant, since Hoche, at his advanced age, could hardly continue to occupy it very long. Thus it was that my eager patron first introduced what became a wearisome tangle, lasting a whole generation, concerning my claims to a certain post, which gradually became in my life what the French call un science, an irritating puzzle, in which I myself took no part, but which attached itself to my name. 136. That letter agitated me very much, not because at so young an age the prospect of an honorable position in society was held out to me by a man who was in a position to judge of my fitness for it, but because this smiling prospect of an official post was in my eyes a snare which might hold me so firmly that I should not be able to pursue the path of renunciation that alone seemed to me to lead to my life's goal. I felt myself an apostle, but an apostle and a professor were very far apart. I certainly remembered that the apostle Paul had been a tent maker. But I feared that, once appointed, I should lose my ideal standard of life and sink down into insipid mediocrity. If I once deviated from my path, I might not so easily find it again. It was more difficult to resign a professorship than never to accept it. And, once a professor, a man soon got married and settled down as a citizen of the state, not in a position to dare anything. To dispose of my life at Brockner's request would be like selling my soul to the devil. So I replied briefly that I was too much attached to Hoche to be able or willing to speculate on his death. But to this Brockner very logically replied, I am not speculating on his death, but on his life, for the longer he lives, the better you will be prepared to be his successor. By the middle of June, 1863, the prize paper was copied out. In September the verdict was announced, the gold medal was awarded to me with a laudatory criticism. The gold medal was also won by my friend Jens Paludan Miller for a historic paper, and in October, at the annual ceremony at the university, we were presented with the thin medal bearing the figure of Athene, which, for my part, being in need of a winter overcoat, I sold next day. Clausen, the rector, a little man with regular features, reserved face, and smooth white hair, said to us that he hoped this might prove the first fruits of a far-reaching activity in the field of Danish literature. But what gave me much greater pleasure was that I was shaken hands with by Monrad, who was present as Minister for Education. Although Clausen was well known, both as a theologian and an important national liberal, I cared nothing for him. But I was a little proud of 37. Monrad's hand pressure, for his political liberality, and especially his tremendous capacity for work, compelled respect, while from his handsome face with its thoughtful, commanding forehead, there shone the evidence of transcendent ability. 12. On the morning of November 15, 1863, Julius Lang and I went together to offer our congratulations to Frederick Nutzhorn, whose birthday it was. His sisters received me with their usual cheerfulness, but their father, the old doctor, remarked as I entered, "You come with grave thoughts in your mind, too," for the general uneasiness occasioned by Frederick VII's state of health was reflected in my face. There was good reason for anxiety concerning all the future events of which an unfavorable turn of his illness might be the signal. I went home with Julius Lang, who read a few wild fragments of his system to me. This turned upon the contrasting ideas of contemplation and sympathy, corresponding to the inhaling and exhaling of the breath. The resting point of the breathing was the moment of actual consciousness, etc., altogether very young, curious, and confused. In the afternoon came the news of the king's death. In the evening, at the Students' Union, there was great commotion and much anxiety. There were rumors of a change of ministry, of a Blomdavidusing ministry, and of whether the new king would be willing to sign the constitution from which people childishly expected the final incorporation of Schleswig into Denmark. That evening I made the acquaintance of the poet Christian Richard, who told me that he had noticed my face before he knew my name. Julius Lang was exceedingly exasperated and out of spirits. Plug went down the stairs looking like a man whose hopes had been shattered, and whom the blow had found unprepared. His paper had persistently sown distrust of the Prince of Denmark. The proclamation was to take place in front of Chris. 138. Tjensborg Castle on December 16, at 11 o'clock. I was fetched to it by a student of the same age, the present Bishop Frederick Nielsen. The latter had made my acquaintance when a freethinker, but fortunately he recognized his errors only a very few years later, and afterwards the valiant theologian wrote articles and pamphlets against the heretic he had originally cultivated for holding the same opinions as himself. There is hardly anyone in Denmark who persists in error. People recognize their mistakes in time, before they have taken harm to their souls, sometimes, indeed, so much betimes that they are not even a hindrance to their worldly career. The space in front of the castle was black with people, most of whom were in a state of no little excitement. Hall, who was then Prime Minister, stepped out on the balcony of the castle, grave and upright, and said, first standing with his back to the castle, then looking to the right and the left, these words, King Frederick VII is dead. Long live King Christian IX. Then the king came forward. There were loud shouts, doubtless some cries of long live the king, but still more and louder shouts of, the Constitution forever, which were by no means loyally intended. At a distance, from the castle balcony, the different shouts could, of course, not be distinguished. As the king took them all to be shouts of acclamation, he bowed politely several times, and as the shouts continued kissed his hand to right and left. The effect was not what he had intended. His action was not understood as a simple-hearted expression of pure goodwill. People were used to a very different bearing on the part of their king. With all his faults and foibles, Frederick VII was always in manner the father of his people, always the graceful superior, head up and shoulders well back, patronizingly and affectionately waving his hand, thank you, my children, thank you. And now go home and say good morning to your wives and children from the king. One could not imagine Frederick VII bowing to the people, much less kissing his hand to them. There was a stormy meeting of the Students' Union. 39. That evening, Wilhelm Rode made the principal speech and caustically emphasized that it took more than a kiss of the hand and a parade bow to win the hearts of the Danish people. The new dynasty, the head of which had been abused for years by the national liberal press, especially in the fatherland, who had thrown suspicion of German sympathies on the heir presumptive, was still so weak that none of the students thought it necessary to take much notice of the change of sovereigns that had taken place. This was partly because since Frederick VII's time people had been accustomed to indiscriminate free speech concerning the king's person. It was the fashion and meant nothing, as he was beloved by the body of the people, partly because what had happened was not regarded as irrevocable. All depended on whether the king signed the constitution, and even the coolest and most conservative, who considered that his signing it would be a fatal misfortune, thought it possible that Christian LX would be dethroned if he did not. So it is not difficult to form some idea of how the Hotspurs talked. The whole town was in a fever, and it was said that Prince Oscar was in Scania, ready at the first sign to cross the Sound and allow himself to be proclaimed king on behalf of Charles XV. Men with Scandinavian sympathies hoped for this solution, by means of which the three kingdoms would have been united without a blow being struck. In the middle of the meeting, there arrived a message from Krone, the head of police, which was delivered verbally in this incredibly irregular form that the head of police was as good a Scandinavian as anyone, but he begged the students for their own sakes to refrain from any kind of street disturbance that would oblige him to interfere. I, who had stood on the open space in front of the castle, lost in the crowd, and in the evening at the meeting of the students was auditor to the passionate utterances let fall there, felt my mood violently swayed, but was altogether undecided with regard to the political question, the compass of which I could not fully perceive. I felt anxious as to what the attitude of foreign powers would be in the event. 140. Of the signing of the Constitution. Old C. N. David had said in his own home that if the matter should depend on him, which, however, he hoped it would not, he would not permit the signing of the constitution, were he the only man in Denmark of that way of thinking, since by so doing we should lose our guarantee of existence, and get two enemies instead of one, Russia as well as Germany. The same evening I wrote down, "It is under such circumstances as these that one realizes how difficult it is to lead a really ethical existence. I am not far-sighted enough to perceive what would be the results of that which to me seems desirable, and one cannot conscientiously mix oneself up in what one does not understand." Nevertheless, as I stood in the square in front of the castle, I was so excited that I even detected in myself an inclination to come forward as a political speaker, greenhorn though I be. 13. On the 18th of November, the fever in the town was at its height. From early in the morning the space in front of the castle was crowded with people. Orla Lehmann, a minister at the time, came out of the castle, made his way through the crowd, and shouted again and again, first to one side, then to the other. "He has signed. He has signed." He did not say, "the king." The people now endured 7 weeks of uninterrupted change and kaleidoscopic alteration of the political situation. Relations with all foreign powers, and even with Sweden and Norway, presented a different aspect to the Danish public every week. Sweden's withdrawal created a very bitter impression. The public had been induced to believe that an alliance was concluded. Then followed the pressure in Copenhagen by the emissaries of all the powers, to induce the government to recall the November Constitution, then the Tsar's letter to the Duke of Augustenborg, finally the occupation of Holstein by German troops, with all the censure and disgrace that the Danish army had to endure. For Hall 41. Stein was evacuated without a blow being struck, and the Duke, to the accompaniment of scorn and derision heaped on the Danes, was proclaimed in all the towns of Holstein. On Christmas Eve came tidings of the convocation of the Senate, simultaneously with a change of ministry which placed Monrad at the head of the country, and in connection with this a rumor that all young men of 21 were to be called out at once. This last proved to be incorrect, and the minds of the young men alternated between composure at the prospect of war and an enthusiastic desire for war, and a belief that there would be no war at all. The first few days in January, building on the rumor that the last note from England had promised help in the event of the Eider being passed, people began to hope that the war might be avoided, and pinned their faith to Monrad's dictatorship. Frederick Knutzhorn, who did not believe there would be a war, started on a visit to Rome. Jens Paludan Miller, who had been called out, was quartered at Rendsborg until the German troops marched in. Julius Lang, who, as he had just become engaged, did not wish to see his work interrupted and his future prospects delayed by the war, had gone to Eilingen, where he had originally made the acquaintance of his fiancée. Under these circumstances, as a 21-year-old student who had completed his university studies, I was anxious to get my examination over as quickly as possible. At the end of 1863 I wrote to my teacher, Professor Brechner, who had promised me a short philosophical summary as a preparation for the university test. "I shall sit under a conjunction of all the most unfavorable circumstances possible, since for more than a month my head has been so full of the events of the day that I have been able neither to read nor think, while the time of the examination itself promises to be still more disquiet. Still, I dare not draw back, as I should then risk which may possibly happen in any case being hindered from my examination by being called out by the conscription and perhaps come to lie in my grave as studiosus instead of candidatus magisterii, which 142. Latter looks infinitely more impressive and is more satisfying to a man as greedy of honor as your respectful and heartily affectionate, etc. 14. Shortly before, I had paid my first visit to Professor Rasmus Nielsen. He was exceedingly agreeable, recognized me, whom perhaps he remembered examining, and accorded me a whole hour's conversation. He was, as always, alert and fiery, not in the least blasé, but with a slight suggestion of charlatanism about him. His conversation was as lively and disconnected as his lectures. There was a charm in the clear glance of his green eyes, a look of genius about his face. He talked for a long time about Herbart, whose aesthetics, for that matter, he betrayed little knowledge of, then of Hegel, Heiberg, and Kierkegaard. To my intense surprise, he opened up a prospect, conflicting with the opinions he had publicly advocated, that science, when analyses had been carried far enough, might come to prove the possibility of miracles. This was an offense against my most sacred convictions. Nielsen had recently, from the cathedra, announced his renunciation of the Kierkegaard standpoint he had so long maintained. In the phrase, "the Kierkegaard theory is impracticable," he had, perhaps influenced somewhat by the Queen Dowager, who about that time frequently invited him to meet Grundtvig, drawn nearer to Grundtvigian ways of thinking, as Broeckner sarcastically remarked about him. The farther from Kierkegaard, the nearer to the Queen Dowager. In the midst of my final preparations for the examination, I wrestled, as was my wont, with my attempts to come to a clear understanding over duty and life, and was startled by the indescribable irony in the word by which I was accustomed to interpret my ethically religious endeavors, Himmelsprit asterisk. Asterisk word implying one who attempts to spring up to heaven, and of course falls miserably to earth again. The word, in ordinary conversation, is applied to anyone tossed in a blanket. 43. I handed in, then, my request to be allowed to sit for my Master of Arts examination. The indefatigable Broeckner had already mentioned the matter to the dean of the university, who understood the examinee's reasons for haste. But the university moved so slowly that it was some weeks before I received the special paper sent me, which, to my horror, ran as follows: determine the correlation between the pathetic and the symbolic in general, in order by that means to elucidate the contrast between Shakespeare's tragedies and Dante's Divina Commedia, together with the possible errors into which one might fall through a one-sided preponderance of either of these two elements. This paper, which had been set by R. Nielsen, is characteristic of the perkly speculative manner, indifferent to all study of history, in which aesthetics were at that time pursued in Copenhagen. It was, moreover, worded with unpardonable carelessness. It was impossible to tell from it what was to be understood by the correlation on which it was based, and which was assumed to be a given conclusion. Even so speculative a thinker as Frederick Paludan-Müller called the question absolutely meaningless. It looked as though its author had imagined Shakespeare's dramas and Dante's epic were produced by a kind of artistic commingling of pathetic with symbolic elements, and as though he wished to call attention to the danger of reversing the correct proportions, for instance, by the symbolic obtaining the preponderance in tragedy, or pathos in the epopee, or to the danger of exaggerating these proportions, until there was too much tragic pathos, or too much epic symbolism. But a scientific definition of the expressions used was altogether lacking, and I had to devote a whole chapter to the examination of the meaning of the problem proposed to me. The essay, for the writing of which I was allowed 6 weeks, was handed in, 188 folio pages long, at the right time. By reason of the sheer foolishness of the question, it was never published. In a postscript, I wrote, "I beg my honored examiners to remember the time during which this treatise was written, a time more eventful than any other young men can have 144 been through, and during which I, for my part, have for days at a time been unable to work, and should have been ashamed if I could have done so." In explanation of this statement, the following jottings, written down at the time on a sheet of paper. Sunday, January 17th. Received letter telling me I may fetch my leading question tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Monday, February 1st. Heard today that the Germans have passed the Eider and that the first shots have been exchanged. Saturday, February 6th. Received today the terrible, incomprehensible, but only too certain news that the Danevirke has been abandoned without a blow being struck. This is indescribable, overwhelming. Thursday, February 28th. We may, unfortunately, assume it as certain that my dear friend Jens Paludan-Müller fell at over 6E on February STH. February 28th. W. Heard definitely today at 1:30 this night. Finished my essay. V. I thought about this time of nothing but my desire to become a competent soldier of my country. There was nothing I wanted more, but I felt physically very weak. When the first news of the battles of Midsunday and Bustrup arrived, I was very strongly inclined to follow Julius Lang to the Reserve Officers' School. When tidings came of the abandonment of the Danevirke, my enthusiasm cooled. It was as though I foresaw how little prospect of success there was. Still, I was less melancholy than Lang at the thought of going to the war. I was single, and delighted at the thought of going straight from the examination table into a camp life, and from a book-mad student to become a lieutenant. I was influenced most by the prospect of seeing Lang every day at the officers' school, and on the field. But my comrades explained to me that even if Lang and I came out of the school at the same time, it did not follow that we should be in the same division, and that the thing, moreover, that was wanted in an officer, was entire self-dependence. They also pointed out to me the improbability of my being able to do the least good, or having the slightest likelihood in front of me of doing anything but quickly find myself in hospital. I did not really think myself that I should be able to stand the fatigue, as the pupils of the military academy went over. 48. To the army with an equipment that I could scarcely have carried. I could not possibly suppose that the conscription would select me as a private, on account of my fragile build, but like all the rest, I was expecting every day a general ordering out of the fit men of my age. All this time I worked with might and main at the development of my physical strength and accomplishments. I went every day to fencing practice, likewise to cavalry sword practice. I took lessons in the use of the bayonet, and I took part every afternoon in the shooting practices conducted by the officers with the old muzzle loaders which were the army weapons at the time. I was very delighted one day when Mr. Hagemeister, the fencing master, one of the many splendid old Holstein non-commissioned officers holding the rank of lieutenant, said I was a smart fencer. 16. Meanwhile, the examination was taking its course. As real curiosities, I here reproduce the questions set me. The three to be replied to in writing were, 1. To what extent can poetry be called the ideal history? 2. In what manner may the philosophical ideas of Spinoza and Fichte lead to a want of appreciation of the idea of beauty? 3. In what relation does the comic stand to its limitations and its various contrasts? The three questions which were to be replied to in lectures before the university ran as follows. 1. Show, through poems in our literature, to what extent poetry may venture to set itself the task of presenting the idea in a form coinciding with the philosophical understanding of it. 2. Point out the special contributions to a philosophical definition of the idea made by aesthetics in particular. 3. What are the merits and defects of Schiller's tragedies? These questions, in conjunction with the main question 146, may well be designated a piece of contemporary history. They depict exactly both the science of the time and the peculiar philosophical language it adopted. Hardly more than one, or at most two, of them could one imagine set today. After the final, and best, lecture, on Schiller, which was given at 6 hours' notice on April 25, the judges, Hoche, Nielsen, and Brockner, deliberated for about 10 minutes, then called in the auditors, and R. Nielsen read aloud the following verdict: the candidate, in his long essay, in the shorter written tests, and in his oral lectures, has manifested such knowledge of his subject, such intellectual maturity, and such originality in the treatment of his themes, that we have on that account unanimously awarded him the mark, admissus cum laude praecipua. 17. The unusually favorable result of this examination attracted the attention of Academical and other circles towards me. The mark admissus cum praecipua laude had only very rarely been given before. Hoche expressed his satisfaction at home in no measured terms. His wife stopped my grandfather in the street and informed him that his grandson was the cleverest and best read young man that her husband had come across during his university experience. When I went to the old poet after the examination to thank him, he said to me, these were his very words: I am an old man and must die soon, you must be my successor at the university. I shall say so unreservedly. Indeed, I will even say it on my deathbed. Strangely enough, he did say it and record it on his deathbed 7 years later, exactly as he had promised to do. In Brechner's house, too, there was a great deal said about my becoming a professor. I myself was despondent about it. I thought only of the war, only wished to be fit for a soldier. Hoch was pleased at my wanting to be a soldier. "TT is fine of you, if you can only stand it." When Hoch heard for certain that I was only 22 years old, he himself was 73, he started up in his chair and said, "47. Why, it is incredible that at your age you can have got so far." Rasmus Nielsen was the only one of the professors who did not entertain me with the discussion of my future academic prospects, but he it was who gave me the highest praise. "According to our unanimous opinions," said he, "you are the foremost of all the young men." I was only the more determined not to let myself be buried alive in the flower of my youth by accepting professorship before I had been able to live and breathe freely. I might have spared myself any anxiety. 18. A few days later, on May 10th, a month's armistice was proclaimed, which was generally construed as a preliminary to peace, if this could be attained under possible conditions. It was said, and soon confirmed, that at the Conference of London, Denmark had been offered North Schleswig. Most unfortunately, Denmark refused the offer. On June 26, the war broke out again. 2 days later Alsen was lost. When the young men were called up to the officers' board for conscription, being too slight of build, I was deferred till next year. Were the guerrilla war which was talked about to break out, I was determined all the same to take my part in it. But the Blum-David ministry succeeded to Monrod's, and concluded the oppressive peace. I was very far from regarding this peace as final, for that, I was too inexperienced. I correctly foresaw that before very long the state of affairs in Europe would give rise to other wars, but I incorrectly concluded therefrom that another fight for Schleswig, or in any case, its restoration to Denmark, would result from them. In the meantime peace, discouraging, disheartening though it was, opened up possibilities of further undisturbed study, fresh absorption in scientific occupations. When, after the termination of my university studies, I had to think of earning my own living, I not only, as b. 148. 4. Gave private lessons, but I gave lectures, first to a circle before whom I lectured on Northern and Greek mythology, then to another, in David's house, to whom I unfolded the inner history of modern literature to interested listeners, amongst them several beautiful young girls. I finally engaged myself to my old arithmetic master as teacher of Danish in his course for national school mistresses. I found the work horribly dull, but there was one racy thing about it, namely, that I, the master, was 3 years younger than the youngest of my pupils. These latter were obliged to be at least 25, and consequently even at their youngest were quite old in my eyes. But there were many much older women amongst them, one even, a priest or schoolmaster's widow, of over 50, a poor thing who had to begin at her age, from the very beginning, though she was anything but gifted. It was not quite easy for a master without a single hair on his face to make himself respected. But I succeeded, my pupils being so well behaved. It was an exciting moment when these pupils of mine went up for their teacher's examination, I being present as auditor. I continued to teach this course until the autumn of 1868. When I left, I was gratified by one of the ladies rising and, in a little speech, thanking me for the good instruction I had given. 19. Meanwhile, I pursued my studies with ardor and enjoyment, read a very great deal of Bell's Lettres, and continued to work at German philosophy, inasmuch as I now, though without special profit, plunged into a study of Trendelenburg. My thoughts were very much more stimulated by Gabriel Sibbern, on account of his consistent scepticism. It was just about this time that I made his acquaintance. Old before his time, bald at 40, tormented with gout, although he had always lived a most abstemious life, Gabriel Sibbern, with his serene face, clever eyes, and independent thoughts, was an emancipating phenomenon. He had divested himself. 49. Of all Danish prejudices. There is still a great deal of phlogiston in our philosophy, he used to say sometimes. I had long been anxious to come to a clear scientific understanding of the musical elements in speech. I had busied myself a great deal with metrical art. Breuil's inquiries were not yet in existence, but I was fascinated by Appel's attempt to make use of notes, crotchets, quaverse, dotted quaverse, and semiquaverse, as metrical signs, and by J.L. Heiberg's attempt to apply the system to Danish verse. But the system was too arbitrary for anything to be built up upon it. And I then made up my mind, in order better to understand the nature of verse, to begin at once to familiarize myself with the theory of music, which seemed to promise the opening out of fresh horizons in the interpretation of the harmonies of language. With the assistance of a young musician, later the well-known composer and concert director, Victor Bendix, I plunged into the mysteries of thorough bass, and went so far as to write out the entire theory of harmonics. I learned to express myself in the barbaric language of music, to speak of minor scales in fifths, to understand what was meant by enharmonic ambiguity. I studied voice modulation, permissible and non-permissible octaves, but I did not find what I hoped. I composed a few short tunes, which I myself thought very pretty, but which my young master made great fun of, and with good reason. One evening, when he was in very high spirits, he parodied one of them at the piano in front of a large party of people. It was a disconcerting moment for the composer of the tune. A connection between metrical art and thorough bass was not discoverable. Neither were there any unbreakable laws governing thorough bass. The unversed person believes that in harmonics he will find quite definite rules which must not be transgressed. But again and again he discovers that what is, as a general rule, forbidden, is nevertheless, under certain circumstances, quite permissible. Thus he learns that in music there is no rule binding on genius. And perhaps he asks himself whether, in other domains, there are rules which are binding on genius. 150. XX. I had lived so little with nature. The spring of 1865, the first spring I had spent in the country although quite near to Copenhagen, meant to me rich impressions of nature that I never forgot, a long chain of the most exquisite spring memories. I understood as I had never done before the inborn affection felt by every human being for the virgin, the fresh, the untouched, the not quite full-blown, just as it is about to pass over into its maturity. It was in the latter half of May. I was looking for anemones and violets, which had not yet gone to seed. The budding beech foliage, the silver poplar with its shining leaves, the maple with its blossoms, stirred me, filled me with spring rapture. I could lie long in the woods with my gaze fastened on a light green branch with the sun shining through it, and, as if stirred by the wind, lighted up from different sides, and floating and flashing as if coated with silver. I saw the empty husks fall by the hundred before the wind. I followed up the streams in the wood to their sources. For a while a rivulet oozed slowly along. Then came a little fall, and it began to speak, to gurgle and murmur, but only at this one place, and here it seemed to me to be like a young man or woman of 20. Now that I, who in my boyhood's days had gone for botanical excursions with my master and schoolfellows, absorbed myself in every plant, from greatest to least, without wishing to arrange or classify any, it seemed as though an infinite scene in nature were being revealed to me for the first time. As near to Copenhagen as Stendermarken, stood the beech, with its curly leaves and black velvet buds in their silk jackets. In the gardens of Frederiksberg Avenue, the elder exhaled its fragrance, but was soon over, the hawthorn sprang out in all its splendor. I was struck by the loveliness of the chestnut blooms. When the blossom on the cherry trees had withered, the lilac was out, and the apple and pear trees paraded their gala dress. It interested me to notice how the colors sometimes indicated the shape, sometimes produced designs quite in 51. Pendently of it. I loitered in gardens to feast my eyes on the charming grouping of the rhubarb leaves no less than on the exuberance of their flowers, and the leaves of the scorzonera attracted my attention, because they all grew in one plane, but swung about like lances. And as my habit was, I philosophized over what I saw and had made my own, and I strove to understand in what beauty consisted. I considered the relations between beauty and life. Why was it that artificial flowers and the imitation of a nightingale's song were so far behind their originals in beauty? What was the difference between the beauty of the real, the artificial, and the painted flower? Might not Herbarts/aesthetics be wrong, in their theory of form? The form itself might be the same in nature and the imitation, in the rose made of velvet and the rose growing in the garden. And I reflected on the connection between the beauty of the species and that of the individual. Whether a lily be a beautiful flower, I can say without ever having seen lilies before, but whether it be a beautiful lily, I cannot. The individual can only be termed beautiful when more like than unlike to the ideal of the species. And I mused over the translation of the idea of beauty into actions and intellectual conditions. Was not the death of Socrates more beautiful than his preservation of Alcibiades' life in battle, though this was none the less a beautiful act? XXI. In the month of July I started on a walking tour through Jutland, with the scenery of which province I had not hitherto been acquainted, travelled also occasionally by the old stage-coaches, found myself at Skanderborg, which, for me, was surrounded by the halo of medieval romance, wandered to Silkeborg, entering into conversation with no end of people, peasants, peasant boys, and pretty little peasant girls, whose speech was not always easy to understand. I studied their Jutish, and laughed heartily at their keen wit. The country inns were often overfull, so that I was obliged to sleep on the floor. My wanderings were often somewhat exhaust. 152. As there were constant showers, and the night rain had soaked the roads. I drove in a peasant's cart to Mariager to visit my friend Emil Peterson, who was in the office of the district judge of that place, making his home with his brother-in-law and his very pretty sister, and I stayed for a few days with him. Here I became acquainted with a little out-of-the-world Danish town. The priest and his wife were an interesting and extraordinary couple. The priest, the before-mentioned Pastor Ussing, a little, nervous, intelligent and unworldly man, was a pious dreamer, whose religion was entirely rationalistic. Renaud's recently published Life of Jesus was so far from shocking him that the book seemed to him in all essentials to be on the right track. He had lived in the Danish West Indies, and there he had become acquainted with his wife, a lady with social triumphs behind her, whose charms he never wearied of admiring. The mere way in which she placed her hat upon her head, or threw a shawl round her shoulders, could make him fall into ecstasies, even though he only expressed his delight in her in half-facetious terms. This couple showed me the most cordial kindness. To their unpracticed, provincial eyes, I seemed to be a typical young man of the world, and they amazed me with the way in which they took it for granted that I led the dances at every ball, was a lion in society, etc. I was reminded of the student's words in Hostrup's vaudeville. Goodness! How innocent they must be to think me a dandy, and vainly assured them that I lived an exceedingly unnoticed life in Copenhagen, and had never opened a ball in my life. The priest asked us two young men to go and hear his Sunday sermon, and promised that we should be pleased with it. We went to church somewhat expectant, and the sermon was certainly a most unusual one. It was delivered with great rapture, after the priest had bent his head in his hands for a time in silent reflection. With great earnestness he addressed himself to his congregation and demanded, after having put before them some of the cures in the New Testament, generally extolled as miracles, whether they dared maintain that these so-called miracles could not have taken place AC 53 according to nature's laws. And when he impressively called out, "Darest thou, with thy limited human intelligence, say, this cannot happen naturally," it was in the same tone and style in which another priest would have shouted out, "Darest thou, with thy limited human intelligence, deny the miracle?" The peasants, who, no doubt, understood his words quite in this latter sense, did not understand in the least the difference and the contrast, but judged much the same as a dog to whom one might talk angrily with caressing words or caressingly with abusive words, simply from the speaker's tone, and both his tone and facial expression were ecstatic. They perceived no heresy and felt themselves no less edified by the address than did the two young Copenhagen graduates. XXII. My first newspaper articles were printed in the Fatherland and the Illustrated Times. The very first was a treatise of Paludan Miller's Fountain of Youth, in which I had compressed matter for 3 or 4 lectures. A commissioned article on Dante was about the next, but this was of no value. But it was a great event to see one's name printed in a newspaper for the first time, and my mother saw it not without emotion. About this time Henrik Ibsen's first books fell into my hands and attracted my attention towards this rising poet, who, among the leading Danish critics, encountered a reservation of appreciation that scarcely concealed ill will. From Norway I procured Ibsen's oldest dramas, which had appeared there. Frederick Algren Ussing asked me to contribute to a large biographical dictionary, which he had for a long time been planning and preparing, and which he had just concluded a contract for with the largest Danish publishing firm of the time. A young man who hated the august association and all its deeds could not fail to feel scruples about engaging in any collaboration with its founder. But Algren Ussing knew how to vanquish all such scruples, inasmuch as he waived all rights of censorship, and left it to each author. 154. To write as he liked upon his own responsibility. And he was perfectly loyal to his promise. Moreover, the question here was one of literature only, and not politics. As the Danish authors were to be dealt with in alphabetical order, the article that had to be set about at once was an account of the only Danish poet whose name began with A. Thus it was that Emil Aristrup came to be the first Danish poet of the past of whom I chanced to write. I heard of the existence of a collection of unprinted letters from Aristrup to his friend Petersen, the grocer, which were of very great advantage to my essay. A visit that I paid to the widow of the poet, on the other hand, led to no result whatever. It was strange to meet the lady so enthusiastically sung by Aristrup in his young days, as a sulky and a suspicious old woman without a trace of former beauty, who declared that she had no letters from her husband, and could not give me any information about him. It was only a generation later that his letters to her came into my hands. In September, 1865, the article on Aristrup was finished. It was intended to be quickly followed up by others on the remaining Danish authors in A. But it was the only one that was written, for Algren Ussing's apparently so well-planned undertaking was suddenly brought to a standstill. The proprietors of the national liberal papers declared, as soon as they heard of the plan, that they would not on any account agree to its being carried out by a man who took up such a reactionary position in Danish politics as Ussing, and in face of their threat to annihilate the undertaking, the publishers, who were altogether dependent on the attitude of these papers, did not dare to defy them. They explained to Algren Ussing that they felt obliged to break their contract with him, but were willing to pay him the compensation agreed upon beforehand for failure to carry it out. He fought long to get his project carried through, but his efforts proving fruitless, he refused, from pride, to accept any indemnity, and was thus compelled to see with bitterness many years' work and an infinite amount of trouble completely wasted. Shortly afterwards he succumbed to an attack of illness. 55. XXIII. A young man who plunged into philosophical study at the beginning of the 60s in Denmark, and was specially engrossed by the boundary relations between philosophy and religion, could not but come to the conclusion that philosophical life would never flourish in Danish soil until a great intellectual battle had been set on foot, in the course of which conflicting opinions which had never yet been advanced in express terms should be made manifest and wrestle with one another, until it became clear which standpoints were untenable and which could be maintained. Although he cherished warm feelings of affection for both R. Nielsen and Brockner, the two professors of philosophy, he could not help hoping for a discussion between them of the fundamental questions which were engaging his mind. As Brockner's pupil, I said a little of what was in my mind to him, but could not induce him to begin. Then I begged Gabriel Sibern to furnish a thorough criticism of Nielsen's books, but he declined. I began to doubt whether I should be able to persuade the elder men to speak. A review in the fatherland of the first part of Nielsen's Logic of Fundamental Ideas roused my indignation. It was in diametric opposition to what I considered irrefutably true, and was written in the style, and with the metaphors, which the paper's literary criticisms had brought into fashion, a style that was repugnant to me with its sham poetical, or meaninglessly flat expressions. Matter is the hammer stroke that the ideal requires. Spontaneity is like food that has once been eaten. In an 11-page letter to Brockner I condensed all that I had thought about the philosophical study at the university during these first years of my youth, and proved to him, in the keenest terms I could think of, that it was his duty to the ideas whose spokesman he was, to come forward, and that it would be foolish, in fact wrong, to leave the matter alone. I knew well enough that I was jeopardizing my precious friendship with Brockner by my action, but I was willing to take the risk. I did not expect any immediate result. 156. Of my letter, but thought to myself that it should ferment, and sometime in the future might bear fruit. The outcome of it far exceeded my expectations, inasmuch as Brockner was moved by my letter, and not only thanked me warmly for my daring words, but went without delay to Nielsen and told him that he intended to write a book on his entire philosophical activity and significance. Nielsen took his announcement with a good grace. However, as Brockner immediately afterwards lost his young wife, and was attacked by the insidious consumption which ravaged him for 10 years, the putting of this resolution into practice was for several years deferred. At that I felt that I myself must venture, and, as a beginning, Julius Lang and I, in collaboration, wrote a humorous article on Schmidt's review of the logic of fundamental ideas, which Lang was to get into the daily paper, to which he had access. 3 days after the article was finished, Lang came to me and told me that to his dismay it was gone. It was so exactly like him that I was just as delighted as if he had informed me that the article was printed. For some time we hoped that it might be on Lang's table, for, the day before, he had said, "I am not of a curious disposition, but I should like to know what there really is on that table." However, it had irrevocably disappeared. I then came forward myself with a number of shorter articles which I succeeded in getting accepted by the fatherland. When I entered for the first time Plug's tiny little office high up at the top of a house behind Hajabro Place, the gruff man was not unfriendly. Surprised at the youthful appearance of the person who walked in, he merely burst out, "How old are you?" And to the reply, 23 and a half, he said smilingly, "Don't forget the half." The first article was not printed for months, the next ones appeared without such long delay. But Plug was somewhat uneasy about the contents of them, and cautiously remarked that there was not to be any fun made of religion. Which it could not truthfully be said I had done. But I had touched upon dogmatic belief, and that was enough. 37. Later on, Plug had a notion that, as he once wrote, he had excluded me from the paper as soon as he perceived my mischievous tendency. This was a failure of memory on his part. The reason I left the paper was a different one, and I left of my own accord. Bold and surly, virile and reliable as Plug seemed, in things journalistic you could place slight dependence on his word. His dearest friend admitted as much. He gave his consent, and then forgot it, or withdrew it. Nothing is more general, but it made an overweening impression on a beginner like myself, inexperienced in the ways of life. When Ibsen's Brand came out, creating an unusual sensation, I asked Plug if I might review the book and received a definite yes from him. I then wrote my article, to which I devoted no little pains, but when I took it in it was met by him, to my astonishment, with the remark that the paper had now received another notice from their regular reviewer, whom he could not very well kick aside. Plug's promise had apparently been meaningless. I went my way with my article, firmly resolved never to go there again. From 1866 to 1870 I sought and found acceptance for my newspaper articles, not very numerous, in Billy's daily paper, which in its turn closed its columns to me after my first series of lectures at the University of Copenhagen. Billy as an editor was pleasant, a little patronizing, it is true, but polite and invariably good-tempered. He usually received his contributors reclining at full length on his sofa, his head, with its beautifully cut features, resting against a cushion and his comfortable little stomach protruding. He was scarcely of medium height, quick in everything he did, very clear, a little flat, very eloquent, but taking somewhat external views, pleased at the great favor he enjoyed among the Copenhagen bourgeoisie. If he entered Tivoli's concert hall in an evening, all the waiters ran about at once like cockroaches. They hurried to know what he might please to want, and fetched chairs for him and his parve. Gay, adaptable, and practiced, he was the principal speaker at every social gathering. In his editorial capacity he was courteous, decided. 158. And a man of his word, he did not allow himself to be alarmed by trifles. When Björnson attacked me, I was at the time his youngest contributor, he raised my scale of pay, unsolicited. The first hitch in our relations occurred when in 1869 I published a translation of Mill's Subjection of Women. This book roused Billy's exasperation and displeasure. He forbade it to be reviewed in his paper, refused me permission to defend it in the paper, and would not even allow the book in his house, so that his family had to read it clandestinely, as a dangerous and pernicious work. XXIV. In the beginning of the year 1866 Ludwig David died suddenly in Rome, of typhoid fever. His sorrowing parents founded in memory of him an exhibition for law students which bears and perpetuates his name. The first executors of the fund were, in addition to his most intimate friend, two young lawyers named Emil Peterson and Emil Brun, who had both been friends of his. The latter, who has not previously been mentioned in these pages, was a strikingly handsome and clever young man, remarkable for his calm and superior humor, and exceedingly self-confident and virile. His attitude towards Ludwig David in his early youth had been somewhat that of a protector. Unfortunately he was seriously wounded during the first storming of the Dybbdl redoubts by the Germans, a bullet crushed one of the spinal vertebrae, gradually the wound brought on consumption of the lungs and he died young. Ludwig David's death was a great loss to his friends. It was not only that he took such an affectionate interest in their welfare and happiness, but he had a considerable gift for mathematics and history, and, from his home training, an understanding of affairs of state which was considerably above that of most people. Peculiarly his own was a combination of keen, disintegrating intelligence, and a tendency towards comprehensive, rounded off, summarizing. He had strong public antipathies. In his opinion the years of peace that had followed the First War in Schleswig had had an NR-59 vatting effect, public speakers and journalists had taken the places of brave men, many a solution of a difficulty, announced at first with enthusiasm, had in course of time petrified into a mere set phrase. He thought many of the leading men among the liberals superficial and devoid of character, and accused them, with the pitilessness of youth, of mere verbiage. Influenced as he was by Kierkegaard, such a man as Billy was naturally his aversion. He considered not altogether justly that Billy cloaked himself in false earnestness. He himself was profoundly and actively philanthropic, with an impulse by no means universal to relieve and help. Society life he hated, to him it was waste of time and a torture to be obliged to figure in a ballroom, he cared very little for his appearance, and was by no means elegant in his dress. He was happy, however, in the unconstrained society of the comrades he cared about, enjoyed a merry chat or a frolicsome party, and in intimate conversation he would reveal his inmost nature with modest unpretension, with good-natured wit, directed against himself as much as against others, and with an understanding and sympathetic eye for his surroundings. His warmest outburst had generally a little touch of mockery or teasing about it, as though he were repeating, half roguishly, the feelings of another, rather than unreservedly expressing his own. But a heartfelt, steadfast look would often come into his beautiful dark eyes. XXV. His death left a great void in his home. his old father said to me one day. Strange how one ends as one begins. I have written no verses since my early youth, and now I have written a poem on my grief for Ludwig. I will read it to you. There was an art and industrial exhibition in Stockholm, that summer, which C. N. David was anxious to see. As he did not care to go alone, he took me in his son's place. It was my first journey to a foreign capital, and as such both enjoyable and profitable. I no longer, it is true, had 160. The same intense boyish impressionability as when I was in Sweden for the first time, 7 years before. The most trifling thing then had been an experience. In Göteborg I had stayed with a friend of my mother's, whose 12-year-old daughter, Bluma Alida, a wondrously charming little maiden, had jokingly been destined by the two mothers for my bride from the child's very birth. And at that time I had assimilated every impression of people or scenery with a voracious appetite which rendered these impressions ineffaceable all my life long. That summer month, my fancy had transformed every meeting with a young girl into an adventure and fixed every landscape on my mental retina with an affection such as the landscape painter Jean Rayleigh only feels for a place where he is specially at home. Then I had shared for a whole month Göteborg family and social life. Now I was merely traveling as a tourist, and as the companion of a highly respected old man. I was less entranced at Stockholm by the industrial exhibition than by the National Museum and the Royal Theatre, where the lovely Hyacer captivated me by her beauty and the keen energy of her acting. I became exceedingly fond of Stockholm, this most beautifully situated of the northern capitals, and saw, with reverence, the places associated with the name of Bellman. I also accompanied my old friend to Ulriksdal, where the Swedish Queen Dowager expected him in audience. More than an hour before we reached the castle he threw away his cigar. "T.M. an old courtier," he remarked. He had always been intimately associated with the Danish royal family. For a long time the Crown Prince used to go regularly to his flat in Queen's Crossway Street, to be instructed by him in political economy. He was consequently used to court ceremonial. Beautiful were those summer days, lovely the light nights in Stockholm. One recollection from these weeks is associated with a night when the sky was overcast. G had wandered round the town, before retiring to rest, and somewhere, in a large square, slipping my hand in my pocket, and feeling it full of 61 bits of paper, could not remember how they got there, and threw them away. When I was nearly back at the hotel it flashed upon me that it had been small Swedish notes, all the money that I had changed for my stay in Stockholm, that I had been carrying loose in my pocket and had so thoughtlessly thrown away. With a great deal of trouble, I found the square again, but of course not a sign of the riches that in unpardonable forgetfulness I had scattered to the winds. I was obliged to borrow 6 riksdaler, a sum of a little over 13 shillings, from my old protector. That my requirements were modest is proved by the fact that this sum sufficed. The Danish ambassador was absent from Stockholm just at this time, and the charge d'affaires at the legation had to receive the Danish ex-minister in his stead. He was very attentive to us, and took the travellers everywhere where C.N. David wished his arrival to be made known. He himself, however, was a most unfortunate specimen of Danish diplomacy, a man disintegrated by hideous debauchery, of coarse conversation, and disposition so brutal that he kicked little children aside with his foot when they got in front of him in the street. Abnormities of too great irregularity brought about, not long afterwards, his dismissal and his banishment to a little Danish island. This man gave a large dinner party in honor of the Danish ex-minister, to which, amongst others, all the Swedish and Norwegian ministers in Stockholm were invited. It was held at Hasselbacken, and the arrangements were magnificent. But what highly astonished me, and was in reality most out of keeping in such a circle, was the tone that the conversation at table gradually assumed, and especially the obscenity of the subjects of conversation. It was not, however, the ministers and diplomats present, but a Danish roué, a professor of physics, who gave this turn to the talk. He related anecdotes that would have made a sailor blush. Neither Count Monderstram, nor any of the other ministers, neither Malmgren, nor the dignified and handsome Norwegian minister Bredeville, seemed to be offended. Mander won a favorite outdoor pleasure resort at Stockholm. 162. Ström's expression, however, changed very noticeably when the professor ventured to make some pointed insinuations regarding the Swedish attitude, and his personal attitude in particular, previous to the Dano-German War and during its course. He suddenly pretended not to understand, and changed the subject of conversation. It produced an extremely painful impression upon me that not only the Danish charge d'affaires, but apparently several of these fine gentlemen, had determined on the additional amusement of making me drunk. Everybody at table vied one with the other to drink my health, and they informed me that etiquette demanded I should each time empty my glass to the bottom, the contrary would be a breach of good form. As I very quickly saw through their intention, I escaped from the difficulty by asking the waiter to bring me a very small glass. By emptying this I could, without my manners being affected, hold my own against them all. But almost for the first time in my life when the company rose from table I felt that I had been in exceedingly bad company, and a disgust for the nominally highest circles, who were so little capable of acting in accordance with the reputation they enjoyed, and the polish imputed to them, remained with me for many years to come. First long sojourn abroad. My wish to see Paris. Dualism in our modern philosophy. A journey. Impressions of Paris. Lessons in French. Mademoiselle Mathilde Taine. My most devout feelings. As a youth I had felt a kind of reverent awe for the French Revolution, which represented to me the beginning of human conditions for all those who were not of the favored among men, and Paris was the city of the Revolution. Moreover, it was, the city of Napoleon, the only ruler since Caesar who had seriously fascinated me, though my feelings for him changed so much that now admiration, now aversion, got the upper hand. And Paris was the city, too, of the old culture, the city of Julian the Apostate, the city of the Middle Ages, that Victor Hugo had portrayed in Notre Dame de Paris, the first book I had read in French, difficult though it was with its many peculiar expressions for Gothic arches and buttresses, and it was the city where Alfred de Musset had written his poems and where Delacroix had painted. The Louvre and the Luxembourg, the Théâtre Français and the Gymnase were immense treasuries that tempted me. In the autumn of 1866, when Gabriel Siborne started to Paris, somewhat before I myself could get away, my last words to him, "Till we meet again in the Holy City," were by no means a jest. Had wished for years to see Paris, the city that roused. 2. Before I could start, I had to finish the pamphlet which, with Siborne's help, I had written against Nielsen's adjustment of the split between Protestant orthodoxy and the scientific view of the universe, and which I had called dualism. 163. 164. In our modern philosophy. I was not troubled with any misgivings as to how I should get the book published. As long ago as 1864 a polite, smiling, kindly man, who introduced himself to me as Frederick Hegel, the bookseller, had knocked at the door of my little room and asked me to let him print the essay which I had written for my Master of Arts examination, and if possible he would also like the paper which had won the University Gold Medal, and in fact, anything else I might wish published. To my amazed reply that those essays were not worth publishing, and that in general I did not consider what I wrote sufficiently mature for publication, Hegel had first suggested that I should leave that question to the publisher, and then, when he saw that my refusal was honestly meant, had simply asked me to take my work to him when I myself considered that the moment had arrived. On this occasion, as on many others, the acute and daring publisher gave proof of the flair which made him the greatest in the North. He accepted the little book without raising any difficulties, merely remarking that it would have to be spread out a little in the printing, that it might not look too thin. Even before the pamphlet was mentioned in the press, its author was on his way to foreign parts. On one of the first days of November, I journeyed, in a tremendous storm, to Lubeck, the characteristic buildings of which, the Church of Mary, the Exchange, the Town Hall, together with the remains of the old fortifications, aroused my keen interest. In this Hansa town, with its strongly individual stamp, I found myself carried back 300 years. I was amazed at the slave-like dress of the workmen, the pointed hats of the girls, and the wood pavements, which were new to me. I traveled through Germany with a Portuguese, a little doctor from the University of Coimbra, in whose queer French 15 was Cos and Gerda Schett. A practical American, wrapped up in a waterproof, took up 3 places. 165. To lie down in one evening, pretended to sleep, and never stirred all night, forcing his inexperienced fellow travelers to crowd up into the corners of the carriage, and when the day broke, chatted with them as pleasantly as if they and he were the best friends in the world. At Cologne, where I had stood, reverential, in the noble forest of pillars in the cathedral, then afterwards, in my simplicity, allowed someone to foist a whole case of eau de Cologne upon me, I shortened my stay, in my haste to Paris. But, having by mistake taken a train which would necessitate my waiting several hours at Liege, I decided rather to continue my journey to Brussels and see that city too. The run through Belgium seemed to me heavenly, as for a time I happened to be quite alone in my compartment and I walked up and down, intoxicated with the joy of traveling. Brussels was the first large French town I saw, it was a foretaste of Paris, and delighted me. Never having been out in the world on my own account before, I was still as inexperienced and awkward as a child. It was not enough that I had got into the wrong train, I discovered, to my shame, that I had mislaid the key of my box, which made me think anxiously of the customs officials in Paris, and I was also so stupid as to ask the boots in the Brussels hotel for a little room, so that they gave me a miserable little sleeping place under the roof. But at night, after I had rambled about the streets of Brussels, as I sat on a bench somewhere on a broad boulevard, an overwhelming, terrifying, transporting sense of my solitariness came over me. It seemed to me as though now, alone in a foreign land, at night time, in this human swarm, where no one knew me and I knew no one, where no one would look for me if anything were to happen to me, I was for the first time thrown entirely on my own resources, and I recognized in the heavens, with a feeling of reassurance, old friends among the stars. With a guide, whom in my ignorance I thought necessary, I saw the sights of the town, and afterwards, for the first time, saw a French play. So little experience of the 166 world had I, that, during the interval, I left my overcoat, which I had not given up to the attendant, lying on the seat in the pit, and my neighbor had to explain to me that such great confidence in my fellow men was out of place. Everything was new to me, everything fascinated me. I, who only knew indulgence from my history lessons at school, saw with keen interest the priest in a Brussels church dispense indulgence plénière, or, in Flemish, Vollenafleet. I was interested in the curious names of the ecclesiastical orders posted up in the churches, marvelled, for instance, at a brotherhood that was called Saint Andrew of Ellen, patron saint against apoplexy, epilepsy and sudden death. In the carriage from Brussels I had for traveling companion a pretty young Belgian girl named Marie Choteau, who was traveling with her father, but talked all the time to her foreign fellow traveler, and in the course of conversation showed me a Belgian history and a Belgian geography, from which it appeared that Belgium was the center of the globe, the world's most densely built over, most religious, and at the same time most enlightened country, the one which, in proportion to its size, had the most and largest industries. I gave her some of my bountiful supply of eau de Cologne. Lv. The tiring night journey, with its full 4 hours wait at Liege, was all pure enjoyment to me, and in a mood of mild ecstasy, at last, at 10:30 on the morning of November R1th 1866, I made my entry into Paris, and was received cordially by the proprietors of a modest but clean little hotel which is still standing, number 20 Rue Notre Dame de Victoires, by the proprietors, 2 simple Lorrainers, François and Miller, to whom Gabriel Siburn, who was staying there, had announced my arrival. The same morning Sibbern guided my first steps to one of Pastelop's great classical popular concerts. In the evening, in spite of my fatigue after traveling all night, I went to the Théâtre Français for the first time, and there, lost in admiration of the masterly ensemble and the 167 natural yet passionate acting, with which I had hitherto seen nothing to compare, I saw Girardin's Le Supplice d'une Femme, and Beaumarchais' Le Mariage de Figaro, in one evening making the acquaintance of such stars as Renier, Madame Favart, Coquelin, and the sisters Bruhin. Renier especially, in his simple dignity, was an unforgettable figure, being surrounded, moreover, in my eyes by the glory which the well-known little poem of Alfred de Musset, written to comfort the father's heart, had shed upon him. Of the two celebrated sisters, Augustine was all wit, Madeleine pure beauty and arch, melting grace. These first days were rich days to me, and as they did not leave me any time for thinking over what I had seen, my impressions overwhelmed me at night, till sometimes I could not sleep for sheer happiness. This, to me, was happiness, an uninterrupted garnering of intellectual wealth in association with objects that all appealed to my sympathies, and I wrote home, to be here, young, healthy, with alert senses, keen eyes, and good ears, with all the curiosity, eagerness to know, love of learning, and susceptibility to every impression, that is youth's own prerogative, and to have no worries about home, all that is so great a happiness that I am sometimes tempted, like Polycrates, to fling the handsome ring I had from Christian Richard in the gutter. For the rest, I was too fond of characteristic architecture to feel attracted by the building art displayed in the long, regular streets of Napoleon III, and too permeated with national prejudices to be able at once to appreciate French sculpture. I was justified in feeling repelled by many empty allegorical pieces on public monuments, but during the first weeks I lacked perception for such good sculpture as is to be found in the foyer of the Théâtre Français. You feel at every step, I wrote immediately after my arrival, that France has never had a Thorwaldsen, and that Denmark possesses an indescribable treasure in him. We are and remain, in 3 or 4 directions, the first nation in Europe. This is pure and simple truth. To my youthful ignorance it was the truth, but it hardly remains such after the first month. 168. Being anxious to see as much as possible and not let anything of interest escape me, I went late to bed, and yet got up early, and tried to regulate my time, as one does a blanket that is too short. I was immensely interested in the art treasures from all over the world collected in the Louvre. Every single morning, after eating my modest breakfast at a creamery near the chateau, I paid my vows in the salon care and then absorbed myself in the other halls. The gallery of the Louvre was the one to which I owe my initiation. Before, J had seen hardly any Italian art in the original, and no French at all. In Copenhagen I had been able to worship all the Dutch masters. Leonardo and the Venetians spoke to me here for the first time. French painting and sculpture, Puget and Houdon, Clouet and Delacroix, and the French art that was modern then, I learned for the first time to love and appreciate at the Luxembourg. I relished these works of art, and the old-time art of the Greeks and Egyptians which the Museum of the Louvre contained, in a mild intoxication of delight. And I inbreathed Paris into my soul. When on the broad, handsome Place de la Concorde, I saw at the same time, with my bodily eyes, the beautifully impressive obelisk, and in my mind's eye the scaffold on which the royal pair met with their death in the Revolution, when in the Latin Quarter I went upstairs to the house in which Charlotte Corday murdered Marat, or when, in the highest story of the Louvre, I gazed at the little grey coat from Marengo and the three-cornered hat, or from the Arc de Triomphe let my glance roam over the city, the life that pulsated through my veins seemed stimulated tenfold by sight and visions. Yet it was not only the city of Paris, its appearance, its art gems, that I eagerly made my own, and with them much that intellectually belonged to Italy or the Netherlands. It was French culture, the best that the French nature contains, the fragrance of her choicest flowers, that I inhaled. And while thus for the first time learning to know French people, and French intellectual life, I was unexpectedly admitted to constant association with men and women. 169. Of the other leading Romance races, Italians, Spaniards, Portuguese, Brazilians. Brockner had given me a letter of introduction to Costanza Testa, a friend of his youth, now married to Count Oreste Blanchetti and living in Paris, with her somewhat older sister Virginia, a kind-hearted and amiable woman of the world. The latter had married in Brazil, as her second husband, the Italian banker Pagola, and to their house came, not only Italians and other European Southerners, but members of the South American colony. So warm a reception as I met with from the two sisters and their husbands I had never had anywhere before. After I had known the two families 1 hour, these people treated me as though I were their intimate friend, Costanza's younger brother, they called me. I had a seat in their carriage every day. When the ladies drove out in the Bois de Boulogne, they never had a box at the Italian Opera, where Adelina Pati's first notes were delighting her countrymen, without sending me a seat. They expected me every evening, however late it often might be when I came from the theatre, in their drawing room, where, according to the custom of their country, they always received the same circle of friends. I was sincerely attached to the two sisters, and felt myself at ease in their house, although the conversation there was chiefly carried on in a language of which I understood but little, since French was spoken only on my account. The only shadow over my pleasure at spending my evenings in the Rue Valois du Roule was the fact that this necessitated my missing some acts at the Théâtre Français, for which the Danish minister, through the embassy, had procured me a free pass. Certainly no Dane was ever made so happy by the favor. They were enraptured hours that I spent evening after evening in the French National Theatre, where I became thoroughly acquainted with the modern, as well as the classical, dramatic repertoire, an acquaintance which was further fortified during my long stay in Paris in 1870. I enjoyed the moderation of the best actors, their restraint and subordination of self to the Rodel and the General. 170. Effect. It is true that the word genius could only be applied to a very few of the actors, and at that time I saw none who, in my opinion, could be compared with the great representatives of the Danish stage, such as Michael Vihé, Johanna Louise Heiberg, or Pfister. But I perceived at once that the mannerisms of these latter would not be tolerated here for a moment. Here, under the influence of this artistic whole harmony, they would never have been able to give true vent to individuality and peculiarity as they did at home. I saw many hundred performances in these first years of my youth at the Théâtre Français, which was then at its zenith. There, if anywhere, I felt the silent march of the French muses through time and space. V.B. A capable journalist named Gregoire, a sickly, prematurely aged, limping fellow, with alert wits, an Alsatian, who knew Danish and regularly read Billy's daily paper, had in many ways taken me up almost from the first day of my sojourn on French soil. This man recommended me, on my expressing a wish to meet with a competent teacher, to take instruction in the language from a young girl, a friend of his sister, who was an orphan and lived with her aunt. She was of good family, the daughter of a colonel and the granddaughter of an admiral, but her own and her aunt's circumstances were narrow, and she was anxious to give lessons. When I objected that such lessons could hardly be really instructive, I was told that she was not only in every way a nice but a very gifted and painstaking young girl. The first time I entered the house, as a future pupil, I found the young lady, dressed in a plain black silk dress, surrounded by a circle of toddlers of both sexes, for whom she had a sort of school, and whom on my arrival she sent away. She had a pretty figure, a face that was attractive without being beautiful, a large mouth with good teeth, and dark brown hair. Her features were a little indefinite, her face rather broad than oval, her eyes brown and affectionate. She had at any rate the beauty that 20 years lends. 171. We arranged for 4 lessons a week, to begin with. The first dragged considerably. My teacher was to correct any mistakes in pronunciation and grammar that I made in conversation. But we could not get up any proper conversation. She was evidently bored by the lessons, which she had only undertaken for the sake of the fees. If I began to tell her anything, she only half listened, and yawned with all her might very often and very loudly, although she politely put her hand in front of her large mouth. There only came a little animation into her expression when I either pronounced as badly as I had been taught by my French master at school, or made some particularly ludicrous mistake, such as say tautigal for bienigal. At other times she was distracted, sleepy, her thoughts elsewhere. After having tried vainly for a few times to interest the young lady by my communications, I grew tired of the lessons. Moreover, they were of very little advantage to me, for the simple reason that my youthful teacher had not the very slightest scientific or even grammatical knowledge of her own tongue, and consequently could never answer my questions as to why you had to pronounce in such and such a way, or by virtue of what rule you expressed yourself in such and such a manner. I began to neglect my lessons, sometimes made an excuse, but often remained away without offering any explanation. On my arrival one afternoon, after having repeatedly stayed away, the young lady met me with some temper, and asked the reason of my failures to come, plainly enough irritated and alarmed at my indifference, which after all was only the reflection of her own. I promised politely to be more regular in future. To ensure this, she involuntarily became more attentive. She yawned no more. I did not stay away again. She began to take an interest herself in this eldest pupil of hers, who at 24 years of age looked 20 and who was acquainted with all sorts of things about conditions, countries, and people of which she knew nothing. She had been so strictly brought up that nearly all secular reading was forbidden to her, and she had never been 172. To any theatre, not even the Théâtre Français. She had not read Victor Hugo, Lamartine, or Musset, had not even dared to read Paul et Virginie, only knew expurgated editions of Corneille, Racine, and Molière. She was sincerely clerical, had early been somewhat influenced by her cousin, later the well-known Roman Catholic author, Ernest Hello, and in our conversations was always ready to take the part of the Jesuits against Pascal. What the latter had attacked were some antiquated and long-abandoned doctrinal books. Even if there were defects in the teaching of certain Catholic ecclesiastics, their lives at any rate were exemplary, whereas the contrary was the case with the free-thinking men of science. Their teaching was sometimes unassailable, but the lives they led could not be taken seriously. When we two young people got into a dispute, we gradually drew nearer to one another. Our remarks contradicted each other, but an understanding came about between our eyes. One day, as I was about to leave, she called me back from the staircase, and, very timidly, offered me an orange. The next time she blushed slightly when I came in. She frequently sent me cards of admission to the Athénée, a recently started institution, in which lectures were given by good speakers. She began to look pleased at my coming and to express regret at the thought of my departure. On New Year's Day, as a duty gift, I had sent her a bouquet of white flowers, and the next day she had tears in her eyes as she thanked me. I ask you to believe that I highly appreciate your attention. From that time forth she spoke more and more often of how empty it would be for her when I was gone. I was not in love with her, but was too young for her feelings, so unreservedly expressed, to leave me unaffected, and likewise young enough to imagine that she expected me before long to ask for her hand. So I soon informed her that I did not feel so warmly towards her as she did towards me, and that I was not thinking of binding myself for the present. "Do you think me so poor an observer?" she replied, amazed. "I have never made any claims upon you, even in my thoughts. But I owe you the happiest month of my life." 173. 6. This was about the state of affairs between Mademoiselle Louise and me, when one evening, at Pagela's, where there were Southerners of various races present, I was introduced to a young lady, Mademoiselle Mathilde M., who at first sight made a powerful impression upon me. She was a young Spanish Brazilian, tall of stature, a proud and dazzling racial beauty. The contours of her head were so impeccably perfect that one scarcely understood how nature could have made such a being inadvertently, without design. The rosy hue of her complexion made the carnation even of a beautiful woman's face look chalky or crimson by the side of hers. At the same time there was a something in the color of her skin that made me understand better the womanish appearance of Zurbaran and Ribera, a warm glow which I had never seen in nature before. Her heavy, bluish-black hair hung down, after the fashion of the day, in little curls over her forehead and fell in thick ringlets upon her shoulders. Her eyebrows were exquisitely penciled, arched and almost met over her delicate nose, her eyes were burning and a deep brown, they conquered, and smiled, her mouth was a little too small, with white teeth that were a little too large, her bust slender and full. Her manner was distinguished, her voice rich, but most marvelous of all was her hand, such a hand as Parmigianino might have painted, all sole, branching off into 5 delightful fingers. Mentally I unhesitatingly dubbed her the most marvelous feminine creature I had ever seen, and that less on account of her loveliness than the blending of the magnificence of her bearing with the ardor, and often the frolicksomeness, of her mode of expression. She was always vigorous and sometimes daring in her statements, cared only for the unusual, loved only the impossible, but nevertheless carefully observed every established custom of society. To my very first remark to her, to the effect that the weakness of women was mostly only an habitual phrase, they were not weak except when they 174 wished to be, she replied, young as you are, you know women very well. In that she was quite wrong. Besides Spanish and Portuguese, she spoke French perfectly and English not badly, sang in a melodious contralto voice, drew well for an amateur, carved alabaster vases, and had all kinds of talents. She did not care to sing ballads, only cared for grand pathos. She was just 20 years of age, and had come into the world at Rio, where her father represented the Spanish government. The family were descended from Cervantes. As she had early been left motherless, her father had sent her over in her 15th year to her aunt in Paris. This latter was married to an old monstrosity of a Spaniard, religious to the verge of insanity, who would seem to have committed some crime in his youth and now spent his whole day in the church, which was next door to his house, imploring forgiveness for his sins. He was only at home at meal times, when he ate an alarming amount, and he associated only with priests. The aunt herself, however, in spite of her age, was a pleasure-seeking woman, rarely allowed her niece to stay at home and occupy herself as she liked, but dragged her everywhere about with her to parties and balls. In her aunt's company she sometimes felt depressed, but alone she was cheerful and without a care. At the Pagelas she was like a child of the house. She had the Spanish love of ceremony and magnificence, the ready repartee of the Parisian, and, like a well-brought-up girl, knew how to preserve the balance between friendliness and mirth. She was not in the least prudish, and she understood everything, but there was a certain sublimity in her manner. While Mademoiselle Louise, the little Parisian, had been brought up in a convent, kept from all free, intelligent, mundane conversation, and all free artistic impressions, the young Spaniard, at the same age, had the education and the style of a woman of the world in her manner. We 2 young frequenters of the Pagelas salon, felt powerfully drawn to one another. We understood one another at once. Of course, it was only I who was fascinated. When, in an evening, I drove across Paris in the expectation 178 of seeing her, I sometimes murmured to myself Henrik Hertz's verse. My beloved is like the dazzling day, Brazilia's summer. My feelings, however, were much more admiration than love or desire. I did not really want to possess her. I never felt myself quite on a level with her even when she made decided advances to me. I rejoiced over her as over something perfect, and there was the rich, foreign coloring about her that there had been about the birds of paradise in my nursery. She seldom disturbed my peace of mind, but I said to myself that if I were to go away then, I should in all probability never see her again, as her father would be taking her the next year to Brazil or Madrid, and I sometimes felt as though I should be going away from my happiness forever. She often asked me to stay with such expressions and with such an expression that I was quite bewildered. And then she monopolized my thoughts altogether, like the queenly being she was. A Danish poet had once called the beautiful women of the south large, showy flowers without fragrance. Was she a large, showy flower? Forget-me-nots were certainly by no means showy, but they were none the more odorous for that. Now that I was seeing the radiant Mathilde almost every day, my position with regard to Louise seemed to me a false one. I did not yet know how exceedingly rare an undivided feeling is, did not understand that my feelings towards Mathilde were just as incomplete as those I cherished for Louise. I looked on Mademoiselle Mathilde as on a work of art, but I came more humanly close to Mademoiselle Louise. She did not evoke my enthusiastic admiration, that was quite true, but Mademoiselle Mathilde evoked my enthusiastic admiration only. If there were a great deal of compassion mingled with my feelings for the Parisian, there was likewise a slight erotic element. The young French woman, in her passion, found expressions for affection and tenderness, in which she forgot all. 176. Pride. She lived in a commingling, very painful for me, of happiness at my still being in Paris, and of horror at my approaching departure, which I was now about to accelerate, merely to escape from the extraordinary situation in which I found myself, and which I was too young to carry. Although Mathilde, whom I had never seen alone, was always the same, quite the great lady, perfectly self-controlled, it was the thought of saying goodbye to her that was the more painful to me. Every other day, on the other hand, Louise was trembling and ill, and I dreaded the moment of separation. Vif. I had not left off my daily work in Paris, but had read industriously at the Imperial Library. I had also attended many lectures, some occasionally, others regularly, such as those of Janet, Corot, Lévesque, and Taine. Of all contemporary French writers, I was fondest of Taine. I had begun studying this historian and thinker in Copenhagen. The first book of his that I read was The French Philosophers of the 19th Century, in a copy that had been lent to me by Gabriel Sibbern. The book entranced me, and I determined to read every word that I could get hold of by the same author. In the Imperial Library in Paris I read first of all the history of English literature, of which I had hitherto only been acquainted with a few fragments, which had appeared in the Revue des Deux Mondes. Lane was to me an antidote to German abstraction and German pedantry. Through him I found the way to my own inmost nature, which my Dano-German university education had covered over. Shortly after my arrival in Paris, therefore, I had written to Taine and begged for an interview. By a singular piece of ill luck his reply to me was lost, and it was only at the very end of my stay that I received a second invitation to go to him. Although this one conversation could not be of any vast importance to me, it was nevertheless the first personal link between me and the man who was and remained my greatly loved master and deliverer, even though I miss 177. Trusted his essential teachings. I was afraid that I had created a bad impression, as I had wasted the time raising objections, but Taine knew human nature well enough to perceive the personality behind the clumsy form and the admiration behind the criticism. In reality, I was filled with passionate gratitude towards Taine, and this feeling remained unaltered until his latest hour. During this my first stay in Paris I added the impression of Taine's personality to the wealth of impressions that I took back with me from Paris to Copenhagen. Darling, manhood. Feud in Danish literature, riding youthful longings on the rack, my first living erotic reality, an impression of the miseries of modern coercive marriage, researches on the comic dramatic criticism, a trip to Germany, Johanna Louise Heiberg, Magdalene Theresen, Rudolf Berg, the sisters Spang, a foreign element, the woman subject, Orla Lehmann, M. Goldschmidt, public opposition, a letter from Bjørn Bjørnson, hard work. H.G. Fter, my return from France to Denmark, in 1867, my thoughts were taken up once more by the feud that had broken out in Danish literature between science and so-called revelation, in the language of the time, faith and knowledge. More and more had by degrees entered the lists, and I, who centered my greatest intellectual interest in the battle, took part in it with a dual front, against the orthodox theologians, and more especially against R. Nielsen, the assailant of the theologians, whom I regarded as no less theologically inclined than his opponents. I thereby myself became the object of a series of violent attacks from various quarters. These did not have any appreciable effect on my spirits, but they forced me for years into a somewhat irritating attitude of self-defense. Still, I was now arrived at that period of my youth when philosophy and art were unable to keep temperament in check. This manifested itself first in a fresh need for physical exercise. During the first 2 years after the decision of 1864, while things were leading up to war between Prussia and Austria, and while the young blood of Denmark imagined that their country would be drawn into this war, I 178. 179. Had taken part, as a member of the Academic Shooting Society, in drill and shooting practice. After the Battle of Coagratz, these occupations lost much of their attraction. I was now going in for an exercise that was new to me and which I had long wished to become proficient in. This was riding. Up to that time I had never been able to afford to ride. But just then a captain of the dragoons offered to teach me for a very low fee, and in the Queen's Riding School I was initiated during the spring months into the elementary stages of the art, in order that in summer I might be able to ride out. These riding lessons were the keenest possible delight to me. I, who so seldom felt happy, and still more seldom jubilant, was positively exultant as I rode out in the morning along the Strand Road. Even if I had had an almost sleepless night, I felt fresh on horseback. It was no pleasure to me to ride the same horse often, if I knew its disposition. I liked to change as often as possible, and preferred rather difficult horses to mares too well broken in. I felt the arrogant pride of youth seethe in my veins as I galloped briskly along. I was still far from an accomplished horseman when an examination of my finances warned me that I must give up my riding lessons. When I informed my instructor that I could no longer allow myself the pleasure of his lessons, and in reply to his why, had mentioned the reason, the captain answered that it would be very easy to settle that matter. He had a sister, an elderly maiden lady, who was passionately fond of literature and literary history. Lessons in that subject could to our mutual satisfaction balance the riding lessons, which could thus go on indefinitely. It is unnecessary to say how welcome the proposition was to me. It was such a relief. The captain was a pleasant, good-natured man, quite uneducated in literary matters, who confidingly communicated his bachelor experiences to his pupil. These were summed up in the reflection that when womankind fall in love, they dread neither fire nor water. The captain himself, who yet, in his own opinion, only looked well on horse. 180. Back, had once had an affair with a married lady who bombarded him with letters, and who, in her ardor, began writing one day without noticing that her husband, who was standing behind her chair, was looking over her shoulder. Since then the captain had not felt the need of women, so to speak, preferred to be without them, and found his greatest pleasure in his horses and his skill as an equestrian. The sister was a maiden lady of 40, by no means devoid of intellectual ability, with talent for observation and an appreciation of good books, but whose development had been altogether neglected. She now cherished an ambition to write. She wrote in secret little tales that were not really stupid but had not the slightest pretensions to style or literary talent. She was very plain and exceedingly stout, which produced a comical effect, especially as she was inclined to exaggeration both of speech and gesture. There was a disproportion between the ages of the master and the pupil. In my eyes she was quite an old person, in her eyes, being her intellectual equal, I was likewise her equal in age. In the natural order of things she felt more personal sympathy for me than I for her. Consequently, I involuntarily put a dash of teasing into my instruction, and occasionally made fun of her sentimentality, and when the large lady, half angry, half distressed, rose to seize hold of me and give me a shaking, I would run round the table, pursued by her, or shoot out a chair between her and myself, which indubitably did not add to the dignity of our lessons. There was no question of thorough or connected instruction. What the lady wanted more particularly was that I should go through her literary attempts and correct them, but corrections could not transform them into art. And so it came about that after no very long time I gave up these arduous lessons, although obliged to give up my precious writing lessons at the same time. Consequently, I never became a really expert writer, although during the next few years I had a ride now and then. But after a severe attack of phlebitis following upon typhoid fever, in 1870–71, I was compelled to give up all the physical exercises that I loved best. Early Manhood 181. 3. My temperament expressed itself in a profusion of youthful longings, as well as in my love of athletics. During my university studies, in my real budding manhood, had voluntarily cut myself away from the usual erotic diversions of youth. Precocious though I was in purely intellectual development, I was very backward in erotic experience. In that respect I was many years young, than my age. On my return, my Paris experiences at first exercised me greatly. Between the young French lady and myself an active correspondence had sprung up, while the young Spaniard's radiant figure continued to retain the same place in my thoughts. Then my surroundings claimed their rights, and it was not without emotion that I realized how charming the girls at home were. For I was only then entering upon the cherubino stage of my existence, when the sight of feminine grace or beauty immediately transports a youth into a mild state of love intoxication. It was incredible how rich the world was in bewitching creatures, and the world of Copenhagen especially. If you walked down Crown Princess Street, at a window on the ground floor you saw a dark girl with a Grecian-shaped head and two brown eyes, exquisitely set, beneath a high and noble forehead. She united the chaste purity of Pallas Athene with a stern, attractive grace. If you went out towards the north side of the town, there was a house there on the first floor of which you were very welcome, where a handsome and well-bred couple once a week received young men for the sake of the lady's young Nicky. The master of the house was a lean and silent man, who always looked handsome, and was always dignified. He had honorably filled an exalted official post. His wife had been very attractive in her youth, had grown white while still quite young, and was now a handsome woman with snow-white curls clustering round her fresh-colored face. To me she bore, as it were, an invisible mark upon her forehead, for 182. When quite a young girl she had been loved by a great man. She was sincerely kind and genuinely pleasant, but the advantage of knowing her was not great, for that she was too restless a hostess. When it was her at home she never remained long enough with one group of talkers properly to understand what was being discussed. After about a minute she hurried off to the opposite corner of the drawing room, said a few words there, and then passed on to look after the tea. It was neither to see her nor her husband that many of the young people congregated at the house. It was for the sake of the 18-year-old fairy maiden, her niece, whose face was one to haunt a man's dreams. It was not from her features that the witchery emanated, although in shape her face was a faultless oval, her narrow forehead high and well-shaped, her chin powerful. Neither was it from the personality one obtained a glimpse of through her features. The girl's character and mental quality seemed much the same as that of other girls. She was generally silent, or communicative about trifles, and displayed no other coquetry than the very innocent delight in pleasing which nature itself would demand. But all the same there was a fascination about her, as about a fairy maiden. There was a yellow shimmer about her light hair, azure flames flashed from her blue eyes. These flames drew a magic circle about her, and the dozen young men who had strayed inside the circle flocked round her and the evening in the week that the family were at home and sat there, vying with each other for a glance from those wondrous eyes, hating each other with all their hearts, and suffering from the ridiculousness of yet meeting like brothers, week after week, as guests in the same house. The young girl's male relatives, who had outgrown their enthusiasm for her, declared that her character was not good and reliable, poor child. Had she to be all that, too? Others who did not ask so much were content to enjoy the sound of her voice. She was not a Copenhagen girl, only spent a few winters in the town, then disappeared again. 183. Some years after, it was rumored, to everybody's astonishment, that she had married a widower in a provincial town, she who belonged to the realms of poesy. Then there was another young girl, 19. Whereas the fairy maiden did not put herself out to pretend she troubled her head about the young men whom she fascinated with the rhythm of her movements or the radiation of her loveliness, was rather inclined to be short in her manner, a little staccato in her observations, too accustomed to admiration to attract worshippers to herself by courting them, too undeveloped and impersonal to consciously assert herself. This other girl was of quite another sort. She had no innate irresistibility, but was a shrewd and adaptable human girl. Her face did not attract by its beauty, though she was very much more beautiful than ugly, with a delicately hooked nose, a mouth full of promise, an expression of thoughtfulness and determination. When she appeared at a ball, men's eyes lingered on her neck, and even more on her white back, with its firm, smooth skin and fine play of the muscles, for if she did not allow very much of her young bust to be seen, her dress at the back was cut down nearly to her belt. Her voice was a deep contralto, and she knew how to assume an expression of profound gravity and reflection. But she captivated most by her attentiveness. When a young man whom she wished to attract commenced a conversation with her, she never took her eyes from his, or rather she gazed into his, and showed such a rapt attention to his words, such an interest in his thoughts and his occupations, that after meeting her once he never forgot her again. Her coquetry did not consist of languishing glances, but of a pretended sympathy, that flattered and delighted its object. 4. These Danish girls were likely to appeal to a young man just returned from travels abroad, during which his emotions had been doubly stirred, for the first time, by feminine affection and by enthusiasm for a woman. They influenced me the more strongly because they were Danish, and 184. Because I, who loved everything Danish, from the language to the monuments, had, since the war, felt something lacking in everyone, man or woman, who was foreign to Denmark. But in the midst of all these visitations of calf love, and their vibrations among undefined sensations, I was pulled back with a jerk, as it were, to my earlier and deepest impression, that of the loveliness and exalted person of the young Spaniard. Letters from Paris furrowed my mind like steamers the waters of a lake, made it foam, and the waves run high, left long streaks across its wake. Not that MLLE. Mathilde sent letters to me herself, but her Italian lady and gentleman friends wrote for her, apparently in her name, loudly lamenting my unreasonable departure, wishing and demanding my return, telling me how she missed me, sometimes how angry she was. I was too poor to be able to return at once. I did what I could to procure money, wrote to those of my friends whom I thought could best afford it and on whom I relied most, but met with refusals, which made me think of the messages Timon of Athens received in response to similar requests. Then I staked in the lottery and did not win. Urged from France to return, and under the high pressure of my own romantic imagination, it seemed clear to me all at once that I ought to unite my lot for good to that of this rare and beautiful woman, whom, it is true, I had never spoken to 1 minute alone, who, moreover, had scarcely anything in common with me, but who, just by the dissimilarity of her having been born of Spanish parents in Rio, and I of a Danish father and mother in Copenhagen, seemed destined by fate for me, as I for her. The palm and the fir tree had dreamed of one another, and could never meet, but men and women could, however far apart they might have been born. In the middle of the summer of 1867 I was as though possessed by the thought that she and I ought to be united. The simplest objection of all, namely, that I, who was scarcely able to support myself, could not possibly support a wife, seemed to me altogether subordinate. My motives were purely chivalric. I could not leave her in the lurch, as 186. The miserable hero of Andersen's Only a Player did know me. And a vision of her compelling loveliness hovered before my eyes. The whole of the month of July and part of the month of August I was on the rack, now passionately desiring a successful issue of my plans, now hoping just as ardently that they would be stranded through the opposition of the foreign family, for I was compelled to admit to myself that the beautiful Spaniard would be very unsuited to Copenhagen, would freeze there, mentally as well as literally. And I said to myself every day that supposing the war expected in Denmark were to break out again, and the young men were summoned to arms, the most insignificant little Danish girl would make me a better Valkyrie, all my feelings would be foreign to her, and possibly she would not even be able to learn Danish. Any other woman would understand more of my mind than she. And yet she was the only one for me. Thus I was swayed by opposing wishes the whole of the long time during which the matter was pending and uncertain. I was so exhausted by suspense that I only kept up by taking cold baths twice a day and by brisk rides. The mere sight of a postman made my heart beat fast. The scorn heaped upon me in the Danish newspapers had a curious effect upon me under these circumstances. It seemed to me to be strangely far away, like blows at a person who is somewhere else. I pondered all day on the painful dilemma in which I was placed. I dreamt of my Dulcinea every night, and began to look as exhausted as I felt. One day that I went to Fredensborg, in response to an invitation from Frederick Paludan Miller, the poet said to me, "Have you been ill lately? You look so pale and shaken." I pretended not to care. Whatever I said or did in company was incessant acting. I experienced revulsions of feeling similar to those that troubled Don Quixote. Now I saw in my distant Spanish maiden the epitome of perfection. Now the picture melted away altogether. Even my affection for her then seemed small, artificial, whimsical, half forgotten. And then again she represented supreme happiness. 186. When the decision came, when as everyone with the least experience of the world could have foretold all the beautiful dreams and audacious plans collapsed suddenly, I felt as though this long crisis had thrown me back indescribably. My intellectual development had been at a standstill for months. It was such a feeling as when the death of some loved person puts an end to the long, tormenting anxiety of the foregoing illness. I, who had centered everything round one thought, must now start joylessly along new paths. My outburst which astonished myself was, "How I wanted a heart!" Ng. I could not at once feel it a relief that my fancies had all been dissipated into thin air. Physically I was much broken down, but, with my natural elasticity, quickly recovered. Yet in my relations towards the other sex I was torn as I had never been before. My soul, or more exactly, that part of my psychical life bordering on the other sex, was like a deep, unploughed field, waiting for seed. It was not much more than a month before the field was sown. Amongst my Danish acquaintances there was only one, a young and very beautiful widow, upon whom, placed as I was with regard to Mlle. Mathilde, I had definitely counted. I should have taken the young Spaniard to her, she alone would have understood her, they would have been friends. There had for a long time been warm feelings of sympathy between her and me. It so chanced that she drew much closer to me immediately after the decisive word had been spoken. She became, consequently, the only one to whom I touched upon the wild fancies to which I had given myself up, and confided the dreams with which I had wasted my time. She listened to me sympathetically, no little amazed at my being so devoid of practical common sense. She stood with both feet on the earth, but she had one capacity that I had not met with before in any young woman, the capacity for enthusiasm. She had dark eyes, with something melon 187. Jolly in their depths, but when she spoke of anything that roused her enthusiasm, her eyes shone like stars. She pointed out how preposterous it was in me to wish to seek so far away a happiness that perhaps was very close to me, and how even more preposterous to neglect, as I had done, my studies and intellectual aims for a fantastic love. And for the first time in my life, a young woman spoke to me of my abilities and of the impression she had received of them, partly through the reading of the trifles that I had had printed, partly, and more particularly, through her long talks with me. Neither the little French girl nor the young Spanish lady had ever spoken to me of myself, my talents, or my future. This Danish woman declared that she knew me through and through. And the new thing about it all, the thing hitherto unparalleled in my experience, was that she believed in me. More than that, she had the highest possible conception of my abilities, asserted in contradiction to my own opinion, that I was already a man of unusual mark, and was ardently ambitious for me. Just at this moment, when so profoundly disheartened, and when in idle hopes and plans I had lost sight of my higher goal, by her firm belief in me she imparted to me augmented self-respect. Her confidence in me gave me increasing confidence in myself, and a vehement gratitude awoke in me for the good she thus did me. Then it happened that one day, without preamble, she admitted that the interest she felt in me was not merely an intellectual one. Things had now gone so far that she could think of nothing but me. My whole nature was shaken to its foundations. Up to this time I had only regarded her as my friend and comforter, had neither felt nor fought against any personal attraction. But she had scarcely spoken, before she was transformed in my eyes. The affection I had thirsted for was offered to me here. The heart I had felt the need of was this heart. And it was not only a heart that was offered me, but a passion that scorned scruples. In my austere youth hitherto, I had not really had any erotic experiences whatever. I had led the chaste life. 188. Of the intellectual worker. My thoughts had been the thoughts of a man, they had ascended high and had delved deep, but my love affairs had been the enthusiasms and fancies of a half-grown boy, chimeras and dreams. This young woman was my first living erotic reality. And suddenly, floodgates seemed to open within me. Streams of lava, streams of molten fire, rushed out over my soul. I loved for the first time like a man. The next few days I went about as if lifted above the earth. In the theater, in the evening, I could not follow the performance, but sat in the pit with my face in my hands, full of my new destiny, as though my heart would burst. And yet it was more a physical state, an almost mechanical outcome of what to me was overwhelmingly new, association with a woman. It was not because it was just this particular woman. For my emotional nature was so composite that even in the first moment of my bliss I did not regard this bliss as unmixed. From the very first hour, I felt a gnawing regret that it was not I who had desired her, but she who had chosen me, so that my love in my heart of hearts was only a reflection of hers. Wag. About this time it so happened that another woman began to engage my thoughts, but in an altogether different manner. Circumstances resulted in my being taken into the secret of unhappy and disturbing domestic relations in a well-to-do house to which I was frequently invited, and where to all outward seeming all the necessary conditions of domestic happiness were present. The master of the house had in his younger days been a very handsome man, lazy, not clever, and of an exceedingly passionate temper. He was the son of a man rich, worthy, and able, but of a very weak character, and of a kept woman who had been the mistress of a royal personage. Through no fault of his own, he had inherited his mother's professional vices, persistent untruthfulness, a comedian's manner, prodigality, a love of finery and display. He was quite without in 189 intellectual interests, but had a distinguished bearing, a winning manner, and no gross vices. His wife, who, for family reasons, had been married to him much too young, had never loved him, and never been suited to him. As an innocent, ignorant girl, she had been placed in the arms of a man who was much the worse for a reckless life, and suffering from an illness that necessitated nursing, and made him repulsive to her. Every day that passed she suffered more from being bound to a man whose slightest movement was objectionable to her and whose every remark a torture. In the second decade of her marriage the keenest marital repulsion had developed in her. This was so strong that she sometimes had to pull herself together in order, despite her maternal feelings, not to transfer her dislike to the children, who were likewise his, and in whom she dreaded to encounter his characteristics. Towards her, the man was despotic and cunning, but not unkind, and in so far excusable that, let him have done what he might, she could not have got rid of the hatred that plagued him and consumed her. So dissimilar were their two natures. Her whole aim and aspiration was to get the bond that united them dissolved. But this he would not hear of, for many reasons, and more especially from dislike of scandal. He regarded himself, and according to the usual conception of the words, justly so, as a good husband and father. He asked for no impossible sacrifice from his wife, and he was affectionate to his children. He could not help her detesting him, and indeed, did not fully realize that she did. And yet, it was difficult for him to misunderstand. For his wife scarcely restrained her aversion even when there were guests in the house. If he told an untruth, she kept silence with her lips, but scarcely with her expression. And she would sometimes talk of the faults and vices that she most abhorred, and then name his. The incessant agitation in which she lived had made her nervous and restless to excess. As the feminine craving to be able, in marriage, to look up to the man, had never been satisfied, she only exacted the more vehemently veracity, firm. 190. Ness and intellect in men. But undeveloped as she was, and in despair over the dissatisfaction, the drowsiness, and the darkness in which her days glided away, whatever invaded the stagnation and lighted up the darkness, sparkle, liveliness, brilliance, and wit, were estimated by her more highly than they deserved to be. At first when, in the desolation of her life, she made advances to me, this repelled me somewhat. The equestrian performer in Heiberg's Madame Volti Subito cannot sing unless she hears the crack of a whip. Thus it seemed to me that her nature could not sing, save to the accompaniment of all the cart, carriage, and riding whips of the mind. But I saw how unhappy she was, and that the intense strain of her manner was only an expression of it. She could not know the beauty of inward peace, and in spite of her Protestant upbringing she had retained all the unaffectedness and sincerity of the natural human being, all the obstinate love of freedom, unmoved in the least by what men call discipline, ethics, Christianity, convention. She did not believe in it all, she had seen what it resulted in, and what it covered up, and she passed her life in unmitigated despair, which was ordinarily calm to all appearance, but in reality rebellious. What she was enduring was the attempted murder of her soul. To all that she suffered purely mentally from her life with her husband in the home that was no home at all, there had of late been added circumstances which likewise from a practical point of view made interference and alteration necessary. Her lord and master had always been a bad manager, in fact worse than that, in important matters, thoroughly incapable and fatuous. That had not mattered much hitherto, since others had looked after his affairs, but now the control of them had fallen entirely into his own hands, and he managed them in such a way that expenses increased at a terrific rate, while his income diminished with equal rapidity, and the question of total ruin only seemed a matter of time. His wife had no outside support. She was an orphan and friendless. Her husband's relations did not like her and 191. Did not understand her. And yet just at this time she required as a friend a man who understood her and could help her to save her own and the children's fortunes from the shipwreck, before it was too late. She felt great confidence in me, whom she had met, at intervals, from my boyhood, and she now opened her heart to me in conversation more and more. She confided in me fully, gave me a complete insight into the torture of her life, and implored me to help her to acquire her freedom. Thus it was that while still quite a young man a powerful, never to be effaced impression of the miseries of modern coercive marriage was produced upon me. The impression was not merely powerful, but it waked, like a cry of distress, both my thinking powers and my energy. As through a chink in the smooth surface of society, I looked down into the depths of horror. Behind the unhappiness of one, I suspected that of 100,000, knew that of 100,000. And I felt myself vehemently called upon, not only to name the horror by its name, but to step in, as far as I was able, and prevent the thing spreading unheeded. Scales had fallen from my eyes. Under the semblance of affection and peace, couples were lacerating one another by the thousand, swallowed up by hatred and mutual aversion. The glitter of happiness among those higher placed dazzled the thoughtless and the credulous. He who had eyes to see, observed how the wretchedness due to the arrangement of society, wound itself right up to its pinnacles. The vices and paltrinesses of the individual could not be directly remedied, inherited maladies and those brought upon oneself, stupidity and folly, brutality and malice, undeniably existed. But the institutions of society ought to be so planned as to render these destructive forces inoperative, or at least diminish their harmfulness, not so as to give them free scope and augment their terrors by securing them victims. In marriage, the position of the one bound against his or her will was undignified, often desperate, but worst in the case of a woman. As a mother she could be wounded in her 192 most vulnerable spot, and what was most outrageous of all, she could be made a mother against her will. One single unhappy marriage had shown me, like a sudden revelation, what marriage in countless cases is, and how far from free the position of woman still was. But that woman should be oppressed in modern society, that the one half of the human race could be legally deprived of their rights, revealed that justice in society, as it at present stood, was in a sorry state. In the relations between the strong and the weak, the rich and the poor, the same legalist disproportion would necessarily prevail as between man and woman. My thought pierced down into the state of society that obtained and was praised so highly, and with ever less surprise and ever greater disquiet, found hollowness everywhere. And this called my will to battle, armed it for the fight. 7. From this time forth I began to ponder quite as much over life as over art, and to submit to criticism the conditions of existence in the same way as had formerly done with faith and law. In matters concerning life, as in things concerning art, I was not a predetermined radical. There was a great deal of piety in my nature and I was of a collecting, retentive disposition. Only gradually, and step by step, was I led by my impressions, the incidents I encountered, and my development, to break with many a tradition to which I had clung to the last extremity. It was in the spirit of the aesthetics of the time, that, after having been engaged upon the tragic idea, I plunged into researches on the comic, and by degrees, as the material ordered itself for me, I tried to write a doctor's thesis upon it. Abstract researches were regarded as much more valuable than historic investigation. In comic literature Aristophanes in particular delighted me, and I was thinking of letting my general definitions merge into a description of the greatness of the Greek comedian, but as the thread broke for me, I 193 did not get farther than the theory of the comic in general. It was not, like my previous treatise on the tragic, treated under 3 headings, according to the Hegelian model, but written straight ahead, without any subdivision into sections. Whilst working at this paper I was, of course, obliged constantly to consult the national comedies and lighter plays, till I knew them from cover to cover. Consequently, when Gottfried Rode, the poet, who was connected with a well-known educational establishment for girls, asked me whether I would care to give a course of public lectures for ladies, I chose as my subject the Danish comedy. The lectures were attended in force. The subject was supremely innocent, and it was treated in quite a conservative manner. At that time I cherished a sincere admiration, with only slight reservations, for Heiberg, Hertz, Hostrup and many others as comic play writers, and was not far short of attributing to their works an importance equal to those of Hallberg. And yet I was unable to avoid giving offense. I had, it appears, about Heiberg's Klister and Mal, an inseparable betrothed couple, used what was, for that matter, an undoubtedly Kierkegaardian expression, viz., to beslobber a relation. His expression was repeated indignantly to the headmistress, and the thoughtless lecturer was requested to call upon the principal of the college. When, after a long wait, and little suspecting what was going to be said to me, I was received in audience, it appeared that I had been summoned to receive a polite but decided admonition against wounding the susceptibilities of my listeners by expressions which were not good form, and when I, unconscious of wrongdoing, asked which expression she alluded to. The unfortunate word beslobber was alleged. My young heroes were not Ariots for whom such expressions might be fitting. I was not asked again to give lectures for young ladies. 8. Hitherto, when I had appeared before the reading public, it had only been as the author of shorter or longer contributions to the philosophical discussion of the relations between 194. Science and faith. When these had been accepted by a daily paper, it had been as its heaviest ballast. I had never yet written anything that the ordinary reader could follow with pleasure, and I had likewise been obliged to make use of a large number of abstruse philosophical words. The proprietors of the /Lust-rated Times offered me the reviewing of the performances at the Royal Theatre in their paper, which had not hitherto printed dramatic criticisms. I accepted the offer, because it afforded me a wished-for opportunity of further shaking off the dust of the schools. I could thus have practice with my pen, and get into touch with a section of the reading public who, without caring for philosophy, nevertheless had intellectual interests, and these articles were in reality a vent for what I had at heart about this time touching matters human and artistic. They were written in a more colloquial style than anything I had written before, or than it was usual to write in Denmark at that time, and they alternated sometimes with longer essays, such as those on Andersen and Goldschmidt. Regarded merely as dramatic criticisms, they were of little value. The Royal Theatre, the period of whose zenith was nearly at an end, I cared little for, and I was personally acquainted with next to none of the actors, only meeting, at most, Pfister and Adolf Rosenkild, and of ladies, string in society. I found it altogether impossible to brandish my cane over the individual actor in his individual part. But the form of it was merely a pretext. I wanted to show myself as I was, speak out about dramatic and other literature, reveal how one felt, show what I thought about all the conditions of life represented or touched upon on the stage. My articles were read with so much interest that the editors of the Illustrated Times raised the writer's scale of remuneration to 10 kr a column, about 11s 3d, which at that time was very respectable pay. Unfortunately, however, I soon saw that even at that, if I wrote in the paper all the year round, I could not bring up my yearly income from this source to more than 320 kroner of our money, about 17/125. 60 in English money, so that, without a university 195 bursary, I should have come badly off, and even with it was not rolling in riches. The first collection of my articles, which I published in 1868 under the title of Studies in Forsthetics, augmented my income a little, it is true, but for that, as for the next collection, Criticisms and Portraits, I only received 20 kroner, 22/60, per sheet of 16 pages. Very careful management was necessary. 9. With the first money I received for my books, I went in the middle of the summer of 1868 for a trip to Germany. I acquired some idea of Berlin, which was then still only the capital of Prussia, and in population corresponded to the Copenhagen of our day. I spent a few weeks in Dresden, where I felt very much at home, delighted in the exquisite art collection, and derived no small pleasure from the theatre, at that time an excellent one. I saw Prague for the first time, worshipped Rubens in Munich, and, with him specially in my mind, tried to realize how the greatest painters had regarded life. Switzerland added to my store of impressions with grand natural spectacles. I saw the Alps, and a thunderstorm in the Alps, passed starlit nights on the Swiss lakes, traced the courses of foaming mountain streams such as the Tamina at Pfäfers, ascended the Rigi at a silly forced march, and from the culm saw a procession of clouds that gripped my fancy like the procession of the Vanir in northern mythology. Many years afterwards I described it in the 4th volume of Main Currents. From Interlaken I gazed on the whiteness of the Jungfrau, but scarcely with greater emotion than once upon a time when I had gazed at the white cliffs of Moen. On my homeward journey I saw Heidelberg's lovely ruins, to which Charles V's castle, near the Alhambra, makes a marvelous pendant, Strasbourg's grave cathedral, and Goethe's house at Frankfurt. My travels were not long, but were extraordinarily instructive. I made acquaintance with people from the most widely different countries, with youthful frankness engaged in conversation with Germans and Frenchmen, Englishmen. 196. And Americans, Poles, and Russians, Dutchmen, Belgians and Swiss, met them as traveling companions, and listened attentively to what they narrated. They were, moreover, marvelously frank towards the young man who, with the curiosity of his age, plied them with questions. Young Dutchmen, studying music in Dresden, gave me some idea of the ill will felt in their country towards the Prussians, an ill will not unmingled with contempt. On the other hand, I was astonished, during a half-day's excursion on foot with a few Leipzig students, to learn how strong was the feeling of the unity of Germany and of the necessity of the supremacy of Prussia, even in the states which in the 1866 war had been on the side of Austria. The students felt no grief over having been defeated, the victors were Germans too, everything was all right so long as the German Empire became one. These and similar conversations, which finally brought me to the conclusion that the whole of the bourgeoisie was satisfied with the dominance of Prussia, had for result that in 1870 I did not for a moment share the opinion of the Danes and the French, that the defeated German states would enter into an alliance with France against Prussia. English undergraduates told me what philosophical and historical works were being most read in the universities of Great Britain. Bohemian students explained to me that in the German philosophical world Kant had quite outshone Hegel and put him in the background. The lady members of an American family from Boston treated me quite maternally. The wife suggested almost at once, in the railway carriage, that I should give her when we reached the hotel whatever linen or clothes I had that wanted repairs. She would be very pleased to mend them for me. The husband, who was very pious and good-natured, had all his pockets full of little hymn books and in his memorandum book a quantity of newspaper cuttings of devotional verse, which he now and then read aloud enthusiastically. But I also met with Americans of quite a different caste. A young student from Harvard University, who, for that matter, was not in love with the Germans and declared that 197. The United States could with difficulty absorb and digest those who were settled there, surprised me with his view that in the future Bismarck would come to be regarded as no less a figure than Cavour. The admiration of contemporary educated thought was then centered around Cavour, whereas Bismarck had hitherto only encountered passionate aversion outside Germany, and even in Germany was the object of much hatred. This student roused me into thinking about Bismarck for myself. Having lain down, all bathed in perspiration, during the ascent without a guide of a mountain in Switzerland, I was accosted by a woman, who feared I had come to some harm. I walked on up with her. She turned out to be a young peasant woman from Normandy, who lived halfway up the mountain. She had accompanied her husband to Switzerland, but cursed her lot, and was always longing to be back in France. When I remarked that it must be some consolation to live in so lovely a place, she interrupted me with the most violent protests. A beautiful place. This. The steep mountain, the bristly fir trees and pine trees, the snow on the top and the lake deep down below, anything uglier it would be hard to conceive. No fields, no pasture land, no apple trees. No indeed. If she had to mention a country that really was beautiful, it was Normandy. There was plenty of food for all there, you did not need to go either up or downhill, there, thank God, it was flat. Did I think stones beautiful? Perhaps. She had not been down in the valley for 5 months, and higher than her house she had never been and would never go. No, thank you, not she. She let her husband fetch what they required for the house. She herself sat and fretted all through the winter. Life then was almost more than she could bear. On one of the steamers on the Lake of Lucerne, I caught, for the first time, a glimpse of Berthold Auerbach, who was very much admired by my comrades in Copenhagen and by myself. At the hotel table at Lucerne I made the acquaintance of a Dutch captain from Batavia, an acquaintance productive of much pleasure to me. Before the soup was brought round. 198. I had pulled out a letter I had just received, opened it and begun to read it. A voice by my side said in French, "Happy man. You are reading a letter in a woman's writing." With that our acquaintance was made. The captain was a man of 40, who in the course of an active life had had many and varied experiences and met with prosperity, but was suffering from a feeling of great void. His society was exceedingly attractive to me, and he related to me the main events of his life, but after one day's association only, we were obliged to part. All through my trip I had a curious feeling of every farewell on the journey being in all human probability a farewell for life, but had not realized it painfully before. But when next day the brave captain, whose home was far away in another quarter of the globe, held his hand out to say goodbye, I was much affected. "Till we meet again," said the captain. "And where?" "Till we meet again all and everywhere, for we live an eternal life, till we meet again in time and space, or outside time and space." I reflected sadly that I should never again see this man, who, the last 24 hours had shown me, was in extraordinary sympathy and agreement with me. Separated from those dearest to me, the whole of the journey, for that matter, was a sort of self-torment to me, even though a profitable one. Like every other traveler, I had many a lonely hour, and plenty of time to ponder over my position and vocation in life. I summed up my impressions in the sentence, "The powers have designated me the champion of great ideas against great talents, unfortunately greater than IXX. There was only one distinguished person outside my circle of acquaintance to whom I wished to bring my first descriptive book, as a mark of homage, Johanna Louise Heiberg, the actress. I had admired her on the stage, even if not to the same extent as Michael Vihey, but to me she was the representative of the great time that would soon sink into the 199 grave. In addition, I ventured to hope that she, being a friend of Frederick Paludan Miller, Magdalene Theresin and others who wished me well, would be at any rate somewhat friendly inclined towards me. A few years before, it had been rumored in Copenhagen after the publication of my little polemical pamphlet against Nielsen, that at a dinner at the Heibergs there had been a good deal of talk about me. Even Bishop Martensen had expressed himself favorably, and it also attracted attention that a short time afterwards, in a note to his book on Knowledge and Faith, he mentioned me not unapprovingly, and contented himself with a reminder to me not to feel myself too soon beyond being surprised. When the Bishop of Zeeland, one of the actress's most faithful adherents, had publicly spoken thus mildly of the youthful heretic, there was some hope that the lady herself would be free from prejudice. My friends also eagerly encouraged me to venture upon a visit to her home. I was admitted and asked to wait in a room through the glass doors of which I was attentively observed for some time by the lady's adopted children. Then she came in indoor dress, with a stocking in her hand, at which she uninterruptedly continued to knit during the following conversation. She said, "Well, so you have collected your articles." I was simple enough to reply as if that made any difference to the lady that the greater part of the book had not been printed before. She turned the conversation upon Björnson's Fisher Girl, which had just been published, and which had been reviewed by the Fatherland the evening before, declaring that she disagreed altogether with the reviewer, who had admired in the Fisher Girl a psychological study of a scenic genius. "It is altogether a mistake," said Mrs. Heiberg, absorbed in counting her stitches, "altogether a mistake that genius is marked by restlessness, refractoriness, an irregular life, or the like. That is all antiquated superstition. True genius has no connection whatever with excesses and caprices, in fact, is impossible without the strict fulfillment of one's duty." Knitting furiously. "Genius is simple, straightforward, domesticated, industrious." When we began to speak of mutual acquaintances. 200. Amongst others, Magdalene Theresin, feeling very uncomfortable in the presence of the lady, I blurted out most tactlessly that I was sure that lady was much interested in me. It was a mere nothing, but at the moment sounded like conceit and boasting. I realized it the moment the words were out of my mouth, and instinctively felt that I had definitely displeased her. but the conversational material was used up and I withdrew. I never saw Johanna Louise Heiberg again, henceforth she thought anything but well of me. 11. Magdalene Theresen was spending that year in Copenhagen, and our connection, which had been kept up by correspondence, brought with it a lively mutual interchange of thoughts and impressions. Our natures, it is true, were as much unlike as it was possible for them to be, but Magdalene Theresen's wealth of moods and the overflowing warmth of her heart, the vivacity of her disposition, the tenderness that filled her soul, and the incessant artistic exertion, which her exhausted body could not stand, all this roused in me a sympathy that the mistiness of her reasoning, and the overexcitement of her intellectual life, could not diminish. Besides which, especially when she was away from Copenhagen, but when she was there, too, she needed a literary assistant who could look through her manuscripts and negotiate over them with the publishers of anthologies, year-books, and weekly papers, and for this purpose she not infrequently seized upon me, innocently convinced, like everybody else for that matter, that she was the only person who made a similar demand upon me. Still, it was rather trying that, when my verdict on her work did not happen to be what she wished, she saw in what I said an unkindness, for which she alleged reasons that had nothing whatever to do with art. Magdalene Theresen could not be otherwise than fond of Rasmus Nielsen. They were both lively, easily enraptured souls, who breathed most freely in the fog. That, however, did not come between her and me, whom she often thought in. 201. The right. With regard to my newspaper activity, she merely urged the stereotyped but pertinent opinion, that I ought not to write so many small things. My nature could not stand this wasting, drop by drop. I had myself felt for a long time that I ought to concentrate my forces on larger undertakings. 12. There were not many of the upper middle class houses in Copenhagen at that time, the hospitality of which a young man with intellectual interests derived any advantage from accepting. One of these houses, which was open to me, and with which I was henceforward associated, was that of chief physician Rudolf Berg. His was the home of intellectual freedom. The master of the house was not only a prominent scientist and savant, but, at a time when all kinds of prejudices ruled unassailed, a man who had retained the uncompromising radicalism of the first half of the century. The spirit of knowledge was the Holy Spirit to him, the profession of doctor had placed him in the service of humanity, and to firmness of character he united pure philanthropy. The most despised outcasts of society met with the same consideration and the same kindness from him as its favored ones. His wife was well calculated, by her charm of manner, to be the center of the numerous circle of talented men who, both from Denmark and abroad, frequented the house. There one met all the foreign natural scientists who came to Copenhagen, all the esteemed personalities Denmark had at the time, who might be considered as belonging to the freer trend of thought, and many neutrals. Actors such as Heed and Pfister went there, favorite narrators such as Bergst, painters like Kreuer, distinguished scientists like J.C. Skitt, the entomologist. This last was an independent and intellectual man, somewhat touchy, and domineering in his manner, a master of his subject, a man of learning, besides, ceremonious, often cordial, ready to listen to anything. 202. Worth hearing that was said. He had weaknesses, never would admit that he had made a mistake, and was even very unwilling to own he had not read a book that was being spoken of. Besides which, he had spent too great a part of his life in virulent polemics to be devoid of the narrowing of the horizon which is the concomitant of always watching and being ready to attack the same opponent. But he was in the grand style, which is rare in Denmark, as elsewhere. 13. The house of the sisters Spang was a pleasant one to go to. They were two unmarried ladies who kept an excellent girls' school, at which Julius Lang taught drawing. Benny Spang, not a beautiful, but a brilliant girl, with exceptional brains, daughter of the well-known Pastor Spang, a friend of Søren Kierkegaard, adopted a tone of good fellowship towards me that completely won my affection. She was cheerful, witty, sincere, and considerate. Not long after we became acquainted she married a somewhat older man than herself, the gentle and refined landscape painter, Gottfried Rump. The latter made a very good sketch of me. The poet Paludan Miller and the Lang family visited at the house, so did the two young and marvelously beautiful girls, Alma Trepka and Clara Roth, the former of whom was married later to Karl Bloch the painter, the other to her uncle, Mr. Falby, the Danish minister in London. It was hard to say which of the two was the more beautiful. Both were unusually lovely. Alma Trepka was queenly, her movements sedate, her disposition calm and unclouded. Karl Bloch could paint a Madonna, or even a Christ, from her face without making any essential alteration in the oval of its contours. Clara Roth's beauty was that of the white hart in the legend, her eyes like a deer's, large and shy, timid, and unself-conscious, her movements rapid, but so graceful that one was fascinated by the harmony of them. 203. 14. Just about this time a foreign element entered the circle of Copenhagen students to which I belonged. One day there came into my room a youth with a nut-brown face, short and compactly built, who after only a few weeks' stay in Copenhagen could speak Danish quite tolerably. He was a young Armenian, who had seen a great deal of the world and was of very mixed race. His father had married, at Ispahan, a lady of Dutch-German origin. Up to his 7th year he had lived in Batavia. When the family afterwards moved to Europe, he was placed at school in Geneva. He had there been brought up, in French, to trade, but as he revealed an extraordinary talent for languages, was sent, for a year or 18 months at a time, to the 4 German universities of Halle, Erlangen, Göttingen, and Leipzig. Now, at the age of 22, he had come to Copenhagen to copy Pahlavi and Sanskrit manuscripts that Rask and Westergaard had brought to Europe. He knew a great many languages, and was moreover very many-sided in his acquirements, sang German student songs charmingly, was introduced and invited everywhere, and with his foreign appearance and quick intelligence was a great success. He introduced new points of view, was full of information, and brought with him a breath from the great world outside. Industrious though he had been before, Copenhagen's social life tempted him to idleness. His means came to an end. He said that the annual income he was in the habit of receiving by ship from India had this year, for some inexplicable reason, failed to arrive, dragged out a miserable existence for some time under great difficulties, starved, borrowed small sums, and disappeared as suddenly as he had come. 15. Knowing this Armenian made me realize how restricted my own learning was, and what a very general field of knowledge I had chosen. I wrote my newspaper articles and my essays, and I worked at my doctor's thesis on French aesthetics, which cost 204 me no little pains. It was my first attempt to construct a consecutive book, and it was only by a vigorous effort that I completed it at the end of 1869. But I had then been casting over in my mind for some years thoughts to which I never was able to give a final form, thoughts about the position of women in society, which would not let me rest. A woman whose thought fired mine even further just about this time, a large-minded woman, who studied society with an uncompromising directness that was scarcely to be met with in any man of the time in Denmark, was the wife of the poet Carsten Hoch. When she spoke of Danish women, the stage of their development and their position in law, their apathy and the contemptibleness of the men, whether these latter were despots, pedants, or self-sufficient Christians, she made me a sharer of her point of view. Our hearts glowed with the same flame. Rina Hoch was not, like certain old ladies of her circle, a woman's movement woman before the name was invented. She taught no doctrine, but she glowed with ardor for the cause of freedom and justice. She saw through the weak, petty men and women of her acquaintance and despised them. She too passionately desired a thorough revolution in modern society to be able to feel satisfied merely by an amelioration of the circumstances of women of the middle classes, and yet it was the condition of women, especially in the classes she knew well, that she thought most about. She began to place some credence in me and cherished a hope that I should do my utmost to stir up the stagnation at home, and during the long conversations we had together, when, in the course of these summers, I now and again spent a week at a time with the Hochs at Hellebeck, she enflamed me with her ardor. In September, 1868, after wandering with my old friend up and down the shore, under the pure, starlit heaven, and at last finding myself late at night in my room, I was unable to go to rest. All that had been talked of and discussed in the course of the day made my head hot and urged me to reflection and action. Often I seized a piece of 205 paper and scribbled off, disconnectedly, in pencil, remarks corresponding to the internal agitation of my mind, jottings like the following, for example. Sr. That restive fanatic, has a wife who cannot believe, and wishes for nothing but to be left in peace on religious matters. He forces her to go to communion, though he knows the words of Scripture, that he who partakes unworthily eats and drinks to his own damnation. There is not one sound, healthy sentiment in the whole of our religious state of being. You frequently hear it said, everyone can't be a hypocrite. True enough. But begin, in the middle classes, to deduct hypocrisy, and gross affectation and cowardly dread of hell, and see what is left. If we have young people worthy the name, I will tell them the truth, but this band of backboneless creatures blocks up the view. Women whom life has enlightened and whom it has disappointed. I can help. I see two lovers hand in hand, kissing the tears away from each other's eyes. I can only rouse the wakeful. Nothing can be done with those, who are incapable of feeling noble indignation. I have known two women prefer death to the infamy of conjugal life. Open the newspapers, hardly a line that is not a lie. And poets and speakers flatter a people like that. Christianity and humanity have long wished for divorce. Now this is an accomplished fact. And the priests are honored. They plume themselves on not having certain vices, for which they are too weak. I know that I shall be stoned, that every boy has his balderdash ready against that to which the reflection of years and sleepless nights has given birth. But do you think I am afraid of anyone? Stupidity was always the bodyguard of lies. A people who have put up with the Oldenburgs for 400 years and made loyalty to them into a virtue. They do not even understand that here there is no Antichrist but common sense. Abandoned by all, except unhappiness and me. When did God become man? When nature reached the point in its development at which the first man made his appearance, when nature became man, then God did. 206. Women say of the beloved one, a bouquet he brings smells better than one another brings. You are weak, dear one, God help you. And you help. And I help. These thoughts have wrought a man of me, have finally wrought me to a man. I procured all that was accessible to me in modern French and English literature on the woman subject. In the year 1869 my thoughts on the subordinate position of women in society began to assume shape, and attempted a connected record of them. I adopted as my starting point Søren Kierkegaard's altogether antiquated conception of woman and contested it at every point. But all that I had planned and drawn up was cast aside when in 1869 John Stuart Mill's book on the subject fell into my hands. I felt Mill's superiority to be so immense and regarded his book as so epoch-making that I necessarily had to reject my own draft and restrict myself to the translation and introduction of what he had said. In November, 1869, I published Mill's book in Danish and in this manner introduced the modern woman's movement into Denmark. The translation was of this advantage to me that it brought me first into epistolary communication, and later into personal contact with one of the greatest men of the time. 16. There was one of the political figures of the time whom I often met during these years. This was the man most beloved of the previous generation, whose star had certainly declined since the war, but whose name was still one to conjure with, Orla Lehmann. I had made his acquaintance when I was little more than a boy, in a very curious way. In the year 1865 I had given a few lectures in C. N. David's house, on Runeberg, whom I had glorified exceedingly, and as the David and Lehman houses, despite the political differences between them, were closely related one to the other, and intimately connected, Orla Lehman. 207. Had heard these lectures very warmly spoken of. At that time he had just founded a People's Society as a counterpoise to the supremely conservative Society of August, and, looking out for lecturers for it, hit upon the 23-year-old speaker as upon a possibility. I was then living in a little cupboard of a room on the third floor in Crystal Street, and over my room was one, in the attic, inhabited by my 17-year-old brother, who had not yet matriculated. Orla Lehman, who had been told that the person he was seeking lived high up, rapidly mounted the 4 stories, and knocked, a little out of breath, at the schoolboy's door. When the door opened, he walked in, and said, still standing, "You are Brandis? Jam Lehman." Without heeding the surprise he read in the young fellow's face, he went on. "T have come to ask you to give a lecture to the People's Society in the casino's big room." As the addressee looked about to speak, he continued, drowning every objection, "I know what you are going to say. That you are too young. Youth is written in your face. But there is no question of seniority here. I am accustomed to accomplish what I determine upon, and I shall take no notice of objections. I know that you are able to give lectures, you have recently given proof of it." At last there was a minute's pause, permitting the younger one to interpose. "But you are making a mistake, it is not I you mean. It must be my elder brother." "Oh, very likely. Where does your brother live?" "Just underneath." A minute later there was a knock at the third-story door beneath, it was opened, and without even stopping to sit down, the visitor began. "You are Brandis?" "I am Lehman. You recently gave some lectures on Runeberg. Will you kindly repeat one of them before the People's Society in the casino's big room? Won't you sit down? I thank you for your offer. But my lecture was not good enough to be repeated before." 208. So large a gathering. I do not know enough about Rubery's life, and my voice, moreover, will not carry. I should not dare, at my age, to speak in so large a room. T expected you to reply that you are too young. Your youth is written in your face. But there is no question of seniority about it. I am accustomed to carry through anything that I have determined upon, and I take no notice of objections. What you do not know about Rubery's life, you can read up in a literary history. And if you can give a successful lecture to a private audience, you can give one in a theater hall. Jam interested in you, I am depending on you, I take your promise with me. Goodbye. This so-called promise became a regular nightmare to me, young and absolutely untried as I was. It did not even occur to me to work up and improve my lecture on Runeberg, for the very thought of appearing before a large audience alarmed me and was utterly intolerable to me. During the whole of my first stay in Paris I was so tormented by the consent that Orla Lehman had extorted from me, that it was a shadow over my pleasure. I would go happy to bed and wake up in the middle of the night with the terror of a debtor over something far off, but surely threatening, upon me, seek in my memory for what it was that was troubling me, and find that this far off, threatening thing was my promise to Lehman. It was only after my return home that I summoned up courage to write to him, pleading my youth and unfitness, and begging to be released from the honorable but distasteful duty. Orla Lehman, in the meantime, had in all probability not bestowed a thought on the whole matter and long since forgotten all about it. In any case he never referred to the subject again in after years, when we frequently met. Among Bordeauxner's private pupils was a young student, Christian Mahler, by name, who devoted himself exclusively to philosophy, and of whom Bruckner was particularly fond. He had an unusually keen intelligence, inclined to critical and disintegrating research. His abilities were very promising, inasmuch as it seemed that he might be able to establish destructive verdicts upon much that was confused, or self-209. Contradicting, but nevertheless respected, in other respects he had a strangely infertile brain. He had no sudden inspirations, no imagination. It could not be expected that he would ever bring forward any specially new thoughts, only that he would penetrate confusion, think out errors to the bottom, and, with the years, carry out a process of thorough cleansing. But before he had accomplished any independent work his lungs became affected. It was not at once perceived how serious the affection was, and Orla Lehmann, who, with the large-mindedness and open-handedness of a patriot, had taken him up, as well as sundry other young men who promised well or were merely poor, not only invited him to his weekly dinner parties at Fredericksburg, but sent him to UPS, that he might study Swedish philosophy there. Mahler himself was much inclined to study Boströmianism and write a criticism of this philosophy, which was at that time predominant in Sweden. He ought to have been sent south, or rather to a sanatorium. Orla Lehmann's Scandinavian sympathies, however, determined his stay in the north, which proved fatal to his health. In 1868 he returned to Copenhagen, pale, with hollow cheeks, and a stern, grave face, that of a marked man, his health thoroughly undermined. His friends soon learnt, and doubtless he understood himself, that his condition was hopeless. The quite extraordinary strength of character with which he submitted, good-temperedly and without a murmur, to his fate, had for effect that all who knew him vied with each other in trying to lessen the bitterness of his lot and at any rate show him how much they cared for him. As he could not go out, and as he soon grew incapable of connected work, his room became an afternoon and evening meeting place for many of his comrades, who went there to distract him with whatever they could think of to narrate, or discuss. If you found him alone, it was rarely long before a second and a third visitor came, and the room filled up. Orla Lehmann, his patron, was also one of Christian Mahler's frequent visitors. But whenever he arrived, Gen. 210. Early late and the last, the result was always the same. The students and graduates, who had been sitting in the room in lively converse, were struck dumb, awed by the presence of the great man. After the lapse of a few minutes, one would get up and say goodbye. Immediately afterwards the next would remember that he was engaged elsewhere just at that particular time. A moment later the third would slip noiselessly out of the room, and it would be empty. There was one, however, who, under such circumstances, found it simply impossible to go. I stayed, even if I had just been thinking of taking my leave. Under the autocracy, Orla Lehmann had been the lyrical figure of politics. He had voiced the popular hopes and the beauty of the people's will, much more than the political poets did. They wrote poetry, his nature was living poetry. The swing of his eloquence, which so soon grew out of date, was the very swing of youth in men's souls then. At the time I first knew him, he had long left the period of his greatness behind him, but he was still a handsome, well-set-up man, and, at 58 years of age, had lost nothing of his intellectual vivacity. He had lost his teeth and spoke indistinctly, but he was fond of telling tales and told them well, and his enemies declared that as soon as a witty thought struck him, he took a cab and drove round from house to house to relate it. Passionately patriotic though Orla Lehmann was, he was very far from falling into the then usual error of overestimating Denmark's historical exploits and present importance. He related one day that when he was in Paris, as a young man, speaking under an impression very frequent among his travelled compatriots, he had, in a conversation with Saint Beuve, reproached the French with knowing so shamefully little of the Danes. The great critic, as was his habit, laid his head a little on one side, and with roguish impertinence replied, "Eh, bien, faites quelque chose, on parlera de vous." He approved of the reply. We younger ones looked upon him as belonging to another period and lying in another plane of ideas, although, being a liberal-minded man, he was not far removed from us. He was 211. Supposed to be a free-thinker, and it was told of him that when his old housekeeper repeatedly, and with increasing impatience, requested him to come to table, he would reply, in the presence of students, a rallying allusion to the lady's Christian disposition: "Get help from religion, little Beck, get help from _religion. A remark that in those days would be regarded as wantonly irreligious. People felt sorry for Lehman because his politics had so wholly miscarried, and some would soar against him because he wanted to lay all the blame on the old despotism and the unfavorable circumstances of the time. Take him altogether, to those who were not intimately associated with him, and did not share the strong dislike felt against him in certain circles, he was chiefly a handsome and attractive antiquity. Christian Mahler died in 1869, and his death was deeply lamented. He was one of the few comrades admired by the younger ones alike for his gifts and his stoicism. With his death my opportunities of frequently meeting Orla Lehman ceased. But that the latter had not quite lost sight of me, he proved by appearing, at the end of February, 1870, at my examination upon my doctor's thesis at the university. As on this occasion Lehman arrived a little late, he was placed on a chair in front of all the other auditors, and very imposing he looked, in a mighty fur coat which showed off his stately figure. He listened very attentively to everything, and several times during the discussion showed by a short laugh that some parrying reply had amused him. 6 months afterwards he was no more. 17. During those years I came into very curious relations with another celebrity of the time. This was M. Goldschmidt, the author, whose great talent I had considerable difficulty in properly appreciating, so repelled was I by his uncertain and calculating personality. 212. I saw Goldschmidt for the first time, when I was a young man, at a large ball at a club in Copenhagen. A man who had emigrated to England as a poor boy returned to Copenhagen in the 60s at the age of 50, after having acquired a considerable fortune. He was uneducated, kind, impeccably honorable, and was anxious to secure acquaintances and associates for his adopted daughter, a delicate young girl, who was strange to Copenhagen. With this object in view, he invited a large number of young people to a ball in the rooms of the King's Club, provided good music and luxurious refreshments. This man was a cousin of Goldschmidt's, and as he himself was unable to make more of a speech than a short welcome to table, he begged his cousin, the poet, to be his spokesman on this occasion. One would have thought that so polished a writer, such a master of language, as Goldschmidt, would be able, with the greatest ease, to make an after-dinner speech, especially when he had had plenty of time to prepare himself, but the gift of speaking is, as everyone knows, a gift in itself. And a more unfortunate speaker than Goldschmidt could not be. He had not even the art of compelling silence while he spoke. That evening he began rather tactlessly by telling the company that their host, who was a rich man, had earned his money in a strictly honorable manner. It was always a good thing to know that one had clear ground to dance upon. Then he dwelt on the Jewish origin of the giver of the feast, and, starting from the assumption that the greater number of the invited guests were young Jews and Jewesses, he formulated his toast in praise of the Jewish woman, who lights the Sabbath candles. The young Jewesses called out all at once, "The Danish woman! The Danish woman! We're Danish!" They were irritated at the dead romanticism into which Goldschmidt was trying to push them back. They lighted no Sabbath candles, they did not feel themselves Jewish either by religion or nationality. The day of anti-Semitism had not arrived. Consequently there was still no Zionist movement. They had also often felt vexed at the descriptions that Goldschmidt in his novels Fre 213 quaintly gave of modern Jews, whose manners and mode of expression he screwed back 50 years. These cries, which really had nothing offensive about them, made Goldschmidt lose his temper to such an extent that he shouted, in great exasperation, "Will you keep silence while I speak? What manners are these? I will teach you to keep silence," and so forth, which evoked a storm of laughter. He continued for some time to rebuke their exuberant mirth in severe terms, but was so unsuccessful that he broke off his speech and, very much out of humor, sat down. Not long afterwards, perhaps in the year 1865, I came into contact with Goldschmidt once only, when walking one evening with Magdalene Theresen. On meeting this lady, whom he knew, he turned round, walking with her as far as her house on the shores of the lakes, after which his way led towards the town, as did mine. As long as Mrs. Theresin was present, he naturally addressed his conversation to her and expressed himself, as his habit was, without much ceremony. For instance, he said, "I don't as a rule care for women writers, not even for those we have, but I will concede that, of all the ladies who write, you are the freshest." When Mrs. Theresin brought the conversation round to her favorite subject, love, he said, banteringly, "My heart is like the flags of the Zouave regiments, so pierced with holes that it is almost impossible to tell what the material originally looked like on the whole." He was animated and polite, but his glance was somewhat stinging. Goldschmidt had greater difficulty in hitting on the right manner to adopt towards a much younger man. He used expressions which showed that he was standing on his dignity, and was all the time conscious of his own superiority. "People have spoken about you to me," he said, "and I know you by name." The word here rendered people had a strangely foreign sound, as though translated, or affected. "Have you read Taine's History of English Literature?" he asked. "No, I don't know it." 214. *A. Perhaps you are one of those who regard it as superfluous to learn about anything foreign. We have enough of our own, is it not so? It is a very widespread opinion, but it is a mistake. You judge too hastily, that is not my opinion. Oh yes. Goodbye. And our ways parted. I did not like Goldschmidt. He had dared to profane the great Søren Kierkegaard, had pilloried him for the benefit of a second-rate public. I disliked him on Kierkegaard's account. But I disliked him much more actively on my master, Professor Brockner's account. Brockner had an intense contempt for Goldschmidt. Intellectually he thought him of no weight, as a man he thought him conceited, and consequently ridiculous. He had not the slightest perception of the literary artist in him. The valuable and unusual qualities of his descriptive talent he overlooked. But the ignorance Goldschmidt had sometimes shown about philosophy, and the incapacity he had displayed with regard to art, his change of political opinion, his sentimentality as a wit, all the weaknesses that one Danish critic had mercilessly dragged into the light, had inspired Bruckner with the strongest aversion to Goldschmidt. Add to this the personal collisions between the two men. At some public meeting Bruckner had gazed at Goldschmidt with such an ironic smile that the latter had passionately called him to account. "Don't make a scene now," replied Bruckner. "Am ready to make a scene anywhere," the answer is reported to have been. "That I can believe, but keep calm now." Shortly afterwards, in North and South, Goldschmidt, on the occasion of Bruckner's candidature for Parliament, had written that the well-known atheist, Bruckner, naturally, as contributor to the fatherland, was supported by the party. Now, there was nothing that annoyed Bruckner so much as when anyone called him an atheist, and tried to make him hated for that reason. The word, it is true, had 100 times a worse sound then than now. He always 215. Maintaining that he and other so-called atheists were far more religious than their assailants. And although Goldschmidt's sins against Bruckner were in truth but small, although the latter, moreover possibly unjustifiably had challenged him to the attack, Bruckner nevertheless imbued me with such a dislike of Goldschmidt that I could not regard him with quite unprejudiced eyes. Goldschmidt tried to make personal advances to me during my first stay in Paris in 1866. Besides the maternal uncle settled in France, of whom I have already spoken, I had still another uncle, my father's brother, who had gone to France as a boy, had become naturaliste, and had settled in Paris. He was a little older than my father, a somewhat restless and fantastic character, whom Goldschmidt frequently met at the houses of mutual friends. He let me know through this man that he would like to make my acquaintance, gave him his address and mentioned his receiving hours. As I held back, he repeated the invitation, but in vain. Bruckner's influence was too strong. A few years later, in some dramatic articles, I had expressed myself in a somewhat satirical, offhand manner about Goldschmidt, when one day an attempt was made to bring the poet and myself into exceedingly close connection. One spring morning in 1869, a little man with blue spectacles came into my room and introduced himself as Goldschmidt's publisher, bookseller Steen. He had come on a confidential errand from Goldschmidt, regarding which he begged me to observe strict silence, whatever the outcome of the matter might be. Goldschmidt knew that, as a critic, I was not in sympathy with him, but being very difficultly placed, he appealed to me chivalry. For reasons which he did not wish to enter into, he would be obliged, that same year, to sever his connection with Denmark and settle down permanently in England. For the future he should write in English. But before he left he wished to terminate his literary activity in his native country by an edition of his collected works, or at any rate a very exhaustive selection from them. He would not and could not direct so great an undertaking himself, from 216. Another country, he only knew one man who was capable of doing so, and him he requested to undertake the matter. He had drawn up a plan of the edition, a sketch of the order in which the writings were to come out, and what the volume was to contain, and he placed it before me for approval or criticism. The edition was to be preceded by an account of Goldschmidt as an author and of his artistic development. If I would undertake to write this, I was asked to go to see Goldschmidt, in order to hear what he himself regarded as the main features and chief points of his literary career. The draft of what the projected edition was to include made quite a little parcel of papers. Besides these, Steen gave me to read the actual request to me to undertake the task, which was cautiously worded as a letter, not to me, but to bookseller Steen, and which Steen had been expressly enjoined to bring back with him. Although I did not at all like this last mentioned item, and although this evidence of distrust was in very conspicuous variance with the excessive and unmerit confidence that was at the same time being shown me, this same confidence impressed me greatly. The information that Goldschmidt, undoubtedly the first prose writer in the country, was about to break off his literary activity and permanently leave Denmark, was in itself overwhelming and at once set my imagination actively at work. What could the reason be? A crime? That was out of the question. What else could there be but a love affair, and that had my entire sympathy? It was well known that Goldschmidt admired a very beautiful woman, who was watched the more jealously by her husband, because the latter had for a great number of years been paralyzed. He would not allow her to go to the theatre to sit anywhere but in the mirror box, where she could not be seen by the public. The husband met with no sympathy from the public. He had always been a characterless and sterile writer, had published only 2 books, written in a diametrically opposite spirit, flatly contradicting one another. As long as he was able to go out he had dyed his red hair black. He was an insignificant man in every way, and by his first marriage with an ugly old maid had acquired the fortune which alone had enabled him to pay court to the beautiful woman he subsequently won. It had leaked out that she was the original of the beautiful woman in the inheritance, and that some of the letters that occur in it were really notes from Goldschmidt to her. What more likely than the assumption that the position of affairs had at last become unbearable to Goldschmidt, and that he had determined on an elopement to London? In a romantic purpose of the sort Goldschmidt could count upon the sympathy of a hot-blooded young man. I consequently declared myself quite willing to talk the matter over with the poet and learn more particulars as to what was expected of me. Meanwhile, I thought I might promise my assistance. It was Easter week, I believe Maunday Thursday. I promised to call upon Goldschmidt on one of the holidays at a pre-arranged time. Good Friday and Easter Sunday I was prevented from going to him, and I had already made up my mind to pay my visit on Easter Monday when on Monday morning I received a letter from bookseller Steen which made me exceedingly indignant. The letter, which exhibited, as I considered, incorrectly, as it turned out, unmistakably signs of having been dictated to him, bore witness to the utmost impatience. Steen wrote that after undertaking to pay a visit to Goldschmidt I had now let 2 days elapse without fulfilling my promise. There was no sense in keeping a man waiting day after day, on such important business. In Steen's personal opinion, it had not been at all polite of me, as the younger author, not to inform Goldschmidt which day I would go to see him. I was very much cooled by reading this letter. I saw that I had wounded Goldschmidt's vanity deeply by not going to him immediately upon receipt of his communication, but my chief impression was one of surprise that Goldschmidt should reveal himself such a poor psychologist in my case. How could he believe that I would allow myself to be 218. Refied by rough treatment or won by tactless reprimands? How could he think that I regarded the task he wished to allot me as such an honor that for that reason I had not refused it? Could not Goldschmidt understand that it was solely the appeal to my better feelings from an opponent, struck by an untoward fate, that had determined my attitude? Simultaneously, though at first very faintly, a suspicion crossed my mind. Was it possible that the whole touching story which had been confided to me was a hoax calculated to disarm my antagonism, arouse my sympathy and secure Goldschmidt a trumpeting herald? Was it possible that the mysterious information about the flight to London was only an untruth, the sole purpose of which was to get me into Goldschmidt's service? I dismissed the thought at once as too improbable, but it recurred, for I had learned from experience that even distinguished authors sometimes did not shrink from very daring means of securing the services of a critic. A critic is like the rich heiress, who is always afraid of not being loved for herself alone. Even then, I was very loath to believe that any recognized author, much less a writer whose position was a vexed question, would make advances to me from pure benevolence, for the sake of my beautiful eyes, as they say in French. At any rate, I had now made up my mind not to have anything whatever to do with the matter. I replied emphatically. Lessons in politeness I take from no one, consequently return you the enclosed papers. Be kind enough to appeal to someone else. This reply was evidently not the one the letter had been intended to evoke. Steen rushed up to me at once to apologize, but I did not see him. Twice afterwards he came with humble messages from Goldschmidt asking me to do him the honor of paying him a visit. But my pride was touchy, and my determination unwavering. Undoubtedly Steen's letter was sent at Goldschmidt's wish, but it is equally undoubted that its form had not been approved by him. That the alliance so cleverly led up to came. 219. To nothing was evidently as unexpected by the poet as unpalatable to him. Not long afterwards, I accidentally had strong confirmation of my suspicion that the story of a flight from Denmark was merely an invention calculated to trap me, and underscore after the lapse of some time I could no longer harbor a doubt that Goldschmidt had merely wished to disarm a critic and secure himself a public crier. This did not make me feel any the more tenderly disposed towards Goldschmidt, and my feeling lent a sharper tone than it would otherwise have had to an essay I wrote shortly afterwards about him on the production of his play Rabbi and Knight at the Royal Theatre. 3 years passed before our paths crossed again and a short-lived association came about between us. 18. In my public capacity about this time, I had many against me and no one wholly for me, except my old protector Breckner, who, for one thing, was very ill, and for another, by reason of his ponderous language, was unknown to the reading world at large. Among my personal friends there was not one who shared my fundamental views. If they were fond of me, it was in spite of my views. That in itself was a sufficient reason why I could not expect them, in the intellectual feud in which I was still engaged, to enter the lists on my behalf. I did not need any long experience to perceive that complete and unmixed sympathy with my endeavors was a thing I should not find. Such a sympathy I only met with in reality from one of my comrades, Emil Peterson, a young private individual with no connection whatever with literature, and without influence in other directions. Moreover, I had learnt long ago that, as a literary beginner in a country on a Lilliputian scale, I encountered prompt opposition at every step, and that ill will against me was always expressed much more forcibly than goodwill, was quickly, so to say, organized. I had against me at once every literary or artistic critic. 220. Who already held an assured position, from the influential men who wrote in the Fatherland or the Berlin Times to the small fry who snapped in the lesser papers, and if they mentioned me at all it was with the utmost contempt, or in some specially disparaging manner. It was the rival that they fought against. Thus it has continued to be all my life. Certain critics, such as Falkman in Denmark and Wierson in Sweden, hardly ever put pen to paper for some 40 years without bestowing an affectionate thought upon me. Later, in Norway, I became Collins de Feeks. Add to these all who feared and hated a train of thought which in their opinion was dangerous to good old-fashioned faith and morality. Definite as were the limits of my articles and longer contributions to the dispute concerning faith and science, and although, strictly speaking, they only hinged upon an obscure point in Rasmus Nielsen's philosophy, they alarmed and excited a large section of the ecclesiastics of the country. I had carefully avoided saying anything against faith or piety. I knew that orthodoxy was all-powerful in Denmark. However, I did not meet with refutations, only with the indignation of fanaticism. As far back as 1867 Björnson had come forward in print against me, had reproached the daily paper with giving my contributions a place in their columns, and reported their contents to the editor, who was away traveling, on the supposition that they must have been accepted against his wishes, and although the article did not bear Björnson's name, this attack was not without weight. The innocent remarked that Søren Kierkegaard was the Tycho Brahe of our philosophy, as great as Tycho Brahe, but, like him, failing to place the center of our solar system in its sun, gave Björnson an opportunity for the statement, a very dangerous one for a young author of foreign origin to make, that the man who could write like that had no views in common with other Danes, no Danish mind. The year after I was astonished by inflammatory outbursts on the part of the clergy. One day in 1868 the much respected Pastor Hollenberg walked into my friend Benny 221 Spang's house, reprimanded her severely for receiving such an undoubted heretic and heathen under her roof, and demanded that she should break off all association with me. As she refused to do so and turned a deaf ear to his arguments, losing all self-control, he flung his felt hat on the floor, continued to rage and on against me, and, no result coming of it, dashed at last, in a towering passion, out through the door, which he slammed behind him. There was a farcical ending to the scene, since he was obliged to ring at the door again for his hat, which, in his exasperation, he had forgotten. This was a kind of private prologue to the ecclesiastical drama which from the year 1871 upwards was enacted in most of the pulpits of the country. Only the parsons, instead of flinging their hats upon the floor, beat their hands against the pulpit. But what surprised me, a literary beginner, still more, was the gift I discovered in myself of hypnotizing, by my mere existence, an ever-increasing number of my contemporaries till they became as though possessed by a hatred which lasted, sometimes a number of years, sometimes a whole life long, and was the essential determining factor in their careers and actions. By degrees, in this negative manner, I succeeded in engaging the attentions of more than a score of persons. For the time being, I encountered the phenomenon in the person of one solitary genius-mad individual. For a failure of a poet and philosopher, with whom I had nothing to do, and who did not interest me in the least, I became the one enemy it was his business to attack. Rudolf Schmidt, who was a passionate admirer of Rasmus Nielsen, in whose examination lectures he coached freshmen, was enraged beyond measure by the objections, perfectly respectful, for that matter, in form, which I had raised against one of the main points in Nielsen's philosophy. In 1866 he published a pamphlet on the subject, in 1867 a second, which, so possessed was he by his fury against his opponent, he signed with the latter's own initials, G.B. And from this time forth, for at least a generation, it pecked me this wretch's task in life to persecute me under every possible pseudonym, and when his own powers were not sufficient, to get 222 up conspiracies against me. In particular, he did all he could against me in Germany. Meanwhile, he started a magazine in order to bring before the public himself and the ideas he was more immediately serving, viz., those of R. Nielsen, and since this latter had of late drawn very much nearer to the Grundtvigian way of thinking, partly also those of Grundtvig. The magazine had 3 editors, amongst them R. Nielsen himself, and when one of them, who was the critic of the fatherland, suddenly left the country, Bjornstjerne Bjornson took his place. The 3 names, R. Nielsen, B. Bjornson, and Rudolf Schmidt, formed a trinity whose supremacy did not augur well for the success of a beginner in the paths of literature, who had attacked the thinker among them for ideal reasons, and who had been the object of violent attacks from the 2 others. The magazine Idea and Reality, was, as might be expected, sufficiently unfavorable to my cause. The sudden disappearance of the critic of the fatherland from the literary arena was, under the conditions of the time, an event. He had no little talent, attracted by ideas and fancies that were sometimes very telling, repelled by mannerisms and a curious, far-fetched style, laid chief emphasis, in the spirit of the most modern Danish philosophy, on the will, and always defended ethical standpoints. From the time of Bjornson's first appearance he had attached himself so enthusiastically and inviolably to him that by the general public he was almost regarded as Bjornson's herald. At every opportunity he emphatically laid down Bjornson's importance and as a set-off fell upon those who might be supposed to be his rivals. Ibsen, in particular, received severe handling. His departure was thus a very hard blow for Bjornson, but for that matter, was also felt as a painful loss by those he opposed. 19. Not long after this departure, and immediately after the publication of my long article on Goldschmidt, I received one day, to my surprise, a letter of 8 closely written pages from Bjornstjerne Bjornson, dated April 15, 1869. 223. What had called it forth was my remark, in that article, that Bjornson, like Goldschmidt, sometimes, when talent failed, pretended to have attained the highest, pretended that obscurity was the equivalent of profundity. When writing this, I was thinking of the obscure final speech about God in heaven in Bjornson's Mary Stuart, which I still regard as quite vague, pretentious though it be as it stands there. However, it was an exaggeration to generalize the grievance, as had done, and Bjornson was right to reply. He considered that I had accused him of insincerity, though in this he was wrong, but for that matter, with hot-tempered eloquence, he also denied my real contention. His letter began, "Although I seldom read your writings, so that possibly I risk speaking of something you have elsewhere developed more clearly, and thus making a mistake, I nevertheless wish to make a determined protest against its being called a characteristic of mine, in contrast to Erlangeliger, and Hoche, to strain my powers to reach what I myself only perceive unclearly, and then intentionally to state it as though it were clear. I am quite sure that I resemble Erlangeliger in one thing, namely, that the defects of my book are open to all, and are not glossed over with any sort or kind of lie. Anything unclear must for the moment have seemed clear to me, as in his case. My motto has always been, be faithful in small things, and God shall make you ruler over great things. And never, no, never, have I snatched after great material in order to seem great, or played with words in order to seem clever, or been silent, in order to appear deep. Never. The examples around me have been appalling to me, and I am sure that they have been so because I have from the very beginning been on my guard against lies. There are passages in every work which will not yield immediately what one impatiently demands of them, and then I have always waited, never tried, the thing has had to come itself unforced, and it is possible that what I have received has been a deception, but I have believed in it, to me it has been no deception. Before I finally conclude, I always, it is true, go over again what I have written, as in the case of Sindv, and A Happy Boy, Between the Fights, etc. I wish to have the advantage of a better perception. Thus far, in what I have gone through, I have seen weak places which I can no longer correct. Lies I have never found. Unfortunately, one is often exposed to the danger of being untrue, but it is in moments of surprise and absolute passion, when something happens to one's eye or one's tongue, that one feels is half mad, but when the beast of prey within one, which shrinks at nothing, is the stronger. Untrue in one's beautiful, poetic calm, one's confessional silence, at one's work, I think very few are. This summing up, which does honor to Björnson and is not only a striking self-verdict, but a valuable contribution to poetic psychology in general, in its indication of the strength of the creative imagination and its possibilities of error, was followed by a coordinate attempt at a characterization and appreciation of Goldschmidt. 224. You are likewise unjust to Goldschmidt on this point, that I know with certainty. Goldschmidt is of a naive disposition, susceptible of every noble emotion. It is true that he often stages these in a comic manner, and what you say about that is true, he does the same in private life, but you have not recognized the source of this. In the last instance, it is not a question of what we think, but of what we do. Just as this, on the whole, is an error that you fall persistently into, it is in particular an error here, where, for instance, his two brothers, with the same qualifications and with the same dual nature, have both developed into characters, the one indeed into a remarkable personality. But Goldschmidt began as a corsair captain at 17, his courage was the courage behind a pen that he fancied was feared, his happiness that of the flatterer, his dread that of being vapid, and there were many other unfavorable circumstances, for that matter. He is now striving hard towards what he feels has, during his life, been wasted in his ability, both moral and intellectual qualities, and for my part, I respect this endeavor more than his decisive success within narrow limits. In this passage the distinction and contrast between contemplative life and actual existence was quite in the Rasmus Nielsen spirit, the use that was made of it here was strange. One would suppose that the example adduced established that similar natural qualifications, similar family and other conditions, in other words, the actual essential conditions of life, were of small importance compared with one's mode of thought, since the brothers could be so different. Björnson wished to establish, hereby, that the mode of life was more important than the mode of thought, although the former must depend on the latter. For the rest, he alluded to Goldschmidt's weak points, even if in somewhat too superior a manner, and without laying stress upon his great artistic importance, with leniency and goodwill. But if, in other things he touched upon, he had an eye for essentials, this failed him sadly when the letter proceeded to a characterization of the addressee, in which he mixed up true and false in inextricable confusion. Amongst other things, he wrote, "Here, I doubtless touch upon a point that is distinctive of your criticism. It is an absolute beauty worship. With that you can quickly traverse our little literature and benefit no one greatly, for the poet is only benefited by the man who approaches him with affection and from his own standpoint, the other he does not understand, and the public will, likely enough, pass with you through this unraveling of the thousand threads, and believe they are growing, but no man or woman who is sound and good lays down a criticism of this nature without a feeling of emptiness. I chanced to read one of your travel descriptions which really became a pronouncement upon some of the greatest painters. It was their nature in their works, not their history or their lives so much as their natural dispositions, that you pointed out also the influence of their time upon them, but 225. This only in passing, and you compared these painters, one with another. In itself, much of this mode of procedure is correct, but the result is merely racy. A single one of them, seized largely and affectionately, shown in such manner that the different paintings and figures became a description of himself, but were simultaneously the unfolding of a culture, would have been 5 times as understandable. A contrast can be drawn in when opportunity arises, but that is not the essential task. Yes, this is an illustration of the form of your criticism. It is an everlasting, and often very painful, juxtaposition of things appertaining and contrasting, but just as poetry itself is an absorption in the one thing that it has extracted from the many, so comprehension of it is dependent on the same conditions. The individual work or the individual author whom you have treated of, you have in the same way not brought together, but disintegrated, and the whole has become merely a piquant piece of effectiveness. Hitherto one might have said that it was at least good-natured, but of late there have supervened flippant expressions, paradoxical sentences, crude definitions, a definite contumacy and disgust, which is now and again succeeded by an outburst of delight over the thing that is peculiarly Danish, or peculiarly beautiful. I cannot help thinking of P.L. Meller, as I knew him in Paris. There are 1,000 things between heaven and earth that you understand better than I. But for that very reason you can listen to me. It seems to me now as if the one half of your powers were undoing what the other half accomplishes. I, too, am a man with intellectual interests, but I feel no cooperation. Might there not be other tasks that you were more fitted for than that of criticism? I mean, that would be less of a temptation to you, and would for you /ld up on your personality, at the same time as you yourself were building? It strikes me that even if you do choose criticism, it should be more strongly in the direction of our educating responsibilities and less as the arranger of technicalities, the spire out of small things, the dragger together of all and everything which can be brought forward as a witness for or against the author, which is all frightfully welcome in a contemporary critical epidemic in Copenhagen, but, God help me, is nothing and accomplishes nothing. This part of the letter irritated me intensely, partly by the mentor's tone assumed in it, partly by a summing up of my critical methods which was founded simply and solely on the reading of 3 or 4 articles, more especially those on Rubens and Goldschmidt, and which quite missed the point. I was far from feeling that I had been understood, and for that reason warned against extremes. On the contrary, I saw myself only caricatured, without even wit or humor, and could not forget that the man who had sketched this picture of me had done his utmost to injure me. And he compared me with P.L. Mahler. The fact that the conclusion of the letter contained much that was conciliatory and beautiful consequently did not help matters. Bjornson wrote, "When you write about the Jews, although I am not in agreement with you, altogether in agreement, you yet seem to me to touch upon a domain where you might have much to offer us, many beautiful prospects to open to." 226. Us. In the same way, when you interpret Shakespeare, not when you make poetry by the side of him, when you tranquilly expound, I seem to see the beginnings of greater works, in any case of powers which I could imagine essentially contributing to the introduction into our culture of greater breadth of view, greater moral responsibility, more affection. When I now read these words, I am obliged to transport myself violently back, into the feelings and to the intellectual standpoint that were mine at the time, in order to understand how they could to such a pitch incense me. It was not only that, like all young people of any account, I was irritable, sensitive, and proud, and unwilling to be treated as a pupil, but more than that, as the way of youth is, I confused what I knew myself capable of accomplishing with what I had already accomplished, felt myself rich, exuberantly rich, already, and was indignant at perceiving myself deemed still so small. But the last straw was a sentence which followed. I should often have liked to talk all this over with you, when last I was in Copenhagen, but I noticed I was so pried after by gossips that I gave it up. The last time Bjornson was in Copenhagen he had written that article against me. Besides, I had been told that some few times he had read my first articles aloud in public in friends' houses, and made fun of their forced and tyro-like wording. And now he wanted me to believe that he had at that time been thinking of visiting me, in order to come to an understanding with me. And worse still, the fear of gossip had restrained him. This hero of willpower so afraid of a little gossip. He might go on as he liked now, I had done with him. He did go on, both cordially and gracefully, but condescendingly, quite incapable of seeing how wounding the manner of his advances was. He wished to make advances to me and yet maintain a humiliating attitude of condescension. There are not many of us in literature who are in earnest, the few who are ought not to be daunted by the accidental separation that opposed opinions can produce, when there is a large field for mutual understanding and cooperation. I sometimes get violently irate for a moment, if this in lesser men, in whom there really is something base, brings about a lifelong separation. It does not greatly afflict me. But I should be very sorry if it should influence the individuals in whom I feel there are both ability and 227. Will. And as far as you are concerned, I have such a strong feeling that you must be standing at a parting of the ways, that, by continuing your path further, you will go astray, that I want to talk to you, and consequently am speaking from my heart to you now. If you do not understand, I am sorry, that is all I can say. In the summer I am going to Finnmark, and involuntarily, as I write this, the thought occurs to me what a journey it would be for you, away from everything petty and artificial to a scenery which in its magnificent loneliness is without parallel in the world, and where the wealth of birds above us and fish beneath us, whales, and shoals of herrings, cod, and cape lands often so close together that you can take them up in your hands, or they press against the sides of the boat, are marvel upon marvel, in the light of a sun that does not set, while human beings up there live quiet and cowed by nature. If you will come with me, and meet me, say, at Trondheim, I know that you would not regret it. And then I should get conversation again. Here there are not many who hit upon just that which I should like them to think about it. A paragraph relating to Magdalene Theresen followed. But what is here cited is the essential part of the letter. Had its recipient known Björnson better, he would in this have found a foundation to build upon. But as things were, I altogether overlooked the honestly meant friendliness in it and merely seized upon the no small portion of it that could not do other than wound. My reply, icy, sharp and in the deeper sense of the word, worthless, was a refusal. I did not believe in Björnson, saw in the letter nothing but an attempt to use me as a critic, now that he had lost his former advocate in the press. The prospect of the journey to the north did not tempt me. In Björnson's eyes it would have been Thor's journey with Loki, and I neither was Loki nor wished to be. But even had I been capable of rising to a more correct and a fuller estimate of Björnson's character, there was too much dividing us at this time for any real friendship to have been established. Björnson was then still an orthodox Protestant, and in many ways hampered by his youthful impressions. I myself was still too brusque to be able to adapt myself to so difficult and masterful a personality. 8 years elapsed before the much that separated me from Björnson crumbled away. But then, when of his own accord he expressed his regret on a public occasion at the rupture between us, and spoke of me with unprejudiced comprehension and goodwill, I seized with warmth and gratitude the hand stretched out to me. A hearty friendship. 228. Bringing with it an active and confidential correspondence, was established between us and remained unshaken for the next 10 years, when it broke down, this time through no fault of mine, but through distrust on Björnson's part, just as our intimacy had been hindered the first time through distrust on mine. The year 1869 passed in steady hard work. Among the many smaller articles I wrote, one with the title of The Infinitely Small and the Infinitely Great in Poetry, starting with a representment of Shakespeare's Harry Percy, contained a criticism of the hitherto recognized tendency of Danish dramatic poetry and pointed out into the future. The paper on H.C. Andersen, which came into being towards midsummer, and was read aloud in a clover field to a solitary listener, was representative of my critical abilities and aims at that date. I had then known Andersen socially for a considerable time. My cordial recognition of his genius drew us more closely together. He often came to see me and was very ready to read his new works aloud to me. It is hardly saying too much to declare that this paper secured me his friendship. The fundamental principles of the essay were influenced by Taine, the art philosopher I had studied most deeply, and upon whom I had written a book that was to be my doctor's thesis. Lightly and rapidly though my shorter articles came into being, this larger task was very long in hand. Not that I had little heart for my work, on the contrary, no question interested me more than those on which my book hinged, but there were only certain of them with which, as yet, I was equal to dealing. First and foremost came the question of the nature of the producing mind, the possibility of showing a connection between its faculties and deriving them from one solitary dominating faculty, which would thus necessarily reveal itself in every aspect of the mind. It puzzled me, for example, how I was to find the source whence Pascal's taste, both for mathematics and religious philosophy, sprang. Next came the question of the possibility of a universally applicable scientific method of criticism, regarded as intellectual optics. If one were to define the critic's task as that of under 229, standing, through the discovery and elucidation of the dependent and conditional contingencies that occur in the intellectual world, then there was a danger that he might approve everything, not only every form and tendency of art that had arisen historically, but each separate work within each artistic section. If it were no less the critic's task to distinguish between the genuine and the spurious, he must at any rate possess a technical standard by which to determine greater or lesser value, or he must be so specially and extraordinarily gifted that his instinct and tact estimate infallibly. Further, there was the question of genius, the point on which Taine's theory roused decisive opposition in me. He regarded genius as a summing up, not as a new starting point. According to him, it was the assemblage of the original aptitudes of a race and of the peculiarities of a period in which these aptitudes were properly able to display themselves. He overlooked the originality of the man of genius, which could not be explained from his surroundings. The new element which, in genius, was combined with the summarizing of surrounding particles. Before, when studying Hegel, I had been repelled by the suggestion that what spoke to us through the artist was only the universally valid, the universal mind, which, as it were, burnt out the originality of the individual. In Taine's teaching, nation and period were the new, although more concrete, abstractions in the place of the universally valid, but here, too, the particularity of the individual was immaterial. The kernel of my work was a protest against this theory. I was even more actively interested in the fundamental question raised by a scientific view of history. For some years I had been eagerly searching Comte and Littre, Buckle, Mill and Taine for their opinions on the philosophy of history. Here, too, though in another form, the question of the importance of the individual versus the masses presented itself. Statistics had proved to what extent conscious actions were subordinated to uniform laws. We could foresee from one year to another how many murders would be committed and how many with each kind of instrument. The differences between men and men neutralized 230 each other, if we took the average of a very large number. But this did not prove that the individual was not of considerable importance. If the victory of Salamis depended on Themistocles, then the entire civilization of Europe henceforth depended on him. Another aspect of the question was, did the consistent determinism of modern science, the discovery of an unalterable interdependency in the intellectual, as in the physical worlds, allow scope for actions proceeding otherwise than merely illusorily from the free purpose or determination of the individual? Very difficult the question was, and I did not feel confident of solving it, but it was some consolation to reflect that the doubt as to the possibility of demonstrating a full application of the law in the domain in which chance has sway, and ethics its sphere, was comparatively infinitesimal in the case of those domains in which men make themselves felt by virtue of genius or talent as producers of literary and artistic works. Here, where natural gifts and their necessary deployment were of such extraordinary weight, the probability of a demonstration of natural laws was, of course, much greater. The general fundamental question was, given a literature, a philosophy, an art, or a branch of art, what is the attitude of mind that produces it? What are its sufficing and necessary conditions? What, for instance, causes England in the 16th century to acquire a dramatic poetry of the first rank, or Holland in the 17th century a painting art of the first rank, without any of the other branches of art simultaneously bearing equally fine fruit in the same country? My deliberations resulted, for the time being, in the conviction that all profound historical research was psychical research. That old piece of work, revised, as it now is, has certainly none but historic interest, but for a doctor's thesis, it is still a tolerably readable book and may, at any rate, introduce a beginner to reflection upon great problems. After the fundamental scientific questions that engaged my attention, I was most interested in artistic style. There. 231. Was, in modern Danish prose, no author who unreservedly appealed to me, in German Heinrich Kleist, and in French Merimee, were the stylists whom I esteemed most. The latter, in fact, it seemed to me was a stylist who, in unerring sureness, terseness, and plasticism, excelled all others. He had certainly not much warmth or color, but he had a sureness of line equal to that of the greatest draftsman of Italian art. His aridity was certainly not winning, and, in reading him, I frequently felt a lack of breadth of view and horizon, but the compelling power of his line drawing captivated me. When my doctor's thesis was finished, towards the middle of December, 1869, both it and the collection of articles bearing the name Criticisms and Portraits were placed in the printer's hands. In the beginning of 1872 hitherto unprinted pieces were added, of which one was a paper written some time before on Kammerabek, which had been revised, the other, a new one on Merimee, which in general shows what at that time I admired in style. It had long been settled that as soon as I had replied to the critics of my thesis I should start on prolonged travels, the real educational travels of a young man's life. I had a little money lying ready, a small bursary, and a promise of a traveling allowance from the state, which promise, however, was not kept. This journey had for a long time been haunting my fancy. I cherished an ardent wish to see France again, but even more especially to go to Italy and countries still farther south. My hope of catching a glimpse of northern Africa was only fulfilled 35 years later, but I got as far as Italy, which was the actual goal of my desires. I knew enough of the country, its history from ancient days until then, and was sufficiently acquainted with its art from Roman times upwards and during the Renaissance, to be regarded as past for intellectual consecration in the South. When the thesis was done with and the printing of the second book was nearing completion, not anxiety to travel, but melancholy and heavy-heartedness at the thought of my departure, gained the upper hand. It had been decided that I was to remain away at least a year, and it was less to myself than to others whom I must necessarily leave behind, that. 232. The time seemed immeasurably long. Professor Skit advised me rather to take several short journeys than one long one, but that was impracticable. I wanted to get quite away from the home atmosphere. As, however, there were some who thought of my journey with disquiet and dread, and from whom it was difficult for me to tear myself, I put off my departure as long as I could. At last the remnant of work that still bound me to Copenhagen was finished, and then all the new and enriching prospects my stay in foreign countries was to bring me shone in a golden light. Full of undaunted hope, I set out on my travels at the beginning of April, 1870. Second longer stay abroad. Hamburg, my second fatherland. Ernest Hello le Docteur Noirtain Renat Marcelin Glairtain's Friendship Renat at Home Fullerette Chasselet's Reminiscences le Théâtre Français Coquelin Bernhard Beginnings of Main Currents The Tuileries John Stuart Mill London Philosophical Studies London and Paris Compared Antonio Galanga and his wife Don Juan Prim Napoleon III London Theatres Gladstone and Disraeli in Debate Paris on the Eve of War First reverses Flight from Paris Geneva, Switzerland. L'Italie Pascal Villery Vinnie Reams Friendship Roman Fever Henrik Ibsen's Influence Scandinavians in Rome. He first thing that impressed me was Hamburg, and by that I mean the European views prevalent there. At that time, doubtless mainly for national reasons, Denmark hated Hamburg. Different Danish authors had recently written about the town, and in as depreciatory a strain as they could. The description of one amounted to an assertion that in Hamburg people only talked of two things, money and women. That of another commenced, of all the places I have ever seen in my life, Hamburg is the most hideous. The situation of the town could not be compared with that of Copenhagen, but the Ulster quarter was attractive, the architecture and the street life not uninteresting. What decided me, however, was not the externals of the town, but the spirit I noticed pervading the conversation. The idea underlying things was that a young man must first and foremost learn to keep himself well and comfortably. If he could not do this in Hamburg, then as soon as possible he must set off to some place across the sea, to Rio or New York, to the Argentine, or Cape Colony, and there make his way and earn a fortune. The sons of the families I was invited to visit, or heard talked about, had long been away, in 233. 234. The houses I went to, the head of the family had seen other parts of the world. The contrast with Copenhagen was obvious. There the young sons of the middle classes were a burden on their families sometimes until they were 30, had no enterprise, no money of their own to dispose of, were often glued, as it were, to the one town, where there was no promotion to look forward to and no wide prospect of any sort. It was a long time since I had been so much struck by anything as by an expression that a Hamburg lady, who had been to Copenhagen and had stayed there some time, used about the young Danish men, namely, that they had Lapperinskitiv. I tried to persuade her that life in Copenhagen had only accidentally appeared so wretched to her, but I did not convince her in the least. She demonstrated to me, by numerous examples, to what an extent enterprise was lacking in Denmark, and I was obliged to restrict myself to explaining that the tremendous pressure of political pettiness and weakness had brought a general slackness with it, without people feeling or suspecting it, and had robbed nearly every one of daring and success. The result of the conversation was that Denmark was shown to me in a fresh light. A Hamburg merchant who had lived for a long time in Mexico invited me to dinner, and at his house I had the same impression of apparent happiness, comfort, enterprise, and wide outlook, in contrast to the cares and the narrowness at home, where only the few had traveled far or collected material which might by comparison offer new points of view and give one a comprehensive experience of life. My psychological education in Danish literature, with its idolizing of thoroughness, had imprinted on my mind that whoever thoroughly understood how to observe a man, woman, and child in a Copenhagen backyard had quite sufficient material whence to brew a knowledge of human nature. It now dawned upon me that comparative observation of a Mexican and a North German family, together with their opinions and prejudices, might nevertheless considerably advance one's knowledge of human nature, should such comparisons constantly obtrude themselves upon one. 235. The same man let fall an observation which set me thinking. When the conversation turned upon the strained relations between France and Prussia since the Battle of Königgrätz, and I expressed myself confident that, in the event of a war, France would be victorious, as she generally was victorious everywhere, he expressed well-supported doubts. Prussia was a comparatively young state, extremely well organized and carefully prepared for war. Antiquated routine held great sway in the French army, the emperor himself, the esteem in which he was held, and his management were on the downgrade. These were words that I had never heard in Denmark. The possibility of France being defeated in a war with Prussia was not even entertained there. This merchant showed me an original photograph of the execution of the Emperor Maximilian, taken on the spot a moment before the word to fire was given, and a second taken immediately afterwards. The calm bearing of the emperor and the two generals compelled admiration. This was the first time I had seen photography taken into the service of history. In the Hamburg Zoological Gardens I was fascinated by the aquarium, with its multitudes of aquatic animals and fish. There, for the first time in my life, I saw an elephant, and did not tire of gazing at the mighty beast. I was struck by the strange caprice with which the great being we call nature goes to work, or, more correctly, by the contrast between the human point of view and nature's mode of operations. To us, the elephant's trunk was burlesque, its walk risibly clumsy, the eagle and the kite seemed to us, as they sat, to have a severe appearance and a haughty glance. The apes, picking lice from one another and eating the vermin, were, to our eyes, contemptible and ridiculous at the same time, but nature took everything equally seriously, neither sought nor avoided beauty, and to her one being was not more central than another. That must be deemed nature's central point which is equidistant from the lowest and from the highest being. It was not impossible, for instance, that the harefish, a great, thick, odd-looking creature, was the real center of terrestrial existence, in the same way. 236. As our celestial sphere has its center, through which a line reaches the pole of the zodiac in the constellation of the dragon. And J smiled as I thought of R. Nielsen and his pupils always speaking as if they stood on the most intimate footing with the central point of existence, and pouring contempt on others who, it was to be supposed, could not approach it. I was very unfavorably impressed in Hamburg by German drama and German dramatic art. At the town theatre, Hebel's Judith was being performed, with Clara Ziegler in the leading part. At that time this lady enjoyed a considerable reputation in Germany, and was, too, a tall, splendid-looking female, with a powerful voice, a good mimic, and all the rest of it, but a mere word machine. The acting showed up the want of taste in the piece. Holofernes weltered knee-deep in gore and bragged incessantly. Judith fell in love with his virility, and when he had made her the guardian of his slumbers murdered him, from a long disremembered loyalty to the God of Israel. At the Thalia Theatre, Ropaka's The School of Life was being produced, a lot of silly stuff, the theme of it, for that matter, allied to the one dealt with later by Drachman in Once Upon a Time. A princess is hard-hearted and capricious. To punish her, the king, her father, shuts a man into her bedroom, makes a feigned accusation against her, and actually drives her out of the castle. She becomes a waiting maid, and passes through various stages of civil life. The King of Navarre, whose suit she had haughtily rejected, disguised as a goldsmith, marries her, then arrays himself in silks and velvets, to tempt her to infidelity. When she refuses, he allows every possible injustice to be heaped upon her, to try her, makes her believe that the king, on a false accusation, has had her husband's eyes put out, and then himself goes about with a bandage before his eyes, and lets her beg. She believes everything and agrees to everything, until at last, arrived at honor and glory, she learns that it has all been only play-acting, trial, and education. This nonsense was exactly on a par with taste in GER 237 many at the time, which was undeniably considerably below the level of that in France and Denmark, and it was acted by a group of actors, some very competent, at the chief theatre of Hamburg. Slowly though business life pulsated in Denmark, we were superior to Germany in artistic perception. The low stage of artistic development at which Hamburg had then arrived could not, however, efface the impression its superiority over Copenhagen in other respects had made upon me. Take it all together, my few days in Hamburg were well spent. And then I set foot once more in the country which I regarded as my second fatherland, and the overflowing happiness of once more feeling French ground under my feet returned undiminished and unchanged. I had had all my letters sent to MLLE. Louise's address, so fetched them shortly after my arrival and saw the girl again. Her family invited me to dinner several times during the very first week, and I was associated with French men and women immediately upon my arrival. They were well brought up, good-natured, hospitable bourgeois, very narrow in their views. Not in the sense that they took no interest in politics and literature, but in that questions for them were decided once and for all in the clerical spirit. They did not regard this as a party standpoint, did not look upon themselves as adherents of a party, their way of thinking was the right one. Those who did not agree with them held opinions they ought to be ashamed of, and which they probably, in private, were ashamed of holding and expressing. MLLE. Louise had a cousin whom she used to speak of as a warm-hearted man with peculiar opinions, eager and impetuous, who would like to make the acquaintance of her friend from the north. The aunts called him a passionate Catholic, and an energetic writer in the service of the church militant. Shortly after my arrival, I met him at dinner. He, 238, was a middle-aged, pale, carelessly dressed man with ugly, irregular features, and a very excitable manner. With him came his wife, who though pale and enthusiastic like himself, yet looked quite terrestrial. He introduced himself as Ernest Hello, contributor to Vaillat's then much talked of Romish paper, L'Univers, which, edited with no small talent by a noted stylist, adopted all sorts of abusive methods as weapons in every feud in which the honor of the church was involved. It was against Vaillant that Augier had just aimed the introduction to his excellent comedy, Les Fils de Giboyer, and he made no secret of the fact that in the Diadet mentioned in the piece he had had this writer of holy abuse in his mind. Hello was in everything Vaillant's vassal. He was one of the martial believers who despised and hated the best free research men, and who knew himself in a position to confute them. He possessed some elements of culture, and had thoroughly drilled into him what, in comparison with the views of later times on history and religion, was narrow and antiquated in Voltaire's education, and for this reason regarded, not only Voltaire's attack on the Church, but all subsequent philosophy inimical to the Church, as belonging to a bygone age. He was a fanatic, and there was a sacristy odor about all that he said. But there was in his disposition an enthusiastic admiration for weakness in fighting against external strength, and for courage that expressed itself in sheer defiance of worldly prudence, that made him feel kindly towards the young Dane. Denmark's taking up arms, with its 2 million inhabitants, against a great power like Prussia, roused his enthusiasm. "It is great, it is Spartan!" he exclaimed. It must certainly be admitted that this human sympathy was not a prominent characteristic, and he wearied me with his hateful verdicts over all those whom I, and by degrees, all Europe, esteemed and admired in France. As an instance of the paradoxicalness to which Huysmans many years later became addicted, the latter tried to puff up Hello as being a man of remarkable intellect, and an instance of the want of independence with which the new Catholic movement was carried on in Denmark is to be found. 239. In the fact that the organ of young Denmark, the Tower, could declare, Hello is one of the few whom all men of the future are agreed to bow before. Hello was not only a Catholic burning with religious ardor but a genius. These two things explain everything. When Hello invited me to his house, I regarded it as my duty to go, that I might learn as much as possible, and although his circle was exceedingly antipathetic to me, I did not regret it. The spectacle was highly instructive. Next to Hello himself, who, despite his fanaticism and restlessness, impressed one as very inoffensive at bottom, and not mischievous if one steered clear of such names as Voltaire or Renan, the chief member of his circle was the Black Doctor, J.E. Docteur Noir, so much talked of in the last years of the Empire, and who is even alluded to in Taine's Grandurge. His real name was Vries. He was a Negro from the Dutch West Indies, a veritable bull, with a huge body and a black, bald physiognomy, made to stand outside a tent at a fair, and be his own crier to the public. His conversation was one incessant brag, in atrocious French. Although he had lived 17 years in France, he spoke almost unintelligibly. He persuaded himself, or at least others, that he had discovered perpetual motion, vowed that he had made a machine which, by a simple mechanism, could replace steam power and had been declared practicable by the first engineers in Paris, but of course he declined to speak freely about it. Columbus and Fulton only were his equals. He knew all the secrets of nature. He had been persecuted in 1859. He had been imprisoned for 11 months, on a charge of quackery, because all great men were persecuted. Remember our Lord Jesus Christ. He himself was the greatest man living. Moi vous dire le plus grand homme du univers. Hello, and the ladies smiled admiringly at him, and never grew tired of listening to him. This encouraged him to monopolize the conversation. He, Vries, was a man possessed of courage and wisdom. He understood phrenology, allopathy, homeopathy, engineering science, meteorology like Moliere's doctors and Hallberg's old Fuchs. His greatest 240 and most special gift was that of curing cancer. Like writing masters, who hang out specimens of how people wrote when they came to them, and of their calligraphy after they had benefited by their instruction, he had his cancer patients photographed before and after his treatment, looking ghastly the first time, and as fresh as a flower the second, and these pictures hung on view in his house. No wonder, therefore, that Napoleon III, so Vries said, had his portrait in an album containing besides, only portraits of European sovereigns. He pretended that he had made many important prophecies. This was a bond between him and Hello, who claimed the same extraordinary power, and had foretold all sorts of singular events. He performed miraculous cures. This appealed to Hello, who was suspicious of all rational science and ready to believe any mortal thing. He could read everybody's characters in their faces. This was a pretext for the most barefaced flattery of Hello, his wife, and their friends of both sexes, and of course everything was swallowed with alacrity. To me he said, "Monsieur is gentle, very calm, very indulgent, and readily forgives an injury." Hideous though he was, his powerful brutality had a great effect on the ladies of the circle. They literally hung upon his words. He seized them by the wrists, and slid his black paws up their bare arms. The married women whispered languishingly, "You have a marvelous power over women." The husbands looked on smilingly. Now when Hello and he and their friends and the ladies began to talk about religious matters and got steam up, it was a veritable witches' Sabbath, and no mistake, every voice being raised in virulent cheap-jack denunciation of freedom, and common sense. Satan himself had dictated Voltaire's works, now Voltaire was burning in everlasting fire. Unbelievers ought to be exterminated, it would serve them right. Renan ought to be hanged on the first tree that would bear him. The Black Doctor even maintained that in Manila he would have been shot long ago. It was always the doctor who started the subject of the persecution of 241 heretics. Hello himself persecuted heretics with patronizing scorn, but was already ready to drop into a hymn of praise to the Madonna. I had then read 2 of Hello's books, Le Style and M. Renan, El Alamagna et l'Atheisme au 1e siècle. Such productions are called books, because there is no other name for them. As a matter of fact, idle talk and gallimatías of the sort are in no wise literature. Hello never wrote anything but Roman Catholic sermons, full of theological sophistries and abuse of thinking men. In those years his books, with their odor of incense, made the small, flat inhabitants of the sacristy wainscoting venture out of their chinks in the wall in delight, but they obtained no applause elsewhere. It was only after his death that it could occur to a morbid seeker after originality, with a bitter almond in place of a heart, like Huysmans, to make his half-mad hero, de Science, who is terrified of the light, find satisfaction in the challenges to common sense that Hello wrote. Hello was a poor wretch who, in the insane conviction that he himself was a genius, filled his writings with assertions concerning the marvelous, incomprehensible nature of genius, and always took up the cudgels on its behalf. During the Empire, his voice was drowned. It was only a score of years later that the new Catholic reaction found it to their advantage to take him at his word and see in him the genius that he had given himself out to be. He was as much a genius as the madman in the asylum is the emperor. 1 gallon. A few days after my arrival, I called upon Taine and was cordially received. He presented me with one of his books and promised me his great work, De Intelligence, which was to come out in a few days, conversed with me for an hour, and invited me to tea the following evening. He had been married since I had last been at his house, and his wife, a young, clear-skinned lady with black plaits, brown eyes and an extremely graceful figure, was as fresh as a rose. 242. And talked with the outspoken freedom of youth, though expressing herself in carefully selected words. After a few days, Taine, who was generally very formal with strangers, treated me with conspicuous friendliness. He offered at once to introduce me to Renan, and urgently advised me to remain 6 months in Paris, in order to master the language thoroughly, so that I might enlighten Frenchmen on the state of things in the north, as well as picture the French to my fellow countrymen. Why should I not make French my auxiliary language, like Turgenev and Hilbrand? Taine knew nothing of German belles lettres. As far as philosophy was concerned, he despised German aesthetics altogether, and laughed at me for believing in aesthetics at all, even one day introducing me to a stranger as a young Dane who does not believe in much, but is weak enough to believe in aesthetics. I was not precisely overburdened by the belief. But a German/aesthetic, according to Taine's definition, was a man absolutely devoid of artistic perception and sense of style, who lived only in definitions. If you took him to the theater to see a sad piece, he would tear his hair with delight, and exclaim, "Voilà das Tragique." Of the more modern German authors, Taine knew only Heine, of whom he was a passionate admirer and whom, by reason of his intensity of feeling, he compared with Dante. A poem like The Pilgrimage to Kevlar roused his enthusiasm. Goethe's shorter poems, on the other hand, he could not appreciate, chiefly no doubt because he did not know German sufficiently well. He was not even acquainted with the very best of Goethe's short things, and one day that I asked him to read one poem aloud, the words in his mouth rang very French. Lieber der Leben möchte mich schlagen, als so viel Freuden de Lebensertrage, was intended to be. Lieber Dirk Leiden. Mocht ich mich schlagen. Als so viel Freuden. De Lebensertragen. Goethe's prose he did not consider good, but heavy and 243. Prolix, and lacking in descriptive power. He would praise Voltaire's prose at his expense. You perceive the figure and its movements far more clearly, he said. The German romanticists disgusted him, their style, also, was too inartistic for him, ilsne savant pas écrire, cela me dit du. I frequently met friends at his house, amongst others, Marcellin, who had been his friend from boyhood, and upon whom, many years later, he wrote a melancholy obituary. This man, the proprietor of that supremely worldly paper, La Vie Parisienne, was a powerful, broad-shouldered, ruddy-cheeked man, who looked the incarnation of health and very unlike one's preconception of the editor of the most frivolous and fashionable weekly in Paris. He was a draftsman and an author, had studied the history of the last few centuries in engravings, and himself owned a collection of no fewer than 300,000. What Taine had most admired in him was the iron will with which, left, at 19 years of age, penniless, and defectively educated, as head of his family, he had kept his mother and brothers and sisters by his work. Next to that Taine admired his earnestness. Marcellin, who was generally looked upon as belonging to gay Paris, was a solitary-minded man, an imaginative recreator of the peoples of the past, as they were and went about, of their ways and customs. He it was who opened Taine's eyes to the wealth of contributions to history locked up in collections of engravings, more especially perhaps as regarded people's external appearance, and what the exterior revealed. Another friend who came to Taine at all sorts of times was Gleyre, the old painter, who had been born in French Switzerland, but was otherwise a Parisian. And he was not the only deeply idealistic artist with whom Taine was connected in the bonds of friendship. Although a fundamental element of Taine's nature drew him magnetically to the art that was the expression of strength, tragic or carnal strength, a swelling exuberance of life, there was yet room in his soul for sympathy with all artistic endeavor, even the purely emotional. That which drew him to the idealistic painters. 244. Was, at bottom, the same quality as drew him to Beethoven and Chopin. Gleyre's best-known picture is the painting in the Louvre, somewhat weak in coloring, but showing much feeling, a Nile subject representing a man sitting on the banks of the river and watching the dreams of his youth, represented as beautiful women, fleeing from him on a decorated dahabeah, which is disappearing. The title is Lost Illusions. There is more strength in the painting, much reproduced in engraving, of a Roman army, conquered by Dovico the Helvetian, passing under the yoke, a picture which, as an expression of the national pride of the Swiss, has been placed in the museum at Lausanne. Still, it was the man himself, rather than his pictures, that Taine thought so much of. Intellectually, Taine was in his inmost heart an admirer of the Italian and the English Renaissance. When most pagan and most unrestrained, his intellectual home was the Venice of the 16th century, he would have been in his right place at one of the festivals painted by Veronese, and should have worn the rich and tasteful costume of that period. But socially, and as a citizen, he was quite different, was affectionate and subdued and calm, excessively conventional, temperate in all his judgments, as in his life. If I succeeded in winning his goodwill, it was most emphatically not because I had written a book about him, which, for that matter, he could not understand. He barely glanced through it. He read, at most, the appreciative little review that Gaston Paris did me the honor to write upon it in the Review Critique. But it appealed to him that I had come to France from pure love of knowledge, that I might become acquainted with men and women and intellectual life, and that I had spent my youth in study. He grew fond of me, advised me as a father or an elder brother might have done, and smiled at my imprudences, as for instance when I almost killed myself by taking too strong a sleeping draught. Vous êtes imprudent, c'est de votre âge. He sometimes reproached me with not jotting down every day, as he did, whatever had struck me. He talked 245 to me about his work, about the projected essay on Schiller that came to nothing on account of the war, of his notes sur l'Angleterre, which he wrote in a little out-of-the-way summer house containing nothing save the 4 bare whitewashed walls, but a little table and a chair. He introduced into the book a few details that I had mentioned to him after my stay in England. When we walked in the garden at his country house at Châtenay, he sometimes flung his arm round my neck, an act which roused great astonishment in the Frenchmen present, who could scarcely believe their eyes. They knew how reserved he usually was. It quite irritated Taine that the Danish minister did nothing for me, and introduced me nowhere, although he had had to procure me a free pass to the theatre. Again and again he reverted to this, though I had never mentioned either the minister or the legation to him. But the revolutionary blood in him was excited at what he regarded as a slight to intellectual aristocracy. What do you call a man like that? A junker? I said no. Never mind, it is all the same. One feels that in your country you have had no revolution like ours, and know nothing about equality. A fellow like that, who has not made himself known in any way whatever, looks down on you as unworthy to sit at his table and does not move a finger on your behalf, although that is what he is there for. When I am abroad, they come at once from the French embassy to visit me, and open to me every house to which they have admittance. I am a person of very small importance in comparison with Benedetti, but Benedetti comes to see me as often as I will receive him. We have no lording of it here. These outbursts startled me, first, because I had never in the least expected or even wished either to be received by the Danish minister or to be helped by him, secondly, because it revealed to me a wide difference between the point of view in the Romance countries, in France especially, and that in the north. In Denmark, I had never had the entrée to court or to aristocratic circles, nor have I ever acquired it since, though, for that matter, I have not missed it in the 246 least. But in the Romance countries, where the aristocratic world still occasionally possesses some wit and education, it is taken as a matter of course that talent is a patent of nobility, and, to the man who has won himself a name, all doors are open. Indeed, people vie with one another to secure him. That a caste division like that in the north was quite unknown there, I thus learned for the first time. 4. Through Taine, I very soon made the acquaintance of Renan, whose personality impressed me very much, grand and free of mind as he was, without a trace of the unctuousness that one occasionally meets in his books, yet superior to the verge of paradox. He was very inaccessible, and obstinately refused to see people. But if he were expecting you, he would spare you several hours of his valuable time. His house was furnished with exceeding simplicity. On one wall of his study hung 2 Chinese watercolors and a photograph of Gerdmy's Cleopatra before Caesar. On the opposite wall, a very beautiful photograph of what was doubtless an Italian picture of the last day. That was all the ornamentation. On his table, there always lay a Virgil and a Horace in a pocket edition, and for a long time a French translation of Sir Walter Scott. What surprised me most in Renan's bearing was that there was nothing solemn about it and absolutely nothing sentimental. He impressed one as being exceptionally clever and a man that the opposition he had met with had left as it found him. he inquired about the state of things in the north. When I spoke, without reserve, of the slight prospect that existed of my coming to the front with my opinions, he maintained that victory was sure. Vous l'emporterez, vous l'emporterez. Like all foreigners, he marveled that the three Scandinavian countries did not try to unite, or at any rate to form an indissoluble union. In the time of Gustavus Adolphus, he said, they had been of some political importance, since then they had retired completely from the 247 historical stage. The reason for it must very probably be sought for in their insane internecine feuds. Renan used to live, at that time, from the spring onwards, at his house in the country, at Sèvres. So utterly unaffected was the world-renowned man, then already 47 years of age, that he often walked from his house to the station with me, and wandered up and down the platform till the train came. His wife, who shared his thoughts and worshipped him, had chosen her husband herself, and, being of German family, had not been married after the French manner. Still, she did not criticize it, as she thought it was perhaps adapted to the French people, and she had seen among her intimate acquaintances many happy marriages entered into for reasons of convenience. They had 2 children, a son, Ari, who died in 1900 after having made a name for himself as a painter, and written beautiful poems, which, however, were only published after his death, and a daughter, Noemi, Madame Saccheri, who, faithfully preserving the intellectual heritage she has received from her great father, has become one of the centers of highest Paris, a soul of fire, who fights for justice and truth and social ideas with burning enthusiasm. V. A source of very much pleasure to me was my acquaintance with the old author and College de France professor, Philaret Chasles. Grégoire introduced me to him and I gradually became at home, as it were, in his house, was always a welcome visitor, and was constantly invited there. In his old age he was not a man to be taken very seriously, being diffusive, vague and vain. But there was no one else so communicative, few so entertaining, and for the space of 50 years he had known everybody who had been of any mark in France. He was born in 1798, his father, who was a Jacobin and had been a member of the Convention, did not have him baptized, but brought him up to believe in truth, hence the name Philaret, and apprenticed him to a printer. At the restoration of the royal family, 248, he was imprisoned, together with his father, but released through the influence of Chateaubriand. He then went to England, where he remained for full 7 years, 1819–1826, working as a typographer, and made a careful study of English literature, then almost unknown in France. After having spent some further time in Germany, he returned to Paris and published a number of historical and critical writings. Philaret Chasles, as librarian to the Mazarine Library, had his apartments in the building itself, that is, in the very center of Paris. In the summer he lived in the country at Meudon, where he had had his veranda decorated with pictures of Pompeian mosaic. He was having a handsome new house with a tower built nearby. He needed room, for he had a library of 40,000 volumes. His niece kept house for him. She was married to a German from Cologne, Schultz by name, who was a painter on glass. The pair lived apart. Madame Schultz was pretty, caustic, spiteful, and blunt. Her daughter, the 14-year-old Nanny, was enchantingly lovely, as developed and mischievous as a girl of 18. Everyone who came to the house was charmed with her, and it was always full of guests, young students from Alsace and Provence, young Negroes from Haiti, young ladies from Jerusalem, and poetesses who would have liked to read their poems aloud and would have liked still better to induce Chasles to make them known by an article. Chasles chatted with everyone, frequently addressing his conversation to me, talking incessantly about the very men and women that I most cared to hear about, of those still living whom I most admired, such as George Sand, and Merimée, and, in fact, of all the many celebrities he had known. As a young man, he had been taken to the house of Madame Récamier, and had there seen Chateaubriand, an honored and adored old man, and Saint Beuve an eager and attentive listener, somewhat overlooked on account of his ugliness, in whom there was developing that lurking envy of the great, and of those women clustered round, which he ought to have combated, to produce just criticism. 249. Chasselis had known personally Michelet and Guizot, the elder Dumas and Bayle, Cousin, and Villemain, Musset and Balzac. He knew the Comtesse d'Agoult, for so many years the friend of Liszt, and Madame Collet, the mistress, first of Cousin, then of Musset, and finally of Flaubert, of whom my French uncle, who had met her on his travels, had drawn me a very unattractive picture. Chasselis was on terms of daily intimacy with Jules Sandeau. Even as an old man he could not forget George Sand, who had filched the greater part of his name and made it more illustrious than the whole became. Sandeau loved her still, 40 years after she had left him. Chasselis was able, in a few words, to conjure up very vividly the images of the persons he was describing to his listener, and his anecdotes about them were inexhaustible. He took me behind the scenes of literature and I saw the stage from all its sides. The personal history of his contemporaries was, it is quite true, more particularly its chronicle of scandals, but his information completed for me the severe and graceful restraint of all Taine said. And side by side with his inclination for gay and malicious gossip, Chasselis had a way of sketching out great synopses of intellectual history, which made one realize, as one reflected, the progress of development of the literatures with which one was familiar. Those were pleasant evenings, those moonlight spring evenings in the open veranda out there at Meudon, when the old man with the sharp-pointed beard and the little skull-cap on one side of his head, was spokesman. He had the aptest and most amusing way of putting things. For instance, to my question as to whether Guizot had really been as austere by nature as he was in manner, he replied, "T is hard to say, when one wishes to impress, one cannot behave like a harlequin." Although I had a keen enough eye for Fleurette Chasselis's weaknesses, I felt exceedingly happy in his house. There I could obtain without difficulty the information I wished for, and have the feeling of being thoroughly in Paris. Paris was and still is the only city in the world that is and wishes to be the capital not only of its own country but 250 of Europe, the only one that takes upon itself as a duty, not merely to meet the visitor halfway by opening museums, collections, buildings, to him, but the only one where people habitually, in conversation, initiate the foreigner in search of knowledge into the ancient, deep culture of the nation, so that its position with regard to that of other races and countries is made clear to one. 6. I had not let a single day elapse before I took my seat again in the Théâtre Français, to which I had free admission for an indefinite period. The first time I arrived, the doorkeeper at the theatre merely called the sub-officials together, they looked at me, noted my appearance, and for the future I might take my seat wherever I liked, when the man at the entrance had called out his entrée. They were anything but particular, and in the middle of the summer, after a visit of a month to London, I found my seat reserved for me as before. The first evening after my arrival, I sat, quietly enjoying Hernani, the lyric beauty of which always rejoiced my heart, with Maunette Sully in the leading role, Bressant as Charles V, and as Dona Sol, Mlle. Lloyd, a minor actress, who, however, at the conclusion of the piece, rose to the level of the poetry. The audience were so much in sympathy with the spirit of the piece that a voice from the gallery shouted indignantly, "Lerois d'un lâche." Afterwards, during the same evening, I saw, in a transport of delight, Madame de Girardin's charming little piece, La Joie Faite Père. A certain family believe that their son, who is a young naval officer, fallen in the Far East, has been cruelly put to death. He comes back, unannounced, to his broken-hearted mother, his despairing bride, his sister, and an old manservant. This old, bent, faithful retainer, a stock dramatic part, was played by Renier with the consummate art that is nature itself staged. He has hidden the returned son behind a curtain for fear that his mother, seeing him unexpectedly, should die of joy. The sister comes in. Humming. 251. The servant begins to dust, to prevent her going near the curtain, but unconsciously, in his delight, his hamming grows louder and louder, until, in a hymn of jubilation, trattera trattera. He flings the broom up over his head, then stops short suddenly, noticing that the poor child is standing there, mute with astonishment, not knowing what to think. Capital, too, was the acting of a now forgotten actress, Mlle. Dubois, who played the young girl. Her exclamation, as she suddenly sees her brother, Jenai Pophair, Val, was uttered so lightly and gaily, that all the people round me, and I myself, too, burst into tears. I was much impressed by Edmond Thierry, then director of the Théâtre Français. I thought him the most refined man I had so far met, possessed of all the old French courtesy, which seemed to have died out in Paris. A conversation with him was a regular course in dramaturgy, and although a young foreigner like myself must necessarily have been troublesome to him, he let nothing of this be perceptible. I was so charmed by him that nearly 2 years later I introduced a few unimportant words of his about Molière's misanthrope into my lectures on the first part of Main Currents in European Literature, simply for the pleasure of mentioning his name. It was, moreover, a very pleasant thing to pay him a visit, even when he was interrupted. 4 actors streamed in and out of his house. One day, for instance, the lovely Agar burst into the room to tell her tale of woe, being dissatisfied with the dress that she was to wear in a new part. I saw her frequently again when war had been declared, for she it was who, every evening, with overpowering force and art, sang the Marseillaise from before the footlights. The theatrical performances were a delight to me. I had been charmed as much only by Michael Vihey and Johanna Louise Heiberg in my salad days when they played together in Hertz's Ninon. But my artistic enjoyment went deeper here, for the character portrayal was very much more true to life. The best impressions I had brought with me of Danish art were supremely romantic, Michael Vihey as Henrik in the Ferrex, as the Chevalier in Ninon, as Morty. 252. Mare in Schiller's Mary Stuart. But this was the real, living thing. One evening I saw Ristori play the sleepwalking scene in Macbeth with thrilling earnestness and supreme virtuosity. You felt horror to the very marrow of your bones, and your eyes filled with tears of emotion and anxiety. Masterly was the regular breathing that indicated slumber, and the stiff fingers when she washed her hands and smelt them to see if there were blood upon them. But Madame Favart, who with artistic self-restraint coordinated herself into the whole, without any virtuosity at all, produced no less an effect upon me. As the leading character in Feuillet's Julie, she was perfection itself. When I saw her, it seemed to me as though no one at home in Denmark had any idea of what feminine characterization was. What had been taken for such, Heiberg's art, for instance, only seemed like a graceful and brilliant convention, that fell to pieces by the side of this. The performances at the Théâtre Français lasted longer than they do now. In one evening you could see Gosselin's Tempête dans un verre d'eau, Augier's Gabrielle, and Bonneville's Gringoire. When I had seen Madame Favart and Renier in Gabrielle, La Fontaine as Louis XI, his wife as Lois, Mlle. Ponson as Nicole, and Coquelin, at that time still young and fresh, as Gringoire, I felt that I had enjoyed one of the greatest and most elevating pleasures the world had to offer. I went home, enraptured and enthusiastic, as much edified as the believer returning from his church. I could see Gringoire a dozen times in succession and find only one expression for what I felt: this is holy. The piece appealed to me so much, no doubt, because it was more in agreement than the rest with what in Denmark was considered true poetry. But during the 3 years since I had last seen him, Coquelin had made immense strides in this role. He rendered it now with an individuality, a heartfelt sincerity and charm, that he had not previously attained, in contrast to harsh King Louis and unfeeling Lois, was so poor and hungry and ill and merry and tender and such a hero and such a genius that I said to myself, who, ever has seen this, has lived. 253. Quite a short while after my arrival, April 12, 1870, I saw for the first time Sarah Bernhard, who had just begun to make a name at the Odeon. She was playing in George Sand's beautiful and mutinous drama Elotra, from which the great-grandmother in Björnson's Leonarda is derived. The piece is a plea for the freedom of love, or rather, for indulgence with regard to what are branded by society as the sins of love. Sarah Bernhard was the young girl who, in her innocence, judges all moral irregularities with the utmost severity, until her eyes are opened to what the world really is. She is, without knowing it, the child of unlawful love, and the father's curse is that of not daring to be anything to his child whom he has educated and over whom he watches, not daring to claim his right to her affection, as he would otherwise stain her mother's memory. In his presence, the young girl utters all the hard words that society has for those who break her laws. She calls her unknown father false and forsworn. George Sand collected all the justified protests and every prejudice for this young girl to utter, because in her they inspire most respect, and are to their best advantage so far her father has not revealed himself. Then at last it dawns upon her that it is he, her benefactor, who is the other one whom she has just condemned, and as the curtain falls she flings herself, melted, into his arms. Sarah played the part with great modesty, with what one might assume to be the natural melancholy of the orphan, and the enthusiasm of the young virgin for strict justice, and yet in such wise that, through all the coldness, through the expressive uncertainty of her words, and especially through the lovely, rich ring of her voice, one suspected tenderness and mildness long held back. 7. I tried, while I was in Paris, to understand something of the development of French literature since the beginning of the century, to arrange it in stages, and note the order of their succession. I wanted, at the same time, to 254. Form for myself a similar general view of Danish literature, and institute parallels between the two, being convinced beforehand that the spirit of the age must be approximately the same in two European countries that were, so to speak, intellectually allied. This was my first naive attempt to trace the main currents in 19th-century literature. The French poetry of the 19th century seemed to me to fall into three groups: Romanticism, the school of common sense, the realistic art. J defined them as follows: what the French call Romanticism has many distinguishing marks. It is, firstly, a break with Greco-Roman antiquity. It therefore harks back to the Gallic, and to the Middle Ages. It is a resurrection of the poets of the 16th century. But the attempt is a failure, for Ronsard and the Pleiad * are also Greek-taught, are anacreontics. If we accept the Chanson de Roland, there is no original medieval literature that can be compared with the Icelandic. For that reason the choice of subjects is extended from the Middle Ages in France to the Middle Ages in other countries, for instance, Germany, whence Victor Hugo derives his drama Les Burgraves. The poets select foreign matter. Alfred de Vigny treats Chatterton and Musset Italian and Spanish themes. Miramy harks back to the French Middle Ages, the peasant rising, but as he there finds too little originality, he flees, as a poet, to less civilized nationalities, Spaniards, South Americans, Corsicans, Russians, etc. Romanticism becomes ethnographical. Its second distinguishing mark is tempestuous violence. It is connected with the 1830 revolution. It attacks society and the conditions of property. Saint-Simon, Fourier, Proudhon, attacks marriage and the official verdict upon sexual relations. Dumas Antony, the preface to Victor Hugo's Angelo, George Sand's Indiana, Valentine, Jacques. Everywhere passion is deified. Its third distinguishing mark is its continuation of Rousseauism. Even the attacks on society descend from Rousseau's old doctrine that nature is good, the natural state the right one, and that society alone has spoiled everything. George Sand in particular worships Rousseau, and writes in essential agreement with him. In the later French literature the influence of Voltaire and that of Rousseau are alternately supreme. Voltaire rules until 1820, Rousseau again until 1850, then Voltaire takes the reins once more with About, Taine, and Sarcey. In Renan Voltaire is merged with Rousseau, and now, later still, Diderot has taken the place of both. Il. The school of common sense, l'école de bon sens, follows upon Romanticism. As the latter worshipped passion, so the school of common sense pays homage to sound human intelligence. In certain individuals it is possible to trace the transition Musset's un caprice in contrast with the wanton works of his youth. Georg Sand's village novels, in contrast with her novels on marriage. The popular tone and the landscape drawing here, which, for that matter, are all derived from Rousseau, lead on into a tranquil idyll. Works like Poncelet's Lucerus and Augier's Gabrielle show the reaction from Romanticism. In the tragedy it is Lucerus, in the modern play, Gabrielle, upon whom the action hinges. In Poncet and Augier common sense, strict justice and a conventional feeling of honor, are acclaimed. Marriage is glorified in all of Poncet, Augier and Octave Feuillet's dramas. Literature has no doubt been influenced in some degree by the ruling orders of the monarchy of July. Louis Philippe was the bourgeois king. An author like Scribe, who dominates the stages of Europe, is animated by the all-powerful bourgeois spirit, educated and circumscribed as it was. Cousin, in his first manner, revolutionary Schellingism, corresponded to Romanticism. His eclecticism as a moralizing philosopher corresponds to the school of common sense. The distinctive feature which they have in common becomes a so-called idealism. Poncet revives the classical traditions of the 17th century. In criticism this endeavor in the direction of the sensible and the classical, is represented by Nissard, Planche, and Saint-Beuve in his second manner. 256. 3. The third tendency of the century is realistic art, with physiological characteristics. It finds its support in positivist philosophy, Herbart in Germany, Bentham and Mill in England, Comte and Littre in France. In criticism, Saint-Beuve's third manner. On the stage, the younger Dumas. In novels, the brothers Goncourt, and Flaubert. In art, a certain brutality in the choice of subject, Gérôme and Regnault. In politics, the accomplished fact, le fait accompli, the empire, the brutal pressure from above and general levelling by universal suffrage from below. In lyric poetry, the strictly technical artists of form of the Parnasse, Copy, who describes unvarnished reality, and the master workman, les maîtres de la facture, Leconte de Lisle, Gautier, and his pupils, who write better verse than Lamartine and Hugo, but have no new thoughts or feelings, the poetic language materialists. In conclusion, a great many indistinct beginnings, of which it is as yet impossible to say whither they are tending. This, my first attempt to formulate for myself a general survey of one of the great literatures of the 19th century, contained much that was true enough, but revealed very plainly the beginner's lack of ability to estimate the importance of phenomena, an inclination to overestimate purely evanescent apparitions, and a tendency to include that which was merely externally similar, under one heading. The insignificant school of common sense could not by any means be regarded as marking an epoch. Neither, with any justice, could men like Augier and Dumas be placed in different groups. The attempt to point out realism in the lyric art was likewise exceedingly audacious. However, this division and grouping seemed to me at that time to be a great discovery, and great was my disappointment when one day I consulted Chasselis on the subject and he thought it too forced, and another day submitted it to Renan, who restricted himself to the reply: "No, no. Things do not proceed so systematically." As this survey of the literature of France was also intended to guide me with regard to the Danish, I groped my way forward in the following manner. 257. Romanticism. Ocklanschläger's attitude towards the past corresponds exactly to Victor Hugo's, only that the resurrection of the Middle Ages in poetry is much more successful. Earl Hackon, The Gods of the North, by reason of the fresh originality in Snorre and the Edda. Grundtvig's scenes from the lives of the warriors of the north likewise owes all its value to the Edda and the sagas. Ocklinschlager's Aladdin is the northern pendant to Hugo's Les Orientals. Gautier, as a poet, Delacroix as a painter, affect the East, as Erlenschlager does in Ali and Gulindi. Stephens and Sibbern, as influenced by Schelling, correspond to Cousin. Hoche not infrequently seeks his poetic themes in Germany, as do Nodier and Gerard de Nerval. Ingeman's weak historical novels correspond to the French imitations of Sir Walter Scott, Alfred de Vigny-Sing-Mars, Dumas' Musketeers. Ocklinschlager's tragedies correspond to the dramas of Victor Hugo. With the Danes, as with the French, hatred of intelligence, as cold, only that the Danes glorify imagination and enthusiasm, the French, passion. Romanticism lasts in Denmark, without revolutions and restorations, until about 1848, as in France. 2. The school of common sense is in Denmark partly a worship of the sound sense of the people, partly a moralizing tendency. Grundtvig, with his popular manner, his appreciation of the unsophisticated peasant nature, had points of contact with the pupils of Rousseau. Moralizing works are Heiberg's For Soul After Death, Paludan-Mueller's Adam Homo, and Kierkegaard's Either Or. The funny thing about the defense of marriage contained in this last book is that it defends what no one in Denmark attacks. It can only be understood from the contemporary movement in the intellectual life of Europe, which is now asserting the universal validity of morality, as it formerly did the right of passion. Its defense of Protestantism corresponds to Octave Feuillet's defense of Catholicism, only that Feuillet is conciliatory, Kierkegaard vehement. Björnson's peasant novels, which are a continuation of Grundtvig and Blicher, are, by their harmony and their peaceable relations to all that is, an outcome of love of common sense. They have the 258 same anti-Byronic stamp as the school of common sense. The movement comes to us 10 years later. But Björnson has simultaneously something of romanticism and something of realism. We have not meant to place separately in the various frames. 3. Realistic art. There is so far only an attempt at a realistic art. Thus, in Björnson's Arne and Sigurd Slembe. Note also an attempt in Bergssee's clumsy use of realistic features, and in his seeking after effect. Richard corresponds in our lyric art as an artist in language to the poets of the Parnasse, while Heiberg's philosophy and most of his poetry may be included in the school of common sense. Bordechner's ideal realism forms the transitional stage to the philosophy of reality. Ibsen's attack upon the existing state of things corresponds to realism in the French drama. He is Dumas on northern soil. In the love comedy, as a scoffer he is inharmonious. In Peer Gynt, he continues in the moralizing tendency with an inclination to coarse and brutal realistic effects, relations with Anitra. In Germany we find ourselves at the second stage still, sinking deeper and deeper into dialect and popular subjects, from Auerbach to Klaus Groth and Fritz Reuter. It is unnecessary to point out to readers of the present day how incomplete and arbitrary this attempt at a dissection of Danish literature was. I started from the conviction that modern intellectual life in Europe, in different countries, must necessarily in all essentials traverse the same stages, and as I was able to find various unimportant points of similarity in support of this view, I quite overlooked the fact that the counterbalancing weight of dissimilarities rendered the whole comparison futile. 9. As, during my first stay in Paris, I had frequently visited Madame Victorine, the widow of my deceased uncle, and her children, very cordial relations had serious existed between us, especially after my uncle's faithless friend had been. Second Fianger's stay abroad 259. Compelled to disgorge the sum sent from Denmark for her support, which he had so high-handedly kept back. There were only faint traces left of the great beauty that had once been hers. Life had dealt hardly with her. She was good and tender-hearted, an affectionate mother, but without other education than was usual in the Parisian small bourgeois class to which she belonged. All her opinions, her ideas of honor, of propriety, of comfort, and happiness, were typical of her class. Partly from economy, partly from a desire not to waste the precious time, I often, in those days, restricted my midday meal. I would buy myself, at a provision dealer's, a large veal or ham pie and eat it in my room, instead of going out to a restaurant. One day Victorine surprised me at a meal of this sort, and exclaimed horrified, comment, vous vous nourrissez mal. To her, it was about the same as if I had not had any dinner at all. To sit at home without a cloth on the table, and cut a pie in pieces with 4-paper knife, was to sink one's dignity and drop to poor man's fare. Her thoughts, like those of most poor people in France and elsewhere, centered mostly on money and money anxieties, on getting on well in the world, or meeting with adversity, and on how much this man or the other could earn, or not earn, in the year. Her eldest son was in St. Petersburg, and he was doing right well. He was good and kind and sent his mother help when he had a little to spare. He had promised, too, to take charge of his next brother. But she had much anxiety about the little ones. One of them was not turning out all that he should be, and there were the 2 youngest to educate. There was a charming celebration in the poor home when little Emma went to her first communion, dressed all in white, from head to foot, with a long white veil and white shoes, and several other little girls and boys came just as smartly dressed, and presents were given and good wishes offered. Little Henry looked more innocent than any of the little girls. Victorine had a friend whom she deemed most happy. This was Jules Clarity's mother, for, young though her son 260 was, he wrote in the papers, wrote books, too, and earned money, so that he was able to maintain his mother altogether. He was a young man who ought to be held in high estimation, an author who was all that he should be. There was another author whom she detested, and that was P.L. Mahler, the Dane. Jacques, as you know, was always a faithful friend of Monsieur Mahler. He copied out a whole book for him, when he himself was very busy. But then when Jacques died pauvre homme, he came and paid visits much too often and always at more and more extraordinary times, so that I was obliged to forbid him the house. XX. In a student's hotel near the Odeon, where a few Scandinavians lived, I became acquainted with 2 or 3 young lawyers and more young abbés and priests. If you went in when the company were at table in the dining room, the place rang again with their noisy altercations. The advocates discussed politics, literature, and religion with such ardor that the air positively crackled. They were apparently practicing to speak one day at the bar or in the chamber. It was from surroundings such as these that Gambetta emerged. The young abbés and priests were very good fellows, earnest believers, but so simple that conversations with them were only interesting because of their ignorance and lack of understanding. Scandinavians in Paris who knew only Roman Catholic priests from Tartuffe at the theatre, had very incorrect conceptions regarding them. Bressant was the cold, elegant hypocrite, La Fontaine the base, coarse, but powerful cleric, Leroux the full-blooded, red-faced, voluptuary with fat cheeks and shaking hands, whose expression was now angry, now sickly sweet. Northern Protestants were very apt to classify the black-coated men whom they saw in the streets and in the churches, as belonging to one of these 3 types. But my ecclesiastical acquaintances were as free from hypocrisy as from fanaticism. They were good, honest children of the commonalty, with, not the cunning, but the stupidity, of peasants. Many a day I spent exploring the surroundings of Paris in their company. We went to St. Cloud and Sèvres, to Versailles and St. Germain, to St. Denis, to Montmorency and Enghien, or to Montlhéry, a village with an old tower from the 13th century, and then breakfasted at Longjumeau, celebrated for its postilion. Their Abbé Le Bouleux declared himself opposed to cremation, for the reason that it rendered the resurrection impossible, since God himself could not collect the bones again when the body had been burnt. It was all so amiable that one did not like to contradict him. At the same meal another was giving a sketch of the youth of Martin Luther. He left the church on se demanda encore pourquoi. In the innocence of his heart this abbé regarded the rebellion of Luther less as an unpermissible than as an inexplicable act. 11. The society of the Italian friends of my first visit gave me much pleasure. My first call at the Pagelas was a blank. At the next, I was received like a son of the house and heaped with reproaches for not having left my address. They had tried to find me at my former hotel, and endeavored in vain to learn where I was staying from Scandinavians whom they knew by name. Now I was to spend all the time I could with them, as I used to do in the old days. They were delighted to see me again, and when I wished to leave, drove me home in their carriage. I resumed my former habit of spending the greater part of my spare time with Southerners. Once more I was transported to Southern Europe and South America. The very first day I dined at their house I met a jovial old Spaniard, a young Italian, who was settled in Egypt, and a very coquettish young Brazilian girl. The Spaniard, who had been born in Venezuela, was an engineer who had studied conditions in Panama for 11 years, and 262.